A young man, freshly divorced, becomes the sole practitioner of immortality in the contemporary world. How will his life transform? Do you wish to compare wealth? Even the world's richest would kneel to converse with me. Do you wish to measure martial prowess? Those who practice martial arts dare to challenge an immortal. Possessing a myriad of supernatural abilities, he ascends step by step to the pinnacle, commanding the world's power while indulging in the embrace of beauty. Chapter 1. Divorce. Kiss. Kiss. In a private dining room of a restaurant, a pair of youthful lovers had just shared a cup of wine, their arms entwined. Around them, more than a dozen classmates were cheering, urging this couple, old flames from high school, to spark some romance. The woman blushed, caught in a dilemma, while the man exhaled a breath of wine and boldly leaned in for a kiss. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and an irate figure stormed in, seizing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it against the man's head. "Kiss your mother." The bottle shattered, and the man collapsed in agony over the table. The woman's expression changed dramatically. "Lin Yun, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting people?" Lin Yun glared at Chen Jielu, fuming. "Why do you think I hit him? Chen Jielu, have you forgotten you are a married woman? And you lot, do you all know that Chen Jielu is married? Are you all just being shameless?" Chen Jielu retorted angrily. "Lin Yun, you are a scoundrel. My classmates are just joking. Must you escalate it? I've had enough of you. I want a divorce." "A joke? If I hadn't come in when I did, would you two have kissed?" "Listen, a divorce is fine, but don't you dare give me a green hat. Once we're divorced, you can find a dog to kiss, and I want care." He wiped blood from his forehead and said to Chen Jielu, "Jielu, such a violent scoundrel is not worthy of you. Divorcing him is for the best. I was foolish back then, but if you give me another chance, can we start anew?" One female classmate chimed in, "Jielu, what is there to hesitate about? I heard that Lin works for a pharmaceutical company, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. But Zhang Zihao is different. He works as a manager at a computer company, making 50,000 to 60,000 a year. Isn't he far superior? Does that Lin even deserve to compare with our class president? You two were the most envied couple in school. Not being able to end up together then, rekindling your romance now, is quite wonderful." Chen Jielu harbored little affection for Lin Yun. Over the years, her career had flourished, while Lin Yun had only declined, providing no support for her ambitions. After a reunion was initiated in the class group, and old flame Zhang Zihao made his advances, she had already made her choice. Without hesitation, she declared, "All right, I agree." Zhang Zihao beamed with joy, preparing to lift Chen Jielu into his arms. However, Lin Yun slapped him across the face. "Before we get divorced, if you touch her again, I swear it'll make you pay." Seeing this, Chen Jielu pushed Lin Yun's hand away. "Let's go, we're getting divorced now." "Fine, let's do it," Lin Yun exclaimed, slamming their marriage certificate onto the table. Having anticipated this scenario, he had brought the marriage certificate with him, and it proved to be quite useful. Then, Chen Jielu, Lin Yun, and Zhang Zihao headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arrival, Lin Yun and Chen Jielu signed the papers to apply for divorce. Zhang Zihao, as if declaring his claim, wrapped his arms around Chen Jielu, looking smugly at Lin Yun, as if to say, "Try to challenge me." Lin Yun left the Civil Affairs Bureau in silence. Though he had little love for Chen Jielu, the situation weighed heavily on his heart. Unbeknownst to him, a black Volkswagen sped towards him, and with a loud crash, he was sent flying, landing harshly on the ground. The location of the accident was not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Chen Jielu witnessed it. Just as she was about to check on him, Zhang Zihao stopped her. "The driver will call for help. There's no need to waste time on a loser." "That's true, let's go." At that moment, the driver hurriedly exited the vehicle, calling for an ambulance. He did not notice that a piece of jade pendant around Lin Yun's neck shattered, transforming into a wisp of azure light that penetrated his brow. In the office of Tianqing Real Estate Company, a stunningly beautiful woman sat in the CEO's chair. Her name was Su Ruoxi, the granddaughter of Su Tiansheng, the founder of Tianqing Real Estate, and currently serving as the vice president, epitomizing the ideal of an affluent, an elegant woman. President Su, everything unfolded as you predicted. Chen Jielu rekindled her romance with her first love at the reunion, and Lin Yun caused a scene at the event, leading to their divorce, reported Su Ruoxi's assistant respectfully. A smile graced Su Ruoxi's face. "Excellent. Now that Lin Yun is single again, As long as I marry him in name only to fulfill my grandfather's last wishes, my great-uncle will have no reason to retain the shares left by my grandfather. That is certain, but Lin Yun has been in a car accident, and the situation may not be good. Su Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically. What? He cannot be harmed. Immediately have Xiao Zhang prepare the car. I'm heading to the hospital now. Understood. President Su. Lin Yun drifted into a prolonged dream, where he encountered an ethereal elder, white-haired and bearded, strikingly similar to his late grandfather. The elder scrutinized Lin Yun, a broad smile on his face. After several centuries, at last, a descendant of the Lin family has obtained the legacy of the sages. Remember, as a descendant of the Lin family, you must act in accordance with the heavens and uphold righteousness. With that, the elder pointed at Lin Yun from afar, and a torrent of vast knowledge surged into Lin Yun's mind. This was a cultivation technique known as the Shinnon Canon, created by the ancient Emperor Shinnon, encompassing the art of healing the living and resurrecting the dead, insights into the past and future, and even the path to immortality. Lin Yun immersed himself in the Shinnon legacy, and within his dantian, vibrant green spiritual energy began to manifest, circulating through his organs and limbs. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through. "Are you all right?" Before him was an enchanting visage. It was the first time Lin Yun had encountered such exquisite beauty in reality. As his gaze traveled downward, he beheld two towering peaks, rivaling those of Western women, ensuring he would never worry about feeding children in the future. Then came the delicate waist, sculpted hips, and long, fair legs, all indicative of an extraordinary beauty. Lin Yun could not help but swallow hard before asking, "Did you hit me?" Su Ruashi replied, "Indeed, I was the one who hit you. How do you feel?" Having already met the driver, who seemed quite innocent, she decided to take the blame herself to win Lin Yun over, knowing the driver would be more than agreeable. "I feel quite well. It should be nothing serious." Having received the Shinnon legacy in his dream, the spiritual energy within him invigorated his body, allowing him to do things beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. In this age of diminishing magic, Lin Yun had perhaps become a semi-mortal. However, Su Ruashi insisted, "You are actually quite injured, especially your head. As the one responsible, I feel deeply guilty and regretful, so I have decided to offer myself to you." Chapter 2. Offering Myself. Su Ruashi's words nearly caused Lin Yun to leap off the bed. "What did you say?" He genuinely felt as if he were dreaming following an accident. This stunningly beautiful woman, more radiant than a celebrity, was declaring her intention to offer herself to him. Surely, he must have sustained a concussion, leading to hallucinations. "I declare my intention to dedicate myself to you. Let us marry, and I shall host a grand wedding." Lin Yun gazed at Su Ruashi, struggling to comprehend. "Beautiful lady, have you misunderstood something? Have you been enchanted by too many tales of the Frog Prince? I am no affluent heir, merely an ordinary man. What is it that you seek from me?" "I seek you as a person." Lin Yun remained perplexed. "My lady, you have recklessly collided with me, and yet you jest? This seems rather inappropriate." Su Ruashi understood Lin Yun's confusion. Her arrival today was indeed abrupt. The betrothal between her and Lin Yun had been arranged by her grandfather. However, she was opposed to this union, and Su Tianqing had not compelled his granddaughter. Lin Yun's grandfather had passed away early, leaving the Lin family unaware of this engagement, which is why Lin Yun was set to marry Chun Jiru. Prior to this, Lin Yun and Su Ruashi had no prior acquaintance. Su Ruashi had initially believed she would have no future ties with Lin Yun. Alas, fate took a tragic turn. Both her grandfather and father perished on the same flight. Due to certain reasons, Su Tianqing had left a will stating that Su Ruashi must marry Lin Yun to inherit the estate, otherwise it would be held by her brother, Su Tianqing. Thus, she found herself compelled to offer herself in this manner. With a smile, Su Ruashi said, "All right, no more jesting. I shall speak plainly. For various reasons, I require a formal marriage with you. All I ask is that you cooperate with me. I can offer you 1 million as compensation. What do you think?" Lin Yun chuckled. "Now that makes sense. Although it still feels like a pie falling from the sky, at least it won't crush me." What merits had Lin Yun possessed to attract a stunning beauty to pledge herself to him? It was reasonable to assume that he held some utilitarian value for her. This was a transaction, and for him, It appeared to be a most lucrative deal. Having just divorced, what loss would remarrying entail for him? None. On the contrary, he stood to gain $1 million as a reward. Such an offer was impossible for Lin Yun to decline. He replied candidly, "As long as you do not covet my organs, I see no reason to refuse." Su Ruashi produced her business card and handed it to him. "Here's my card. You may verify my credentials online. If your kidneys or heart cannot fetch a 9-figure sum, there's nothing I would covet." Lin Yun accepted the exquisitely crafted card, noting the title of Vice President of Tianjung Group, Su Ruashi. The card was thin yet weighty, evidently made of pure gold. His last doubts vanished. "Let us collaborate joyfully." Su Ruashi stood, her figure commanding attention, causing Lin Yun to steal a few extra glances, swallowing hard. Just then, a notification chimed from Lin Yun's phone, signaling a WeChat message. Upon checking, his expression soured. The message was from Chun Jiru, likely a mass notification, announcing her marriage to Zhang Zihao on the 8th of next month at Tianjung Grand Hotel, inviting friends and family to attend. Though it was a group message, it would not have been difficult for her to block Lin Yun individually. She could have unfriended him before sending. Yet, she chose not to, clearly making a statement, issuing a challenge to Lin Yun. Noticing the agitation in Lin Yun's chest, Su Ruashi inquired, "What is the matter?" "My ex-wife is getting married on the 8th of next month." Su Ruashi suddenly suggested, "How about we schedule our wedding on the same day? At Tianjung Grand Hotel, as well. As your partner, I will help you regain your honor." Tianjung Grand Hotel was indeed her family's establishment. Hosting Lin Yun's vindication, there would pose no challenge. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hospital, the actual driver responsible for the accident stood before a young man, humility etched on his face. Should Su Ruashi have been present, she would have recognized this young man as one of her great-grandfather's grandsons, Su Haoyu. With a dark expression, Su Haoyu questioned, "Did you not claim it would be foolproof? Is this what you consider foolproof?" The driver explained, "Young Master Su, I too find it perplexing." The impact was severe. Blood flowed from all his orifices. After calling for an ambulance, I pretended to perform CPR, delivering several forceful compressions to his chest. By all rights, he should have perished. Yet, upon arrival at the hospital, astonishingly, he seemed to have recovered. Su Haoyu coldly retorted, "Do not offer me excuses. If this failure occurred, seek out another opportunity. Under no circumstances must he wed Su Ruashi. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure it is handled properly this time, with no errors." Lin Yun's body, enhanced by the Shinong scriptures, was stronger than that of an ox. After just one day in the hospital, he insisted on being discharged. Chapter 3. Envy Beyond Measure. Su Ruashi escorted Lin Yun from the hospital and halted before an opulent Maserati Quattroporte. While Lin Yun had never driven a luxury car, he had seen them surely. This trident emblem represented a vehicle worth at least $1 million. Was this car owned by Su Ruashi? In Lin Yun's astonished gaze, Su Ruashi retrieved the key, unlocking the vehicle and taking her place in the driver's seat. She observed Lin Yun, who appeared lost in thought outside the car, and smiled. "What are you staring at? Is it possible that I died in the accident, and all that is happening now is a figment of my imagination, created to bring me joy in my final moments?" Su Ruashi shot him a disapproving glance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get in the car. We're going to obtain our marriage license." Lin Yun chuckled. "My ex-wife just posted on social media boasting about her journey to the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you drive quickly, we might just cross paths. Is that so? How delightful." With that, Su Ruashi pressed the accelerator to the floor, the Maserati speeding down the road. It was Lin Yun's first experience in $1 million luxury vehicle, and he was on edge. Having lived in the mundane world for so long, he remained unaware that with the inheritance of the Shinong scriptures, his destiny had irrevocably changed. Such worldly wealth would soon be within his grasp. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up beside a Mercedes-Benz C-Class at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just then, Chun Jiru and Zhang Zihao emerged, having just registered their marriage, and spotted Su Ruashi's car. Though both had decent incomes, a vehicle valued at nearly $2 million was still beyond their aspirations, prompting them to steal a few glances. Then, the driver's side door swung open, and Su Ruashi stepped out, her figure graceful and legs long, towering over Chun Jiru. Her beauty and poise utterly eclipsed Chun Jiru, causing her smile to fade. Zhang Zihao, too, found himself momentarily captivated by Su Ruoxi, a woman of such caliber he could never hope to be with, leaving him to admire from afar. In that moment, both harbored malicious thoughts, assuming the person in the passenger seat must be an elderly, balding man. After all, how could such a young woman afford such a car? However, when the passenger door opened, both Zhang Zihao and Chun Jiru were left dumbfounded. Wasn't that Lin Yun? How could this be? What qualifications did he possess to be associated with such a stunning and affluent woman? Lin Yun, too, spotted Zhang Zihao and Chun Jiru, and fate had indeed brought them together once more. Unable to contain his surprise, Zhang Zihao blurted out, "What are you doing here? How is this possible? Miss, are you being deceived by him?" Yet, Su Ruoxi gazed at Lin Yun with innocent admiration, saying, "What does it matter? The moment I laid eyes on him, I fell in love. Even if deceived, I would willingly accept it. But he is nothing but a worthless loser. How could you possibly be attracted to him?" Su Ruoxi smiled and said, "When searching for a boyfriend, I do not need to consider his financial status. After all, none can rival my wealth. Enough of this chatter. I must go to obtain our marriage certificate with my beloved." Lin Yun glanced at Chanjiru and remarked lightly, "I should thank you had it not been for our divorce. I would have remained oblivious to my desirability. While I have acquired wealth, I have also shed burdens, rendering such a life rather mundane upon reflection." With that, the two departed hand in hand. Zhang Zihao and Chanjiru, who had originally come to secure their certificate with joyous hearts, found themselves devoid of happiness. Zhang Zihao had initially believed that by taking Lin Yun's wife, he had emerged victorious, while Lin Yun was the unequivocal loser. Yet, the current Lin Yun bore no resemblance to a failure. Su Ruoxi, from her figure to her appearance, from her demeanor to her lineage, surpassed Shinjiru in every conceivable way. More importantly, Lin Yun had been intimate with Zhang Zihao's wife, while Zhang Zihao had yet to so much as touch a finger of Su Ruoxi. Who then was truly the loser? It was evidently Zhang Zihao. Chun Jiru, too, felt a heavy gloom within her. Having divorced Lin Yun, their emotional connection was undoubtedly severed. However, post-divorce, she had merely wished to witness Lin Yun's dismal existence, which would bring her great satisfaction. The better Lin Yun fared, the more it would underscore her misguided decision to leave him. Yet, the reality was stark. Lin Yun had swiftly found himself in a blissful new life post-divorce, and judging by Su Ruoxi's demeanor, it seemed he was thriving even further. One glance at Zhang Zihao's expression revealed his envy towards Lin Yun, and how could Shinjiru not feel disheartened? The two left the Civil Affairs Bureau with heads hung low, devoid of any festive expressions. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi successfully acquired their marriage certificate. Immediately, Su Ruoxi stated, "Lin Yun, I have some matters to attend to in my company. I must dash goodbye." Lin Yun admired Su Ruoxi's graceful silhouette, feeling quite pleased himself. Today, he had not only vindicated himself before his ex-wife, but had also gained a fortune of 100,000. Truly, it was a double celebration. Chapter 4. Brazen Lin Yun gazed at the family before him, furrowing his brow. "What brings you here?" Chun Jiru's father, Chun Weilong, wore a dark expression. "What do you think we are here for?" "I heard you divorced my daughter." Lin Yun responded bluntly, "Indeed, we are divorced." Chun Weilong's voice turned cold. "What about this house?" Lin Yun looked at Chun Weilong. "What do you intend to do?" Chun Weilong surveyed the house and stated, "You have wasted my daughter's prime years. You should give this house to her." Lin Yun's expression changed. "In your dreams, the down payment was made by my parents, and I alone have been paying the mortgage. This has nothing to do with your family. Get lost." Chun Jiru's brother, Chun Haitao, interjected, "Lin Yun, do you dare speak to my father like that? My sister has wasted so much time on you. Asking for a house is not unreasonable." Lin Yun took out his phone and declared, "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Either leave on your own, or I will call the police and report your trespassing." Seeing Lin Yun's resolute attitude, Chun Weilong softened slightly. "Lin Yun, let us compromise. This house is valued at approximately 1.2 million. If you give me 600,000, we can consider this settled." Lin Yun scoffed at Chun Weilong. "You still want 600,000? Let me make it clear. Not a penny." Chun Haitao, brimming with rage, retorted, "You bastard, don't think you can avoid consequences. If you don't hand over the money, We'll just stay here. Fine by me. I trust the police will deliver justice. Lin Yun replied, preparing to call for help. Chun Weilong interjected, wait. Lin Yun, let me be honest. Haitao is getting married, and the bride's family demands a house in the city. If you give his house to Haitao, it would be perfect. If you refuse, then just give me 600,000. We could buy a house with that down payment. Choose one. Lin Yun was incredulous. What does Chun Haitao's marriage have to do with me? I have no connection to your daughter or your family. Lin Yun's words ignited fury in both Chun Haitao and his father. Chun Haitao lunged at Lin Yun, attempting to kick him. Lin Yun, however, was not to be trifled with. He seized Chun Haitao's leg and yanked it forcefully. Instantly, Chun Haitao lost his balance, performing an awkward split and collapsing to the ground, clutching himself in agony. Seeing his son being beaten, Chun Weilong rushed forward. However, Lin Yun, empowered by the inheritance of the Shinnong scripture, was no longer the same. He delivered a kick to Chun Weilong's abdomen, sending him crashing onto Chun Haitao. Chun Weilong's wife, witnessing the scene, shouted angrily, "How dare you lay a hand on him? I'll call the police." Lin Yun's eyes glinted with derision. Call the police? Go ahead and try. This is my home, and you trespassed without my consent, making it an illegal entry. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in the living room that will clearly show who initiated the conflict. Lin Yun's words rendered the Chun family speechless, stripping them of any opportunity to act unreasonable. Chun Weilong's wife had no choice but to help her husband up, and together they assisted the pained Chun Haitao. Their faces contorted in despair. Lin Yun then coldly stated, "Listen well. The reason Chun Jieru and I broke up is that she rekindled her old flame from high school at a class reunion. If you continue to harass me, I will expose her misdeeds online, bringing shame upon your entire family. Chun Haitao, see that bastard. If you dare spread lies online, I'll make you pay." Lin Yun retorted with a smirk, "Whether it's a lie or not, you know the truth. Now get out, or face the consequences." The Chun family, unwilling to relent, realized that Chun Jieru had spent more than she earned over the years, and with her divorce, Haitao had no other means to secure funds for his wedding. As they prepared to leave, Chun Weilong issued a final threat. "We shall see this isn't over." Once outside, Chun Haitao anxiously inquired, "Dad, what now? If I can't get that money, Jiao will definitely break up with me." Chun Weilong pondered for a moment. "Ask your sister if Zhang Zihao can help." Chun Haitao snapped his fingers. "Right? Zhang Zihao wants to marry my sister. He should be willing to contribute." If Lin Yun had overheard their conversation, he would undoubtedly feel fortunate to have escaped the clutches of such a parasitic family. After a tumultuous day, Lin Yun lay on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin to unwind. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. "Lin Yun, do you still want to work? If not, get out." Having endured so much, Lin Yun was already in a foul mood, further exacerbated by dissatisfaction with his job. The caller, Wang Tzu, had long been an annoyance, flaunting his seniority. Moreover, with Su Ruoshi promising him $1 million in benefits, why would he endure Wang Tzu's ire over a meager monthly salary of 3,000? Chapter 5. Grandfather. After being scolded, Wang Tzu hung up, his face pale with anger, unable to utter a word. At that moment, a well-dressed young man stood before him. "So, when will he come to the company?" Wang Tzu replied cautiously, "Young Master Zhao. That fellow said he quitting." Wang Tzu was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The person in front of him was Zhao Weiyi, the son of the company's chairman. One wrong move, and he could be out of job. Zhao Weiyi's expression darkened. "You incompetent fool. He must show up at the company, or you'll be the one packing your bags." A mere ordinary employee was not worth Zhao Weiyi's concern. But if that employee were his rival in love, things would be different. Since the age of 12, Zhao Weiyi had harbored feelings for Su Ruoshi, witnessing her transformation from a naive beauty to a captivating woman. His pursuit had never waned. Just hours earlier, Zhao Weiyi learned from Su Ruoshi's cousin, Su Haoyu, that Su Ruoshi intended to marry a nameless character, which ignited his urgency. As the scion of the Zhao family, accustomed to having whatever he desired, Su Ruoshi had become an obsession for him over the past decade. From Su Haoyu, Zhao Weiyi also discovered that Lin Yun was currently employed at their family's pharmaceutical company, making it all the more convenient for him to act. The pharmaceutical industry held many secrets, and as the heir of the Zhao family, he could easily orchestrate a scheme to frame Lin Yun for stealing confidential formulas. Once he set that in motion, he could leverage his connections to have Lin Yun imprisoned for several years, eliminating any threat to his pursuit of Su Ruoxi. Wang Tuzu, cowed by Zhao Weiyi's reprimand, obediently called Lin Yun, only to have Lin Yun block his number. In desperation, Wang Tuzi used the company's landline to reach Lin Yun, who answered curtly, "What more do you want? Didn't I say I'm quitting?" Wang Tuzhong was infuriated by a subordinate's insolence, his anger boiling to the surface. However, recalling Zhao Weiyi's words, he begrudgingly adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, "Xiao Lin, I must apologize for my earlier demeanor. You have been in this position for over a year, and I presume you have developed some attachment to this job. Let us disregard your previous remarks, and I won't count yesterday as an absence. Will you come to work properly?" Lin Yun was not foolish. He was well aware of Wang Tuzhong's true nature. He was sycophantic toward superiors and domineering toward subordinates. Were it not for the necessity of earning a living, Lin Yun would have long since resigned. As for his feelings about this job, earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month, Lin Yun had no affection whatsoever. Now, having obtained the inheritance of the Shenong Jing, he had surpassed the ordinary man and could easily read fortunes, diagnose ailments, and save lives. What attachment could he possibly have to this position? Wang Tuzhong's uncharacteristic insistence on retaining him was, without a doubt, a scheme, and Lin Yun would not allow him to succeed. "So you recognize your poor attitude? I'm in a foul mood and have no desire to go to the office. What can I do to lift your spirits? Perhaps I could offer you double your bonus this month?" Lin Yun retorted, "If you call me grandfather a few times, I might feel better." Wang Tuzhong, enraged, shouted, "Lin Yun, don't push your luck. Will you call me or not? If not, I'll hang up." Stealing a glance at Zhao Weiyi, Wang Tuzhong humbly pleaded, "Grandfather, grandfather. Ah, good grandson, I feel much better now." Wang Tuzhong excitedly asked, "So can you come to the office now?" Though it was humiliating, Wang Tuzhong felt pleased. At least he had secured his job. "No, if grandfather is no longer working, why would I go to that wretched company? You scoundrel, are you toying with me?" The call was abruptly terminated, and Wang Tuzhong's face turned ashen. "Young Master Zhao, that scoundrel is playing me for a fool." Zhao Weiyi spat a thick wad of phlegm onto Wang Tuzhong's face, declaring, "Enough. You are truly worthless. Gather your belongings and leave. Jiangxing Pharmaceuticals does not need someone like you." Meanwhile, Lin Yun was smiling brightly, knowing that Wang Tuzhong's desperate plea only confirmed the existence of conspiracy. How could he possibly walk into such a trap? Chapter 6, 5 million after outsmarting Wang Tuzhong. Lin Yun felt in good spirits as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was greeted by the stunning visage of Su Ruoxi and her remarkable figure, which ignited a flicker of desire within him. Such beauty stirred his primal instincts of possession, if only they were more than just a nominal couple. At this moment, Su Ruoxi naturally took Lin Yun's hand, and they walked side by side. With Su Ruoxi's alluring beauty and Lin Yun's striking handsomeness, they made quite the pair. Yet, as their hands touched, Lin Yun's innate spiritual energy surged, allowing him to intuitively understand Su Ruoxi's physical condition, perhaps due to her prominent bosom and slender waist. Her young age belied an unhealthy lumbar spine. If she sat for any length of time, she would suffer from back pain. Even modern medicine could only alleviate the symptoms, rarely achieving full recovery. However, with the knowledge bestowed upon him by the Shenong Jing, healing Su Ruoxi's back was a trivial matter. "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Su Ruoxi noticed Lin Yun's intense gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Nothing, Miss Su. I have studied some medical techniques. I believe your lumbar spine may not be in the best condition." Lin Yun refrained from discussing the future, knowing that Su Ruoxi might not readily believe him. Yet, he could not bear to watch such a beauty suffer. "Indeed, when I sit for too long, my back becomes uncomfortable. Do you have a solution?" "Of course. Under the right conditions, you may try my methods." Su Ruoxi nodded and said, "All right, but please refrain from calling me Miss Su. It feels too formal. Just call me Ruoxi. We are headed to the Su family villa, where I will introduce you to my family." "Meeting your parents?" "No problem." A hint of sadness crossed Su Ruoxi's face. "My father has passed away. The only ones I will be introducing you to are my mother and my second uncle's family. My condolences. It's all right. My mother is easy to deal with, but when you meet my second uncle's family, you must perform well. The audience for your million-yuan performance will be them. Currently, Su Tiancheng's shares were held in trust by Su Ruoshi's second uncle, Su Tiancheng. To obtain the shares, Su Ruoshi had to navigate through her second uncle's scrutiny. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Su family villa, and Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi alighted. To enhance the appearance of their relationship, Su Ruoshi linked her arm with Lin Yun's, her demeanor affectionate, which was innocuous enough. However, the pressure of her voluptuous form against Lin Yun's arm left him flustered and distracted. The Su family, engaged in real estate, owned a villa that was nothing short of opulent, spanning over 3,000 square meters, resembling a small estate. The courtyard featured pavilions, rockeries, swimming pools, and gardens, creating a picturesque environment, with even the number of housekeepers exceeding 10, living a life akin to that of deities. As Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi entered the villa's grand living room, their eyes were immediately drawn to a luxurious crystal chandelier worth over 100,000 yuan, prominently displayed. The Su family had evidently been awaiting their arrival. At the head of the table sat Su Ruoshi's second uncle, Su Tiancheng, who leaned on a gold-tipped cane and wore a traditional Tang suit, exuding an extraordinary presence. Beside him were his children and grandchildren, all evidently united in their sentiments, their expressions ranging from mocking smiles to scowls, most appearing eager to see Su Ruoshi's embarrassment. Awaiting their arrival was Su Ruoshi's mother, Chen Susu. Though she was over 40, she maintained her beauty remarkably well. "Mother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Yun." "Hello, Aunt. What a handsome young man, very nice." At that moment, applause erupted, and a young man stood up, one of Su Tiancheng's grandsons, Su Haoyu. After finishing his applause, he approached Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi, tauntingly stating, "Cousin, I recall last year when granduncle mentioned Lin Yun, you looked down upon him and swore you would never marry him. Now that granduncle has passed, your attitude has changed so drastically. Is it the allure of wealth that has ensnared you?" Su Haoyu's words were sharp, not only ridiculing Su Ruoshi for her change of heart due to money, but also sowing discord between Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi. Unfortunately for him, the relationship between Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi was purely transactional. Having accepted her 1 million yuan, he was obliged to fulfill his end of the bargain. Lin Yun tightened his embrace around Su Ruoshi, asserting, "What does money have to do with this?" Her previous disdain stemmed from a lack of understanding of who I am. Su Haoyu scrutinized Lin Yun and remarked, "You're quite the actor. How much is my cousin paying you? 1 million or 2 million? If you walk away now, I can offer you 5 million on the spot." Su Haoyu's proposition caused Su Ruoshi's expression to shift dramatically. Given that her grandfather's shares were now held by her second uncle, her financial resources were limited, which was why she had only promised Lin Yun 1 million. She genuinely feared that Lin Yun might be swayed by Su Haoyu's offer, jeopardizing her entire plan. Chapter 7. A transaction. As Su Ruoshi had promised Lin Yun a 1 million yuan benefit, Su Haoyu had now raised the offer to 5 million. To be frank, Lin Yun had never seen such a substantial amount of money in his life. Coming from an ordinary family, Lin Yun's parents lived in a small county near Jiangcheng. Previously, after he and Chunjiru had become involved, his parents had pooled their life savings to assist him in purchasing his current apartment with a down payment of 400,000 yuan. 5 million could buy several properties in Jiangcheng. It would be disingenuous for Lin Yun to claim he was not tempted. However, how credible was Su Haoyu's offer? Would he truly receive that 5 million if he left? Lin Yun estimated that he might not only fail to secure the 5 million, but even the 1 million he had agreed upon with Su Ruoshi could also slip through his fingers. The proverb suggests that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and Lin Yun opted for the more prudent choice of 1 million. With this thought, he gazed at Su Haoyu and slowly remarked, 5 million is a substantial amount, yet unfortunately, true feelings are priceless. Even if it were 50 million or 5 billion, you could never buy our affection. Although he felt a twinge of disgust while uttering these words, he knew he needed to play the role of the devoted husband well. Having accepted the money, Su Haoyu chuckled, "Interesting. Are you suggesting we take this farce into reality, like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? You might be overthinking it." Their exchange brought a sense of relief to Su Ruoshi, who cast a grateful glance at Lin Yun and then addressed Su Haoyu. Haoyu, stop your nonsense. Our relationship cannot be swayed by your mere words. Su Haoyu glanced at his cousin and replied with a smile. Cousin, you misunderstand me. I am not trying to instigate anything between you two. You are well aware of the circumstances of our Su family. My earlier comments were merely a test of this young man. If he could truly be swayed by 5 million, then he is not worthy of you. Su Tianqing added. Ruoshi, your cousin is correct. Your boyfriend may lack wealth and capability, but he must possess integrity. He has passed this test today. Suroxi ritortit sarcastically. Then I must thank Haoyu for overseeing my affairs. At this moment, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Su Haoyu had no intention of genuinely offering him 5 million. Had he compromised, not only would he have jeopardized his relationship with Su Ruoshi, but he also would have lost the potential 5 million, which would have been a significant loss. Soon after, Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi took their seats at the lavish dining table of the Su family, where cousins scrutinized Lin Yun. The Su family was divided into two branches, one led by Su Ruoshi's grandfather, Su Tiansheng, who had only one granddaughter, Su Ruoshi, while Su Tianqing's branch was flourishing with 5 sons and 3 daughters, resulting in nearly 20 grandchildren. After a brief inquiry into Lin Yun's background, Su Tianqing stated, Lin Yun, you have a betrothal with Ruoshi established by my elder brother, and since Ruoshi hold affection for you, this union is essentially settled. My brother's branch is sparse, and I hope you will strive to help it flourish. Lin Yun glanced at Su Ruoshi and affirmed, I will do my utmost. At the dining table, Su Tianqing's grandchildren gathered around. Su Haoyu inquired, what does grandfather mean? Why isn't he confronting the young man? If they marry, the shares held in trust by grandfather will have to be returned to Su Ruoshi. Haoyu, grandfather must have his own plans. Let us not act recklessly, another cousin cautioned. However, Su Haoyu insisted, no, I cannot simply sit and wait. Yushuan, you have been feeling bored lately. How about taking on a task? Su Yushuan, a spirited young woman clad in a crop top and denim shorts, exuded charm and vitality. What task? She asked. You need to seduce Lin Yun. The reason he could refuse my 5 million must be that he has feelings for Su Ruoshi. We must use beauty to counter beauty. Chewing gum, Su Yushuan declined. You chose me among many sisters, which shows your good taste, but I have no interest in romance. I still have to go play real-life games with friends. Su Yushuan excelled in physical activities and possessed a fit physique, making her a captivating presence in real-life gaming, having garnered tens of thousands of fans from her videos. She slowed her chewing. Is it really that serious? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Besides, I'm not asking you to actually date him. Just to create a rift in their relationship, Su Haoyu clarified. Slapping her thigh, Su Yushuan declared, all right, leave Lin Yun to me. I guarantee he will fall on my feet. Su Haoyu added, that's my good sister. Remember, your mission is to win him over. So do not let him charm you instead. Impossible. Brother Haoyu, you underestimate me. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi arrived at a spacious apartment, her personal retreat from moments of solitude. She poured him a glass of water. Thank you so much today. If you had been swayed by Su Haoyu, I would have been finished. Lin Yun smiled. It is my duty. Having accepted your 1 million, how could I back out? Suroxi nadith. Producing a set of keys from her pocket. As a token of gratitude, this apartment is now yours. I will arrange for the transfer. Lin Yun was taken aback. Ruoshi, this, you need not refuse. Since Su Haoyu has already raised the stakes to 5 million, he is not joking, and I, too, must show my sincerity. This apartment is valued at no less than 6 million. Consider it your reward. She had no intention of testing Lin Yun's character. Since Su Haoyu could offer 5 million, she would offer even more. Without hesitation, Lin Yun accepted the keys. Thank you, boss. It would be foolish to turn down money. And since Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi's relationship was purely transactional, he had no reason to decline. I will tidy up in the next couple of days, and you can move in soon. Understood. Can I clock out for today? Lin Yun asked politely. Yes, you may go. All right, goodbye, boss. Upon seeing Lin Yun step out of the taxi, Chen Jie and Zhang Zihao exchanged glances filled with derision. Chen Jie nestled against Zhang Zihao. Zihao, I was foolish last time to believe he could actually win over such a high-caliber beauty. Zhang Zihao laughed exaggeratedly. Indeed, Have you ever seen a gigolo who still needs to take a taxi? They had previously witnessed Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Su Ruoshi drove a luxury car and appeared several levels above Chun Jie, leaving them feeling defeated. However, it did not take long for them to realize that Lin Yun was undeserving of such success. Aside from being somewhat handsome, did he possess any other merits? None. That beautiful heiress must have been blind to notice him. Consequently, Chun Jie concluded that Lin Yun's Maserati was rented, and Su Ruoshi, stunning as she was, likely served as a promotional model for the rental. Lin Yun had likely paid a hefty sum to rent the car, and after a few words with the model, they pretended to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and emerged shortly thereafter. They relished the moment, as it had effectively deflated Zhang Zihao and Chun Jie's sense of accomplishment. Admittedly, Lin Yun had indeed affected them, and only when they convinced themselves that he was merely putting on a facade did they feel slightly better. Today, witnessing Lin Yun exit the taxi reaffirmed their beliefs. Lin Yun addressed Zhang Zihao's smug expression. "A good dog does not block the way. What is it you wish to say?" Chun Jie sneered at Lin Yun. "Weren't you pretending to be with a wealthy beauty? If that's the case, why do you care about a mere apartment? My brother needs money for his wedding, and that apartment is our joint property. I want half." Lin Yun and Chun Jiru have already divorced, and their assets have been divided. The house was purchased by Lin Yun's parents, and Lin Yun has been repaying the loan. Moreover, Chun Jiru was caught in an affair, leaving her with no justification for claiming the house. Unexpectedly, she now brazenly approaches Lin Yun to demand it. Lin Yun scrutinizes Chun Jiru. "You truly embody the saying, a person is influenced by their surroundings. It's only been a few days since our divorce. Yet your audacity has grown so considerably. How dare you ask me for the house?" Chun Weilong retorts angrily. "Lin Yun, mind your words. Am I not stating the truth? Do you want to fight? I am ready at any moment." Zhang Zihao interjects. "Lin Yun, do you truly believe no one can handle you? I advise you to hand over 600,000, or I will ensure you leave here empty-handed." Previously, Chun Weilong and his son had approached Zhang Zihao for the 600,000, putting him in a difficult position. Though wealthy, his fortune was not effortlessly acquired. He was merely a fortunate office worker earning around 5 to 600,000 a year. After just obtaining their marriage certificate, Chen Haitao demanded 600,000. Wasn't this akin to enabling a parasite? Following a heated argument, Zhang Zihao firmly declared that he could not provide the money and would rather part ways than indulge in Chun Jiru's bad habits. Chun Jiru dared not confront Zhang Zihao head-on, so she apologized sincerely and reprimanded her brother and father. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. Observing the strained relationship with his father-in-law, Zhang Zihao decided to mend fences, albeit without spending his own money. He leveraged his connections to gather some local thugs to intimidate Lin Yun, pressuring him to pay the sum, thus achieving a win-win situation. After Zhang Zihao spoke, a van door swung open, and 5 or 6 tattooed thugs wielding baseball bats and wrenches approached, encircling Lin Yun, clearly preparing for violence. Lin Yun slightly shifted his shoulders. "Punishment by drinking? Go ahead and try." The thugs were ready to act, but just then, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, accompanied by a voice saying, "Oh, what a lively scene. Are we preparing for a fight?" Everyone turned to see a convertible black Mercedes, from which a girl with a high ponytail and sunglasses greeted them. She was none other than Lin Yun's future sister-in-law. Su Yuxuan, chewing gum and dressed in a cropped leather jacket and jeans, exuding a striking presence. Chun Jiru's expression shifted as she regarded Su Yuxuan. "Who are you? What is your relation to this matter?" Before Su Yuxuan could respond, the tattooed thug leader barked, "Shut your mouth. Miss Su, is he your friend?" Tiansheng Real Estate is involved in the property industry, and dealing with stubborn clients often necessitates engaging local thugs to mediate. The tattooed thug had previously worked for the Su family, and Su Yuxuan even learned some street fighting techniques from this group, hence his recognition of her. Su Yuxuan confidently declared, "Of course I know him. He is my beloved. Try to lay a hand on him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zihao and Chun Jiru exchanged glances, and Zhang Zihao laughed heartily. "Lin Yun, you truly have a knack for this, renting luxury cars and hiring actors for a performance. But unfortunately, we are not foolish enough to fall for your tricks again." Lin Yun regarded Zhang Zihao with a look of incredulity. "Actors? If you say so." Zhang Zihao then turned to Su Yuxuan, Beauty, how much did this guy pay you to hire you? Do enlighten us. However, the thug leader interrupted. Shut up, fool. This Miss Su Yuxuan is the granddaughter of the chairman of Tiansheng Group. Who could afford to hire her? You dare ask us to deal with her boyfriend? You must be out of your mind. We are not done yet. The thug leader's words drained the color from Zhang Ziheo's face. How could it be possible for Lin Yun? Chun Jiru's eyes darted, and she suddenly exclaimed, Miss Su, don't be deceived by this man. Zhang Ziheo hurriedly added, Yes, I can attest. I witnessed him obtaining a marriage certificate with a woman driving a Maserati. Miss Su, he is deceiving your feelings. Do not let him go. Yet, Su Yuxuan replied, a Maserati? That must be my cousin. I am aware of this matter. Do you know why I came to find him? It is to take him from my cousin. She beckoned. Get in, Lin Handsome. Let me take you on an exhilarating adventure. Su Yuxuan's timely intervention was a boon for Lin Yun. Such an invitation was one he would not refuse. He seized the car door and leaped into the passenger seat with the agility of a crow. Su Yuxuan glanced at him in surprise. You have quite the agility. Hold on tight. With the roar of the engine, the Mercedes sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust that enveloped Zhang Ziheo and Chun Jiru. Chapter 9. Lin Yun's merits. Zhang Ziheo murmured. Could it be true that Miss Su is not joking? The esteemed daughter of the Su family is actually interested in Lin Yun? Su Yuxuan's identity was clear as the granddaughter of the chairman of Tiansheng Group. Her cousin must also be of high standing. These two sisters, one driving a Maserati and the other a Mercedes, both valued at millions, were evidently affluent women. How could they both harbor interest in Lin Yun? Zhang Ziheo felt as though he had lost his mind, or perhaps the world had gone mad. At that moment, Chun Jiru suddenly remarked, since she is Su Ruashi's cousin, could it be possible that she is here to stand up for her brother-in-law? Zhang Ziheo quickly realized that Chun Jiru might be correct. Perhaps she was merely supporting her brother-in-law, deliberately saying those words to humiliate them. Meanwhile, the tattooed thug stated, Tiansheng Group wields considerable influence. We cannot afford to offend them. You nearly led us to a disastrous encounter. Consider the 10,000 yuan for the drinks a form of compensation. And that's that. With that, the thugs hopped into the van and swiftly departed, leaving the Chun family with grim expressions. They had attempted to rob Lin Yun of money, but failed, instead losing 10,000 yuan in the process. On the other side, Lin Yun sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the striking beauty beside him. Miss, I still do not know your name. Su Yuxuan. Su Ruashi is my cousin. Lin Yun chuckled. So you're the cousin. Your name seems so gentle, yet you are quite the spirited one. Su Yuxuan shot him a look. Brother-in-law. With your discerning eye, whom do you prefer, me or my cousin? Lin Yun responded candidly. I still prefer your cousin. She certainly won't let her children go hungry. Su Yuxuan, incensed by his words, felt like striking him. Though I may not be as mature as my cousin, I won't let my children go hungry either. How infuriating. Just wait until I win you over, and then I will cast you aside, leaving you heartbroken. In her mind, Su Yuxuan envisioned a future where Lin Yun fell deeply for her, only to be ruthlessly discarded. She imagined him kneeling in despair, tears streaming down his face, pleading with her not to leave, while she callously kicked him aside, departing without a care. This is what you get for doubting my assets. Unbeknownst to Su Yuxuan, her thoughts would indeed manifest, but the one crying would not be Lin Yun. Su Yuxuan took Lin Yun for a joyride, eventually stopping before a lush, verdant forest. Lin Yun gazed at the scenic view atop the mountain. The scenery here is quite lovely, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with excitement. Su Yuxuan replied with pride, What do you know? You will find out soon enough. Two individuals sat in the vehicle for approximately 20 minutes, during which over 20 luxury cars arrived and parked at the foot of the mountain. All the vehicles were high-end, and the occupants were youthful, dressed elegantly, with expressions of excitement and curiosity. Su Yuxuan clapped her hands, gathering everyone together. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all familiar with the rules of this adventure? We are all tired of escape rooms. This time, we will engage in wilderness survival. One man interjected, Let me reiterate the rules of this wilderness survival game. Shortly, everyone must surrender their car keys and disperse in the mountains. 10 minutes after we enter, staff members will assume the role of zombies, searching for us players. If touched by a zombie, you will be immediately eliminated. The last player standing will be the ultimate victor. Given the wilderness environment's complexity, Certain risks are to be expected. If anyone has health concerns, such as a weak constitution or heart conditions, please withdraw in advance. Su Yuxuan turned to Lin Yun. What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Lin Yun smiled. Indeed, it does seem rather intriguing. You wealthy individuals truly know how to have fun. Chapter 10. Crisis approaches Lin Yun. Though not significantly older than Su Yuxuan and her affluent friends, could not deny the lack of vitality he felt in comparison. From the onset of his education, his family instilled the notion that he must study diligently, or else he would end up toiling in the fields, facing the earth for a meager existence. Lin Yun did indeed study hard, gaining admission to university, believing he could transcend social strata. Yet, after 10 arduous years of study, how could he compete with the wealth accumulated over generations by the affluent? Upon graduating, familial pressures for marriage, dowries, and mortgage burdens loomed heavily. Lin Yun felt as though he had been laboring tirelessly since birth, adhering to the prescribed path laid out by adults in society, living a life of diligence yet exhausted. Entertainment? What was that? During his studies, indulging in leisure would have meant failing to secure university admission. During work, it would have led to an inability to repay his mortgage. Reflecting upon his life, he found it tinged with a certain sadness. The lives of Su Yuxuan and her peers represented true living, devoid of monetary worries, seeking thrills at leisure. While their existence was vibrant, Lin Yun could only describe his as mere survival. With such thoughts lingering, Lin Yun proceeded into the mountains alongside his nominal sister-in-law, Su Yuxuan. Clad in a short top and jeans, her figure was striking, accentuating her slender waist and drawing attention. Not long after their entrance into the mountains, a dozen black pickup trucks arrived, from which stout men in camouflage emerged, accompanied by fierce dogs in the truck beds. These dogs were imposing with wild eyes, clearly having tasted blood. The men, wielding triangular military blades and holding the leashes of the aggressive dogs, also ventured into the mountains. The sound of barking echoed through the remote area, capturing the attention of Lin Yun and Su Yuxuan. Lin Yun inquired, "Isn't this wilderness survival supposed to involve zombies? Why do we hear barking?" Su Yuxuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps the organizers have introduced some novelty. Zombie dogs? Lin Yun shook his head slightly. This wilderness survival might be far more exhilarating than anticipated. The newcomers exhibited speed and efficiency, contrasting sharply with the leisurely pace of Su Yuxuan and her affluent companions, who had yet to fully disperse. Nearby, a young man was walking when he suddenly heard distinct barking. Turning, he was startled to see a towering black dog lunging towards him. "Whose dog is this? Get away from me!" he shouted. The dog, undeterred, tackled him to the ground, startling those around him, who rushed to assist. After much effort, the large dog was finally driven away, but the young man bore a severe bite on his arm, blood oozing from the wound. As a privileged individual, he had never endured such pain and began to weep uncontrollably. Su Yuxuan, taken aback by this unforeseen incident, approached alongside Lin Yun to assess the young man's condition. "Are you staff from the organizing team?" Su Yuxuan asked the man beside the aggressive dog. Another girl exclaimed indignantly, "Exactly. We paid for this experience. How could you allow someone to be genuinely harmed?" Chapter 11. The Game of Survival. At that moment, a chorus of barking erupted as more men in camouflage appeared, their faces obscured except for their cold, unfeeling eyes. One boy, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached a camouflaged man, demanding, "What is your organization doing? Where are the zombies? You're in camouflage and have a dog, yet you've injured my friend. I presume your company does not wish to remain operational?" As he spoke, he reached to pull off the man's mask. However, the man revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes, thrusting the triangular blade violently into the boy's abdomen. The blade pierced deeply, and as it withdrew, a gaping wound erupted, causing blood to spurt from the boy's body, splattering the camouflaged man. The surrounding affluent youth were left in shock, erupting into screams. It dawned upon them that they had been encircled by these men wielding aggressive dogs and deadly weapons. A figure in camouflage, adorned with a mask resembling a bald-headed character, approached slowly. He surveyed the group of wealthy youths, speaking in a calm, yet menacing tone. "Esteemed young masters and young ladies, I understand you enjoy thrilling games. Today, I have gathered a group of friends to engage you in an exhilarating experience. Su Yuxuan, now frightened, grasped Lin Yun's arm for stability, too terrified to speak. A bolder girl asked, "What do you intend to do?" The masked man smiled. "Since you all crave excitement, merely playing zombies would be too mundane. Thus, I have brought dozens of aggressive dogs to join in your amusement. They have been starved for 2 days, possessing both sufficient appetite and stamina. How's that sound? Is it not more thrilling than games you've played before?" The rich youths fell silent, realizing this was not merely thrilling. It was overwhelmingly perilous. However, the girl continued, "You must want something beyond mere entertainment. Just state your demands." Lin Yun looked at her in surprise, impressed by her courage. Su Yuxuan, seemingly attempting to alleviate her tension, whispered, "That girl is Bai Li. We have a good rapport. Despite her youthful appearance, she possesses more bravery than I do when it matters." The masked man appeared equally surprised. "I did not expect that among you, the most courageous would be a mere girl." He continued, "I will not prolong this. There are 28 of you, and I have 28 dogs. However, I possess only 20 portions of dog food. Being affluent and powerful, you surely have no shortage of wealth, correct? If you each purchase a portion of dog food to satiate our dogs, they will cease their pursuit. However, with only 20 portions available, the 8 who cannot procure food will face the wrath of a famished dog. Whether you live or die rests solely upon your fate. Now, everyone may place their bids. Each person has but a single opportunity to do so. 20 portions of dog food are up for auction, and the highest bidder shall prevail." Lin Yun immediately comprehended the intentions of the adversaries, realizing they were undoubtedly well prepared. They had likely learned in advance that this group of affluent youths relished excitement, indulging in activities such as escape rooms and survival games, thus disguising themselves as the organizers. They had made all necessary arrangements, including enlisting sufficient personnel and dogs, and were now ready to turn a mock scenario into a grim reality. What was initially a game of evading zombies had morphed into a deadly hunt by fierce dogs. With 28 wealthy heirs vying for 20 portions of dog food, these young elites could only exert themselves to submit the highest bid to secure their survival. Meanwhile, the lowest 8 bidders might meet their demise today. At this moment, Su Yuxuan's complexion turned ashen, and she whispered, "I'm sorry. It's my fault you're in this predicament." Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her meaning. The fates of the others remained uncertain, depending on the bids they could muster. However, Lin Yun was not part of this elite circle. He lacked the standing to compete with these privileged youths. Su Yuxuan might bid higher and have a chance at survival, but Lin Yun would likely be the one submitting the lowest bid, doomed to perish. Chapter 12. Taking action shortly after, another kidnapper announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may now prepare your bids. By the way, I trust you all have your phones on you? Once you place your bids, promptly contact your families to purchase the equivalent value in Bitcoin and transfer it to our designated account. If the Bitcoin does not arrive within the stipulated time, our dogs might become quite irate." Following this, the wealthy heirs began to place their bids in succession. "I bid 50 million. I bid 60 million. I bid 55 million. Su Yuxuan hesitated momentarily before declaring, "I bid 30 million. The Tiansheng group was formidable, but Su Tiansheng, currently holding the shares, was merely a proxy, and Su Tiansheng's numerous descendants meant that Su Yuxuan, as a granddaughter, was not particularly favored. Thus, 30 million was her utmost limit. Upon hearing Su Yuxuan's bid, the expressions of several kidnappers shifted, evidently. These wealthy heirs had not grasped the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that they were merely playing a game. One of the kidnappers, holding a fierce dog, approached Su Yuxuan and remarked, "My dear, at that price, you surely cannot procure any dog food. Are you truly prepared to play with our dogs?" Su Yuxuan, now pale and trembling, collapsed on the ground. At that moment, the kidnapper noticed her graceful figure, her slender waist and long legs, seemingly enchanting. He licked his lips and said, "Beautiful lady, you appear to be quite to my taste. Surely you would prefer not to play with the dogs. Why don't we have some fun together instead?" As he spoke, he loosened the dog leash and reached towards Su Yuxuan's cheek. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Su Yuxuan, exclaiming, "Stay away from her." Su Yuxuan stared in astonishment at Lin Yun, utterly speechless. She had not anticipated that her friends would remain paralyzed with fear while this less-than-favored brother-in-law would take action. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had refrained from intervening until now, partly wishing to see these affluent youths learn a lesson. After all, their lives were beyond what he had ever dared to imagine. They had been born into privilege, enjoying a life of ease and abundance, while Lin Yun, despite dedicating 20 years to arduous work and study, had scarcely accumulated more than their monthly allowances. Thus, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing their distress. However, as it became apparent that they were in genuine peril, he could not remain a mere observer. Su Yuxuan, this sister-in-law of sorts, had made a decent impression on him. In recalling the elder's words upon receiving his inheritance, that he was to uphold justice and act on behalf of the heavens, he could not simply stand by as such events unfolded. The kidnapper's eyes glimmered with amusement. Ah, a hero come to rescue the damsel. How intriguing. Are you truly unafraid of death? Wang Kai, go bite him. As the kidnapper's words fell, the large dog he commanded barked and lunged at Lin Yun. Cold determination flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. A dog that bites has no place in this world. He delivered a powerful kick, and a Shinnon classic endowed him with formidable physical prowess, making it effortless to contend with a mere dog. The beast was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from its mouth and nose as it emitted a low whimper, clearly on the brink of death. The kidnapper's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly drew a triangular military dagger from his waist, lunging toward Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun deftly seized the kidnapper's wrist, exerting a slight force, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. He then unleashed a straight punch to the kidnapper's abdomen, resulting in a groan as the assailant crumpled to the ground, rendered motionless. Su Yuxuan and the other wealthy heirs were left dumbfounded. What kind of unparalleled warrior was this? With a single kick, he had incapacitated a large dog, and with a punch, he had subdued a kidnapper. How astonishing. The kidnapper leader, witnessing this, coldly commanded everyone attack together. With a cacophony of barks, 27 fierce dogs and their 27 kidnappers charged toward Lin Yun. He stood resolutely against them, exuding an aura reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yishui River. Alone, he faced 27 fierce dogs and their 27 captors. Like an unyielding wall, Lin Yun stood firm, delivering a punch that shattered the spine of one dog that had lunged at him, a kick that sent another would-be assailant into unconsciousness. The kidnapper leader, realizing the dire situation, dashed toward the bold girl, Bai Li, knowing he would not prevail today and preparing to abduct a hostage to escape. Lin Yun, sensing this, struck a fierce dog on the head, crushing its skull and killing it instantly. Seizing the lifeless dog's body, he hurled it like a projectile at the kidnapper leader, who was subsequently slammed to the ground by the heavy impact. Bai Li, witnessing this, urged her companions, sisters, don't just stand there, lend a hand. With that, Bai Li, petite and adorable, lunged forward and planted a foot on the face of the fallen kidnapper leader, causing minimal physical harm but immense humiliation. Others soon joined in, helping to subdue the incapacitated kidnappers. The air was filled with the anguished cries of both dogs and humans, as Lin Yun held his ground against overwhelming odds. With the assistance of these affluent youths, the situation was finally brought under control within minutes. Just as Lin Yun was about to exhale in relief, Su Yuxuan dashed into his arms, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, we owe you our lives." Observing her tear-streaked face, he replied, "Well, that was quite the thrilling wilderness escape, wasn't it? In my opinion, you should contact the authorities without delay." Bai Li approached, stating, "Brother Lin, I have already called the police. They will arrive shortly." That is reassuring. Moments later, law enforcement arrived, taking control of the scene. After recording statements from everyone present, they all departed together. Do not speak. This escape in the wilderness has indeed been quite exhilarating. After the perils have passed, this group of affluent second-generation heirs seems to have regained their spirits. Lin Yun cannot help but acknowledge that these heirs are remarkably carefree. Most individuals would not recover so swiftly as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 13. In demand, Su Yuxuan initially intended to feign an attempt to win over her cousin's affections, employing the beauty trap to counter another beauty scheme, thereby thwarting Su Ruashi's inheritance. However, The scene of Lin Yun heroically rescuing her has left an indelible mark on her soul. She realizes that she will never forget this man. In light of this, why not transform the pretense into reality? It would safeguard her grandfather's fortune while allowing her to gain her own love. Yet, one girl interjects, Yuxuan, I see you wish to monopolize Brother Lin, don't you? That won't do. Brother Lin, it's still early. I invite you for drinks. I invite you for dinner. I invite you to dance. Su Yuxuan's friends, a number of young ladies, all of whom possess above-average looks, are equally captivated by Lin Yun's gallant demeanor today, eager to entice him out. Immediately, Su Yuxuan, like a protective hen, shields Lin Yun behind her. Away with you. Brother Lin, these people just met you today and want to invite you out. They're merely after your physique. How vulgar. Lin Yun is momentarily taken aback. But it seems we just met today as well. Yuxuan, you only met Brother Lin today. Why act as if you're old acquaintances? Exactly. Exactly. The group of girls playfully banters and ultimately decides to treat Lin Yun to a meal in gratitude for the day's events. Lin Yun is quite astonished. These second-generation heirs are astonishingly carefree, considering they have just escaped from a life-threatening situation. At the dinner table, Su Yuxuan and several girls indulge in a bit of beer, with Bailey being particularly exaggerated. Having consumed just one cup, she appears intoxicated. With her youthful visage and adorably charming features, topped with a playful tuft of hair, she is utterly endearing. Seeing this, Su Yuxuan immediately remarks, Bailey, enough already. The last time we gathered, you downed 3 bottles alone. And now, half a cup has you tipsy? Are you deceiving a ghost? I see you merely wish to take advantage of my Lin Yun. Bailey is indeed bold, unperturbed even in the face of danger, and now she dares to toy with Lin Yun, who feels slightly embarrassed. So Yuxuan swiftly intervenes. No way. Even if you disregard my feelings, you must consider my cousin. Even among those with wives, how many remain steadfast against the temptations of beauty? Few can truly resist. Not to mention Lin Yun is currently divorced, single, and presented with such allure, why would he refuse? However, Su Yuxuan's mention of her cousin prompts Lin Yun to recall that he has accepted a 6 million yuan property from Su Ruoxi for the purpose of performing in this charade. If he were to indulge now, it would amount to a breach of contract, and Lin Yun is a man of his word. Thus, he resolutely declines. I'm sorry. I am not that kind of person. Bailey, undeterred, promptly pulls out her phone. I was too hasty, Brother Lin. Let us add each other as friends first, and keep in touch. The others also eagerly request to add Lin Yun as a friend. Unable to stop this, even Su Yuxuan retrieves her phone and adds Lin Yun's WeChat. Within 5 minutes, Lin Yun's friend list grows by 7 beautiful women. Su Ruoxi's car is stunning, and she is even more striking, standing there as a picturesque sight. As the brakes screech, Su Yuxuan drops Lin Yun off without greeting Su Ruoxi, waving goodbye and speeding away. Lin Yun looks at Su Ruoxi, feeling slightly guilty. Were you waiting for me? Su Ruoxi approaches Lin Yun, her brow slightly furrowed. She detects at least 5 different fragrances on him. Where have you been? Lin Yun responds honestly. I was playing wild survival with Su Yuxuan's friends and then had dinner. After speaking, he feels justified. After all, his relationship with Su Ruoxi is merely a financial transaction, so why should he feel guilty? He raises his tone slightly. Su Ruoxi, our connection is strictly transactional. I have not breached our agreement, so there is no need for such interrogation. Su Ruoxi shoots him a glare. Do you truly believe that girl likes you? She is just a wild spirit, seeking thrills. She approached you merely for excitement. Perhaps her cousins have encouraged her to use beauty to disrupt my plans. I came to remind you to recognize your position and not become a fool played with by emotions. Lin Yun responds immediately. Rest assured, I guarantee that before your plan is fulfilled, I will remain virtuous and will not jeopardize your scheme. As for my emotional matters, there is no need for your concern. That is best, Su Ruoxi says, getting into her car and driving away. Once inside, her mood is somewhat unsettled. She approached Lin Yun solely to caution him against overstepping boundaries that could lead to her plan's failure. Yet, the myriad fragrances from Lin Yun had stirred her emotions, causing her to speak more sharply than intended. Watching the Maserati drive away, Lin Yun lets out a slight sigh. He has encountered numerous beautiful women today, leaving him somewhat dazed. Just then, a notification chimes on his phone. It is by Lee creating a group chat titled Prince Charming and his 7 Snow White Princesses. These 7 Snow White Princesses include Su Yuxuan and the other beauties who participated in the wilderness survival event today, with Lin Yun being the sole Prince Charming. Seeing the group name, a smile involuntarily graces Lin Yun's lips, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. He never expected that shortly after divorcing Chenjiru, he would find himself surrounded by such romantic prospects. Even if Su Yuxuan might have ulterior motives, surely the others do not. However, while Bai Li is indeed beautiful and has a commendable figure, her youthful face makes Lin Yun hesitant, feeling as though he would be committing a crime. Chapter 14. Borrowing money early the next morning, Lin Yun receives a phone call. Mr. Lin, I am a human resources manager at Xiangxing Pharmaceutical Company. You have been absent for 3 days. Although you verbally stated your resignation, you have not formally completed the departure procedures. Our company requires you to come in by 6 p.m. today to finalize your resignation, or you will face consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun simply laughs. Consequences? What are you threatening me with? Tell me, what consequences? Without a resignation letter, it will affect your social security transfer and also impact your ability to secure a new position, Mr. Lin. Surely, you do not intend to remain unemployed for life? You are absolutely correct. I am now supported by a wealthy woman, living off her generosity. Why would I seek employment? How foolish, Lin Yun concludes, abruptly hanging up the phone. On the other end, Zhao Weiye, the heir of Qiangxing Pharmaceutical, slams his hand on the table in frustration. This is intolerable. This is truly intolerable. He had devised various methods to manage Lin Yun reasonably, first persuading Lin Yun's supervisor to coax him back to the company, then sending the HR manager to intervene. Once Lin Yun arrives at the company, it would be Zhao Weiye's domain, where he could easily frame Lin Yun for stealing company secrets, leading to a potential prison sentence of 3 to 5 years, thereby thwarting Lin Yun's and Su Ruoxi's marriage plans. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yun would so boldly declare he was living off a wealthy woman, effectively rendering him infuriated. Meanwhile, Lin Yun is feeling quite pleased. He suspects that Xiangxing Pharmaceutical's persistent urging for him to return is a plot targeted against him. First, it was his manager, followed by the HR manager, both urging him to report to the company. The influence of these behind-the-scenes figures was undoubtedly significant. Lin Yun had never mingled with the affluent in his previous life, and he never had the chance to offend them. Thus, the attention from these wealthy heirs must stem from the engagement between him and Su Ruoxi. Su Ruoxi had already shared their marriage certificate on social media and invited everyone to their wedding at the Tianqing Grand Hotel on the 8th of next month. Lin Yun was certain that this was the reason he had drawn their interest, which prompted him to deliberately mention living off others to provoke them. At this moment, as the sun rose and auspicious energy filled the air, it was an ideal time for cultivation. Lin Yun drew back the curtains, faced the sun, and practiced the Shinnong scripture for a week. After an hour, he finished his practice, feeling rejuvenated with a noticeable increase in his internal spiritual energy. Observing his surroundings, he decided to move, considering he now possessed a spacious 300 square meter flat. It was unreasonable to continue residing in such a dilapidated place. Just as he was preparing to pack his belongings, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Yun approached and heard the voice of Chenjiru. Lin Yun, can we talk? He opened the door and glanced at her, asking, what is there to discuss? After a few days apart, Chenjiru appeared considerably unwell, her complexion dull and marked with blemishes. Having cultivated the Shinnong scripture, Lin Yun had become quite adept in medicine. He quickly discerned that Chenjiru's condition resulted from an imbalance of yin and yang, leading to hormonal issues that affected her skin. Chenjiru had recently connected with Zhang Zihao, and logically, their relationship should have been passionately blossoming. Yet, how could Zhang Zihao not satisfy her? Was he perhaps incapable? Lin Yun entered the room, propped his leg up, and awaited the unfolding of Chenjiru's performance. Lin Yun, we've been together for nearly 2 years, surely. We share some bond? Lin Yun chuckled. A bond? When you humiliated me at the class reunion, did you contemplate that bond? I may have wronged you, but I swear, I never did anything to betray you before your divorce. Lin Yun retorted sarcastically. Did you not act? You merely didn't have the chance before I caught you. Chenjiru's expression soured. Yet for the sake of her brother, she pressed on. Lin Yun, My relationship with Zaheo is still new and unstable. He despises the notion of supporting siblings. Therefore, I cannot ask him for money for my brother's wedding. As we were married for years, you are my only option. You're currently close with several affluent women, so I assume you're not short on funds. I wish to borrow some money from you to assist with my brother's wedding, and I promise to repay you once I am financially stable. Lin Yun looked at her in confusion. Why should my brother's wedding concern me? You seek to borrow money from me? Your current husband refuses to assist. So you turn to your ex-husband as a scapegoat, thinking I would be so naive? After a moment of hesitation, Chun Jiru replied, Lin Yun, I want to ask for your help without offering something in return. What do you mean? Lin Yun inquired. Chun Jiru gazed at him and slowly stated, as long as you're willing to lend me the money, although we are no longer married, we can still be as we were before. Lin Yun was taken aback. Are you suggesting we sleep together? Exactly, she affirmed. Initially embarrassed, she found no shame in her proposition. With Zhang Ziheo unwilling to assist her brother, and her brother's wedding hinging on the acquisition of a house, she could not allow the event to fall through. Additionally, her time with Zhang Ziheo had been devoid of any emotional connection, while her experiences with Lin Yun were incomparable. This opportunity could resolve her brother's dilemma and satisfy her own desires, a true win-win situation. As for Zhang Ziheo being cuckolded, she felt no guilt. He was at fault for not supporting her brother. Lin Yun regarded Chun Jiru with indifference. Now that he had inherited the Shinnon legacy, his future was limitless. What type of woman could he not attract? To speak of alternatives, the 7 Snow White princesses in his WeChat group surpassed Chun Jiru in every aspect. For instance, Bailey was 10 times more charming, her looks, figure, temperament, and family background all eclipsing Chun Jiru's, not to mention being several years younger. What could Lin Yun possibly find appealing in Chun Jiru? Her age? Her flawed complexion? He had an agreement with Su Ruoshi. Even Bailey was turned down, let alone Chun Jiru. Thus, even if Chun Jiru offered herself freely, Lin Yun would harbor no thoughts of interest, much less consider lending her money. He bluntly stated, Chun Jiru, do not even mention borrowing money. Even if you offer me 600,000, I would not be the least bit interested. Lin Yun, do you truly disregard our bond? Without further ado, he replied, goodbye. No need to see you out. Chun Jiru, infuriated, rose and stormed out. She frowned and remarked, isn't this all for my brother's sake? If you refuse to help, I must seek assistance elsewhere. So, have you found anyone? Lin Yun interjected, I must clarify. If you borrow money, it must be repaid by your brother. Chun Jiru shook her head. No, I haven't found anyone. Borrowing money is challenging nowadays. Zhang Ziheo pondered. Is that Lin fellow truly flourishing? It seems plausible. Perhaps he has indeed befriended some wealthy women. Chun Jiru thought, with his considerable resources, it was entirely possible for him to win over those affluent beauties. Should we not invite him to the wedding? At most, he will be a spectator to our mockery. Chun Jiru countered, how can we do that? If he has not succeeded, it would only serve to provoke envy. If he has truly prospered, we could mend our relationship. And who knows, he might assist us in our future endeavors. Zhang Ziheo eyed her skeptically. You are not rekindling feelings for him, are you? Chun Jiru retorted confidently. Of course not. Ziheo, you are the only one in my heart. You are my first love and my ultimate destination. Lin Yun is merely a fleeting presence. I merely wish to utilize him. That evening, the company as president announced a gathering with several friends, specifically inviting Zhang Ziheo. Ecstatic, Zhang Ziheo prepared himself in the finest suit for the occasion. After a short while of conversation, the president abruptly departed, leaving Zhang Ziheo alone with one of his esteemed guests, Zhao Weiye, the heir of the Qiangxin Group. Zhao Weiye regarded Zhang Ziheo and inquired, I hear your wife has an ex-husband named Lin Yun? Zhang Ziheo nodded. Yes, do you know him? Zhao Weiye coldly replied, that fellow is about to marry my beloved. How could I not know him? Zhang Ziheo quickly responded, Zhao, with your capabilities, dealing with Lin Yun should be a trifle. What do you suggest? Zhao Weiye casually remarked, Zhang, you're a manager at your company, earning 50 a year, correct? Indeed, he affirmed. Zhao Weiye shook his head slightly. What a pity, with your talents. This managerial position is your ceiling. Even if you toil for another 20 years, advancement is unlikely. Zhang Ziheo agreed. You're correct. Climbing higher requires not only skills, but also connections. Zhao Weiye continued. If you assist me with a task, I assure you a promotion to director within a week, elevating you to a high-ranking position with a salary of 1 million. What do you think? What assistance would you like me to provide? Zhao Weiye spoke slowly. Have your wife seduce her ex-husband. It would be best to secure some video evidence to prove that this fellow is nothing but a scoundrel. Zhang Ziheo's expression immediately soured. Master Zhao, are you not asking me to wear a green hat? I cannot agree to that. However, Zhao Weiye retorted, nonsense. Your wife is his ex-wife. Whatever should have happened has already happened. What difference does it make if it occurs 100 times or 101? Furthermore, the offer I am presenting to you is to make you a director with an annual salary of 1 million. With money, what kind of woman would you not be able to have? The red flag at home will remain upright while the colorful flags flutter outside. Just imagine how splendid life would be. Their wedding is only a few days away. There is but one opportunity, so consider it carefully. Yet, once the video is released, what about my wife's reputation? 1 million in annual salary. Compared to that, what does reputation matter? Fine, I want a definite answer within 3 days. No problem. The allure of 1 million in annual salary was too great for Zhang Ziheo. Zhao Weiye was not wrong. Chen Jiru and Lin Yun had already crossed the line. What difference did it make if it happened once more? This money, her parents had no other means. Chen Weilong bluntly stated, after all, our family can only rely on you now. If you cause your brother to be unable to marry, we will consider you no longer our daughter. Perhaps Lin Yun should be grateful that he and Chen Jiru are already divorced. Otherwise, the cost for Chen Haitao's wedding would have to be shared between Lin Yun and Chen Jiru. My dear wife, are you still troubled about your brother's situation? Chen Jiru sat down and sighed. Yes, my parents said that if I cannot secure funds, they will sever ties with me. Zhang Ziheo's expression shifted. Are your parents being a bit excessive? Is a son biological while a daughter adopted? Chen Jiru waved her hand. They have raised me with great difficulty. I truly should assist my family. Simultaneously, my career can also ascend to new heights, directly becoming part of the company's upper echelon. 3 birds with 1 stone. It merely requires a small sacrifice from you. Will you do it? Chen Jiru looked at Zhang Ziheo with excitement. Is such a wonderful opportunity real? Then I will definitely do it. Why not? Zhang Ziheo pondered for a moment before saying, let me tell you, Lin Yun has hooked up with a rich woman, and it won't be long before they marry. That suitor has even promised me a promotion to deputy director with an annual salary of 1 million. If I earn 1 million, the tens of thousands your brother lacks for his wedding would be no trouble at all. I would cover it for him. Chapter 16 Refusal, but how can we sabotage their wedding? Zhang Ziheo slowly replied. It's simple. You seduce Lin Yun and engage in relations with him. It would be best to record the process and publicly release it at Lin Yun and that rich woman's wedding. Those wealthy individuals are quite particular about their dignity. Once Lin Yun is humiliated, he will certainly not be allowed to enter a prestigious family. Chen Jiru's expression changed. She abruptly picked up the teacup on the table and splashed it angrily onto Zhang Ziheo's face. Then, she exclaimed furiously, Zhang Ziheo, you scoundrel! You want me to seduce Lin Yun? Have you no shame? Though Chen Jiru had already seduced Lin Yun herself, it was unacceptable for Zhang Ziheo to harbor such thoughts. Thus, she displayed her anger, trembling as if she were a virtuous woman. If you're worried about embarrassment, I can blur your face in the video. No one would recognize you, and I wouldn't think too much of it. After all, he is your ex-husband. You were married for nearly 2 years, and whatever should have occurred has occurred. What difference does it make if it happens 100 times or 101? I would not hold any grudges. Chen Jiru's heart was already swayed. She even looked forward to a friendly exchange with Lin Yun in bed. After all, Zhang Ziheo was far inferior to Lin Yun, and she had her own needs. Moreover, this was sanctioned by her husband, an authorized act of infidelity, which could yield substantial benefits. Just hearing Zhang Ziheo describe it made her blush. Of course, she still needed to maintain a semblance of propriety. You have arranged everything so clearly. What about me? What are my benefits? Zhang Ziheo noticed Chen Jiru's interest and smiled. What is mine is yours. I can manage this. But you must hand over your salary card to me for safekeeping, lest you earn a promotion and look down upon me, your humble spouse, and chase after other young women. Without hesitation, Zhang Ziheo replied, Fine, You are the mistress of the house. The financial authority should naturally be entrusted to you. The two reached a complete agreement. Chunjiru was tasked with seducing Lin Yun to disrupt his impending marriage. Although Chunjiru had been rejected by Lin Yun once, she believed it was because she sought to borrow money, which led to his refusal. This time, however, she was entirely unconditional. She was confident that Lin Yun would not turn her away. Soon, Zhang Zihao drove Chunjiru to the community where Lin Yun lived, with all preparations in place. Chunjiru knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and she saw that Lin Yun had already packed a large portion of his belongings. What brings you here? Lin Yun sat on the sofa, gazing at this unexpected visitor. Chunjiru closed the door and approached him. Lin Yun, are you moving? Yes. You have seen my wife, and now that I am with her, how could I continue living in a place like this? Chunjiru's expression slightly shifted. Lin Yun interrupted. If you are here to borrow money again, do not bother speaking. Chunjiru explained. I am not here to borrow money. I just feel quite remorseful towards you, and I want to make amends. You can ask me to do anything. Lin Yun fixed his gaze on Chunjiru. Anything? Really? Certainly. All right. Then help me organize my clothes and pack them into the suitcase. Lin Yun was vigorous and full of energy, but when it came to tidying up, women were indeed more adept. He was starting to find it tiresome. Chunjiru, who was buttoning up her clothes, paused. What? You want me to organize your clothes? Of course, what did you think? Why else would you be unbuttoning? Chunjiru's expression changed, and she replied, Lin Yun, I can help you with your clothes, but first, let's engage in something more intimate. Lin Yun chuckled. Chunjiru, did you come here specifically to seduce me? To be honest, that Zhang Zihao is hardly a man. I genuinely miss the days we spent together. Lin Yun shook his head. I feel sympathy for you, but unfortunately, I am now someone else's husband, and you have your own husband. Unlike you, who is married yet flirts with an ex-lover at class reunions, I must remain loyal to my marriage. My dear, it is just you and me here. Even if we do something, no one will ever know. Zhang Zihao took me away from you. Do you not wish to take revenge on him? Would it not be the best form of retribution to make him wear a green hat? Lin Yun remained utterly unmoved. The reason Zhang Zihao could take you away is not due to his superiority, but rather your own disloyalty to love. Today, even if you shout from the rooftops, I have no interest in you. Hurry and leave. Do not linger. Given our past relationship, can you not satisfy me just this once? Absolutely not. Even a single toe of my wife is more captivating than you. I must have lost my mind to entangle myself with you. At the doorway, Su Ruashi wore a faint smile. Lin Yun's unwavering stance against temptation and his compliments towards her filled her with satisfaction. She had come to discuss wedding photos with Lin Yun, but unexpectedly overheard his conversation with Chunjiru at the door. Lin Yun's loyalty to marriage pleased Su Ruashi immensely. With such steadfastness, their wedding would undoubtedly be free from any mishaps. At that moment, she heard Chunjiru in the room say, Lin Yun, I refuse to believe that you have no feelings for me at all. Ah, why are you undressing? Upon hearing these words, Su Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically. How dare this wretched woman contemplate disrobing? Without hesitation, she pressed the doorbell. Chunjiru, halfway through removing her clothing, was taken aback. Who could it be at the door? Could it possibly be Zhang Zihao? Has he had a change of heart? Chapter 17. Wedding photos. Lin Yun strode confidently to the door and inquired, Who is it? It's me, your wife, came the reply. As Lin Yun opened the door, Su Ruashi stood there, radiating charm. Indeed, the contrast between Su Ruashi and Chunjiru was stark. Even if Chunjiru were completely unclad, she could not rival the allure Su Ruashi exuded while fully clothed. Adorned in a form-fitting, off-the-shoulder dress, Su Ruashi showcased her perfect curves, revealing her alabaster shoulders and long legs, presenting an image of unparalleled beauty. Chunjiru, however, had not forgotten her intent. She aimed to seduce Lin Yun and disrupt their relationship. Upon realizing it was Su Ruashi at the door, she hastily adjusted her clothing, attempting to feign a state of intimacy with Lin Yun. Observing Chunjiru's actions, Su Ruashi gracefully approached, her long, fair legs striding toward her adversary. With an air of confidence, beauty, physique, and poise, Su Ruashi completely overshadowed Chunjiru, reminiscent of the contrast between a graceful swan and an awkward duckling. Feeling somewhat guilty, Chun Jieru glanced at Su Ruo Shi and asked, "What do you want?" "Lin Yun is entangled with me." Su Ruo Shi smiled, "Is that so? Yet I was standing at the door 10 minutes ago and overheard your conversation. Lin Yun vehemently rejected you, yet you, a married woman, continued to seduce him. Do you have no sense of shame?" At a loss for words, Chun Jieru stammered, struggling to respond, before ultimately retreating from the room in embarrassment. Su Ruo Shi turned to Lin Yun and remarked, "You performed admirably. I hope you can maintain such resolve in the face of others. Rest assured, I am a professional. I will uphold my ethical standards." Glancing at the suitcase on the floor, Su Ruo Shi inquired, "Are you planning to move in with me?" "Indeed, there is a better place. Why should I remain here?" Lin Yun replied. Su Ruo Shi nodded, "You can move tomorrow, but for now, accompany me to take wedding photos. The wedding venue needs to be arranged in a few days." "All right." Chun Jieru had been upstairs for nearly 10 minutes, a sufficient amount of time for any task. She shot Zhang Zihao a disdainful glance. "Do you think Lin Yun is like you?" If he were to engage with her, Zhang Zihao would have to wait at least an hour. Contemplating this, Chun Jieru added, "He turned me down." Zhang Zihao's expression shifted. "How could that be? You are his ex-wife. Doesn't he feel even a hint of attraction?" As they conversed, Lin Yun and Su Ruo Shi emerged from the elevator. Zhang Zihao glanced between Chun Jieru and Su Ruo Shi walking alongside Lin Yun, realizing that Lin Yun's indifference toward Chun Jieru was entirely reasonable. Watching them walk away, Zhang Zihao slammed his hands on the steering wheel in frustration. Chun Jieru's failed seduction had cost him his managerial position, a lucrative salary, and everything he held dear. Su Ruo Shi opted for a renowned wedding planning company, particularly noted for its exquisite wedding dresses. Lin Yun and Su Ruo Shi selected 3 distinct styles: the retro elegance of the Republic of China, traditional Huaxiao flair, and opulent British fashion. The photos from the Republic of China style did not turn out well. The clothing of that era was subtle and understated, while Su Ruo Shi's remarkable figure, especially her ample bosom, detracted from the overall aesthetic, leading to its dismissal. However, the Huaxiao and British styles fared much better. The former featured a grand train and phoenix crown, exuding elegance and grandeur, while the British wedding dress, a strapless white gown, accentuated her figure beautifully, showcasing her stunning physique. Lin Yun was nearly overwhelmed by the allure of Su Ruo Shi during the photo shoot, a testament to her captivating presence. As evening fell, they could not continue moving, and after a long day of photography, Lin Yun felt fatigued. He had a light meal before retiring for the night. However, around 11 o'clock, he was jolted awake by a series of loud thuds. Annoyed, he opened his eyes, irritable at the disturbance that shattered his peaceful slumber. Basketball should not be played indoors, especially at nearly midnight. Who were these inconsiderate individuals? After turning on the light, Lin Yun checked his WeChat, where a community group had been formed for residents to receive notification from the neighborhood committee, with members identified by their respective floors and names. He tagged the residents of the 9th floor. "It's nearly midnight. Is someone still playing basketball indoors? How inappropriate. Can't anyone get some sleep?" Fuming, Lin Yun thought it unreasonable that instead of admitting their fault, the other party was being provocative. Unable to tolerate this further, he stepped out of his apartment and ascended the stairs to the 9th floor, knocking forcefully on the door. Moments later, the door opened to reveal a portly middle-aged man. "What do you want?" he asked. Lin Yun shot him a cold glare. "What do you think? I was sound asleep until your racket woke me. Can you keep it down?" The man rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Fine, got it." Then he slammed the door shut. Lin Yun could still hear the man's voice through the door. "What a nuisance. If you can't stand the noise, go live in a villa." Chapter 18. Dismissal. Just as Lin Yun was about to try sleeping again, less than 10 minutes had passed before the banging resumed from above. This time, he was wide awake, devoid of any desire to sleep. Once more, he opened his phone, accessed the resident group, and located the WeChat of the resident in 904. He intended to add them and discuss the matter reasonably, but upon seeing the profile picture, he froze. The account, labeled Yongxing Investment, belonged to the very individual causing his disturbance, a trader at Yongxing Investment Company. Coincidentally, one of Lin Yun's acquaintances, Bai Li, who had previously shown him great enthusiasm, was apparently the cherished daughter of the chairman of Yongxing Investment, as he had learned from Su Yuxian. The family above him was unreasonable and disruptive, showing no remorse for their late-night disturbances. Perhaps it was time to take decisive action? Lin Yun contemplated this and found it to be a viable plan. If they were intent on robbing him of his sleep, he would ensure that their household's breadwinner faced unemployment, leading to sleepless nights for them all. The noise continued until nearly 2 o'clock before finally ceasing, allowing Lin Yun to drift off around 3. The following morning, Lin Yun called Bai Li. Upon answering, she sounded delighted. Did you finally come to your senses? Lindiga, want to take me out? Whatever it is, just let me know, and I will help. She added. Lin Yun recounted the previous night's events and requested, Xiao Li, I didn't sleep well last night because of that individual. I'll send you their WeChat. Could you assist me in having them removed from your company? Of course, that's no trouble at all, Bai Li replied. However, I do have one request. You must accompany me to a movie, just the two of us, no one else. Lin Yun, recalling the family's arrogance from the previous night, replied resolutely, deal. I agree. To punish that family, he was willing to go to great lengths, even at the cost of his own dignity. Look forward to my good news, he declared. Lin Yun forwarded the WeChat information to Bai Li, who promptly headed to her company to discuss the matter with a female vice president in her 40s. And Zhang, do you know this person? Vice President Zhang remarked. I see. Our company's trader, Mayang. Has he offended you? Bai Li retorted angrily. Indeed, he has offended me. I want him to pack up and leave. Is that acceptable? Vice President Zhang chuckled. Since you have spoken, miss, there is no place for him here at Yongxing Investment. I shall summon him to process his resignation. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. You are welcome. 10 minutes later, Ma Yang arrived at Vice President Zhang's office. At that moment, he was not the same arrogant figure from the previous day. He was dressed in a suit, his demeanor humble, exuding an air of sincerity. Yet internally, Ma Yang felt a flicker of joy. Why would the Vice President summon him? Could it be that his recent performance had earned him a promotion and a raise? Ma Yang's financial situation was modest. He had a mortgage and a child still in school. Fortunately, after 7 or 8 years at Yongxing Investment, he had gained some standing, earning a salary of 10,000, just sufficient to support his family, though still living with financial strain. If he could secure a promotion with a salary increase to around 15,000, it would provide ample monthly budget and allow for savings. Thus, while he appeared humble, his heart raced with anticipation for good news regarding his career advancement. You're Ma Yang, correct? As of today, you are terminated. With those words from Vice President Zhang, Ma Yang's expresión shifted dramatically. Vice President Zhang, I have been diligent in my duties. On what grounds can you dismiss me? Bai Li, gazing at him, stated plainly, I find you displeasing, hence you're dismissed. This company belongs to my family. Do I need a reason to fire you? Ma Yang gritted his teeth, regardless. You must provide an explanation. Bai Li smiled. Very well, I shall enlighten you. Was your son playing basketball in his room last night around 11? Yes. But what of it? That is my home. My son can do as he pleases. Bai Li replied directly, well said. Yongxing Investment was founded by my father, and as his daughter, I too can act as I wish. Now leave. Ma Yang's face turned pale as he suddenly knelt before Bai Li. Miss, I was wrong. Please, spare me. My son is still in school, and I have a mortgage to pay. I cannot lose this job. Bai Li rolled her eyes. That is of no concern to me. With that, she turned and sashayed out of Vice President Zhang's office. Ma Yang clenched his fists, contemplating an outburst, but quickly reconsidered. He had merely lost his job, but should he act against Bai Li, he would surely incur the wrath of Bai Yongsheng, potentially leading to imprisonment. Subsequently, Ma Yang, disheartened, returned to his workstation to gather his belongings, feeling as though he had aged a decade. Without a second thought, he confronted his son, delivering several slaps. You little rascal. You're never to play basketball in your room again, understood? His son erupted into tears. Yet Ma Yang, still unsatisfied, seized his son's basketball and punctured it with a knife. Feeling this was the only resolution. His wife soon stormed out, scolding, What madness is this, Ma? Don't take out your frustrations from work on our son. Ma Yang retorted angrily, Work? What work do I have left? Your son played basketball in his room last night around 11, offending the daughter of our boss. I am now unemployed, and until I find another job, our family will be living on air. Even if I find work again, it will likely be at a lesser pay. So tell me, should I not discipline him? Upon hearing this, Ma Yang's wife, too, harshly slapped their son a few times, causing him to cry even harder. After a while, with his son's tear-streaked face and the deflated basketball in hand, Ma Yang stood at the door of room 804, intending to apologize to Lin Yun, hoping to gain his forgiveness in the off chance that his employment situation could be salvaged. Unfortunately, they knocked for a full half hour without anyone answering, clearly indicating that Lin Yun was not home. Little did Ma Yang know, Lin Yun had already moved away. At that moment, Lin Yun had just finished a call with Bai Li, fully aware that the man above him had been dismissed, thus relieving a burden off Lin Yun's chest. After hanging up, he surveyed the expansive 300-square-meter flat, which belonged to Su Ruoshi. The lavish decor was impeccable, creating an inviting atmosphere. Lin Yun felt it was time to inform his parents about his remarriage. Lin Yun's hometown is located in a county under Jiangxing's jurisdiction. Given Jiangxing's vastness, a drive from the county to the city takes 3 to 4 hours. This has become a common practice among young people away from home, sharing good news to bring joy to their families while shouldering their own burdens to avoid causing concern. Therefore, Lin Yun's parents were entirely unaware of his divorce from Chenjiru. In today's world, with a surplus of men and a scarcity of women, finding a good wife is challenging. If his parents were to discover Lin Yun's divorce, they would undoubtedly worry, and perhaps even rush to Jiangsheng to persuade him to reconcile with Chenjiru. This is why Lin Yun had refrained from mentioning it until now. However, he believed it was time to share this news with his parents. If he simply stated he had divorced, they would certainly fret. But now, having divorced and subsequently formed a relationship with the affluent Su Ruoshi, coupled with acquiring a luxurious flat worth millions, he felt fortunate amidst adversity. This way, his parents would have little to worry about. After some contemplation, Lin Yun initiated a video call with his father, Lin Jingyi. Moments later, his parents appeared on the screen. Lin Jingyi was seated on the sofa watching television, while his mother, Xue Mei, reclined beside him. It was not mealtime, and they seemed quite relaxed. His sister, Lin Lin, was not at home, likely busy at school as she was in her third year of high school. Lin Jingyi inquired, "Son, how have you been lately? Is there any news regarding your wife's pregnancy?" His parents were eager for a grandchild, having been quite young when Lin Yun was born, and now he was 26 and still childless. Lin Yun, taking a deep breath, replied, "Dad, I have something to tell you. Please prepare yourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyi's expression grew serious, and Xue Mei sat up, leaning closer to the phone. "What is the matter? Am I going to be a grandmother?" Lin Yun shook his head. "No, it's bad news, so brace yourselves." Lin Jingyi replied firmly, "Just tell us. What storms haven't we weathered? We can handle it." "Very well, I'll be direct. I'm divorced." Both Lin Jingyi and Xue Mei's expressions changed. Exchanging glances, and Lin Jingyi asked, "What prompted the divorce?" Lin Yun explained, she attended a class reunion and was caught flirting with an old classmate, which led to the divorce. As he spoke, the image of Su Ruoshi's alluring figure flashed in his mind. Indeed, she fit his ideals perfectly. Lin Jingyi then asked, "How will you divide your marital assets? Is the house still yours?" Lin Yun assured him, "Of course it's still mine. You provided the down payment, and I am responsible for the monthly mortgage. She has no claim to the house. Moreover, she was in the wrong for being unfaithful, so she has no right to contest it. That's good to hear. Your mother and I may not have much to offer, but that down payment was our utmost limit. As long as you still have the house, finding another partner should be less challenging. In this day and age, one cannot afford to lack a house, car, or financial stability. The house is paramount and the most costly. While I still have the house, even with the mortgage, it won't be too difficult to find someone else." Lin Yun responded. Hearing his father's words, Lin Yun added, "Dad, I have already found someone." "That was quick. What is she like? What does her family do? How does she look?" Lin Yun pondered for a moment and remarked, "There is nothing wrong with his character. His family is quite well off. Look, we haven't even tied the knot yet, and he has already gifted me a lavish 300-square-meter apartment. I am currently residing in this very space." As he spoke, Lin Yun turned his phone around, capturing a glimpse of the room. "Did he truly present you with a 300-square-meter apartment? Is that for real?" Lin Yun confidently replied, "Of course it's genuine. Please, wait a moment." After a brief interval, he retrieved the property deed from the transaction and showed it to his parents. This deed is typically not forged, and any attempt to do so is illegal. Lin Jingyi and Xue Mei understood that their son would never engage in such deceit, and it was evident that the apartment was authentic. The couple exchanged glances, and Lin Jingyi firmly said, "Son, your sister is nearing her college entrance examination. We won't visit for now. After the exam, we will come to Jiangxing to see you. All right, regardless, you need not worry about me. Life will only improve from here." Although Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi were merely married in name, it was likely that once Su Ruoxi achieved her goals, they would part ways. Nevertheless, the 6 million yuan apartment was certainly real, and Lin Yun's acquisition of the Shinnong inheritance was indisputable. The future held promise. Subsequently, Lin Yun exchanged a few pleasantries with his parents before ending the video call. Once the call was disconnected, Lin Zhengyi and Xue Mei wore expressions of concern. Xue Mei sighed. "It is our inability that has led our son down this path." Lin Jingyi shook his head and stated, "I respect our son's choices. If he chooses not to strive, let him take shortcuts." Xue Mei looked pained, but is a shortcut truly so easy? If someone can gift our son a 300 square meter apartment, I suspect their weight exceeds 300 pounds. The couple had browsed the internet and seen numerous articles. Now, their son, after a divorce, had been gifted such an apartment. It was evident that Lin Yun had latched onto a wealthy woman. And this wealthy woman, it seemed, was akin to an unattractive figure, someone whose appearance would repulse any man. They had also watched similar wedding videos where the groom was handsome and spirited, in his 20s and full of charm, while the bride was in her 30s or even older, resembling an unattractive figure who could easily crush the groom with her weight. When the couple wed, the bride appeared ecstatic, while the groom looked utterly disinterested, with a red placard beside them listing lavish dowries such as luxury cars, opulent homes, and substantial cash sums. The couple was well aware of their son's capabilities. They concluded that Lin Yun simply did not wish to exert effort and had thus chosen a hefty spouse. Lin Jingyi, who often occupied himself with his phone, even envisioned a grotesque figure with a steel wool pad approaching their trembling son with a sinister grin. He then remarked, "Since he has made this decision, I will respect it. Who would have thought our son would be so resolute? Should we attend his wedding on the 8th of next month? I fear it might be too painful to witness." Lin Jingyi sighed. "Let's think it over." As the story unfolds, Lin Jingyi assessed himself. Despite nearing 50, his commitment to fitness had preserved his physique well, and the passage of time had only added to his masculinity. He considered himself a potential heartthrob if he attended his son's wedding. What if he caught the eye of that devilish daughter-in-law? It was Lin Yun's fault for boasting about his apartment while neglecting to mention Su Ruoxi's appearance, leading to such misunderstandings. After hanging up, Lin Yun sent Su Ruoxi a WeChat message. "Boss, I asked a female friend for a favor and promised to watch a movie together. Is that all right?" "Understood." Just as Lin Yun finished updating Su Ruoxi, the doorbell rang. He hesitated. Having just moved in, was someone looking for him? No, they must be searching for Su Ruoxi. With that thought, he rose to answer the door, revealing a well-dressed man. The visitor was Zhao Weiye, the heir of Jiangxing Pharmaceuticals. He had attempted to lure Lin Yun into the company on 2 previous occasions, but had failed. It was unexpected to encounter Lin Yun under such circumstances. "Whom are you looking for?" Zhao Weiye replied directly, "I am here for Ruoxi." "Where is she?" Lin Yun looked at Zhao Weiye and said, "She is not here. I am her husband. If you have something to discuss, you may speak with me." Zhao Weiye, initially intending to feign politeness, could no longer contain himself. You think you are worthy of marrying Ruoxi? Dream on." Lin Yun scoffed. "Fool, would you like me to show you our marriage certificate?" Lin Yun disregarded Zhao Weiye entirely, slamming the door with a resounding thud, nearly catching Zhao Weiye's nose in the process. Angered, Zhao Weiye's complexion turned ashen. "Lin, I will ensure you regret this." With that menacing remark, he stormed away. Later that evening, around 6 o'clock, Lin Yun and Bai Li arrived at a cinema. However, upon entering, Lin Yun was taken aback. This film, a recently popular suspense horror, had performed admirably at the box office, even if it were not sold out. There should have been a substantial audience. Yet, as Lin Yun and Bai Li stepped inside, they discovered the seats completely empty. Only the 2 of them occupied the theater. Lin Yun, filled with disappointment, lamented, "Domestic films have truly declined. They focus solely on marketing and box office numbers instead of crafting quality content." Bai Li agreed. "Indeed, it is utterly disheartening. Yet, while she voiced her discontent, she secretly chuckled. She had rented out this entire cinema, leaving other patrons to crowd into different screening rooms, resulting in their solitary presence. Previously, Bailey had been captivated by Lin Yun's heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. This age-old romantic tale had ensnared her heart. Although Lin Yun had rescued Su Yuxuan, Bailey empathized deeply. Lacking any romantic experience, she had developed strong feelings for Lin Yun and had been quite proactive in her advances. This time at the cinema, she seized the opportunity to rent the entire venue, hoping to grow closer to Lin Yun. Bailey's choice of a horror film was also a strategic move to create moments of intimacy. As the movie commenced, with no one else in sight, Lin Yun remained oblivious to the two security guards stationed at the entrance. Bailey had invested a considerable amount to secure the space and had even paid to have the cameras disabled, ensuring their privacy during potentially intimate moments. As the film progressed, Bailey became engrossed in the plot, instinctively seeking refuge in Lin Yun's embrace at the sight of terrifying scenes, taking the chance to explore his well-defined chest and abdomen. Having cultivated the Shenong classic, Lin Yun's physique had transformed remarkably, his form being nothing short of perfection, providing a delightful tactile experience. Lin Yun, amused yet bewildered, remarked, "Shaoli, if you are frightened, simply admit it. There is no need to keep squeezing my muscles." Bailey's face flushed. "I like you, but I'm already married. Our wedding is scheduled for the 8th of next month, so this is not suitable." Bailey boldly asserted, "I am aware you are marrying Su Yuxuan's cousin. I also know that there are no feelings between you. Her marriage is merely a means to secure her inheritance, which means I still have a chance." Lin Yun could only respond, "I have a commitment with Su Ruoxi. Until we officially divorce, I cannot engage in any romantic entanglements with other women. I apologize." Bailey, somewhat irked, exclaimed, "How could that woman behave so selfishly, occupying a position without contributing?" She quickly added, "I did not mean to imply anything negative about you, Lin Ge. I am truly sorry. It is quite all right. I should thank you for standing up for me." Bailey then asked, "So, once you divorce, can we be together?" Lin Yun gazed into Bailey's eager eyes and slowly uttered two words, "Of course." No one could refuse a charming and adorable girl. And while cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality, the alluring Su Ruoxi merely regarded Lin Yun as a tool. In contrast, Bailey viewed Lin Yun as a treasure. And naturally, he could not turn her down. Furthermore, Bailey not only possessed a doll-like face, but was also merely 19 years old, with ample potential for future development. Lin Yun wiped his face and stated, "This is a one-time exception. I must adhere to our agreement and refrain from crossing boundaries, at least until the divorce." Bailey cutely replied, "Next time, I will definitely hold back." By the time the film concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock. As Lin Yun and Bailey exited the cinema, they spotted Su Ruoxi's Maserati. Although Lin Yun had verbally consented, Su Ruoxi remained apprehensive. What if Lin Yun succumbed to temptation and went to a hotel with someone else? If any evidence surfaced, her wedding would be jeopardized. Despite her desire to appear fierce, her overly cute demeanor rendered her incapable of intimidating anyone. Su Ruoxi reached out to touzle Bailey's hair playfully and remarked, "Little girl, have you reached adulthood? Are you trying to steal my man?" Bailey felt a sense of defeat when she beheld Su Ruoxi's impressive stature. Pondering how this woman had grown so large, had she been consuming an excessive amount of feed? Chapter 21. The charity gala. Su Ruoxi turned her attention back to Lin Yun and said, "I never expected you to pursue a little girl. It seems you are aiming for a 3-year sentence." Bailey retorted, "What little girl? I'm already 19. I can get married next year." Su Ruoxi shot a glance at Bailey and replied, "We shall discuss next year's matters when the time comes. Lin Yun, get in the car." "Goodbye, brother Lin. Farewell." Then, Lin Yun entered Su Ruoxi's car, and as she drove, she said, "Tomorrow, I will attend a charity gala, and I will introduce you to some of my friends. Make sure to perform well. Do not let me down." Lin Yun immediately replied, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. By the way, where is the charity gala being held?" "At Home to Building." The next day, on the top floor of Home to Building, Su Ruoxi and Lin Yun walked hand in hand to attend the charity gala. Lin Yun donned a designer outfit purchased by Su Ruoxi. As the saying goes, one relies on attire. The ensemble, valued at over 6 figures, combined with Lin Yun's already commendable appearance and physique, rendered him akin to a dashing young nobleman, making him a perfect match for Su Ruoxi. Among the crowd, numerous young wealthy heirs regarded Lin Yun with predatory gazes. More importantly, Tiancheng Real Estate was founded by Su Ruoxi's grandfather, and although the current head was Su Tiancheng, Su Ruoxi was the rightful heir. These young heirs believed that if they could marry Su Ruoxi, they could leverage her status as the legitimate heir, coupled with their own influence, to seize a significant portion of Tiancheng Group's assets from Su Tiancheng. Since Su Ruoxi had no brothers, any assets acquired would ultimately belong to them. Thus, marrying Su Ruoxi would mean inheriting a substantial share of Tiancheng Group, and with her exceptional beauty, suitors would be plentiful. Yet now, Su Ruoxi had already found her match, walking alongside an unknown individual, which elicited ravenous stares from the young heirs directed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun remained remarkably composed as he walked alongside Su Ruoxi, greeting some of her friends and elders. After mingling at the gala, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi eventually settled at a table, where they encountered two familiar faces, Su Haoyu and Su Yuxian. Initially, Lin Yun found himself seated next to Su Haoyu and on the other side, Su Ruoxi. However, upon seeing Lin Yun take a seat, Su Yuxian immediately switched places with Su Haoyu to sit beside Lin Yun. "I heard you went to the movies with Bai Li. Aren't you afraid my cousin will get jealous?" Su Yuxian scrutinized Lin Yun, appearing ready to interrogate him. Lin Yun explained, "Bai Li helped me tremendously. This was a promise I made to her." Su Yuxian appeared even less pleased. "Bai Li, you sound so intimate." At this moment, Su Ruoxi mocked, "Yuxian, I remember you being quite open-minded. Why are you now so fervently competing for family assets?" Before Su Yuxian could respond, Su Haoyu interjected, "Cousin, you are mistaken. Matters of the heart are as unpredictable as a tornado. What if Yuxian has fallen for Lin Yun at first sight?" Upon hearing first sight, Lin Yun glanced at Su Ruoxi. He was uncertain if Su Yuxian had indeed felt an instant attraction, but it seemed that he himself had experienced such feelings for Su Ruoxi. Rather than argue with Su Haoyu, Su Ruoxi intertwined her fingers with Lin Yun's, placing their joined hands on the table, asserting her claim over him. Just then, a voice called out, "Ruoxi, long time no see. You look even more beautiful than before." Su Dong, casting a quick glance at Lin Yun, revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes. "Ruoxi and I have known each other for over 20 years since childhood. I never expected that you would beat me to it. We must drink together." Lin Yun clinked glasses with Su Dong and replied, "Matters of the heart are not bound by logic. Your 20 years of acquaintance with Ruoxi may not equate to our 2 months of connection. A childhood friend cannot compete with a sudden arrival. Have you not heard?" Su Dong scrutinized Lin Yun and remarked, "If I were you, I would not be smiling right now. Do you have any idea how many suitors Ruoxi has? A nameless ordinary person has claimed the heart of their goddess. They will not let this slide easily. And so what? In broad daylight. Do you think they would dare to confront me?" As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, a drunken voice erupted, "You bastard! Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to be with Ruoxi? Speak up." Chapter 22. A bloodbath. A tall and burly figure charged towards Lin Yun, his face flushed from intoxication, clutching a bottle of alcohol in hand, clearly inebriated. This was their first overt attack on Lin Yun, a drunken ruckus. The imposing man before Lin Yun was evidently one of Su Ruoxi's suitors, and it was entirely normal for a rejected pursuer to confront Lin Yun. If he merely insulted Lin Yun, it would not be a significant issue. After all, it was just the ramblings of a drunkard. However, if he took advantage of his inebriation to assault Lin Yun, it would be utterly humiliating for him. This was a blatant scheme, one that was particularly difficult to navigate, as one can never awaken a person pretending to be asleep, and the same applies to those pretending to be drunk. Su Ruoxi's expression shifted as she observed the man, and she positioned herself in front of Lin Yun, saying, "This is a charity gala. Do not cause a scene here." However, at that moment, Su Haoyu stepped forward, pulling Su Ruoxi aside, stating, "Cousin, you cannot reason with a drunk. What if he strikes you?" "You." By this time, the burly drunkard had reached Lin Yun, seizing his collar and bellowing, "You bastard! Do you even take a moment to reflect on yourself? What makes you worthy of Ruoxi? Damn it!" As the drunkard spoke, he swung his hand towards Lin Yun's face, Su Ruoshi attempted to assist, but was restrained by Su Haoyu, who urged, "Cousin, get back. Be careful not to get hit." Meanwhile, Su Yuxian showed no concern, thinking, "This guy thinks he can harm our Prince Charming? What a dream." The drunkard's hand failed to connect with Lin Yun's face as Lin Yun raised his hand slightly, catching the swing. He then exerted a gentle force, twisting the man's arm. The drunkard's body involuntarily followed Lin Yun's motion, and if he resisted, his arm would surely be wrenched. Amidst the cries of agony, the drunkard found himself kneeling on the ground in a peculiar position, exclaiming, "It's broken. Let go. Please let go." Lin Yun released the grip on the drunken man's arm, then placed a foot upon his back. The inebriated individual collapsed to the ground, utterly disheveled. Subsequently, Lin Yun taunted, "Aren't you drunk? Keep pretending to be so. Let me show you what real pain feels like. You think a few muscles make you impressive? With your pitiful skills. How dare you imitate others and cause trouble while intoxicated?" As he spoke, Lin Yun delivered several kicks to the man until someone intervened, finally putting an end to the drunken ruckus. The pretender, thoroughly humiliated and beaten, feigned unconsciousness and was carried away. At that moment, Su Ruoshi gazed at Lin Yun in astonishment. "I had no idea you could fight like that. You know nothing about me, do you? You've barely scratched the surface." Lin Yun replied directly. "Yet," Su Ruoshi countered, "that is where you are mistaken. I know precisely where you are from, what your parents do, which university you graduated from, and what your first job was after graduation. How is that not understanding you?" Lin Yun paused, then said, "Your knowledge of me is superficial. For instance, you are unaware of my fighting prowess." She conceded that point. At that moment, Su Ruoshi felt a flicker of interest towards Lin Yun. Based on her understanding, he seemed an unremarkable young man. Born in a small county, he was of average academic standing, came from a modest background, and had a work ethic that was above average. He was neither a fool nor a genius, performed adequately on the college entrance examination, and gained admission to a reputable institution. After graduation, he entered the workforce, with his parents covering the down payment on a home, while he managed the mortgage on his own, leading a rather mundane life for over 2 decades. Such a life was far too ordinary for her liking. Thus, after learning about Lin Yun, she had unhesitatingly rejected an engagement arranged by her grandfather, Su Tiansheng. She could not envision spending her life with someone so commonplace. However, it appeared that her perception of Lin Yun was flawed. Based solely on his decisive handling of the drunken man, he was not as unremarkable as she had assumed. Just as Su Ruoshi concluded her thoughts, a security guard suddenly fell into the hall of the charity event. An arrow from a crossbow had pierced his back, emerging through his chest. He struggled briefly, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, before he succumbed. Following this, a group of masked individuals in black burst into the hall, brandishing alloy crossbows with menacing intent. Su Ruoshi, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. Could Lin Yun's ominous prediction of impending violence be coming to fruition? Lin Yun remarked, "Su Yuxuan, could this be another mess instigated by your friends?" "Impossible. This charity event involves half of Jiangqing's business elite. They wouldn't dare escalate things to this level." Su Yuxuan replied immediately. At that moment, a representative from the event stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" The intruders wasted no time. One of them, wielding a crossbow, shot the representative directly between the eyes, the bolt penetrating through the back of his skull, causing a gruesome scene as blood and brain matter spilled forth. Panic erupted among the attendees, who screamed in terror as they were paralyzed with fear. Chapter 23. In the face of danger, the assailants aimed their alloy crossbows at the crowd. "Silence. Anyone who dares to make a sound will meet their end," one of them declared. Another added, "Listen up. Anyone who wishes to live, crouch down and cover your heads." The group of criminals then fired several more arrows, shattering decor within the hall, further instilling fear in the guests, who complied and crouched down in terror. Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi scrambled to hide behind a chair. Seeing that the crowd had followed orders, the robbers appeared satisfied, spreading out and positioning themselves to control the scene. The leader approached the podium, adjusted the microphone, and began to speak slowly. "I understand that you are gathered here for a charity event to donate funds to aid those in need. Coincidentally, my brothers and I require the generosity of you affluent individuals. I believe in equality in my dealings. Each of you present here must transfer 50 million to my designated account to leave safely. As for the rest, I regret to inform you that you will be held as hostages, aiding us in evading law enforcement. Your survival is not guaranteed. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the attendees varied greatly. Those with substantial resources breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they could afford to leave. Others, who were merely pretending to be wealthy, were pale and trembling, realizing they could not even muster 10 million, having only attended the event to rub shoulders with the elite. As the crowd began to murmur, the robbers brandished their crossbows once more to instill fear, ordering them to approach the podium and transfer funds via laptop. Several affluent business owners scrambled to the front, hastily transferring 50 million, and upon confirmation of the transactions, the assailants allowed them to leave. Meanwhile, Su Ruashi's brow furrowed. The shares left by her grandfather were controlled by Su Tiancheng, leaving her without sufficient funds. Was she to be reduced to a mere hostage, or worse, await her demise? Su Yuxuan hesitated, contemplating the 50 million she could provide. However, that was all the money she possessed. She could pay to save her own life. But she did not wish to leave alone. If possible, she wanted to take Lin Yun with her. Unfortunately, she could not afford an additional 50 million, which left her in a dilemma. Su Ruashi felt a pang of distress, realizing it was her great-uncle's hold over her grandfather's shares that had led her to this predicament. She sneered, "Su Yuxuan, your grandfather controls the assets of Tiansheng Group. Surely finding 50 million is not a challenge for you? 50 million is my limit. But I still want to save Ling Ge," Su Yuxuan replied. Lin Yun interjected, "Yuxuan, you should leave safely. Once you do, I only need to protect Ruashi, which will increase our chances." The crossbows wielded by the robbers posed no threat to Lin Yun. He estimated he could catch bullets with his bare hands, let alone contend with mere alloy crossbows. The presence of so many hostages, however, made him cautious. While he could intercept bolts, chaos could result in others being harmed. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly and awaited the right moment. If Su Yuxuan departed, his target for protection would be reduced, making his mission smoother. "Go now." Su Yuxuan, not one to hesitate, stood up and prepared to approach the podium to transfer funds. In a short time, she successfully wired 50 million to the robber's designated account. With a reluctant glance at Lin Yun, she exited the hall. One by one, the wealthy guests transferred their money and left until only about half remained. The remaining individuals were primarily those lacking the means to produce 50 million. At that moment, one of the robbers focused his attention on Su Ruashi. The criminals, while having their own code of ethics, were tempted upon seeing Su Ruashi. However, had she been able to produce the ransom, they would have left her alone. Now that she was financially incapable, they could not be blamed for their intentions. One robber strode confidently to Su Ruashi, aiming his crossbow at her. "Beautiful lady, how about we have a little fun together? Let us find a more private place for an in-depth conversation, shall we?" Su Ruashi's face turned pale. "You wish." Lin Yun positioned himself protectively in front of Su Ruashi, his muscles tensed and ready for action. "Oh, still trying to play the hero? Kid, what are you to this lady?" Lin Yun replied calmly, "I am her husband." The robber, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This only heightens my thrill. Brothers, our struggle is all for money and women, isn't it? If I could have just one encounter with such a stunning beauty, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Anyone interested, come with me." The other robbers, seeing this, were eager to follow suit. The leader of the robbers, observing their enthusiasm, interjected, "All right, no more than 5 men. The rest of you stay and control the scene." Subsequently, 4 lustful robbers stepped forward, surrounding Lin Yun and Su Ruashi. "Let us move to another location." At that moment, Su Ruashi was so terrified that her legs felt weak. She almost hung onto Lin Yun, lacking the strength to walk. As they departed the hall under the watchful aim of 5 robbers with crossbows, they arrived at a nearby conference room. It seemed that Lin Yun's presence had already altered Su Ruashi's fate. Originally, she would have faced danger on the rooftop of the building, but now she found herself in this conference room. Upon entering, one robber remarked, "Why are you two still holding each other so tightly? Kid, step aside and let us show you how we deal with your wife." Hearing this, Su Ruashi tightened her grip on Lin Yun's arm, her heart resolute. She would rather die alongside Lin Yun than be defiled by others. Lin Yun sensed her determination and reassured her, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you will be safe." Su Ruoxi clung tightly to Lin Yun, resting against him. In this life-and-death moment, Lin Yun did not push her away to save himself, which deeply moved her. She suddenly felt that if she were to perish with Lin Yun today, it might not be such a bad choice after all. The robbers, noticing the two had not separated, grew furious. One of them pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt, infused with terrifying force, shot towards Lin Yun's shoulder. Their intent was not to kill him outright, but to injure him severely, allowing them to take turns with Su Ruoxi. The crossbow, a controlled weapon, had immense destructive power. For an ordinary person, it would likely pierce through their shoulder. Unfortunately for these robbers, they were up against Lin Yun. The bolt flew at high speed. Yet Lin Yun easily tracked its trajectory. With a swift motion, he reached out and caught the bolt in his hand with a resounding hum. In that instant, both Su Ruoxi and the 5 robbers were left in disbelief. They understood the kinetic energy of the crossbow, and the fact that it had been caught seemed impossible. Lin Yun hurled the bolt back, its force greater than when it had been released from the crossbow. With a sharp whoosh, it pierced through one robber's heart. The immense force propelled the robber's body 5 or 6 meters away, finally pinning him against the wall. The robber struggled momentarily, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, before succumbing to death. This entire sequence, though complex, transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 4 robbers reacted swiftly, aiming their crossbows at Lin Yun and firing. 3 bolts shot towards Lin Yun from different angles, targeting his head, throat, and heart, while another was aimed at Su Ruoxi. In an instant, Lin Yun caught the bolt aimed at his throat with his left hand, seized the one aimed at his heart with his right, and bit down on the bolt aimed at his head. However, the final bolt was about to pierce Su Ruoxi's chest. Given the crossbow's formidable power, this bolt was aimed at her heart. Even with her ample bosom, it was unlikely she could withstand such an attack. As Lin Yun caught 3 bolts barehanded, he could not intercept the last one in time. In a desperate moment, he raised his hand to shield Su Ruoxi, knowing that his body, enhanced by the Shun Nong Jing, had muscles and bones far stronger than an ordinary person. Should the bolt strike Su Ruoxi, it would likely pierce through her chest, putting her in grave peril. However, if it struck Lin Yun's hand, his spiritual energy would likely prevent even a superficial wound. Moreover, leaving a grotesque scar on Su Ruoxi's beautiful figure would be an unfortunate outcome. In the next moment, the bolt struck Lin Yun's hand, which was positioned between the bolt and Su Ruoxi's chest. The force of the impact caused his hand to collide heavily against Su Ruoxi's bosom. Lin Yun, feeling the unusual circumstances, instinctively withdrew his protective energy, choosing to enact a painful ruse. At that moment, he felt a slight sting on his hand. The crossbow's power was indeed formidable, and the sharp tip had pierced his skin, lodging itself in his hand. From Su Ruoxi's perspective, Lin Yun had swiftly intercepted 3 bolts, and for the final one, he had no choice but to use his hand as a shield. In an instant, an arrow was embedded in his hand, the very one meant for her chest. Tears welled in Su Ruoxi's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. She never expected him to risk injury to protect her. The timeless romance of a hero rescuing a beauty echoed through the ages. Furthermore, Lin Yun had not only saved her, but had also shielded her with his flesh and blood, which deeply touched her heart. Suddenly, she regretted her earlier words, realizing she should not have so clearly articulated that their relationship was merely a transaction. Overcome with emotion, Su Ruoxi failed to notice that the arrow was merely stuck in Lin Yun's hand, causing only a superficial injury. At this moment, Lin Yun acted again. He first threw the bolt he had caught with his left hand, piercing another robber and pinning him to the ground. Next, he removed the bolt lodged in his right hand and sent it flying towards the remaining 2 robbers. Meanwhile, the 2 robbers had already fired again. Their arrows, launched from the crossbows, collided with Lin Yun's thrown bolts. A sharp sound of impact echoed as their arrows were deflected and fell to the ground, while Lin Yun's bolts, retaining their force, pierced through the throats and foreheads of the 2 robbers, killing them instantly. The last remaining robber shouted, "Oh my God, this is impossible. You are a devil. A devil." Clearly, he was a foreigner, exclaiming in panic. After shouting twice, he tossed aside his crossbow and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Lin Yun slightly opened his mouth. The bolt he had caught with his teeth fell into his hand, and he hurled it once more. The bolt soared through the air, piercing the foreign robber's skull and pinning him to the ground. Due to inertia, the robber stumbled a few steps before collapsing, lifeless. With that, all 5 robbers who had intended to violate Suruashi were neutralized by Lin Yun, none left to breathe. In a flurry, Suruashi exclaimed, "Lin Yun, how is your hand?" Lin Yun did have a wound on his hand, albeit superficial. However, due to the lack of immediate first aid and the exertion following the injury, blood was flowing freely, creating a rather alarming sight. Of course, Lin Yun was well aware that this injury could be easily treated with some iodine and a bandage, healing within 2 days. He dismissed the concern, replying, "I'm fine. Are you all right?" Suruashi gazed at the blood streaming from Lin Yun's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "You've lost so much blood and still claim you're fine? I assure you, I'm perfectly all right. I merely haven't had the chance to staunch the bleeding. A simple bandage will suffice," Lin Yun replied, tearing a strip of fabric from one of the bandit's clothing and wrapping it around his right hand. He estimated that it would scab over soon and heal within a couple of days. Once he finished bandaging his hand, Lin Yun glanced at the fallen bandits and said to Suruashi, "There were a total of 16 bandits. I've dealt with 5 so far, leaving 11 remaining. I plan to don their attire, disguise myself as one of them, and await the opportune moment to eliminate them all." "No, that's far too perilous. Can we just wait for rescue here?" Suruashi protested. Lin Yun shook his head. "These bandits are interconnected. They will soon attempt to contact the 5 I've taken down. If they find they cannot reach them, they will become suspicious, making it even more difficult for us to handle them. You must ensure that nothing goes awry." Without further ado, Lin Yun removed his jacket and trousers, realizing that wearing the bandit's clothing would be impossible otherwise. His physique was more toned and aesthetically pleasing than that of many professional fitness trainers, embodying the kind of form that accentuated his lean appearance while still showcasing his muscularity. As he shed his outer garments, he revealed a figure brimming with masculine allure, causing Suruashi's cheeks to flush and her gaze to soften with admiration. In short order, Lin Yun donned a set of clothing taken from a bandit corpse, armed himself with a crossbow, and secured several bolts from the bodies around him. While he was not proficient with the crossbow, it served merely as a prop. The real focus was on the bolts. Should the right moment present itself, Lin Yun intended to use the bolts as makeshift projectiles. With his strength, the speed of these bolts would surpass that of the crossbow itself, causing injury with a mere brush and death upon contact. This would be crucial in his efforts to neutralize the bandits. Once Lin Yun was prepared, he addressed Suruashi, saying, "All right, I'm going to take care of those bandits. You must remain hidden here." Suruashi nodded, watching him depart. Soon, Lin Yun vanished from her sight, having thoughtfully dragged a few corpses outside beforehand to spare her the fright of their presence. As Suruashi stood there, watching Lin Yun leave, she suddenly slapped herself across the face. Regret flooded her. She recalled their initial meeting, when she had confronted the person responsible for colliding with Lin Yun and willingly accepted responsibility, allowing the perpetrator to leave unscathed. Later, she confessed to Lin Yun that she had caused the accident, offering to dedicate herself to him. She had seen a glimmer in his eyes, then, an indication that he had developed feelings for her. Yet her intentions had been far from pure, motivated by the inheritance of the Su family. Subsequently, she had clarified that their relationship was merely transactional and even increased the stakes to 600,000, solidifying this agreement. Since then, during private moments, Lin Yun had begun to address her as boss. Though polite, this term also introduced a notable distance between them. It could be said that this transactional relationship created a fade of marital ties, while in reality, they were more estranged than acquaintances. Even now, should she attempt to express her fondness or affection towards Lin Yun, he would likely interpret it solely as part of their agreement, merely a means to fulfill her own agenda. Thus, Suruashi was overwhelmed with regret. In today's act of heroism, Lin Yun had thoroughly captured her heart. Yet she had repeatedly asserted that their relationship was merely a business arrangement, effectively pushing him away. How could she not feel remorse? Her thoughts drifted to Bai Li, the adorable girl with a youthful appearance who had declared her intent to obtain a marriage certificate with Lin Yun next year. The more Suruashi pondered, the greater her sense of regret grew. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, clad in the bandit attire and wielding the crossbow, re-entered the hall. Upon seeing him, another bandit scoffed. Has it only been 5 minutes? Did you finish that quickly? Lin Yun mumbled, I'm just not on my game today. That's nonsense. I see you simply can't handle it. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Yun sought a vantage point, surveying the layout of the hall. The remaining 11 bandits included their leader, who stood at the podium, operating a laptop, likely laundering the funds transferred by the wealthy individuals earlier, ensuring they flowed into secure accounts. 2 bandits flanked the podium, guarding against any potential disruptions during this process. The remaining 8 were scattered throughout the banquet hall, monitoring the hostages, acutely aware that the police would surely be mobilizing, and their escape depended on these captives. Simultaneously, all curtains in the conference room were drawn shut, a precaution taken by the bandits against potential sniper fire from law enforcement. As Lin Yun contemplated his strategy, the bandit leader suddenly commanded, Xiao Lu, bring out the gear we prepared. In response, a subordinate produced a set of black uniforms and an assortment of crossbows. The leader then addressed the hostages, listen closely, do not even think about escaping. Soon, you will all be required to don clothing identical to ours, and each of you will be provided with a plastic crossbow. This way, from the police's perspective, you will all appear as ruthless bandits. Should any of you miraculously manage to flee, trust me, you will be the first to be shot dead. The hostages' faces paled at this announcement, their expressions grim. The bandits clearly understood the implications of their actions, making escape seem even more impossible. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. If the hostages were forced to wear the bandits' clothing, it would initially be manageable. However, over time, even he would struggle to distinguish between the bandits and hostages. All right, all of you, behave yourselves. Come forward one by one to change into this uniform and gear. As the hostages were about to be coerced into changing their clothes, Lin Yun recognized that he could no longer delay. He had to take action. If the hostages donned the bandits' attire, it would complicate matters significantly. What should he do? Lin Yun observed the scene until his gaze settled on the large chandelier above the banquet. Given that it was daytime, damaging the light would typically have minimal repercussions. However, the bandits, fearing a sniper from the police, had drawn all the curtains. The thick, opaque drapes of the charity banquet would effectively block out any light. If Lin Yun could shatter the chandelier, the entire banquet would be plunged into darkness. In that instant, he could rely on his memory to eliminate all the bandits present. The inheritance of Shenong had granted Lin Yun a holistic enhancement of his physical capabilities. This enhancement, beyond mere strength, speed, and muscle density, had also significantly improved his memory and reflexes. He had memorized the positions of the 11 bandits within the banquet hall. When the lights went out, they would have no time to reposition themselves, rendering them all as targets in Lin Yun's eyes, none of whom could escape. Just then, a hostage began to reluctantly remove their clothing. At that moment, Lin Yun, gripping a bolt, aimed at the chandelier and released it with force. With terrifying power, the chandelier shattered, sending sparks flying, causing the hostages in the hall to flinch and crouch down, shielding their heads. Simultaneously, as the sparks from the chandelier faded, the entire banquet hall succumbed to darkness. The hostages were thrown into a panic, while the bandits' expressions shifted dramatically. In this moment of chaos, Lin Yun seized the opportunity, gripping a bolt with both hands and hurling it in 2 different directions. In the midst of the dark night, faint sounds of arrows slicing through the air and muted grunts could be heard as 2 robbers met their end. Lin Yun, undeterred, swiftly retrieved 2 more arrows from his waist and launched them, resulting in the demise of yet another pair of assailants. One arrow followed another, and the robbers fell one after another until Lin Yun paused after eliminating a total of 7 or 8, as the remaining few had changed their positions and found cover. Although the darkness was profound, Lin Yun's vision surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to perceive vague shapes. The robbers were no longer in their original spots and had concealed themselves behind objects, making it difficult for Lin Yun to take further action. Just then, the curtains that concealed the room were abruptly drawn back by another robber. Without hesitation, Lin Yun fired a crossbow bolt, pinning the assailant's body against the tempered glass. At that moment, the leader of the robbers bellowed, "Come out! Show yourself, or I will kill this man." With the curtains drawn back significantly, although the hall remained dim, Visibility had improved. The leader grasped the arm of a balding man, pressing him to the ground while aiming his alloy crossbow at the man's temple, ready to shoot. He sought to lure out the mysterious figure responsible for the demise of so many of his comrades. Unfortunately, Lin Yun remained unmoved. He had no acquaintance with the balding man, and thus had no reason to reveal himself. Lin Yun was not a police officer tasked with safeguarding every individual's life and property. His motivation to save Su Ruoshi stemmed from two reasons. First, because she was his employer, from whom he had gained a property worth 6 million. Second, due to her exquisite beauty, which stirred a sense of desire within him, leading him to wish for her safety. The balding man, being of no connection to Lin Yun and lacking in appearance, was not worth risking exposure for. Frustrated by the lack of response, the robber leader shot the balding man's thigh with his crossbow, exclaiming, "Get out here, you bastard!" In the next instant, a bolt shot forth, piercing through the leader's throat and silencing him forever. The alloy crossbow required time to reload, and having already fired one shot at the balding man, the leader was unable to fire again in quick succession, allowing Lin Yun to send him on his way. As Lin Yun prepared to deal with the last remaining robber, he discovered that the assailant had been disarmed by a hostage during the chaos and was now being overwhelmed by several others, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Lin Yun quietly departed the charity gala hall and made his way to the previously occupied conference room. Lin Yun extended a hand to stop Su Ruoshi, stating, "Boss, there is no need to enact a display of deep affection here, as there are no outsiders present. All the robbers have been dealt with, and you are entirely safe now." The moment Lin Yun rejected her embrace, Su Ruoshi's smile froze in place. She wished she could slap herself for having suggested their relationship was merely transactional. Continuing, Lin Yun said, "I would like to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" she inquired. He explained, "I do not wish to be regarded as a hero. If anyone inquires about the events in the conference room, please say that an unknown individual resolved the situation with the robbers and refrain from mentioning my involvement, if you would. Heroes typically do not meet favorable ends." And this was Lin Yun's experience. After having dispatched over 10 robbers, he desired to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the limelight. After all, these robbers had audaciously attacked during a charity gala, indicating that the forces behind them were formidable. What if the powerful faction behind these robbers decided to target Lin Yun for his heroism? He had no fear for himself, but he had family and friends to consider. Thus, he could not afford to draw attention to himself. Su Ruoshi, astute and intelligent, quickly grasped Lin Yun's concerns. She replied, "All right, I promise not to reveal the truth." "That is good." Chapter 27. Treatment subsequently. Su Ruoshi and Lin Yun exited the conference room and returned to the charity gala hall to reunite with others before collectively leaving the building. At the entrance, police vehicles surrounded the area, and officials were strategizing on how to rescue the hostages within the gala. Given the importance of the event, which gathered the wealthy and influential, the police were taking the matter with utmost seriousness. However, before they could take action, hostages began to emerge one by one. Su Yuxuan spotted Lin Yun and rushed into his arms, expressing her concern. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" "I was so worried." Lin Yun chuckled, "I'm perfectly fine." Su Ruoshi watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of sorrow as she recalled her own thwarted attempt to embrace him. Yet, Lin Yun showed no resistance to Su Yuxuan's embrace. Clearly, this was also a result of her own insistence that their relationship was strictly transactional, which led Lin Yun to keep his distance. After checking him over, Su Yuxuan quickly noticed Lin Yun's injured right hand and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, what happened to your hand? With your skills, this shouldn't have happened." At this moment, Su Ruoshi stepped forward, saying, "Lin Yun was injured while protecting me." Su Yuxuan remarked with envy, "Is that so? They say that couples are like birds of feather, yet in times of peril, they tend to scatter. But Brother Lin is different. It's truly admirable." Su Ruoshi, linking her arm with Lin Yun's, earnestly added, "Of course, Lin Yun is the best." Lin Yun gazed at Su Ruoshi, his face displaying a tender smile, yet it only served to intensify the pain in her heart. She could sense that his affection was merely an act, motivated by the 6 million property he had acquired from her, forcing him to perform as a loving husband in public. As the vice president of Tianxin Group, Su Roashi held a prominent position among the attendees of the charity gala. Consequently, Lin Yun, as her husband, could not possibly be implicated with the robbers, allowing the police to pose a few simple questions before permitting them to depart. Once outside the gala venue, Su Roashi insisted on escorting Lin Yun to the hospital, with Su Yuxuan eagerly joining them. Thus, Lin Yun was escorted by two beautiful ladies, heading directly to the hospital. Upon arrival, Su Roashi and Su Yuxuan busied themselves with arrangements, one handling registration, while the other sought out a doctor, while Lin Yun reclined comfortably, enjoying their attentive care. A few minutes later, Lin Yun's minor hand injury was meticulously treated, cleaned, disinfected, and then wrapped in thick medical gauze. Su Roashi promptly suggested, "Darling, your injury is quite serious. You should stay in the hospital for a few days. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you." Su Yuxuan chimed in, "Cousin, food bought from outside can't compare to home-cooked meals. Brother Lin, what do you want? I'll personally make it for you." Su Yuxuan, who enjoyed cooking as a hobby due to her lack of a career, was quite skilled in the kitchen. Although Su Ruashi did not currently hold company shares, she remained the sole granddaughter of Su Tiansheng. After graduating from university, she assumed the role of vice president, managing numerous company affairs, leaving her with little time for domestic tasks, which were handled by her mother and household staff. Lin Yun observed the two sisters and shook his head, saying, "I'm really fine. Perhaps I could just grab a bite at a nearby restaurant when mealtime comes?" "No way," they both exclaimed in unison. "I'll go get you something to eat." Su Ruashi agreed. "All right, let him choose for himself." However, we all went to prepare food, leaving no one to look after the ward. Lin Yun directly stated, "Actually, my wound is not that serious. I can walk and move around. Your assessment does not hold weight. We must heed the doctor's advice." The two women confirmed that Lin Yun would be fine alone in the ward and felt reassured. So they left him behind, one hurrying to the restaurant and the other to the kitchen, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Su Dong sat on his hospital bed, his left arm encased in a cast and secured with bandages, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Standing beside the bed was only Su Haoyu. "Brother Dong, your luck is quite unfortunate, isn't it? There weren't many injuries at the banquet today," Su Haoyu remarked. He explained, "This pot is actually a family heirloom passed down from my great-uncle." Upon hearing about Su Tiansheng's will, Su Dong looked at Su Haoyu with surprise. "Did you just watch as they went about their business? Did you not take any action?" "What could I do? The Tiansheng group was founded by my great-uncle. It will proceed as it should. Should I forsake my kin for the sake of money?" Su Dong was certain that Su Haoyu must have attempted something, but it had evidently not been successful. "Brother Dong, you need not worry too much. My cousin and Lin Yun share no emotional foundation. Their union is merely a means to fulfill my great-uncle's will and inherit the estate. I know you have feelings for my cousin, so pursue her. Lin Yun is merely a paid tool. Even if you flirt with my cousin in front of him, he wouldn't dare utter a word." A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Dong's face. "Really? Why would I deceive you? To be candid, I have my informants around my cousin," Su Haoyu asserted. "This should be the compensation my cousin provided Lin Yun. A mere paid worker has no standing to compare with childhood friends." Su Dong felt quite pleased and said, "I heard Lin Yun is also in the ward, right? If so, help me see him. I must make this fellow recognize his place and prevent him from dreaming of undeserved advantages with Ruashi." "No problem." Chapter 28. Childhood friends Su Haoyu assisted Su Dong to his feet, and they made their way to Lin Yun's ward. Soon, they located the room. Lin Yun looked at Su Dong, whose arm was in a cast, and remarked, "Injured so severely, and you still can't rest?" Su Dong replied, "I merely came to see what exceptional qualities the 600,000 Ruashi spent on an actor could possess." Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly. "Did she tell you about it?" Lin Yun was surprised, as Su Ruashi had mentioned that no one should speak of their pretend marriage. How could she have revealed this to Su Dong? Su Dong boistet. "Of course, you are merely a hired actor to her, while I am Ruashi's childhood friend destined to be with her for life. Naturally, she would inform me to avoid any misunderstandings that could affect our relationship. So what do you wish to say?" Su Dong stated directly, "I want to warn you not to aspire beyond your station regarding Ruashi. Any unrealistic fantasies will only lead to your own injury." Upon entering, Su Yuxuan and Su Ruoxi exchanged glances with Su Haoyu and Su Dong, offering brief greetings before surrounding Lin Yun's bedside. Su Ruoxi opened a multi-layered food container, revealing a renowned black-bone chicken soup. She served Lin Yun a spoonful, saying, "This black-bone chicken soup from Ziyu Tower is quite famous. Give it a try." Lin Yun sipped and replied, "Not bad." At that moment, Su Yuxuan interjected, "Wait, try my homemade old hen soup with red dates and goji berries. You must taste it. It's quite good too," Su Ruoxi insisted. "Now, try my braised ribs with radish." The two sisters sat at Lin Yun's bedside, wielding their utensils, eagerly feeding him. As for Su Dong, who had just come to declare himself Ruoxi's childhood friend, while Lin Yun was merely a hired actor, he had taken a seat in front of the bed. However, Su Yuxuan had just pushed him aside, deeming him too much of a distraction. Thus, Su Haoyu and Su Dong stood by, watching as Lin Yun reveled in the care of the two lovely women. Lin Yun, enjoying the nutritious meal, cast a glance at Su Dong, which seemed to say, "Hey, brother, aren't you the childhood friend? How come you're injured more severely than I am? And they don't even glance your way? You weren't just boasting, were you?" Lin Yun's gaze made Su Dong feel humiliated. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously said, "Ruoxi, look at my injured arm. It's quite inconvenient for me to eat. I see you have prepared quite a bit of food. Could you spare me some?" Given their history, Su Ruoxi felt compelled to grant him this favor. She turned to Lin Yun and asked, "Darling, which of these dishes do you not like?" "I will give it to Su Dong." Lin Yun swallowed a mouthful of the black-bone chicken soup and replied, "I don't particularly care for this stir-fried bitter melon, and the lamb soup has too strong a gamey flavor." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxi separated the two dishes into a different container and handed them to Su Dong, saying, "Old Su, these two dishes are yours. However, my husband finds a lamb soup too gamey, so you should take it to the hallway to enjoy, rather than staying in the ward." Su Dong's expression changed slightly as he patted his casted arm. "Ruoxi, look at my arm." Su Ruoxi slapped her forehead. "All right, I almost forgot. Your arm is injured, making it difficult to eat. What are you still doing? Help old Su to the door and feed him." Su Yuxuan chimed in, "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry outside." Thus, Su Haoyu and Su Dong were ushered out. Su Dong, cradling his injured arm, half squatted in the corridor, while Su Haoyu held the stir-fried bitter melon in one hand and the lamb soup in the other, feeding Su Dong. The bitter melon was quite bitter, but Su Dong's heart felt even more bitter. As he ate, he lamented, "Haoyu, didn't you say Lin Yun is just an actor? Why do I feel like you're setting me up?" Su Haoyu explained, "This is mostly my fault. I intended to send my sister to employ a beauty trap to sow discord in their relationship. My cousin likely feared my sister would succeed, prompting her to shower that fellow with attention. But rest assured, their relationship is fake, and the wedding is a facade. It will eventually be exposed." Su Haoyu spoke with unwavering confidence. "You're overthinking it. Yuxuan is proud and has standards that surpass even my cousin's. I truly doubt Lin Yun could win her over. Let's hope I'm just overthinking." In the ward, Lin Yun was soon filled with food, his belly swelling from the attention of the two women. He waved his hand and said, "Ruoxi, Yuxuan, I really can't eat anymore. Let's stop here for today. I'll have a rest later." Su Yuxuan countered, "How can that be? As a patient, you cannot eat leftover food. Indeed, let us discard these dishes. We will prepare fresh ones for you tonight." Over the next 2 days, Lin Yun enjoyed the privileges of being a patient, with Su Ruoxi and Su Yuxuan diligently attending to him. His injury was not severe, and with such meticulous care, he fully recovered within 2 days and was ready for discharge. In contrast, Su Dong, who had initially only injured his arm, felt increasingly miserable as he observed Su Ruoxi's devoted care for Lin Yun, who hardly glanced at him. Faced with Lin Yun, Su Dong no longer dared to claim he was Su Ruoxi's childhood friend, for the treatment he received paled in comparison to Lin Yun's. Lin Yun successfully discharged, while Su Ruoxi took a few days off from work, neglecting her responsibilities at the company to assist with affairs at the Tianjin Group. The feeling of being cared for is quite delightful. During this time of injury, the attentiveness of Su Ruoxi and Su Yuxian has warmed his heart. In fact, upon learning of his injury, Bali also intended to come over, but was firmly dismissed by Su Yuxian. The situation was already chaotic with 2 women. The arrival of a third would surely transform it into a grand spectacle. As Lin Yun traversed the community lawn, A strikingly handsome large dog suddenly charged towards him. Startled, Lin Yun instinctively kicked out. The kick landed squarely on the dog's mouth, and given the suddenness of the incident, it was no light blow. The white dog emitted a pitiful whimper as it crashed to the ground, blood seeping from its mouth and nose, creating a rather distressing sight. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Xiao Bai, what happened? You scoundrel, how dare you kick my Xiao Bai?" Soon after, a middle-aged woman, plump and in her 30s, rushed over, glaring furiously at Lin Yun. Lin Yun found the situation perplexing. Such a large dog, and you don't have it on a leash? Have you never heard the saying, walking a dog without a leash is like letting the dog walk you? The woman, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you? Xiao Bai is my son. Why should I put him on a leash? You've hurt my Xiao Bai, and I will see you imprisoned." Lin Yun chuckled derisively. "Imprisoned? Who do you think you are? Your dog lunged at me first, which is why I kicked it. Even if it had died from my kick, it would have been its own fault." The woman, fierce as a lioness, declared, "Xiao Bai never bites. He was just playing with you. How could you kick him? Even if he had bitten you, you should bear it. I can cover the medical expenses." "Madwoman, I have nothing further to discuss with you." Lin Yun turned to leave, just as a white Bentley Continental came to a slow stop. The car door opened, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out. "Shaoli, what is going on here?" The man, named Zhang Zhonghan, had inherited the family business, Wanshan Group, which was flourishing and even more profound than the Tianqing Group. The middle-aged woman was a department head at Wanshan Group, and Zhang Zhonghan held her in high regard. Having come to visit his in-laws, he felt compelled to intervene upon encountering such a scene. The woman immediately exclaimed, "President Zhang, this scoundrel is bullying me. He kicked my Xiao Bai and even tried to hit me. You must stand up for me." Zhang Zhonghan frowned as he regarded Lin Yun. "Young man, we live in a society governed by law. Might does not equate to right. If you kick Xiao Li's dog, you should sincerely apologize, and we can put this matter to rest." Before Lin Yun could respond, the middle-aged woman, emboldened by her connection, interjected, "Scoundrel, you must not only apologize to me, but also to my dog. Otherwise, President Zhang will not let you off." Zhang Zhonghan's expression shifted slightly. Asking someone to apologize to a dog seemed excessive. However, Shaoli was still his subordinate, and he leaned toward supporting her. Lin Yun scoffed, "You glutton. Have you consumed too much excrement? Walking a dog without a leash and expecting me to apologize? Dream on. President Zhang, you must help me." At that moment, the car door opened once more, and a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old emerged. Seeing the dog lying on the ground, she exclaimed joyfully, "The bad dog is being punished. How wonderful." The middle-aged woman's face changed, and though she wished to scold the child, she refrained. Realizing the girl was likely President Zhang's daughter, Zhang Zhonghan turned to his daughter. "Yaya, why do you call a bad dog?" The little girl explained, "Daddy, when Grandma took me out last time, that bad dog tried to bite me. If it weren't for Grandma, I would have been bitten." Zhang Zhonghan's expression darkened, and the middle-aged woman hastily insisted, "President Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. Our Xiao Bai never bites." Ignoring her, Zhang Zhonghan continued speaking to his daughter. "Is that so? Did Grandma teach that bad dog a lesson?" His mother-in-law chimed in, "Son-in-law, that woman was very fierce, like a mad woman. Her dog was off-leash and nearly lunged at Yaya. I chased the dog away, but she threatened that if I touched her dog, she would harm Yaya. She boasted of her wealth, claiming she could pay millions, saying her dog was worth more than our child. I thought it best to avoid trouble, and since Yaya was unharmed, I didn't mention it." Zhang Zhonghan's expression grew even more severe. He lifted his daughter and opened the car door, instructing, "Yaya, sit in the car. Aunt Chun, please entertain Yaya with a story on the tablet." The nanny quickly agreed, and the door shut. Zhang Zhonghan approached the trunk of the car, retrieved a baseball bat over a meter long, and slowly walked towards the woman and her large white dog. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically. "President Zhang, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, she let out a shriek as Zhang Zhonghan slapped her across the face and then delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, knocking her to the ground. He then raised the bat and brought it down forcefully on the dog's head, stating with each strike, "Your dog is worth a fortune, right? More precious than my daughter, correct? You would kill my daughter, wouldn't you? You can afford millions, right?" With each blow, he exerted maximum force. The dog, already injured from Lin Yun's kick, succumbed quickly under the relentless assault of the bat. After the dog lay still, Zhang Zonghan wiped the blood off the bat using the woman's face and said, "I've killed your dog, what now? You were so arrogant before. How do you intend to take revenge on me? I'll be waiting right here." Terrified, the middle-aged woman trembled. "President Zhang, I was wrong. I truly didn't know that was your daughter. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to say anything." Lin Yun, watching the spectacle, chuckled. "You wouldn't dare speak that way to the president's daughter, yet you felt bold enough to say it about someone else's? You really are pathetic. President Zhang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't fire me," the woman pleaded, attempting to cling to Zhang Zonghan's leg in a bid for forgiveness. However, Zhang Zonghan was filled with disgust, delivering a swift kick to her head, sending her sprawling. Finally, he produced a business card and approached Lin Yun. "Young man, I owe you a debt of gratitude for revealing the troubles my daughter faced. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call." Lin Yun, recognizing his sincerity, accepted the card without hesitation. In the car, the little girl, listening to the nanny's story, peeked out the window. Upon seeing the lifeless dog on the ground and the weeping woman, her smile widened. As Zhang Zonghan departed, the moment the door opened, the little girl poked her head out, bidding Lin Yun farewell. "Goodbye, big brother." Lin Yun waved back. "Goodbye, Yaya." He pocketed the business card, preparing to leave. Just then, the sobbing middle-aged woman charged at Lin Yun like a wild boar, wailing, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my Xiaobai wouldn't have died. I would not have lost my job." This portly woman exemplified the classic bully, having dared not utter a word in front of Zhang Zonghan, who had personally killed her dog, and now that he was gone, she only had the courage to vent her anger on Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun was not the type to be bullied. Certainly not. He slightly sidestepped, evading the brutish charge of the overweight woman, and then delivered a forceful kick to her rear. Due to her own momentum, combined with the force of Lin Yun's kick, the woman lost her balance and crashed onto the grassy ground. Fortunately, the impact did not result in any grievous injury, as the soft earth cushioned her fall. However, this woman, who daily walked her dog without a leash and neglected to clean up after it, had just moments ago allowed her dog to leave a large mess. Now, she found herself face first in that very excrement, with her mouth and nose thoroughly filled, creating an utterly grotesque scene. Startled by the sight, Lin Yun realized he could easily deal with this woman, yet if she resorted to using the feces as a weapon, even he would have to retreat. Thus, seizing the opportunity while she frantically cleaned her face, he hastily departed the scene and entered the elevator. Meanwhile, Chen Haitao approached the couple Zhang Zihao and Chen Jiru. "Sister, didn't you say you could resolve the funding gap on my end? My girlfriend is urging me to take her house hunting." Chen Jiru's expression shifted slightly. "I am sorry, Haitao, but things have taken an unexpected turn. I fear I can no longer assist you." Zhang Zihao's mood soured as well. He had been confident that they could easily handle Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun dismissed Chen Jiru entirely, showing no interest even when she attempted to entice him. This left Zhang Zihao feeling inexplicably dejected, as if marrying Chen Jiru meant acquiring a cast-off that Lin Yun scorned. Chen Haitao, now irritated, exclaimed, "Sister, I remember you were not like this before. Why have you become so unreliable? You assured me, and now you're backing out. Do you wish my marriage prospects to vanish, leaving me forever without a wife? What benefit is there for you in that?" Zhang Zihao, already in a foul mood, retorted, "Is it your sister's fault you can't find a wife? Have you ever considered your own shortcomings? You're in your 30s, yet lack any skills." "What skills?" Chen Haitao asked, momentarily forgetting to confront Zhang Zihao. Chen Jiru clarified, "Lin Yun has allied himself with the wealthy and is no longer residing in our former apartment. He hasn't changed the locks, and I still possess the key. He will likely forget about that place while living in a villa, and when he remembers, you will have been married for several years, perhaps even with children. Your girlfriend wouldn't leave you over this." Excited by the prospect, Chen Haitao exclaimed, "Yes. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'll live in his house and let him continue paying the mortgage." How delightful. That very day, he took action, bringing his girlfriend to view the apartment and even duplicating the keys Chen Jiru had given him, shamelessly moving into what rightfully belonged to Lin Yun. Unfortunately, Chen Haitao was unaware of the turmoil that had transpired in that residence. The upstairs tenant, Ma Yang, had lost his job after Lin Yun dealt with his son for playing basketball indoors late at night. With the loss of income and the burdens of school fees and living expenses, their family had little to no savings. They were unable to pay this month's mortgage and ultimately had to borrow money from relatives. But in today's world, the dynamic of debt was clear. The debtor was the master, while the lender was the servant. Mayang found it difficult to secure a loan, and although he eventually managed to borrow money, he lost face in the process. Struggling with unemployment and depression, he turned to alcohol for solace. In this state, Mayang's resentment toward the downstairs tenants grew increasingly intense. To him, his son's late-night basketball antics were trivial. How could they lead to his unemployment? Fueled by anger and inebriation, he knocked on Lin Yun's door multiple times, but the apartment was vacant, and he never encountered Lin Yun, causing his rage to simmer. One fateful night, after Chen Haitao had taken his girlfriend to the apartment and spent the night, Mayang, as usual, found himself at Lin Yun's door. The couple was soundly asleep when they were abruptly awakened by the noise, inciting their ire. Chen Haitao, filled with fury, stormed to the door, cursing, "Who the hell is knocking at this hour?" As he opened the door, Mayang stared intently at Chen Haitao, too intoxicated to distinguish between him and Lin Yun. Frustration boiled over within him, and fueled by alcohol, he drew a spring knife from his pocket and stabbed it into Chen Haitao's side. A scream escaped Chen Haitao's lips as he crumpled to the floor, clutching his abdomen in agony. His girlfriend, startled, cried out for help. "Help! There's been a murder." Seeing the blood seeping from Chen Haitao's wound, Mayang sobered instantly, dropping the knife and fleeing the scene in a panic. The following day, Lin Yun learned of the incident. Although Chen Haitao survived, he suffered severe injuries, one of his kidneys punctured, rendering him a one-kidney man. While this incident bore no connection to Lin Yun, the police, upon investigating, discovered that the apartment in question belonged to him and summoned Lin Yun for assistance. As Lin Yun arrived at the hospital, he found Chen Haitao's family present. Glancing at the injured man, he stated, "Officer, his injury has nothing to do with me. We're here to ascertain why the injured party, Chen Haitao, was residing in your property," the officer replied. Lin Yun, taken aback, responded, "They were living in my apartment? I was unaware of this. Chunjiru, did you give the key to your brother?" At that moment, Chen Haitao's girlfriend's expression darkened. The police, having heard Chunjiru's words, interjected, "Madam, one cannot simply enter and occupy an unoccupied residence. What is your relationship with these individuals?" Lin Yun gestured toward Chunjiru, declaring, "She is my ex-wife. After her infidelity at a reunion, we divorced. My parents funded the down payment, and I alone have been paying the mortgage. Her finances have been directed toward her family and brother. Thus, this property rightfully belongs to me and is entirely unrelated to her." The officer regarded Chunjiru with a hint of disdain, while she defiantly retorted, "Was it easy for my parents to raise me? What is wrong with helping them?" Lin Yun scoffed, "No problem. We are divorced now. Do as you please." The police began to understand the Chun family's dynamics, revealing that the sister was not only a financial drain, but also had committed adultery. It was audacious for her to allow her brother to reside in a house that belonged entirely to her ex-husband. Consequently, one officer informed Lin Yun, "Mr. Lin, Chen Haitao and his sister have committed the crime of unlawful entry. While the circumstances are not grave, should you choose to pursue charges, Chen Haitao's injury aside, his sister may require a few days of detention." Lin Yun, upon hearing these words, immediately replied, "Of course, it must be pursued. Why should not be?" He harbored no fondness for Chen Jilu and, in fact, felt a sense of malicious glee at her misfortunes. Chen Jilu, filled with rage, retorted, "Lin Yun, my brother is in such a dire state, and you still want to add insult to injury? Are you even human?" Lin Yun coldly responded, "What happens to your brother is of no concern to me." The police interjected, "Indeed, right is right and wrong is wrong. Your brother was injured by a drunkard from upstairs. It has nothing to do with Mr. Lin. Each matter is distinct." At this moment, Chen Weilong was equally furious. His son had lost a kidney and would require an extended hospital stay, while his daughter faced possible detention. How could this be tolerated? He shouted, "Officer, our family has suffered enough. Why are you aiding this, Lin? We do not favor anyone. We merely uphold the law and treat all individuals equally. We sympathize with your son's injury, and the perpetrator has already surrendered to the authorities. he will face legal consequences. However, your daughter and son are also guilty of trespassing, unless Lin Yun expresses forgiveness towards them. Otherwise, we must act according to the law. Upon hearing this, Chen Weilong turned to Lin Yun and threatened, Lin, let me make it clear. If you cause my daughter to be detained, I will not let this go. Lin Yun chuckled. Chen Weilong, do you truly believe you hold any power here? Threatening me in front of the police? I suspect you wish to join Xinjilu for a week-long stay in detention. The police, exasperated, said, Chen Weilong, if you wish to gain Lin Yun's forgiveness, it should come through compensation and apology, not through threats and intimidation. Please choose your words carefully. Lin Yun added, indeed, at your age, one would think you would speak with more sense. No wonder you have raised such children. Zhang Zihao, though present, showed no interest in the affairs of the Chen family and remained silent. Lin Yun's words turned Chen Weilong's face a deep shade of crimson. Yet, with the police present, he could not express his anger fully, leaving him utterly frustrated. The police continued, Mr. Lin, did you have any disputes with the occupants above? According to the perpetrator, his original target was you. He mistakenly attacked Chen Haitao instead. Chen Weilong, incensed, exclaimed, What? My son suffered for you. I demand 1 million in compensation immediately, or this matter is far from over. Lin Yun mockingly replied, Far from over? And what do you intend to do? Fool. The police explained, Chen Weilong, do not be unreasonable. Let me ask you this. If you were not home and a thief broke into your house, leading to an accident where a chandelier fell and killed the thief, would you consider yourself responsible? Chen Weilong answered, Of course not. The police continued, Exactly. You were not home. A thief broke in and was accidentally killed. How is Lin Yun's situation any different? He was not at home when your son illegally entered his property, and an unfortunate incident ensued. What connection does Lin Yun have to this? But the attacker was after Lin Yun. Chen Weilong protested. And what difference does that make? As long as Lin Yun did not hire the attacker, it is irrelevant. The attacker was intoxicated and acted impulsively. This entire affair was a tragic accident. Chen Weilong remained unconvinced and shot Lin Yun a piercing glare, saying, Kid, mark my words. This is not over. The police, having gathered some understanding of the conflict between Lin Yun and the occupants above, noted that the situation arose from the noise disturbances at night, leading Lin Yun to leverage connections that resulted in the upstairs occupants losing their jobs. In their despair, they turned to alcohol, and with unresolved anger, they ultimately created this tragic outcome. Lin Yun sought to distance himself from the Chen family and turned to leave, while Chen Haitao's girlfriend also turned and exited. Chen Weilong, noticing her departure, called out, Where are you going? Haitao is severely injured and needs care. Chen Haitao's girlfriend replied, curtly, What does that have to do with me? Chapter 32. The middleman Chen Weilong's expression darkened. How can you speak like that? You are Haitao's girlfriend, and you are practically engaged. Chen Haitao's girlfriend responded, Girlfriend? Not anymore. You are all deceitful, using your sister's ex-husband's property and claiming it as your own. How shameless. She continued, Your family dynamics are far too complicated. His sister is having an affair during her marriage, which reflects poorly on your family. I refuse to marry into such a household, where I would be embarrassed in the future. Chen Weilong, incensed, raised his hand to strike her, but Chen Haitao's girlfriend stood her ground, declaring, Try it. My cousin is a lawyer. If you touch me, you will regret it. Besides, even if you have a house and a car, I will not be with your son. He is already a 3-second man, and now he has lost a kidney. Marrying him would mean living a life of widowhood. As Chen Haitao's girlfriend expressed her discontent, Chen Haitao lay gravely injured, his misfortunes stacking up. Chen Jilu gazed at her brother in the hospital bed, a pang of regret washing over her. Reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen the Chen family since her divorce from Lin Yun, she contemplated whether, had she not divorced him, their lives would have been more prosperous. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Chen Haitao's girlfriend caught up with Lin Yun. Handsome, you must despise the Chen family, right? Lin Yun replied, Indeed, what of it? She continued, Did Chen Haitao's sister ask you for money to help resolve her brother's marriage issues, including dowries and a home? Precisely, Lin Yun confirmed. Why not just marry me instead? You could avoid the middleman, and it would drive them mad, she suggested. Lin Yun looked at her incredulously and declined. Your proposition is amusing, but you possess no allure for me. My apologies, Chen Haitao's girlfriend retorted. Come on, don't flatter yourself. You may own a property, but there are loans to consider, and your financial standing is not as impressive as you think, especially since you have been divorced once. You should consider yourself fortunate that I even find you appealing. To turn me down is quite audacious. As Chen Haitao's girlfriend observed Su Yuxuan, she felt inferior. Su Yuxuan, tall and graceful, exuded excellence, though she lacked the prominent features of Su Ruoxi. Nevertheless, she surpassed ordinary girls in beauty and poise, effortlessly driving a Mercedes with one hand. Chen Haitao's girlfriend felt utterly diminished in comparison. Just moments ago, she had boasted about her potential interest in Lin Yun, only to be overshadowed by a strikingly beautiful and affluent woman. Lin Yun promptly got into his car and departed the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuxuan had begun addressing him as Lin Dage rather than brother-in-law, subtly revealing her intentions toward him. Where are we headed now? Su Yuxuan asked mysteriously. I won't say just yet. You'll know when we arrive. I promise it will be even more thrilling than last time. Is that so? I'll look forward to it. Lin Yun replied, as the convertible weaved through traffic, drawing envious glances from passers-by. While Lin Yun had been gazing at the bustling crowd, a casual glance downward caught his attention. Su Yuxuan's legs were inherently slender, long, and fair. Donning those jeans accentuated her legs even further, exuding an irresistible charm that made one wish to embrace her and shower her with affectionate kisses. Su Yuxuan possessed a keen sense of perception. Even though Lin Yun merely glanced at her a couple of times, she sensed his gaze. With a playful smile, she asked, Lin Dage, do you find my legs attractive? Lin Yun, unable to deceive himself, replied honestly, indeed, they are beautiful. Su Yuxuan responded with a mysterious grin. Would you like to touch them? I wouldn't mind if it were you, Lin Dage. Lin Yun felt a rush of excitement, but was reminded of his 6 million yuan apartment and the transaction with Su Ruoxi, leading him to decline awkwardly, no touching while driving. We can't mix business with pleasure. Su Yuxuan understood that Lin Yun was intrigued but lacked the courage to act. Instead of pressing him further, she shifted the topic. Lin Dage, I have a question for you. What is it? Su Yuxuan beamed, as long as you like it. I recently learned to make beef ramen. Would you like me to prepare it for you tonight? I would love that, Lin Yun exclaimed, only to realize the double entendre in her words as his eyes inadvertently wandered to her legs. Her ears flushed red. While she was an experienced driver, having obtained her license at 18, she felt slightly flustered by the recent speed of their journey. After a brief drive, they arrived at a fitness club. Inside, a plethora of workout equipment filled the space, with men and women sweating profusely, immersed in a vigorous atmosphere. Yet, she wondered how this could be considered thrilling. With a playful smile, Su Yuxuan teased, Lin Dage, don't be impatient. The main event is yet to come. The basement of the club housed small, private swimming pools, ensuring a secluded space away from prying eyes. Lin Yun was taken aback as he observed the modest pool, questioning, Are you taking me swimming? What is thrilling about that? Su Yuxuan rolled her eyes. You'll find out soon enough. She then excused herself to the changing room. Moments later, she emerged clad in a black bikini, her slender waist and elegant abdominal muscles captivating Lin Yun's gaze. Chapter 33. Twists and turns. Su Yuxuan donned her swimming goggles and cap, then gracefully leapt into the water, beginning to swim. Lin Yun could not deny that this activity was indeed exhilarating. He felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Su Yuxuan moved through the water with the grace of a mermaid, leaving him utterly entranced. After a moment underwater, she surfaced, calling out, Lin Dage, aren't you going to join me? Feeling out of place, he hesitated. Is that appropriate? But I can't swim. Lin Yun was a true landlubber, having never swum before. Even better, I'll teach you. The changing room has men's swimwear. Go change into swim trunks. Reluctantly, he complied. 5 or 6 minutes later, clad only in swim trunks, Lin Yun appeared before Su Yuxuan. She admired his chiseled abs, playfully whistling, leaving him blushing. Lin Dage, grab a swimming ring and try the water. I'll guide you step by step. Lin Yun took the ring and splashed into the cool water, which didn't phase him due to his physical fitness. Su Yuxuan began teaching him to swim, occasionally playfully touching his abs and chest, perhaps taking advantage of the situation. Their swimming lesson lasted a full hour, leaving their skins slightly wrinkled from the water before they finally exited the pool. You have a knack for this, Lin Dage. You could learn to swim in just a week. That is thanks to your excellent teaching, he replied, excited about the promise of her ramen. As Su Yuxuan busied herself in the kitchen, her phone rang. Lin Yan noticed and said, Yuxuan, you have call. Who is it? She inquired. It seems unimportant. Let us discuss it after dinner. With her hands covered in dough, she couldn't answer. Lin Yan was about to check when the call ended. The call has ended. Your phone is locked. I couldn't see who it was. She promptly shared her phone password with him, hoping to strengthen their bond. Lin Yan recognized her boldness and initiative. Truthfully, he found himself captivated. Apart from her sensuality being slightly overshadowed by Su Ruoxi, she excelled in every other aspect. Most importantly, she seemed genuinely interested in him rather than merely seeking to disrupt his engagement. He sensed her affection during their swimming lesson, noticing the tenderness in her gaze. Perhaps once his arrangement with Su Ruoxi was concluded and their divorce finalized, he could openly pursue a relationship with Su Yuxuan. With that thought in mind, he input her password, unlocking the phone. To his surprise, the missed call was from Su Haoyu, Su Yuxuan's brother. Just as he was about to inform her, her phone vibrated with a WeChat voice message. Lin Yan approached the kitchen, saying, Yuxuan, that call was from your brother, Su Haoyu. Since you missed it, he sent a voice message. Would you like to hear it? Please play it for me. My hands are full, she replied. He clicked on the message, and Su Haoyu's voice resonated clearly. Yuxuan, how is your plan to seduce Lin Yan progressing? In an instant, Su Yuxuan froze, her complexion draining of color, while Lin Yan's smile faltered. The atmosphere turned tense and silent, lingering for what felt like an eternity before Lin Yan finally chuckled. I was wondering what merits I possessed to attract someone of your stature, Miss Su. Su Ruoxi was right. I have indeed been naive. Farewell. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Su Yuxuan's face paled even further, and she hurriedly pleaded, Lin Dage, please let me explain. Lin Yan interjected, what is there to explain? Are your feelings for me genuine? Did you come to me not to seduce me, not for shares in Tianqing Group? Do you even believe that yourself? Enough. The truth is laid bare. If you wish to argue further, it serves no purpose. Please do not treat me as a fool. Su Yuxuan's tears began to flow uncontrollably, her heart aching as if it were shattering. Lin Yan clapped sarcastically. Your acting skills are impressive. The tears come effortlessly. If you pursued a career in acting, your future would undoubtedly shine bright. Lin Yan, filled with anger, felt foolish. Su Ruoxi had warned him. Su Yuxuan's intentions were clearly ulterior, and he had fallen for her ruse. Fortunately, this unexpected revelation had opened his eyes to her true nature. Otherwise, had he naively believed in her affections post-divorce and proposed to her, it would have been utterly humiliating. Get out. Lin Yan gazed at Su Yuxuan, who was utterly heartbroken, and coldly uttered a single word, questioning the sensibility of her acting at such a moment. Su Yuxuan wiped away her tears, clutched her phone, and swiftly departed from Lin Yan's residence. Lin Yan sank into the sofa, taking deep breaths to alleviate his anger and sorrow. Chapter 34. Blurring the lines between pretense and reality, she admitted that her initial approach towards Lin Yan was indeed to thwart his marriage with Su Ruoxi. However, since their wilderness survival experience, where Lin Yan had bravely stepped forward in the face of despair, he had carved a place in her heart. The mission that Su Haoyu mentioned had become trivial. All she desired was to cultivate genuine feelings with Lin Yan. Once Su Ruoxi had exhausted her utility of Lin Yan and concluded their brief marital arrangement, she intended to marry him. Yet now, due to Su Haoyu's words, she found herself utterly misunderstood. Even if she attempted to draw closer to Lin Yan, he would perceive her intentions as ulterior, which left her heartbroken. Su Yuxuan wept in her car for several minutes before accelerating. She intended to confront Su Haoyu. Had it not been for him, she would not have lost her love. The Tianqing Group had many affairs to attend to. Su Ruoxi had taken a leave of absence to care for Lin Yan for 2 days, and today she returned to work, finally finishing her duties around 8 or 9 o'clock. Although Su Yuxuan was a girl, she had been long accustomed to fitness and had previously trained in sanda and boxing. Few could rival her. Moreover, she had caught Su Haoyu off guard, and he had no time to resist before she knocked him to the ground, landing several punches to his face and chest. By the time other members of the Su family intervened, Su Haoyu was left battered and bruised. Although Su Haoyu reported the incident to the family patriarch, Su Tiancheng, he was met with a scolding. How could he dare to complain when he could not even defend himself against his sister? Su Ruashi was puzzled by Su Yuxuan's aggression towards Su Haoyu. She suspected it had something to do with Lin Yun. Thus, the following morning, she sought out Lin Yun, inquiring if he was aware that Su Yuxuan had struck Su Haoyu. Lin Yun, displaying impatience, replied that he was unaware and questioned the relevance to him. Surroxi ilaverativ, asserting that Su Yuxuan had been overly attentive to him, even cooking for him daily during his hospital stay. Unbeknownst to her, her tone held a tinge of jealousy. Lin Yun chuckled, stating that she was merely using him, although she was more forthright than Su Yuxuan, who was nothing but a deceiver. Taken aback, Su Ruashi asked for clarification. Lin Yun recounted the events of the previous day, acknowledging his own folly in not being more vigilant, given the entanglement with Su family assets. He lamented that it was indeed his own fault for being deceived, albeit he had managed to mitigate his losses in time. But if Su Yuxuan was merely using him, why had she assaulted Su Haoyu? The answer was simple. Su Haoyu's voice message had disrupted their plans. Lin Yun concluded that Su Ruashi should be pleased that he had discerned their true natures and assured her of his intention to marry her without any complications. Logically, Su Ruashi should have felt joy at this revelation. Yet, her smile appeared forced, for she had also fallen for Lin Yun, and she had classified their relationship as a mere transaction. This implied that she, Su Ruashi, was not held in high regard in Lin Yun's eyes either. Thus, while Su Yuxuan's actions diminished obstacles to her inheritance, they simultaneously lowered the chances of a heartfelt connection with Lin Yun, leaving her discontented. As Su Ruashi grappled with her feelings for Lin Yun, his phone rang, playing a song about bidding farewell to singlehood. Surprised, she noted the caller ID was Zhang Chao, Lin Yun's high school classmate. Lin Yun answered, inquiring about the purpose of the call. Zhang Chao informed Lin Yun of a long overdue class reunion arranged by their class monitor, scheduled for that afternoon at the Tianjin Grand Hotel, questioning whether Lin Yun would attend. The mere mention of a reunion made Lin Yun feel nauseated, recalling how Chan Jiru had betrayed him during one. Consequently, he declined, stating that such gatherings were frivolous and devoid of meaning. Zhang Chao expressed his discontent, arguing that camaraderie could not be reduced to mere displays of wealth. He reminisced about their shared experiences in high school, playing basketball and spending nights at internet cafes. Lin Yun's expression shifted, recognizing the truth in Zhang Chao's words. Relenting, he agreed to attend a reunion for the sake of their friendship, suggesting they could catch up. Zhang Chao expressed gratitude for Lin Yun's consideration. Once the call ended, Su Ruashi asked if he would indeed attend a reunion. Lin Yun reassured her that he would not engage in any indiscretions. He simply wished to reconnect with old friends. Su Ruashi smiled, proposing to accompany him. When Lin Yun questioned her reasoning, she explained that she needed to keep an eye on him, reminding him of his marital commitments. She cautioned that should he encounter an ex-lover or rekindle old flames at the reunion, it could jeopardize their plans. Considering Su Ruashi's words, Lin Yun glanced at her. Her beauty and elegance were undeniable, reminiscent of celebrated actresses, captivating to behold. With Su Ruashi by his side, he would undoubtedly appear as a successful individual. For ordinary people could scarcely hope to possess such an exquisite partner. He imagined that if Zhang Chao were to see his wife, he would be envious beyond measure. With this thought, Lin Yun concluded that bringing Su Ruashi along would indeed be advantageous, despite the FAAD. Surroxi Riman Saident, internally affirming that while their relationship may currently be a pretense, once everyone believed in its authenticity, the illusion would transform into reality. Chapter 35, The Class Reunion Indeed. Su Ruashi resolved to embrace a populist approach. The transactional nature of her relationship with Lin Yun had been self-imposed, and he had accepted it, making it difficult to alter. Rather than conceal their connection, she would ensure that Lin Yun's peers, friends, relatives, and even his parents were aware of her role as his wife. Once everyone recognized her presence in Lin Yun's life, what began as a farce could evolve into something genuine, ultimately securing Lin Yun solely for herself. Initially, she perceived Su Yuxuan as a significant threat, capable of usurping Lin Yun from her grasp. However, with Su Haoyu's message now complicating matters, Su Yuxuan posed less of a danger. Su Ruashi placed great importance on Lin Yun's upcoming reunion, seeking to make a favorable impression on his classmates and enhance his reputation. Thus, she dedicated the morning to shopping for a new outfit, reappearing before Lin Yun at noon. Upon seeing the refreshed Su Ruoxi, Lin Yun found her appearance delightful. She wore a knitted dress with a black and apricot top and a gray-white skirt, cinched at the waist with a black belt. This ensemble exuded a chic simplicity that accentuated her poise, embodying the essence of a goddess. Su Ruoxi, with her alluring charm, exudes an irresistible sensuality. Despite her attire being far from revealing, clad in this ensemble, she resembles a captivating enchantress draped in the guise of an ice queen, effortlessly balancing allure and aloofness, thus amplifying her magnetic appeal. Su Ruoxi was thoroughly pleased with Lin Yun's reaction, having dedicated an entire morning to perfecting her look. Naturally, she linked her arm with Lin Yun's and asked, "What do you think? Am I beautiful today?" Lin Yun candidly replied, "Your beauty is undeniable, not just today, but every day." Hearing this, a sweet smile blossomed on Su Ruoxi's face. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Previously, she viewed Lin Yun merely as a means to an end, devoid of any special feelings. However, she has genuinely developed affection for Lin Yun, making even the simplest compliment feel as sweet as honey. They both climbed into Su Ruoxi's Maserati and set off for the Tian Sheng Grand Hotel, the venue for their class reunion, which happens to be part of Su Ruoxi's family's business. At 2:50 p.m., they arrived at the reserved private room, which was already ajar, revealing that about half of their classmates had gathered. After years apart, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and chatter. Su Ruoxi, still linked to Lin Yun, entered the room, prompting an immediate hush as all eyes turned toward them, particularly fixated on Su Ruoxi. Although beauty is not uncommon, her striking sensuality was a rare sight. Among the crowd, Zhang Wei's gaze flickered with a hint of envy as he observed the radiant beauty beside Lin Yun. This reunion was primarily organized by Zhang Wei, who hailed from a well-off family and had once pursued a girl from their class. However, back then, the girls were rather innocent, often drawn to boys who excelled academically or possessed striking looks, quality Zhang Wei lacked, as he came from a family with modest wealth. He vividly recalled the graduation season when the girl he admired gifted Lin Yun a pen, while he received nothing. Years later, with familial support, Zhang Wei established a car detailing business, employing several staff and achieving annual profits of 700,000 to 800,000, a testament to his success. Moreover, he had won over his former crush, who was now expecting, with plans to marry within months. The stark contrast between Zhang Wei's companion and Su Ruoxi was glaring, in terms of beauty, physique, and demeanor, making Zhang Wei's prior attempts at boasting appear utterly ludicrous. Just then, Zhang Chao exclaimed, "Lin Yun, is this your girlfriend? Is it for real?" Before Lin Yun could respond, Su Ruoxi interjected, "Not a girlfriend, but my legitimate wife. We have the certificate." Zhang Chao, upon hearing this, patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, saying, "Bro, you truly are impressive." At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed to recall something. He rose and remarked, "Lin Yun, as an old classmate, I must criticize you a bit. I remember a few years ago, you posted wedding photos on your WeChat, and it didn't feature this beauty." Zhang Chao immediately retorted, "Zhang Wei, do you even know how to speak? If you can't say anything nice, just keep quiet." He shot a glare at Zhang Wei. Am I not stating the facts? He was envious of Lin Yun stealing his spotlight, jealous that Lin Yun had once attracted his crush, while now he had secured a partner who was even more unattainable. Thus, Zhang Wei sought to undermine Lin Yun publicly by mentioning his previous marriage. He suspected Lin Yun had not disclosed this to Su Ruoxi, and if that were the case, it would be even better. He hoped for a public quarrel that would lead to an unpleasant parting, his goal achieved. Unfortunately, Su Ruoxi did not engage in any argument. Her smile remained unchanged as she stated, "I know Lin Yun has been married before." Coincidentally, his ex-wife rekindled a romance with an old classmate at a reunion, which led to their divorce. "I'm here to prevent a similar occurrence." Zhang Chao quickly reassured, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, my brother's character is beyond reproach. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and early parenthood." Su Ruoxi smiled, "Thank you." Subsequently, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi took their seats. Observing this exchange, Zhang Wei discreetly signaled to a subordinate, an old classmate who now worked at his car detailing shop, to heed his unspoken request. With just a glance, Wang Lei understood Zhang Wei's intent. He exchanged pleasantries with Lin Yun before shifting the topic. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. I presume Brother Yun is thriving in his career? May I ask where he is currently employed? I'm currently unemployed. I just resigned, Lin Yun replied. Is that so? What a pity. Zhang Wei felt relieved. He had expected Lin Yun to have made great strides, only to discover he was now jobless. In today's world, wealth reigns supreme. Without it, one cannot support even a wife as ethereal as a fairy. Zhang Wei remarked, Lin Yun, you must strive harder. Money may not be everything, but being broke is simply unacceptable. Wang Lei chimed in, that's true. When it comes to this, Brother Wei is unrivaled. Oh, what industry is Brother Wei in now? Lin Yun inquired. Zhang Wei humbly waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing much, just a car detailing shop where I employ around 10 people, earning about $1 million a year. Just enough to get by. His words belied his expression, which suggested far more than mere modesty. $1 million a year, and you're merely scraping by? Then we must be beggars. Brother Wei is indeed too humble. I currently earn only $500 a month. And if I were to make even a fraction of what he does, I would be eternally grateful. Indeed, earning $1 million a year is akin to living a life of luxury. As the classmates expressed their envy, a contented smile graced Zhang Wei's face. What was his true aim at this reunion? To bask in the admiration of his peers. Once invisible among his classmates, he now stood as the most accomplished, a feeling that filled him with elation. Feeling invigorated, he declared, Dear classmates, I am truly delighted that we could gather today. How about this? Allow me to treat everyone to this meal. Wang Lei supported this, saying absolutely. This amount is nothing but a drop in the ocean for Brother Wei. One male classmate objected. Is it really fair for you to cover the entire bill? Zhang Wei retorted impatiently. Come on, is it worth quarreling over such a trivial sum? I'll take care of it, and that's final. Wang Lei added, exactly. What is there to argue about? A mere trifle for Brother Wei. As the gathering continued, the classmates indulged in food and drink, time swiftly passing as both genders consumed ample beverages, occasionally stepping out for restroom breaks. 20 minutes later, a female classmate stormed out of the room, visibly upset. Several male classmates immediately inquired what happened. The girl fumed, I just encountered a rogue outside who grabbed my dress. I slapped him. Zhang Wei exclaimed with righteous indignation. What? Where's this scoundrel? I'll take care of him. How dare he bully my classmate? At that moment, a voice boomed. I'm right here. Come and try to deal with me. Subsequently, the classmates beheld several imposing men with tattoos striding in. Zhang Wei's countenance paled upon hearing the voice. Hu Gu is no ordinary man. He is a notorious thug known throughout the nearby streets, commanding a crew of 40 to 50 underlings, making him quite formidable, an individual whom most would never dare to provoke. Zhang Wei could hardly believe that his classmate had managed to draw Hu Ji's ire. At this juncture, Hu Gu approached Zhang Wei with purposeful strides, gripping his chin with one hand while slapping his cheek with the other. Weren't you just saying you were going to deal with me? What are you waiting for? Zhang Wei's face drained of color as he stammered. Hu Gu, I was wrong. Please spare me. I understand my mistake. Without hesitation, Hu Gu seized Zhang Wei's head and slammed it onto the table, leaving Zhang Wei utterly defenseless. Hu Gu then turned his attention to a girl nearby, cursing, damn it. You dressed so provocatively. Why shouldn't I take a look? Do you realize how irate I am right now? The girl of average build wore a strapless dress that revealed a hint of cleavage. Hu Ji's usual brashness prompted him to tug at her clothing. Zhang Chao, overhearing this, stood up and declared, Don't go too far. With so many of us here, you think you can bully us? Hu Gu scoffed dismissively, continuing to slap Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei, tell your classmates who I am. Zhang Wei quickly complied. Hu Gu is the boss of these streets. We can't afford to provoke him. As for Li Lin, Hu Gu just wants to befriend her. Let us not meddle. Pleased, Hu Gu smiled at Li Lin. Come on, since you slapped me earlier, join me for a drink, and we'll consider this matter settled. While he spoke of drinking, his eyes hinted that if Li Lin accompanied him, she would undoubtedly suffer a far worse fate. At this moment, Zhang Wei chimed in, Li Lin, it's an honor that Hu Gu is interested in you. Don't be ungrateful. However, Lin Yun stood up, coldly retorting, what a load of nonsense. If you want someone to drink with, Why not go find your mother? Hugo was incensed by Lin Yun's words, exclaiming, "You're asking for death." With that, Hugo grabbed a beer bottle from the table and charged at Lin Yun, ready to strike him down. Lin Yun, seeing the furious thug approaching, kicked out, sending Hugo sprawling backward to the ground. Hugo clumsily got back to his feet, contemplating another attack, when a swarm of security personnel rushed in, surrounding Hugo and his gang. Hugo's expression shifted. "Are you folks at Tiansheng Grand Hotel opposing me?" The head of security mocked. "Opposing you? Were you a nobody? President Su, are you all right?" Su Ruo, she slowly stood up, replying, "I'm fine. Please deal with them and have them escorted to the police station. Such scoundrels." "Yes, President Su." The security team then led the group of ruffians away. The hotel manager arrived at the private room. Approaching Su Ruo, she, "President Su, I apologize for the disturbance caused by these ruffians, impacting your dining experience." Su Ruo, she replied coolly, "It's nothing, Manager Bai. All present are my husband as classmates. Please ensure the kitchen sends us some delicacies. Rest assured, our chefs are among the best in Jiang City." Zhang Chao stammered, "President? Sister-in-law, you're the president of Tiansheng Grand Hotel?" At that moment, Manager Bai interjected, "You're mistaken. President Su is not merely the president of the hotel, but the president of the entire Tiansheng Group." The initial clarification for Manager Bai eased Zhang Chao's mind, as he thought perhaps Su Ruo, she was not as formidable as she appeared. However, the next statement nearly made him leap from his seat. The president of Tiansheng Group? Surely, this must be a joke? Chapter 37. Envy. Tiansheng Group is a renowned enterprise in Jiang City, with assets in the hundreds of billions, encompassing various projects such as real estate, hotels, and film production. The fact that his old classmate's wife is the president of Tiansheng Group left Zhang Chao in disbelief. Was this truly not a dream? Afterward, Manager Bai departed the private room, plunging it into silence. Zhang Chao, having quickly researched on his phone, whispered, "Tiansheng Group is valued at several hundred billion, and the founder's surname is Su." Think about it. The collective gasp from the classmates resonated. Even Li Lin momentarily forgot about Hugo, lost in shock over Su Ruo's identity. At such a young age, holding the position of vice president, coupled with sharing a surname with the founder of Tiansheng Group, it was evident she was a direct descendant of the founder, which afforded her such privilege. In other words, she was destined to be one of the heirs to that vast fortune. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei wished he could vanish into thin air. Just moments before, he had boasted of an annual income in the millions, intending to treat everyone, but now his bravado had turned into a mere joke. His pretense of wealth before Su Ruo, she now seemed utterly ridiculous. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Chao turned to Lin Yun. "Brother Yun, do you have some hidden identity? A wealthy heir, perhaps?" Lin Yun shrugged. "I wish I were a rich heir, but my parents are just ordinary folks." "So how did you win over sister-in-law? Do you have some special skills? Teach me." Su Ruo, she smiled. "When it comes to relationships, it's just about finding the right connection. As for my husband's financial standing, I have no specific expectations, whether it's 500 billion or 1,000 billion. It's all just numbers to me." Numbers? When will I ever experience such a feeling? Perhaps in a dream, where everything is possible. This life holds no hope. Maybe in the next life, I'll be born into a good family. If you're lucky enough to be born as Lin Yun's son, wouldn't their fortune eventually become yours? The notion that money is merely a string of numbers left the old classmates pondering deeply. As for Zhang Wei, he had become irrelevant, especially in light of the stark contrast between his demeanor and Su Ruo's. Particularly after Li Lin had been harassed by Hugo, Zhang Wei had remained silent, continuously defending Hugo. In contrast, Su Ruo and Lin Yun had decisively dealt with Hugo, sending him to the police station, highlighting the vast disparity in their standings. Naturally, the male classmates looked upon Lin Yun with envy. The life of luxury he led was simply enviable, a wife not only possessed of immense wealth, but also strikingly beautiful. Had Lin Yun somehow saved the world in a past life to be so fortunate in this one? During this reunion, Lin Yun garnered many admiring glances. Sadly, he alone understood that the relationship between him and Su Ruo, she was strictly that of employer and employee, and any deeper connection was still far off. Nevertheless, Lin Yun's prominence was undeniable. As a result of the envy and jealousy from the other boys, he found himself drinking more than he anticipated. While Su Ruo, she also indulged in some drinks. Her unique status meant that few dared to push her to drink excessively, ensuring she remained sober. Given that both had consumed alcohol, Su Ruo, she informed her driver to come and pick them up. After a pleasant evening of dining and revelry, Lin Yun and Su Ruo, she departed the hotel amidst the envious gazes of their peers. Seated in the back of the car, with the driver at the wheel, Lin Yun, though reeking of alcohol, possessed an extraordinary physique and resilience to alcohol, keeping his mind remarkably clear. In a moment of inexplicable reflection, Lin Yun recalled the last charity gala, where a suitor named Su Ruoshi had pretended to be drunk in an attempt to take advantage of her. The pretense of inebriation seemed to afford a certain freedom to indulge in one's desires. Lin Yun sometimes pondered his own situation, feeling somewhat deprived. He was in the company of such a captivating beauty, and while others believed he was enjoying a life of luxury, the truth was that he had merely held Su Ruoshi's hand. After the wedding on the 8th of next month, once Su Ruoshi had achieved her aims, he feared that he might be unceremoniously cast aside, leaving him with no opportunity to approach her again. Contemplating this, Lin Yun resolved to seize the moment and take a small advantage, lest he regret it later. Thus, he feigned drunkenness and boldly wrapped his arms around Su Ruoshi's soft, curvaceous form, his heart ablaze with desire, squeezing her tighter. In the past, Su Ruoshi would have pushed him away, but now she was languid and reluctant to resist, offering no substantial opposition. The driver, witnessing this, inquired, "Miss Su, do you need assistance?" To which Su Ruoshi replied, "Just make sure you drive." At that moment, a thought struck Su Ruoshi. Perhaps Lin Yun's apparent intoxication could lead to a reckless encounter. She had completely revised her perception of him and considered the possibility of transforming their playful facade into genuine intimacy, allowing him to truly be her man. However, such a significant leap required a sensible opportunity to convert their previously transactional relationship into one of romance. While the notion of a drunken escapade seemed cliché, it presented itself as a viable method. If it were to occur, their relationship would irrevocably shift from a mere arrangement to that of a legitimate couple. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Ruoshi ultimately decided against it. She was still an uninitiated young woman, and the idea of consummating their relationship while under the influence felt excessively audacious. Eventually, they arrived at the luxurious apartment complex where Su Ruoshi had gifted Lin Yun a sprawling flat. Supporting Lin Yun, she and her cousin, Su Yuxuan, took the elevator to the designated floor. Upon exiting, Su Ruoshi spotted Su Yuxuan, who had just confronted Su Haoyu. Determined to clarify her feelings to Lin Yun, she sought him out, though he seemed not to be home. Unperturbed, Su Yuxuan chose to wait patiently, refraining from calling as it would appear disingenuous. When she saw Su Ruoshi emerge from the elevator with Lin Yun, she rushed over, asking, "What happened to Lin Go?" Su Ruoshi replied coolly, "He is just a bit tipsy from a class reunion. Yuxuan, be mindful. He is your brother-in-law." Chapter 38. Provocation. Su Yuxuan said nothing, but joined Su Ruoshi in supporting Lin Yun as they approached the door. Su Ruoshi used her fingerprint to unlock it, and the two women helped Lin Yun into the bedroom. A drunken person's weight proved cumbersome, especially for two young women. As they entered the bedroom, they intended to lay Lin Yun on the bed, but miscalculated their strength. As Lin Yun fell onto the bed, both Su Ruoshi and Su Yuxuan tumbled alongside him, finding themselves nestled against him, one on each side. In that moment, both Su Ruoshi and Su Yuxuan felt the other was an impediment. Had the other not been present, given the current circumstances, they could have simply shared the bed, and upon waking, their relationship might have subtly evolved. However, with the other there, they could do nothing but reluctantly detach themselves from Lin Yun's embrace. Lin Yun lay on the bed, breathing evenly and evidently asleep. Initially, his drunken act had been a ploy to gain some small advantage, but somewhere along the line, he had genuinely succumbed to slumber. Why? Su Ruoshi wasted no time and retrieved their marriage certificate from her bag, presenting it before Su Yuxuan. With conviction, she declared, "This document proves we are legally wed, regardless of your opinions." Su Yuxuan found herself at a loss for words and attempted a diplomatic approach. But what if Lin Yun, in his inebriated state, intends something untoward? Su Ruashi shot a glance at Su Yuxuan, asserting, "We are legally married. Any advances he makes toward me are entirely justified." Su Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, cousin? You can't possibly want to turn pretense into reality." "Then take care of your brother-in-law," Su Ruashi replied, knowing her advantage was too significant to contest. Furthermore, her previous misunderstandings with Lin Yun had left her in a precarious position. In his eyes, she was merely a deceiver, and she no longer held the right to linger. After Su Yuxuan departed, only Su Ruashi and Lin Yun remained in the room, listening to Lin Yun's steady breathing. Su Ruashi approached him, stealthily planting a kiss on his cheek before hastily retreating as if she had committed a theft. The following morning, Lin Yun awoke in the double bed. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his rigorous training in Shen Jing left him feeling remarkably refreshed. Free from any hangover discomfort, he vaguely recalled being assisted into the room by Su Yuxuan and Su Ruashi, but after that, his memory was a blank. As he contemplated this, he arose to wash his face, only to find himself momentarily frozen before the bathroom mirror. There, on his cheek, was a faint lip mark, subtle yet discernible. Had someone kissed him while he slept? This was perplexing. His marriage to Su Ruashi was a mere arrangement for inheritance. They were merely tools for each other's gain. As for Su Yuxuan, her aim was to disrupt his wedding with Su Ruashi, equally motivated by financial interests. Neither had any reason to take advantage of him while he was unconscious. Could it be that one of them had become too engrossed in the charade, desiring a genuine connection? Who could it possibly be? Gazing at the imprint on his face, Lin Yun pondered deeply. He scrutinized it for a while, even taking a photo for future reference, considering it evidence of a woman's transgression, which he would need to address later. Just as he finished washing his face and had yet to dry it, the phone rang. He wiped his face with a towel and made his way to the bedroom to answer the call. "Hello, Xiaoli." Bai Li's voice came through Lin Ge. "I'm going out to sing with some friends. They'd like to invite you to join us. Will you come?" Lin Yun hesitated. "Your friends? They don't know me. Why would they invite me?" Bai Li chuckled. "Of course they know you. Some were saved by you during the wilderness escape, while others have heard of your exploits and are eager to befriend you." Bai Li's circle consisted of well-off individuals who enjoyed leisure and entertainment, and they found Lin Yun's remarkable abilities intriguing. Lin Yun replied, "All right, where shall I meet you?" "At Jizue Jimi at 6 o'clock, she responded. In the morning, Lin Yun practiced the Shen Jing at home, and in the afternoon, he set off for Jizue Jimi, a lavishly decorated venue that truly embodied its name. As Lin Yun stepped out of the car, he spotted Bai Li waving at him, surrounded by a group of young men and women. Some had witnessed his past exploits, while others had merely heard tales, their expressions ranging from admiration to skepticism. As Lin Yun approached, a dark-skinned young man stepped forward. "Lin Ge, you're amazing. Can I become your apprentice?" Bai Li interjected, "Lin Ge, this is Zhou Tianong. He holds you in the highest regard among our group." Lin Yun glanced at Zhou Tianong and smiled. "Apprenticeship? It's not that simple. You'll need to prove yourself first." Zhou Tianong responded eagerly. "Really? I will definitely work hard." Beside them, a young man chuckled derisively. "What effort is that? It's merely a modicum of fighting skills. If you throw 1,000,000 at him, he'll kneel and teach you immediately." This young man, named Li Kai, was a suitor of Bai Li and harbored a deep disdain for Lin Yun. He had inquired about the previous incident and concluded that anyone with a slight foundation in combat could have achieved it. It was hardly impressive. In today's society, strength meant nothing without wealth and power. Thus, upon hearing that Zhou Tianong showed such reverence towards Lin Yun and wished to become his disciple, he couldn't help but mock. Bai Li, naturally protective of her beloved, retorted, "Li Kai, are you seeking a fight?" Faced with Bai Li's fierce gaze, Li Kai felt somewhat intimidated and refrained from further comment. At that moment, another young man interjected, "Bai Li, although Li Kai's words may be harsh, they hold a grain of truth. It is already the 21st century. What significance does being able to fight hold?" Li Kai, encouraged by this support, added, "Indeed, no matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife, let alone in this age of firearms. Regardless of your martial prowess, a single bullet can take you down. What good is that?" Chapter 39. A self-inflicted misfortune. Listening to the ridicule, Bai Li felt anger rise within her. Yet she found herself unable to counter their arguments, as she too did not believe Lin Yun could withstand firearms. Of course, The privilege of being unreasonable belonged to beauties. And Bali was no exception. She slammed her palm on the table and declared, "Enough. I shall not argue with you. In my heart, Linda Gu is the mightiest. Anyone who utters another word shall leave." This karaoke session was organized by her, granting her the authority to dismiss anyone. Li Kai, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of frustration. He loved her, yet she adored him. It was an agonizing predicament. He gulped down a drink and announced, "I need some air." Bali shot a glance at Li Kai and turned to Lin Yun, saying, "Linda Gu, ignore him. Let us sing." After Li Kai exited, he overheard by Li and Lin Yun duet on Because of Love, which, combined with his earlier drink, ignited his fury. At that moment, a sultry woman strolled past. An uncontrollable urge surged within Li Kai, prompting him to approach and slap the woman's backside forcefully. The woman instantly erupted in anger. "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" "Ingu, someone is harassing me." Just then, the door to another private room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man exuding an intimidating aura, a cigar dangling from his lips. He embraced the sultry woman and inquired, "Who dares to harass my woman?" The woman, rubbing her backside, replied, "I don't know him. He's just a young guy from room 306. He nearly bruised my backside." Zhang Xiongying, the man in question, coldly commanded, "Bring the owner of this establishment to me." Before long, the owner was ushered into the room, his demeanor humble as he addressed the cigar-smoking man. "Ingu, room 306 houses a group of young, reckless individuals. Their backgrounds are decent, but they pale in comparison to yours." Bai Li and her companions indeed came from respectable families, and most would hesitate to provoke them. However, Zhang Xiongying was different. He, whose full name was Zhang Xiongying, had dropped out of school at a young age and mingled in the streets. After watching a film about gangsters, he found his life's calling and embarked on a career in organized crime. Over the years, he had transformed from a mere street thug into the owner of a construction company valued at nearly 10 billion, completing a remarkable metamorphosis. While his company might not surpass Tiancheng Real Estate in economic strength, few in Jiangcheng dared to act defiantly before Zhang Xiongying. If his company set its sights on a project, rival companies would soon receive daily photos of their family members. At that point, if they chose to withdraw from the bidding, all would be well. However, should they persist, they might soon receive severed fingers or worse. The owner, accustomed to dealing with various characters, recognized Zhang Xiongying and inwardly lamented for the young man. How foolish to provoke someone like Inge. Upon hearing the owner's explanation, Zhang Xiongying stood up and declared, "Brothers, let's pay room 306 a visit and meet these youngsters." His followers chuckled and rose to follow him. Moments later, the door to Lin Yun's room was kicked open with a resounding thud. Zhang Xiongying surveyed the young crowd and addressed his sultry companion. "Which one of you laid hands on my woman?" The woman pointed at Li Kai, exclaiming, "It was him. He slapped my backside." Li Kai, indignant, retorted, "What is the big deal? You just want money, right? I'll transfer you 100,000. Take the money and scram." Zhang Xiongying had not been humiliated with money in a long time. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, a cruel expression crossed his face as he signaled to one of his underlings. The underling swiftly punched Li Kai in the abdomen, causing him to cry out and collapse to the floor. The remnants of his fruit platter and beer spilled out, filling the room with a rancid odor. After he finished retching, Li Kai's face turned pale. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Zhang Xiongying slightly crouched, gripping Li Kai's chin, and said, "But do you know who I am? Now, call your father. Tell him you've fallen into my hands, and give him 15 minutes to come and redeem you. Otherwise, you will face the consequences." Li Kai's face was grim, yet he reluctantly retrieved his phone and called his father. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Xiongying ordered, "Put on speaker." Li Kai glanced at the imposing Zhang Xiongying and complied. He then addressed his father, "Dad, I'm in Zhang Xiongying's hands. He wants you here in 15 minutes to redeem me." His father's voice changed. "Zhang Xiongying? Is he in his 40s with a scar by his eye?" "Yes, Dad." "Who is he?" Li Kai's father replied angrily. "Have you lost your mind? Why provoke him? In Jiangcheng, you could offend the richest man, but not Zhang Xiongying. He is the underground emperor of Jiangcheng, ruthless and responsible for countless lives. How could you have gotten involved with him?" His father's voice resonated clearly through the phone, sending waves of panic through the young man in the room. Chapter 40. A self-inflicted misfortune. Though Li Kai was headstrong, he understood the weight of the term underground emperor. It signified that Zheng Xiong could easily eliminate him, with his parents utterly powerless to intervene. At this moment, Li Kai was utterly stunned. He had never expected that a mere slap on a woman's backside would entangle him with someone of Zheng Xionying's stature. This was the underground emperor of Jiangcheng. Even his father would have to tread carefully in front of him. Yet he had dared to provoke him? Dad, what should I do now? Li Kai's father responded immediately. Just admit your mistakes, bow your head in apology, and adopt a humble attitude. I will come right away. Being an only child without siblings, Li Kai's father was willing to go to great lengths to safeguard his son, even at the cost of everything. At this moment, Li Kai and his friends felt an overwhelming sense of fear. The fact that Li Kai's father was willing to risk his entire fortune to save his son only served to highlight the terror of Zheng Xionying. Without hesitation, Li Kai hung up the phone and bowed deeply to Zheng Xionying, tears streaming down his face. I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please, I beg you, spare me. Zheng Xionying looked at Li Kai coldly and replied, Spare you? You laid hands on my woman, and you think 100,000 can settle this? In the private room, the atmosphere grew tense as Zheng Xionying remarked, I see there are quite a few women here. For 100,000, let them entertain me tonight. As soon as these words left his mouth, Bai Li and her close friends displayed expressions of shock. At that moment, Lin Yun turned to Zheng Xionying and said, This matter is between you and Li Kai. Others are not involved. Zheng Xionying chuckled derisively. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? The air in the room crackled with tension as Zhang's henchmen glared at Lin Yun, exerting pressure upon him. Lin Yun met Zhang's gaze with a smile, retorting, I am teaching you how to be a person. Zheng Xionying regarded Lin Yun with surprise. This young man possessed a certain grit, a rarity in Jiangcheng. Slowly puffing on a cigar, he said, Kid, I admire your audacity, but that does not justify your insolence. I will give you one chance. Leave now, and I will not hold it against you. Lin Yun replied, I will leave, but I intend to take my friends with me. Zheng Xionying's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. I have already given you a chance. Why do you not cherish it? Lin Yun maintained his gaze on Zheng. I can offer you a chance as well. You may take Li Kai, who provoked you first. How you choose to handle it is of no concern to me. But you must not harm anyone else in this room. Upon hearing Lin Yun's declaration, Bai Li and her friends looked at him with gratitude. Faced with such a ruthless character as Zheng Xionying, the other men in the room dared not utter a sound. Only Lin Yun stood resolutely before them, ready to protect them. This unwavering courage was precisely what captivated Bai Li, drawing her toward him like a moth to a flame. One of Bai Li's friends urged, Lin Ge, perhaps you should leave. We haven't directly offended Boss Zheng. We can apologize later. Do not oppose him. Another echoed, Yes, Lin Ge, you cannot afford to offend Boss Zheng. Please, just soften your stance and leave. They believed that even if Zheng kept them, they would be safe, but Lin Yun's defiance could jeopardize his life, and they could not bear to see him harmed. At that moment, Lin Yun reassured Bai Li and her friends, Do not worry. As long as I am here, none of you will suffer a single hair's harm. Zheng Xionying coldly retorted, Kid, are you truly tired of living? Lin Yun stretched slightly and said, This space is too confined. Let us change venues for a proper engagement. With that, one of Zhang's subordinates lunged at Lin Yun, aiming an elbow strike at his head. Lin Yun countered with a punch, landing squarely in the subordinate's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing this, Zheng Xionying coldly remarked, No wonder you dare to act so brazenly before me. It turns out you are a skilled fighter. Very well, let's have some fun. He then strode out, with Lin Yun following closely behind. Bai Li hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him as well. Zhou Tianong, eager to learn from the master, believed wholeheartedly in his mentor's prowess and wanted to witness him handle the situation. The others felt guilty for dragging Lin Yun into this mess. But human nature is often self-serving. Since Lin Yun had foolishly chosen to bear the burden, they would not share in his fate. However, one person could not escape, Li Kai, who remained under Zhang's control and was dragged into the fray. Moments later, they found themselves in a secluded alley devoid of surveillance, a place where no evidence would remain. Zhang Xiongying had over 10 burly subordinates at his back, while Lin Yun had only Zhou Tianong and Bai Li, who could hardly be termed as support. Zhang Xiongying confronted Lin Yun, saying, "If you can defeat my men, I will adopt you as my godson and grant you a bright future." Lin Yun was infuriated. "What nonsense is this? Defeat your men to become your son? I would rather be your father." Without further ado, Zhang clapped his hands, and his men charged at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The clash was akin to a stone striking an egg. His movements were both graceful and efficient. As one henchman after another fell victim to his strikes, some collapsing from a punch, others sent flying by a kick, and those attempting sneak attacks were swiftly subdued. Despite the number of Zhang's subordinates, they could not withstand Lin Yun's assault. Within mere minutes, around 10 of Zhang's men lay scattered on the ground, incapacitated. Zhou Tianong watched in awe, his blood boiling with excitement as he witnessed his future mentor's valor, clenching his fists in anticipation of becoming like Lin Yun one day. Yet Zhang Xiongying remained unfazed, applauding Lin Yun. "You do possess some skill. Call me father, and this matter will be settled." Lin Yun was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? You call me father first." As he prepared to confront Zhang directly, Zhang smirked coldly. "You are clearly asking for trouble. The times have changed." With that, he drew a black pistol from his waist and aimed it at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was momentarily stunned. This man had managed to acquire a gun? Bai Li and Zhou Tianong were equally shocked, their faces pale with concern. A firearm was not something flesh and blood could withstand. "What do they do now?" Zhang Xiongying continued. "What age do you think this is? At 7 steps, a gun is fast. I will give you one last chance. Kneel and call me father, and I will forgive your previous transgressions." Lin Yun scoffed, "Fool, seeking death." Zhang Xiongying's anger flared. He had given Lin Yun numerous chances and was losing patience. With that, he pulled the trigger, and the gunshot rang out. While he gasped, "Lindigo." Zhou Tianong cried out, "Master." Though Zhang was furious with Lin Yun, he aimed for Lin Yun's shoulder, believing that a mere wound would suffice to teach him a lesson. At the moment the bullet was fired, Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly. With a terrifyingly swift reflex, combined with extraordinary physical capabilities and exceptional dynamic vision, he tracked the bullet's trajectory. As the bullet approached within 30 centimeters, Lin Yun swiftly extended his index and middle fingers and pinched the bullet between them. In an instant, the bullet, having just exited the chamber and nearing the speed of sound, was firmly grasped in Lin Yun's hand. Zhang Xiongying stared in disbelief. "This is impossible." Zhou Tianong and Bai Li were equally stunned, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene. Lin Yun released his fingers, and the bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He remained unscathed. He had indeed caught the bullet. Zhang Xiongying's expression changed drastically. He swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Yun as if he were a deity. A single fighter taking on 10 opponents is hardly remarkable. A trained martial artist can accomplish such a feat, however. Catching a bullet barehanded, can that truly be achieved by a mere human? Consider the bullet's velocity and kinetic energy. For an ordinary person, even if they could touch a bullet, their hand would be instantaneously pierced. Yet, Lin Yun remarkably caught the bullet unscathed, transcending the realm of comprehension for Zhang Xiongying. His expression shifted as he hesitated for several seconds before kneeling on the ground, calling out to Lin Yun, "Godfather." Indeed, he had succumbed. He had completely capitulated. In the presence of a being capable of catching bullets with bare hands, any sense of cowardice was justified. Just moments ago, he had contemplated acknowledging Lin Yun as his godson, recalling Lin Yun's earlier remark that he was more like a godfather to Zhang Xiongying. Thus, Zhang Xiongying knelt, seeking mercy from Lin Yun. Lin Yun approached the kneeling Zhang Xiongying, towering over him, and asked, "Do you now understand your error?" Zhang Xiongying replied, "I do. From now on, you are my godfather. If you bid me go east, I shall not venture west." Lin Yun disregarded his words and picked up the handgun Zhang Xiongying had discarded. Zhang Xiongying's face turned pale with fear as he pleaded, "Godfather, please don't kill me." Lin Yun chuckled, "Kill you? I don't need a gun for that." Zhang Xiongying sighed in relief, realizing at least he wouldn't be killed today. Lin Yun toyed with the gun, his curiosity piqued, for he had never encountered one before. However, he understood that possessing a firearm illegally was a crime. and he did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. Yet, the weapon felt inherently dangerous, unfit for his godson to wield. Therefore, Lin Yun twisted the gun as one might wring out a towel. In an instant, the once ordinary handgun was contorted into a twisted mass. The firearm was utterly deformed, its internal structure irrevocably damaged, rendering it completely useless. Zhang Xiong-ing was left speechless. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? This was a handgun, forged from high-strength steel. Even a person wielding a heavy hammer would struggle to deform it after numerous attempts. Yet, Lin Yun had effortlessly twisted it as though it were a mere towel. Zhang Xiong-ing surmised that if Lin Yun were to strike him with a single palm, it could very well crush his skull. With this thought, Zhang Xiong-ying's expression grew increasingly submissive, kneeling lower, gazing up at Lin Yun with a demeanor reminiscent of an obedient godson. Meanwhile, another observer, Li Kai, was equally stunned. Controlled by Zhang Xiong-ing's men, he was initially fearful but had relished the unfolding drama. Though he had landed himself in a precarious situation, he believed Lin Yun to be the one in greater peril, having openly confronted and offended Zhang Xiong-ing. Little did he expect Lin Yun's prowess to reach such monstrous heights, catching bullets and twisting guns. These were feats beyond human capacity. He recalled his earlier mockery of Lin Yun, asserting that no matter how skilled one might be, a single bullet could bring them down. In hindsight, those words seemed utterly ridiculous. Lin Yun could catch bullets barehanded. Amidst his turmoil, two of Li Kai's subordinates cautiously inquired of Zhang Xiong-ing, "Brother-ing, what shall we do with this brat?" Zhang Xiong-ing shot them a glance and retorted, "What business is it of yours? My godfather will decide this matter." Lin Yun interjected, "Enough. I do not have such a large godson." He turned to Li Kai. "You deliberately sought trouble with Zhang Xiong-ing, hoping to provoke discord and create complications for me. Did you not? Have you considered the repercussions of your actions?" Li Kai pleaded, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, "Actions have consequences. Zhang Xiong-ing, weren't you planning to extort him? I leave this matter in your hands." Zhang Xiong-ing promptly affirmed, "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will ensure he pays dearly." Zhang Xiong-ing harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Kai. Had Li Kai not instigated trouble, would he have been compelled to kneel and call Lin Yun godfather? When Lin Yun heard the title Brother Lin, he did not object. At least it was more pleasant than godfather. After all, Zhang Xiong-ing was significantly older than Lin Yun, and the term godfather might lead others to question their relationship. "Now, apologize to my friend, and let this matter be settled." Lin Yun had no intention of punishing Zhang Xiong-ing, while he was not a virtuous individual. The true instigator of today's events was Li Kai, with Zhang Xiong-ing merely acting in defense. Zhang Xiong-ing, as if granted a pardon, turned to Bai Li and declared, "Sister-in-law, I apologize. I did not mean to frighten you." Bai Li, initially disdainful of Zhang Xiong-ing, broke into a faint smile upon hearing the term sister-in-law. "You must never bully girls again, or I will have Brother Lin deal with you. I want tea. I absolutely want tea. Now, take your men and leave." Zhang Xiong-ing complied, retrieving a business card from his pocket. "Brother Lin, here is my card. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call. No matter what I am doing, I will immediately attend to your needs. From now on, you are my elder brother." Lin Yun accepted the card casually. Every creature has its own path. While Lin Yun possessed great strength, there were matters even his might could not resolve, and Zhang Xiong-ing could indeed assist Lin Yun with minor troubles. Soon after, Lin Yun departed with Bai Li, followed eagerly by Zhou Ziyang. After their departure, one of Zhang Xiong-ing's subordinates remarked, "Brother, have we gained a new overlord?" Zhang Xiong-ing replied, "What a foolish question. What do you think? He can catch bullets barehanded and twist guns into pretzels. What do you suppose I could do against him? Frankly speaking, had he wished to eliminate us, none of us would have escaped." The subordinates cast menacing glances at Li Kai, knowing that had he not been such a fool, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Li Kai, meeting their hostile gazes, turned pale with fear. Chapter 43. Buying a car. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Bai Li were in a taxi. Bai Li's family was affluent, yet she had yet to obtain her driver's license, necessitating the use of taxi. Zhou Ziyang had initially intended to continue pestering Lin Yun to accept him as a disciple, but was deterred by a glare from Bai Li. fearing he might offend her before securing his apprenticeship. Thus, he departed, no longer wishing to be an unwelcome presence. In the vehicle, Bai Li linked her arm with Lin Yun's, resting her head against him. "Brother Lin, you've saved me once again. How can I possibly repay you? By the way, do you have a driver's license? Perhaps I should gift you a car. Next time we can go out together without needing a taxi." At that moment, Bai Li felt the driver was an unwelcome presence. Even though he was focused on driving, their interaction felt restricted. However, if Lin Yun possessed his own vehicle, with only the two of them inside, they would have the freedom to engage in more intimate gestures. A car? Would that not be overly extravagant? Bai Li smilat. "It's nothing. I have plenty of pocket money." "It's settled then." Lin Yun remained silent, merely sighing. It appeared he was straying further down the path of dependence. Su Ruo, she gifted him a house, and Bai Li offered a car. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the verge of becoming a successful individual with both a house and a car. At this moment, the driver glanced at Lin Yun's expression through the rearview mirror and was consumed by anger. As a single man without a car, he felt frustrated when his blind date left after merely exchanging a few words. Yet here was Lin Yun, who, despite lacking a vehicle, had a wealthy young lady willing to gift him one. How could he not feel enraged when Lin Yun sighed despite such generosity? If he didn't want it, he could certainly give it to me, he thought. Bai Li, with her exceptional execution skills, arranged to meet Lin Yun the very next day to help him select a car. Ultimately, among the three brands, Lin Yun chose Audi. This decision was rooted in nostalgia. Years ago, during a village fair, a distant relative had arrived in an Audi, eliciting admiration from Lin Yun's parents and relatives, who deemed it a fine vehicle. At that time, young Lin Yun had confidently declared that when he grew up, he too would own an Audi. As he matured, however, the stark contrast between his dreams and reality became apparent. After marrying Chun Jia, he had managed to resolve the housing issue, but had yet to afford a car. Now, relying on Bai Li, he found himself on the brink of fulfilling a childhood dream, a rather amusing twist of fate. Lin Yun and Bai Li arrived at the Audi dealership to explore their options. The enthusiastic sales representative was in the midst of detailing the car models when a voice interrupted them. "Lin Yun? I'm your high school classmate, Shin Yun." Lin Yun was taken aback. "You've changed so much, I hardly recognized you." In high school, Shin Yun had little presence, her appearance unremarkable and her attire drab. She had seemingly skipped the previous class reunion. Now, however, she was transformed, possibly due to maturity or newfound skills in makeup, appearing significantly more attractive. Dressed in fashionable high heels and a short skirt, her youthful allure was undeniable. Shin Yun, noticing Lin Yun's gaze, smiled and said, "Women do change a lot over the years. Is this your girlfriend?" Bai Li chimed in with a smile, "Of course." "She is stunning," Shin Yun exclaimed sincerely. Admiring Bai Li, who preferred a more natural look, appeared almost barefaced with her medium-length hair. If Shin Yun could achieve an 80 out of 100 with her enhancements, Bai Li, relying on her natural beauty, would easily score a 95, the distinction quite evident. "You're not too shabby yourself." Bai Li complimented Shin Yun in return. At that moment, a man a few years older than Shin Yun approached, saying, "Xiao Yun, running into friends?" "Yes, this is my high school classmate, Lin Yun." "Lin Yun, this is my husband, Lu Han." Lu Han stepped forward, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Lin. May I ask where you work?" Lin Yun replied, "I'm currently unemployed." Lu Han, surprised, remarked, "Unemployed and out buying a car? You must come from a well-off family." Shin Yun interrupted, "Honey, why all the questions?" Lin Yun chuckled, "My family is ordinary. I'm no rich second generation." Lu Han, upon hearing this, formed a quick judgment. An ordinary family, now unemployed, likely without substantial funds. He harbored some resentment towards Shin Yun's interaction with male friends, having previously disallowed her attendance at a high school reunion. Unexpectedly, while car shopping, she encountered an old schoolmate, Li Yuhang, whose financial standing was decent, yet who was not particularly handsome, often worried that Shin Yun might stray. He considered any male acquaintance a potential threat to their marriage. Even if Bai Li was more attractive than Shin Yun, Lu Han, relishing the opportunity to assert dominance through his financial means, said, "Xiao Lin, I suppose you're eyeing the A3 model? It's reasonably priced and carries the Audi name, which adds a certain prestige." Lin Yun was taken aback by the sudden shift from Mr. Lin to Xiao Lin after he had downplayed his wealth. Lu Han's demeanor was telling. Shen Yun added. I think the A3 is nice. It's a well-known brand and quite stylish. Lu Han chuckled. The A3 is primarily a women's car, with limited space, especially in the back seat, almost cramped for an adult male. With your circumstances, purchasing that car may mean you won't be able to afford a new one for a decade. My suggestion is to save more money or, if necessary, borrow some to aim for the A4. The driving experience will be significantly better. At that moment, Bailey interjected, who said we were buying the A3. Such a small, shabby car is beneath us. Lu Han, amused by her candor, found it refreshing. Little lady, you shouldn't belittle it. No matter how small, it's still an Audi. Having confidence in your boyfriend is admirable, but one must also consider reality and act within one's means. With an ordinary background and being unemployed, how much can Lin Yun really afford? Both Lu Han and Shen Yun, basking in their own sense of superiority, were eager to flaunt their success before the impoverished couple. My husband, Lu Han, has been doing quite well in his career these past few years. We're looking to upgrade to an A6, which costs over 400,000 yuan. I'm a bit reluctant, but he insists that a wife and a car represent a man-s status, and we absolutely cannot skimp on that. Just then, a sales representative approached Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, are you certain you want the A7? Lin Yun nodded, yes. This A7 feels more comfortable than the A8. The representative inquired, will you be paying in full or financing? Bailey interjecta. The top model is only a little over 800,000 yuan, which isn't even a year's allowance for me. I'll pay in full. She then produced a bank card from her purse and handed it to the sales representative. The representative responded, Miss Bai, your father is friend with our dealership's owner, who has authorized the maximum discount for this vehicle. Bai Li, slightly impatient, replied, that's fine. A few thousand yuan isn't significant. I want to pick up the car quickly. The vehicle will be under my boyfriend's name since I don't have a license and cannot drive. Understood, Mr. Lin. Please provide your ID so I can process the purchase. Lin Yun promptly handed over his identification, and the sales representative proceeded with the transaction. Turning to Shen Yun and Lu Han, Lin Yun commented, the A3 indeed has limited space, and I find the A6 to be quite average. Why not go straight for the A7? It offers ample room, excellent visibility, and a comfortable drive. Both Lu Han and Shen Yun were left speechless, their faces reddening with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had boasted about suggesting Lin Yun settle for the A4, only to find him opting for the A7, the top model, priced over 800,000 yuan, likely nearing $1 million with taxes and fees, far exceeding Lu Han's A6 choice. Lu Han's earlier bravado now felt like a farce, leaving him wishing for a crevice to hide within. Flustered, Lu Han stammered, weren't you from an ordinary family? Bali confidently replied, my boyfriend comes from an ordinary background, but my family is wealthy. Spending on him brings me joy. Lu Han could only look at Lin Yun with envy and jealousy. Bali gazed affectionately at Lin Yun and said, we will surely be together. As for this car, what does it compare to Lin Yun? I do not care at all. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, Shen Yun suddenly interjected, darling, do you not love me very much? Could you put this new car in my name? Lu Han hesitated. Dear, you know my parents, Shen Yun retorted angrily. Excuses, all excuses. She abruptly pulled away from Lu Han's arm and left the dealership, prompting Lu Han to hurriedly follow after her. Bai Li observed their retreating figures and remarked, are they not just finding any excuse to escape from here? Lin Yun chuckled in agreement. Indeed, they're simply too awkward and can only concoct a lame excuse to flee. Let them continue to pretend. They deserve it. Bai Li's father was acquainted with the owner of the dealership. Thus, not only did they receive the maximum discount, but all other procedures were handled with remarkable efficiency. Lin Yun was able to return the next day to collect the car, with a temporary license plate arranged for him, while the official one would arrive in half a month. Thus, Lin Yun could now be considered part of the car-owning elite. With a house and a car, and soon to wed the stunning Su Ruoxi, Lin Yun could be deemed a resounding success. As the saying goes, wealth that does not return home is akin to wearing fine clothes while walking in the dark. With merely a few days until the wedding date on the 8th. Although this ceremony was merely a formality, Lin Yun's parents could not be absent from the occasion. Despite being regarded as a half-immortal, Lin Yun's heart remained that of an ordinary person. He valued familial bonds deeply. Having achieved success, It was only natural for him to wish for his family to share in his fortune. After sharing lunch with Bai Li, they parted ways. The following day, Lin Yun and Bai Li visited the dealership together to pick up the car. As Bai Li sat in the passenger seat, admiring the spacious interior, she could not help but acknowledge the impressive size and privacy of this vehicle, which offered countless possibilities for activities within. Lin Yun took Bai Li for a drive, and as noon approached, Bai Li received a call from her parents regarding an urgent matter, prompting their separation. Lin Yun drove directly onto the highway, heading for his hometown, Lingxian. The driving experience in this luxury car was quite pleasant, powerful, and comfortable, making the journey a true delight. 3 hours later, they exited the highway and entered Lingxian. Lin Yun's family resided in an old apartment complex on the north side of the county, nearly 20 years old, lacking an elevator and considered quite shabby. Due to his previous marriage expenses that depleted the family savings, they were unable to upgrade their home. Upon alighting from the car, Lin Yun gazed at his old house and contemplated selling his apartment in Jiangcheng. Although it still had a mortgage, it could fetch around 500,000 to 600,000, ample enough to allow his parents to acquire a better residence in Lingxian. He then ascended the staircase and knocked on the door, intending to surprise his parents without prior notice. Unfortunately, after knocking for quite some time, no one answered. Lin Yun found this unexpected, as it was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and considering the heat, they should have been home. Pondering this, Lin Yun called Lin Jingyi. "Hello, Dad. Where are you?" "We're home. Why?" Lin Yun replied, "I'm right outside the door, but no one is home." He chuckled. "I just wanted to give you both a surprise since my wedding day is approaching." On the other end, Lin Jingyi sighed without responding. Noticing this, Lin Yun asked, "By the way, where exactly are you? It's so sunny out and no one is home." "We're at the hospital." "The hospital? Who is sick? Where are you?" "I'm coming right away." Lin Yun inquired with concern. Lin Jingyi reassured him, "Calm down, it's nothing serious. I'm at the orthopedic department of the county hospital. Come over." 20 minutes later, Lin Yun arrived at the orthopedic ward of the county hospital. Lin Jingyi lay in bed, one leg wrapped in bandages and suspended in the air, encased in plaster. His sister Lin Lin and mother Shui Mei were present, while Shui Mei appeared fine. Lin Lin's eyes were slightly red. Lin Jingyi smiled and said, "What does it matter if you know? You're not a doctor. However, I'm afraid Mom and Dad want to be able to attend your wedding, as showing up with a leg in plaster would be inauspicious." Lin Yun replied, "That may not be the case." He approached Lin Jingyi and placed his hand on the plastered leg. The Shinnon cannon was not solely for combat. In fact, fighting was merely its most inconspicuous function. The Shinnon cannon could also assess feng shui and treat ailments. Otherwise, how could Lin Yun be considered a half-immortal? Placing his hand on the plaster, the celestial energy within Lin Yun began to seep through his palm into Lin Jingyi's injured leg bone. If Lin Yun were truly an immortal, the celestial energy within him would only need to be ingested by a mortal. And even someone who had just passed away could be revived instantly, showcasing the power of celestial energy. Of course, Lin Yun was not yet a true immortal, merely a half-immortal. Nevertheless, healing a fracture was not a significant challenge. Originally, a fractured bone would require 100 days to heal, but after Lin Yun's treatment, Lin Jingyi would likely awaken fully restored. However, while channeling the celestial energy, Lin Yun discovered something troubling. The injury did not resemble one sustained from a vehicular accident. Instead, it appeared as if inflicted by a metal rod. Was his father's injury truly the result of an accident? While maintaining a calm facade, Lin Yun felt as though a volcano was erupting within. He smiled and asked, "By the way, have you eaten?" Shui Mei replied, "Your father and I had a little something, but your sister has no appetite and refuses to eat." Lin Yun stated, "I'm quite hungry myself. Sister, let us go out for a meal together." Ignoring Lin Lin's protests, he took her by the hand and left the ward. Lin Lin's expression shifted. It was a car accident. Lin Yun frowned. "Do you take me for a fool? Speak the truth." Lin Lin, somewhat intimidated by her elder brother, confessed, "I was beaten by some classmates." Lin Yun clenched his right fist tightly, demanding, "Who did this?" Lin Lin rubbed her eyes, choking back tears as she explained, "It was my classmate." Lin Lin began to cry more intensely, elaborating as she wept. The siblings had inherited their parents' admirable genes and were both striking in appearance. Lin Lin had several admirers in her class, and this conflict stemmed from one of those suitors. The suitor, Zhao Xian, had recently sent Lin Lin several love letters. But with the impending college entrance examinations, Lin Lin only wished to focus on her studies and had discarded the letters. The subsequent day, Zhao Xian gathered some friends and confronted Lin Lin on her way home from school, coercing her to go on a date with him. On the first day, with the help of her friends, Lin Lin managed to escape the harassment and informed Lin Jingyi of the situation. As a father, Lin Jingyi could not tolerate this. The next day, he personally escorted his daughter to school. Yet, Zhao Xian, undeterred, continued to block Lin Lin. A confrontation ensued, during which Lin Jingyi slapped Zhao Xian, only for Zhao Xian's friends to gang up on Lin Jingyi, ultimately resulting in one of them breaking Lin Jingyi's leg before they left triumphantly. Although the police were notified afterward, Zhao Xian had not physically assaulted Lin Jingyi. It was his companions who had done so. The assailant was apprehended and would likely spend a few months in jail, yet Zhao Xian faced no repercussions. Lin Lin had inquired through her classmates and learned that Zhao Xian's family owned a bar and had extensive connections with unsavory individuals, making them affluent and influential. Therefore, even with Lin Jingyi's leg broken, Zhao Xian remained unscathed. Zhao Xian issued a stern warning, stating that if Lin Lin refused to be his girlfriend, the Lin family could expect no peace in the future. Misfortune awaited them. Upon hearing his sister's tearful lament, Lin Yun offered solace. Enough of this matter, he advised. Let us have something to eat, and do not mention this to Dad. Lin Lin looked at Lin Yun with hopeful eyes. Brother, what should I do? Perhaps I should agree to be his girlfriend? Then our family would be safe. Lin Yun interrupted. What nonsense are you speaking? Do not worry. Just act as if nothing has happened. Take good care of Dad, and go to school as usual tomorrow. You will see that everything will be fine. Lin Lin gazed at Lin Yun, her eyes wide with anticipation. Really? Lin Yun affirmed. Of course it is true. Well, have I ever deceived you? Yes, you. From tomorrow on, Zhao Xian will no longer appear before you. Brother, you wouldn't do anything foolish, would you? Lin Lin asked, her expression filled with concern, fearing for Lin Yun's safety against Zhao Xian. Foolish girl, a mere waste like him is not worthy of my reckoning, Lin Yun replied dismissively. Now, go and order something to eat. I will make a call to a friend. All right, I understand, brother, Lin Lin said, encouraged by Lin Yun's confident demeanor, a smile creeping onto her face. Chapter 46. Seeking accountability after distancing himself, Lin Yun took several deep breaths to quell the anger swelling within him. He then dialed Zhang Xiong. The call connected swiftly. Brother Lin, how may I assist you? Zhang Xiong inquired. Lin Yun stated plainly, bring your men to Ling County. I need you to handle something for me. While Lin Yun's fists could intimidate Zhao Xian and his lackeys, they would not instill true fear. Zhang Xiong, however, was different. As the underground emperor of Jiang City, he commanded a formidable presence, and few dared to provoke him. Zhao Xian, who ran a small bar in Ling County, had been brazen enough to attack Lin Zhengyi without consequence. In contrast, Zhao Xian's background was inconsequential before Zhang Xiong. He was merely a small fry compared to the larger players in the game. If Lin Yun dealt with Zhao Xian himself, it would only embolden him and his family, who would surely seek revenge against the Lin family. Unless Lin Yun resolved to eliminate Zhao Xian's entire family, such an action would be excessive, given the rule of law in society. However, if Zhang Xiong's men took care of Zhao Xian, even if they incapacitated him, he would not dare retaliate. Fully aware of the consequences of crossing Zhang Xiong, this was also the reason why Lin Yun had initially accepted Zhang Xiong as a subordinate. Often, Zhang Xiong possessed a greater deterrent effect than Lin Yun himself. Upon hearing Lin Yun's request, Zhang Xiong replied, no problem. I will gather my men, and we will depart within half an hour. Lin Yun responded calmly. Once your men arrive in Ling County, head straight for Xingwang Bar. We will act tonight. I intend to destroy that establishment. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Yun joined Lin Lin for a meal. With Lin Yun's assurance, Lin Lin's appetite improved, and she ate heartily. The family refrained from discussing Zhao Xian, as Lin Zheng wished to shield his son from the turmoil. He believed that even if Lin Yun were aware, there was little he could do. He would shoulder any burden himself, firmly believing that the law still prevailed in this world. As time passed, over 3 hours later, Lin Yun received a call from Zheng Xiongying. He stepped out of the hospital room to answer. How are things progressing? Zheng Xiongying replied courteously, Brother Lin, we have arrived in Ling County. We will reach Xinguang Bar in about 20 minutes. Lin Yun pondered briefly before suggesting, find a hotel to rest for a while. Acting too soon would draw unwanted attention. We will strike later tonight. I understand. Will you be present when we act? Lin Yun affirmed, of course, I cannot miss this opportunity to deal with Zhao Xian personally. I understand. Mom, you haven't had a good rest in days. How about I take care of Dad tonight? Lin Lin proposed. Shuimei smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Your father is not in serious condition. I can manage to sleep in the hospital. With no other choice, Lin Yun and Lin Lin departed the hospital. Soon, they arrived at an Audi A7, and Lin Lin was taken aback. Brother, is this your car? Indeed, Lin Lin marveled at the luxurious vehicle. It must be quite expensive. The purchase price was 1 million. Lin Lin gasped. Where did you get such a sum? Lin Yun chuckled. Your future sister-in-law bought it for me. Really? Your sister-in-law is truly wonderful. Lin Lin exclaimed, climbing into the car. Is this about Zhao Xian? Yes. Suddenly, Lin Lin asked, Brother, may I accompany you? I'm scared to be alone at home. Lin Yun glanced at his sister, understanding her fear of Zhao Xian's thuggish demeanor. Very well, we shall go together tonight. You will soon realize that someone like Zhao Xian is nothing but trash. There is no need to fear him. After a brief drive, they arrived near a hotel, where Lin Yun dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, Lin Lin observed a large group of imposing figures emerging from the hotel. Each person was tall and clad in black suits, exuding an intimidating aura. There were over 300 of them, marching together like a formidable army. As they approached, Zheng Xiongying called out, Greetings, Brother Lin. In unison, the hundreds of men echoed, Greetings, Brother Lin. Lin Lin watched in astonishment, realizing her brother held such a powerful position. Was he a gang leader? Lin Yun regarded the assembly and said coolly, Let us proceed to Xinguang Bar. He started the Audi A7, and the throng of over 300 men followed in an orderly fashion. The hotel was less than 200 meters from Xinguang Bar, and within minutes, they arrived. As night fell, the bar was bustling with patrons. The sudden arrival of such a large group captured the attention of many. Lin Yun rolled down the window and instructed Zheng Xiongying, Let us greet them with a show of force. Upon receiving the signal, several of Zheng Xiongying's subordinates brandished baseball bats and advanced towards the bar's windows, smashing the glass in a matter of seconds. The loud commotion could not go unnoticed inside the bar. The manager and hired thugs quickly emerged to defuse the situation. However, upon seeing the sheer number of newcomers, they were rendered speechless. In a small place like Ling County, the local ruffians could barely muster a dozen at most for a brawl. How could they contend with 300 to 400 men? The manager's face drained of color, his legs trembling in fear as he addressed Zheng Xiongying. Brother, let's discuss this. There is no need for violence. Chapter 47. You cannot bear this burden, Zheng Xiongying retorted. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Where's your boss? Bring him out to see me. The manager stammered, Our boss is not here. Then what about your boss's son? Xian Xiao is inside with some friends. Zheng Xiongying demanded directly. Which private room is he in? Lead the way. Lin Yun had already discussed the specifics of how to handle the situation with him. Since Zhao Xian happened to be at the bar, it indeed saved a considerable amount of trouble. Although the manager feared his own boss, he was even more terrified of Zheng Xiongying. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly led Zheng Xiongying and a few of his underlings to the private room where Zhao Xian was located. Inside the room, Zhao Xian was drinking with a few local ruffians, with a hostess nestled beside him. He remarked, Thank you, brothers, for what happened a couple of days ago. I wonder how long that little vixen Lin Lin can hold out. Once she can't take it anymore, she'll have to obediently become my woman. Young Master Xian, even though Lin Lin is quite attractive, is she really worth your affections? Zhao Xian scoffed, What do you know? Do you think I would marry her? With her family's background, she cannot possibly be worthy of me. I'm merely toying with her. Once I'm bored, I'll arrange for her to work as a hostess at the bar. When she hits rock bottom, she's certainly 1T refuse. Then our Xinguang Bar will gain a high-quality hostess, won't it? I'm doing this for the family business. No wonder the Xinguang Bar had many hostesses, but none of high quality. After all, women of quality could find decent suitors and wouldn't end up as fallen women. Young Master Xian, your plan not only allows you to toy with her, but also lets her make money for you. It's truly a win-win. Young Master Xian smiled smugly and took a drink. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and several thugs burst in, angrily demanding, "Which bastard dares?" Before he could finish, a spring knife was pressed against his neck. His face paled in fear. "Big brother, let's talk this out." At this moment, the others also felt a chill at their throats, each with a knife held against them, not daring to move. Zhao Xian's expression changed. "What are you doing?" "Let me remind you, my father is Zhao Damao. If you offend him, you won't have a good ending." Zhang Xiaoying did not waste words with Zhao Xian. He grabbed Zhao Xian by the hair and dragged him out, ignoring Zhao Xian's cries as he pulled him to the entrance of Xingguang Bar and threw him to the ground. "Call your boss and tell him he has 15 minutes to come to the bar, or he will bear the consequences." The manager immediately took out his phone and called his boss. "Boss, please come to the bar quickly. We are surrounded, and it seems they are targeting your son." At this moment, Zhao Xian, who was on the ground, got up and shouted angrily, "Bastard, I'll fight you." Zhang Xiaoying looked at the charging Zhao Xian with a hint of derision. Although his skills could not compare to Lin Yan's, dealing with a young punk like Zhao Xian was not challenging. As Zhao Xian lunged forward, Zhang Xiaoying slapped him, sending him spinning in the air before crashing down heavily. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Xian's mouth, leaving him in a disheveled state. In a car nearby, Lin Lin watched the scene unfold with a hint of satisfaction. Lin Jingyi had his leg broken, and this was entirely Zhao Xian's responsibility. However, because the assailants were not Zhao Xian, and they were willing to take the fall for him, he faced no consequences. Now, witnessing Zhao Xian being punished brought Lin Lin immense joy. At this moment, her fear of Zhao Xian was rapidly dissipating. After all, a person who had just been slapped to the ground like a defeated dog was hardly intimidating. Zhao Xian's parents were indeed distressed over their only child. In just 10 minutes, a BMW 5 Series pulled up, and Zhao Damao and his wife stepped out. Upon seeing the scene, they were startled. There were at least 300 to 400 people gathered. What had they offended such a massive force? Zhao Damao quickly approached his son and said to Zhang Xiaoying, "What has my son done to offend you? I, Zhao Damao, will bear the consequences." Before Zhang Xiaoying could respond, the door of an Audi A7 opened, and Lin Yun stepped out, looking down at Zhao Damao with disdain. "Bear? Can you actually bear it? First, tell me what offense my son has committed." Zhao Damao, feeling somewhat nervous, looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun coldly instructed, "Sister, get out of the car." Lin Lin stepped out and stood beside Lin Yun. Zhao Xian, witnessing this, shouted in anger, "Lin Lin, so it's you little vixen?" Before he could finish, Lin Yun kicked in the mouth. The force of the kick shattered Zhao Xian's mouth, knocking out 7 or 8 teeth and causing blood to pour out. Zhao Damao's expression changed dramatically, and he attempted to confront Lin Yun. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoying's underlings quickly subdued him, forcing him to the ground, rendering him powerless. Zhang Xiaoying slowly stated, "Zhao Damao, is it? I am Zhang Xiaoying from Jiangcheng. I wonder if you've heard of me?" Zhao Damao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his leg, and replied, "Of course, I've heard of Brother Eagle's name. The local emperor of Jiangcheng, but even you, Brother Eagle, must follow reason in your actions, right?" Hearing Zhao Damao's words, Lin Yun burst into laughter. "Reason? Very well. Today I shall explain reason to you." At that moment, a few individuals were dragged out by their hair. These were the ruffians who had previously assisted Zhao Xian in ambushing Lin Lin. Seeing themselves surrounded by hundreds of people, they huddled on the ground in fear, trembling. Lin Yun approached them with Lin Lin and said, "You all know my sister, right? Now tell me, how did Zhao Xian provoke her? If you dare to omit even a single detail, I will take your lives." Realizing why the Xingguang Bar was facing such an unwarranted calamity, the thugs understood it was all due to Lin Lin. They had no idea that Zhao Xian was merely trying to flirt and had unwittingly entangled himself with such a figure. Terrified, they dared not hide anything and recounted how Zhao Xian had led them to ambush Lin Lin and had broken Lin Jingyi's leg. Upon hearing this, Zhao Damao's face turned pale. He slapped himself hard and exclaimed, "It's my fault as a father for not educating my son. My son is foolish. Brother Eagle, however you wish to resolve this, I will bear it for him." Lin Yun, upon hearing Zhao Damao's words, kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the side. He coldly stated, "I told you, you cannot bear this." At this moment, Zhao Xian was terrified. He pleaded with Lin Lin. Lin Lin, I was wrong. I promise I won't harass you again. Please let me go. Lin Yun addressed Lin Lin. See, this kind of person is nothing to fear. Go ahead and hit him. Lin Lin hesitated for a moment before stepping up and kicking Zhao Xian in the abdomen. Feeling the pain, Zhao Xian doubled over and fell to the ground. Lin Yun then instructed, all right, Lin Lin can get back in the car. I'll handle the rest. Lin Yun had no intention of letting Zhao Xian off easily, but he feared that the next scene would frighten Lin Lin, so he asked her to leave first. On the other side, Lin Yun looked at Zhao Xian and declared, You broke my father's leg, so today, I shall break all four of yours. Several underlings stepped forward, seizing Zhao Xian's limbs and restraining him. One of them handed a baseball bat to Lin Yun. Lin Yun waited in his hands, preparing to strike when Zhao Damao shouted, Wait. My son is still a child. He made a mistake. It's all my responsibility. Can you break my limbs instead? No, Lin Yun replied curtly. And then he swung the bat down hard onto Zhao Xian's arm. The force of the blow shattered Zhao Xian's arm, eliciting a scream of agony akin to a slaughtered pig. Zhao Damao, witnessing this, attempted to rush forward to save his son, but was swiftly pinned to the ground by Zheng Xionying's underlings, unable to move. As the scene unfolded, Lin Yun, in the presence of Zhao Damao, methodically shattered Zhao Xian's limbs, rendering him unconscious from the excruciating pain, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Yun's strength was formidable, and the bones he fractured suffered from comminuted breaks, making recovery significantly more arduous than typical fractures. Given the current state of medical technology, even if Zhao Xian sought treatment at the finest hospital, his limbs would remain forever incapacitated. Subsequently, Zhao Xian would find himself unable to lift or carry, and even walking would require immense caution, rendering him akin to a crippled individual. This was the punishment Lin Yun bestowed upon him. At that moment, Zhao Damao and his wife wore expressions of profound sorrow and animosity. Zheng Xionying declared, Brothers, our work is not yet complete. Let us lay waste to this bar. Lin Yun's vengeance extended far beyond Zhao Xian alone. What emboldened Zhao Xian's arrogance? Was it not the wealth of his family that allowed him to act so brazenly? Zheng Xionying had ordered the complete demolition of the bar, and for Zhao Damao, this entailed not only direct financial losses, but also subsequent repercussions. Patrons would soon learn that the owner of Xingguang Bar had incurred the wrath of others, resulting in the bar's destruction and his son's limbs being shattered. With such events transpiring, how many patrons would dare to frequent this establishment again? Surely, the fear of being implicated in any ensuing troubles would deter them. It was certain that following this incident, even if Zhao Damao renovated the bar, business would plummet drastically. A group of several hundred quickly laid waste to the bar, and within 10 minutes, it was left in utter disarray, devoid of any intact area. At this juncture, Zhao Damao could hardly focus on the bar, his gaze fixated on his son, who lay in a state of shock. Observing the devastation, Zheng Xionying turned to Zhao Damao and remarked, Well, this matter concludes here for today. However, should you seek revenge, I am more than willing to engage, but rest assured, my next actions will not be as trivial as today's antics. In Zheng Xionying's eyes, the shattering of Zhao Xian's limbs was merely child's play. True severity would entail loss of life. Zheng Xionying was essentially threatening Zhao Damao, asserting that should he dare retaliate, he would not hesitate to annihilate his entire family. Despite the hatred swelling within him, Zhao Damao understood that revenge would only lead his family down a path of ruin. With resignation, he stated, Brothering, I appreciate your guidance. My son has indeed erred and requires correction. I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance in managing him. How could I then harbor thoughts of revenge against you? Zheng Xionying, satisfied with this response, replied, It is good that you think this way. Brothers, let us depart. Soon after, Zheng Xionying led his followers away, while Zhao Damao urgently called for an ambulance. Zhao Xian awoke the following morning, engulfed in agonizing pain, his limbs encased in plaster and bandages, rendering him immobile. Lying in his hospital bed, resentment surged within him as he lamented, Father, this cannot stand. I must seek vengeance. I will make them pay. Zhao Damao, with one leg also broken, lay in the adjacent bed and scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? That is Zheng Xionying. The consequences of retaliating against them could lead to our family being disposed of in a sack and cast into the river. Do you understand? It is all your fault for provoking Zhang Xionying. I must have been cursed to have given birth to such a reckless child. Meanwhile, Lin Lin had returned to school, as usual. Initially, due to Zhao Xian's incident, she had refrained from attending classes, choosing instead to remain at the hospital with her father or read at home. However, witnessing Zhao Xian's downfall the previous night had brought her a sense of satisfaction, dispelling any lingering shadows of fear within her. The next morning, she confidently returned to school. Lin Yun, on the other hand, visited the hospital to see his parents. "Where is Lin Lin?" Shu Mei inquired. "Mother, Lin Lin is attending school," he replied. Shu Mei's expression shifted slightly. "She has gone to school?" But Lin Yun smiled and reassured her. "Are you referring to Zhao Xian? I have already taken care of that." "You are aware?" Lin Yun grinned. "Of course. I am your son. I can discern when something is amiss." Lin Jingyi interjected. "How did you handle it? Is Zhao Xian truly no longer a threat to Lin Lin?" Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. "It is nothing extraordinary. I previously mentioned my fiancée. He possesses considerable strength. She gifted me a lavish apartment. Her wealth and influence make dealing with Zhao Xian a simple task." "Dealing with him? How exactly will our future daughter-in-law handle that scoundrel?" Shu Mei asked, her curiosity piqued, especially given her husband's current plight. If their future daughter-in-law could indeed stand up for their family and avenge her husband, it would be a most welcome outcome. Just as Lin Yun was about to elaborate, Zhao Damao and his son arrived, the former in a wheelchair and the latter on a stretcher, to offer their apologies. Lin Yun raised his hands, signaling, "No need for my input. You may observe for yourselves." Chapter 49. Infuriated to the point of bloodshed, the hospital room door swung open, revealing the woeful figures of the Zhao father and son before Lin Jingyi. Zhao Damao, seated in his wheelchair, addressed Lin Jingyi. "Mr. Lin, I am Zhao Xian's father, here to sincerely apologize for the previous incident." Lin Jingyi observed Zhao Damao's injured leg and inquired, "Your leg was broken by my son?" Zhao Damao offered a rueful smile. "It is the result of my failure in parenting. I accept this as just." Lin Jingyi retorted, "That foolish child. What offense has he committed that warrants punishment upon the elder?" At this moment, Lin Yun interjected with a chuckle, "Father, how do you know I did not punish the younger one? The young man on that stretcher is Zhao Xian, and with his limbs shattered, he is utterly incapacitated. You traded one leg for 5 limbs. That is quite the bargain." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei were taken aback. Zhao Xian had indeed suffered the loss of his limbs. They pondered whether their son had been overly ruthless. Shui Mei directed her gaze at Zhao Damao. "You have not come to demand compensation for medical expenses, have you?" "Mother, they lack the audacity," Lin Yun interjected. "I'm here solely to apologize." "Zhao Xian, why are you still standing there? Hurry and apologize." Zhao Xian, overwhelmed with indignation, felt the injustice of being forced to apologize after enduring such brutality. Where could he seek redress? The situation was intolerable. He was filled with frustration, yet powerless to resist, and thus uttered, "Uncle, Annie, I was wrong. I apologize." Following this declaration, he succumbed to tears, overwhelmed by his sense of injustice. In that moment, Zhao Xian failed to recognize that many others bore greater grievances than his own. For instance, had it not been for Lin Yun's current prowess, what recourse would Lin Lin and Lin Jingyi have had against Zhao Xian's bullying? Lin Lin had been unjustly cornered, while Lin Jingyi sought to protect his daughter but suffered a broken leg in the process. Zhao Xian faced no repercussions and continued to threaten Lin Lin. Had it not been for Lin Yun, how much more helpless and aggrieved would this father and daughter pair have felt? Seeing his son apologize, Zhao Damao ceased further dialogue and commanded the stretcher to exit Lin Jingyi's hospital room. After Zhao Damao and his son departed along with Lin Yun, the hospital room was left with only the elderly couple. Shui Mei exclaimed, "Well done. This grievance has finally been avenged. Indeed, that little scoundrel bullied our daughter and broke my leg. He truly deserved it." Lin Jingyi concurred. "Villains are met with their match," Lin Jingyi remarked. "Do not label our son as a villain." He countered, his brow furrowing. The Lin family was of modest means, with their sole advantage being their striking appearance. Lin Yun had caught the attention of a wealthy woman. Had she possessed even a modicum of beauty, She could have easily paired with a wealthy counterpart for a powerful alliance. Thus, it could be said that the greater her strength, the lesser her beauty appeared to be. The father and son Zhao Xian have been dealt with in such a manner that they dare not utter a word. Naturally, the future daughter-in-law's prowess is beyond question. Yet her image can only be described with the four words fierce and terrifying. With this thought, the joy of having successfully avenged themselves quickly dissipated, giving way to concerns for their son's future. The wedding of Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi coincides with that of Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru, taking place on the same day and at the same venue, the Tiansheng Grand Hotel. Lin Yun is busy attending to the wedding preparations, while Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru are equally occupied. As the wedding approaches, the clouds of worry surrounding Qin Jiru's family have begun to lift somewhat. Moreover, Qin Jiru and her husband have learned from Zhao Weiye that the wedding between Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi is merely a formality. Su Ruoxi is marrying Lin Yun solely to inherit a fortune, with no genuine affection between them. This marriage is simply for appearances, and once Su Ruoxi achieves her goal, she will cast Lin Yun aside. This revelation is a welcome piece of news for Qin Jiru's family and Zhang Zihao, especially since they have suffered several setbacks at Lin Yun's hands, particularly as Lin Yun is Qin Jiru's ex-husband. For Qin Jiru, Lin Yun's prosperity is as repugnant as a fly, while his misfortune brings her delight. Now that she understands Lin Yun is nothing more than a mere tool, not a genuine catch of a wealthy beauty, her joy knows no bounds. Consequently, she even made a point to call Lin Yun. Lin Yun, I'm about to get married. You must be aware of this, right? Lin Yun replied coolly, and so? You can't possibly think that now that I have a wife like Su Ruoxi, I would reminisce about you, my ex-wife? You're truly overestimating yourself. I have traded in a second-hand car for a brand new Ferrari. Do you think I would yearn for the old? Despite being mentally prepared, the term second-hand car still made Qin Jiru feel nauseous with rage. She gritted her teeth and retorted, Lin Yun, stop deceiving yourself. Do you really think that Miss Su would ever look at you? Don't think for a moment that I don't know you're just a tool. However, her brief moment of triumph was soon overshadowed as she received two WeChat messages from Lin Yun. The first was a photo of a property deed for a spacious 300-plus square meter apartment, registered in Lin Yun's name. The second was a vehicle registration for a luxury Audi worth $1 million, also registered to Lin Yun. Following these images was a voice message. Indeed, I am a tool. But do you know why I am willing to be one? It is because the rewards are simply too generous. Do you have any idea how much this apartment is worth? Over $6 million. Even if Su Ruoxi were to kick me to the curb, what of it? With this $6 million mansion and a luxury car worth over $1 million, do you think I would lack for female companionship? Fool. The property deed and vehicle registration were clear and unblemished. In such a short time, Lin Yun must have had no opportunity to fabricate these documents, indicating their authenticity. Coupled with Lin Yun's final words, Qin Jiru felt a sharp pain in her chest. She coughed and unexpectedly spat out blood, overcome by rage. 2 days passed, and Lin Jingyi began to notice a remarkable strength in his legs, no longer feeling the effects of his injury. After his insistence, the doctor removed the cast and allowed him to cautiously test his mobility. To his astonishment, Lin Jingyi was able to walk as if no fracture had ever occurred. This left the orthopedic doctor questioning his own judgment, ultimately concluding that Lin Jingyi had not fractured any bones, but merely suffered a minor crack that had been misdiagnosed as a fracture, which explained his rapid recovery. With his leg healed, Lin Jingyi was ready for discharge. By this time, it was already the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, leaving only 2 days until Lin Yun's wedding. The couple decided to travel to Jiangxing early to find accommodation and prepare for Lin Yun's big day. As for Lin, due to the impending college entrance examination, she was not permitted to take leave unless her illness was severe. Thus, for the next few days, she had to attend classes, unable to participate in Lin Yun's wedding. Consequently, Lin Jingyi called Lin Yun in advance. Son, my leg is perfectly fine now. Your mother and I have booked train tickets to Jiangxing. Please come to the train station to pick us up with your girlfriend. Lin Yun responded directly. Why book train tickets? I can drive to pick you up. Lin Jingyi clarified. With the wedding approaching, you have numerous matters to attend to. It would be too much trouble to drive all the way. Just meet us at the train station. I understand, Dad. We'll come to pick you up, and it will be a good opportunity for you to meet your future daughter-in-law, Lin Yun replied. Upon hearing the term future daughter-in-law, Lin Jingyi furrowed his brow. Convinced that this daughter-in-law would leave a lasting impression on him, the couple's early visit was also motivated by the desire to meet their daughter-in-law beforehand to acclimate themselves, preventing any shock or offense that might arise from meeting her directly at the wedding. After all, this daughter-in-law was a formidable individual, having incapacitated 5 limbs of the Zhao family without consequence. Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei held a deep respect for the strength of their future daughter-in-law. Once the call ended, Lin Yun reached out to Su Ruoxi. "Boss, my parents are arriving in Jiangchang tomorrow and would like us to meet them at the train station. Do you have time?" Su Ruoxi immediately replied, "Of course I have time. After all, they are my future in-laws. You need not immerse yourself too deeply in this role. Our performance is mainly for your family's benefit. I don't need to be overly serious." Su Ruoxi countered, "Are you teaching me how to do my job? You're the boss, and I'm the boss." Lin Yun sighed, "You're the boss. Then that settles it. Tomorrow, we will go to pick up my parents. And be affectionate in front of the elders. If anything goes wrong, I will deduct your salary." Su Ruoxi was prepared to engage sincerely, as Lin Yun's parents were undoubtedly the most significant characters in this play, and she needed to earn their full acceptance as their daughter-in-law. Little did she know that in the eyes of her future in-laws, she was viewed as a fierce and intimidating daughter-in-law, and both Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei summoned great courage to meet her. The following morning on the train, Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei sat in adjacent seats. Their expressions were notably tense, as if they were about to face a battle. For most, meeting a daughter-in-law would not warrant such seriousness, but this daughter-in-law was truly exceptional. Their future daughter-in-law was wealthy and influential, having casually gifted their son a multi-million-dollar apartment. The Zhao family, though somewhat capable in Ling County, had suffered greatly, losing 5 limbs between them, and dared not utter a word. How formidable must this woman be to have taken an interest in their son? Surely, she must be fearsome in appearance, not resembling a human being at all, to be willing to support him. Shui Mei frowned and said, "Dear, what will we do if our daughter-in-law is older than I am?" Lin Jingyi sighed, "Whether she is older than you or even older than our mother, we must endure it. After all, our son has chosen this shortcut. But if she is older than our mother, will we ever have a chance to hold our grandchildren?" Lin Jingyi chuckled. "Of course there will be a chance. If she is older than our mother, in 20 or 30 years, she will be gone. By then, our son will be in his 40s, inheriting a substantial fortune, and will surely find a young and beautiful woman. We will eventually have our grandchildren." Upon hearing this, Shui Mei retorted angrily, "You can still laugh. If it weren't for your lack of ability, our son wouldn't have taken such a shortcut." Lin Jingyi was taken aback that the conflict had reached him, and he could no longer laugh, lamenting, "Blame me, then. I take full responsibility. If it were possible, I would willingly endure that suffering in place of my son. Is there truly no alternative?" Shui Mei then asked, "Do you think it's still possible to call off the wedding now?" Lin Jingyi firmly rejected, saying, "Don't even think about it. Not to mention the last incident with Zhao Xian, this daughter-in-law has been a tremendous help to our family. To reconsider the marriage now would be an act of ingratitude. But we cannot push our son into a pit of fire either." Lin Jingyi sighed. "One must walk the path they have chosen, even if it means kneeling." Shui Mei fell silent, wiping away her tears, mourning for her son. At that moment, Lin Yun sat in the passenger seat of a Maserati, admiring the scenery along the way while stealing glances at Su Ruoxi's figure. Su Ruoxi epitomized beauty, exuding sensuality and allure. As they were on their way to meet her in-laws, her attire leaned towards the conservative side. She wore a deep green top with a bow at the waist, accentuating her figure with an air of sophistication. The contours of her bosom gave an impression of flowing sensuality. It could be said that Su Ruoxi transformed a conservative outfit into something decidedly more enticing, all thanks to her statuesque form. In this moment of beauty and luxury, Lin Yun felt utterly content. Finally, 10 minutes before the train's arrival, the vehicle reached the station. After parking, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi proceeded to the exit to welcome the arriving guests. Chapter 51, Astonishment. After a brief wait, passengers streamed out of the exit, where many were met by their families and taxi drivers were beckoning for customers. Observing the bustling crowd, Lin Yun instinctively stepped forward. shielding Su Ruashi behind him to protect her from any opportunistic individuals amidst the throng. Su Ruashi smiled subtly at Lin Yun's instinctive gesture. At last, Lin Jingyi appeared, dragging a suitcase, accompanied by Xue Mei. Lin Yun waved, "Dad, we're over here." Following the sound, Lin Jingyi and Xue Mei approached, noticing Lin Yun and the stunning Su Ruashi behind him. However, they did not recognize Su Ruashi as their future daughter-in-law. They merely assumed she was another person waiting for someone, coincidentally standing behind their son. Thinking for a moment, Lin Jingyi lowered his voice. "Son, where's your fiancée? Is she not with you?" Su Ruashi paused briefly before introducing herself. "Hello, uncle. Iaim Misuruoxi, Lin Yunese fiancé." Upon hearing this, both Lin Jingyi and Xue Mei were momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Ruashi in disbelief. Shouldn't their future daughter-in-law be old, overweight, dark, and unattractive? Shouldn't she have a fearsome appearance? How could this be? Amidst the crowd, Lin Yun took the suitcase from his father and urged Mom and Dad, "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." The elderly couple, as if waking from a dream, quickly followed Lin Yun, their minds filled with countless questions needing answers. Soon, Lin Yun led his parents to the parking area, placing the suitcase in the trunk before the four of them got into the car. Su Ruashi took the wheel. Lin Yun sat in the passenger seat, while the older couple settled in the back. Before getting in, Lin Jingyi noticed the logo of the luxury car and remarked, "This vehicle must have cost quite a fortune." Lin Yun replied, "Roughly around 2 million. At this revelation, both parents' expressions shifted and they felt a bit uneasy. This was their first time riding in such an expensive car. Observing their discomfort, Su Ruashi reassured them, "Uncle and Annie, you need not feel awkward, regardless of the price. A car is meant to be ridden in." Lin Jingyi looked at Su Ruashi in disbelief. "You really are my son, as fiancé?" He struggled to comprehend. He had expected a daughter-in-law who would be difficult to look at, yet here stood someone breathtakingly beautiful, a stark contrast that left him astounded. Su Ruashi was taken aback as well. "Have you met other fiancés?" "No, but please, uncle, feel free to speak frankly. You are the elder, and I will heed your words." Lin Jingyi chuckled. "All right then, I shall be direct." When Lin Yun mentioned his divorce from his ex-wife, and that he found a new girlfriend who gifted him a house, "Your mother and I thought he might be seeking shortcuts, perhaps being supported by some wealthy older woman." Upon hearing the phrase wealthy older woman, Su Ruashi burst into laughter, her chest vibrating with mirth, resembling a jelly with its elasticity. Lin Yun, with a vein throbbing on his forehead, protested, "Dad, do you really believe I am that tasteless? A wealthy older woman? How could you even think of that?" Su Ruashi added, "Uncle and Auntie, this is indeed a misunderstanding. That house was a gift from me to Lin Yun. Our relationship is one of mutual affection. It's just that my family is a bit more affluent. For me, money is merely a number, and spending a little on my beloved is of no consequence." At this moment, Lin Jingyi and Xue Mei finally understood, their hearts filled with delight. They had initially thought their son was being supported by an unattractive wealthy woman, a matter they were reluctant to share with relatives and friends. But now, it seemed sharing the news was not a problem at all. After all, their son's second marriage was to someone far superior to Chunjiru, making it a point of pride. Subsequently, Xue Mei and Su Ruashi engaged in casual conversation, thoroughly enjoying each other as company. Xue Mei was immensely pleased with her beautiful and wealthy daughter-in-law. Su Ruashi, eager to foster a positive relationship with her mother-in-law, bonded easily with her, leaving Lin Yun and Lin Jingyi mostly silent, allowing the two women to converse freely. The rapport between the two was so harmonious that by the time they reached their destination, they had become as close as mother and daughter. The four of them alighted from the vehicle and arrived at Lin Yun's spacious flat, where Su Ruashi announced, "Uncle and Auntie, this apartment is a gift from me to Lin Yun, and you are welcome to stay here for the next few days." Earlier, while seated in the car, Su Ruashi's posture had only hinted at her ample bosom. Now that they had exited, Xue Mei noticed that Su Ruashi's figure was also very appealing, akin to a beautiful yoga instructor. Xue Mei felt even more satisfied with her daughter-in-law, surmising that such a well-formed figure would surely make for a fruitful family and potentially grant her grandchildren. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Su family's second branch was far less pleasant. Su Haoyu and several younger relatives sat anxiously beside Su Tiancheng. Su Haoyu spoke up, "Grandfather, there are only 2 days left until Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi's wedding. Are we really just going to let things unfold as they will?" Su Tianqing cast a glance at his grandson and replied coolly, "What's the hurry? Do you really think that Ruoshi will obtain shares in the company just by getting married?" Su Haoyu was taken aback. "Isn't that the case? Don't you have some sort of backup plan, grandfather?" Su Tianqing smiled mysteriously. "You need not worry about Ruoshi's matters. Let everything take its natural course." The younger generation in the second branch sighed in relief, reassured by their grandfather's confidence. It seemed that even if Su Ruoshi fulfilled her great-uncle's will, it would all be in vain. At this moment, Su Yuxuan interjected, "Grandfather, regardless of your plans, you must not harm Lin Yun." Su Tianqing paused, then asked Yuxuan, "Have you genuinely developed feelings for Lin Yun?" Su Yuxuan nodded, "Absolutely. My cousin is merely using him, but once she has no further use for him, I intend to be with him. You can rest assured, grandfather, I will not let anyone be harmed." Chapter 52, The Wedding. After arriving in Jiangxing, Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei found that aside from handling company matters, Su Ruoshi primarily spent her time accompanying her mother-in-law. Their bond had grown so close that one day, Lin Yun overheard his mother curiously asking Su Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, with your beauty and excellent background, what attracted you to my son? I feel that my foolish son is hardly worthy of you." Cast a charming glance at Lin Yun and remarked, "Auntie, matters of the heart are often irrational. I simply like him. What can I do?" Shui Mei concurred, adding, "You speak the truth. When I was young, I was also the belle of a nearby town, with suitors numbering at least 80, yet I chose the most unremarkable one." Lin Yun and Lin Zhengyi exchanged helpless glances, realizing they were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the lunar month, the wedding day for both Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi, as well as for Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, the wedding procession of Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru halted at the entrance of the Tianshang Grand Hotel. This time, Zhang Zihao had invested substantially, hiring a car rental service. The leading vehicle was an Audi A6, followed by a fleet of 10 Audi A4s, all uniformly black, creating quite an impressive spectacle. However, when Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru emerged from their vehicle, they were utterly stunned to find a fleet of cars adjacent to theirs that far surpassed their own in luxury. Leading the charge was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a top-tier luxury vehicle valued at $6 to $7 million. Following closely were 10 uniformly high-end Mercedes-Benz S, their grandeur dwarfing that of Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru's procession. At that moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom swung open, revealing Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi. Observing this scene, Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru's expressions darkened. What they initially believed to be a coincidence now appeared to be a calculated move. Qin Jiru, who had previously been married to Lin Yun, had invited some of her friends and family to the wedding, many of whom recognized her former husband. Now, with both weddings occurring simultaneously, the disparity in the grandeur of the two celebrations was inescapable, leading to inevitable comparisons. Caught in this awkward atmosphere, Qin Jiru and Zhang Zihao entered the hotel, where the first floor had been reserved for their guests celebrating their union. The second to sixth floors, however, were designated for Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi's wedding, as indicated by two notice boards at the entrance. One board displayed a wedding photo of Zhang Zihao and Qin Jiru, directing guests to the first floor, while the other showcased Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi's photo, directing attendees to the upper floors. Qin Jiru and her father, Chen Weilong, glared at the notice with fury, wishing they could smash it to pieces. They understood that as guests entered the Tianshang Grand Hotel, all eyes would inevitably be drawn to the photo of Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi. Everyone would realize that Qin Jiru's ex-husband was hosting his wedding just above them, with a larger guest list and a more extravagant affair, a comparison that was unbearable. With no opportunity to change the wedding plans, and having already notified relatives and friends, any last-minute cancellation would result in immense disgrace. Chen Weilong seethed. "That scoundrel Lin, how did he know we were getting married here? It infuriates me." Qin Jiru's face grew even darker at her father's words. How could Lin Yun have known about the time and place of her wedding? It was simple. She had personally informed him, intending to humiliate him. Now, she was acutely aware of the irony. Today, it was she who faced humiliation, not Lin Yun. "Dad, Lin Yun's marriage is merely a sham. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let's go. Chen Weilong shot her a glance. We may ignore him. But what about our relatives and friends? Many of them know Lin Yun. After this wedding, our family will undoubtedly become the laughingstock among our peers. Chen Weilong, a man who valued his reputation, felt his dignity slipping away on this day, making his frustration palpable. Zhang Zihao and Chen Jiru were initially filled with joy on what was supposed to be their special day. However, their self-inflicted predicament left them restless, and one could only imagine how their married life would unfold given such a tumultuous start. Chen Jiru sat uneasily during the ceremony. The laughter and cheers from the guests felt like mockery to her ears. She began to regret attending the class reunion that had led to this predicament. Now, Chen Jiru's family not only faced a loss of face, but also a loss of substance. Initially drawn to Zhang Zihao for his greater success and promising salary, her hopes were dashed as he had recently been dismissed from his job, leaving them uncertain about their future. Previously, Zhao Weiya had approached Zhang Zihao, asking him to have Chen Jiru seduce Lin Yun and capture a video to disrupt his wedding with Su Ruoxi. Zhang Zihao had readily agreed, but the plan had ultimately failed. Zhao Weiya, infuriated with Zhang Zihao's ineptitude, had taken it out on him, leading to his dismissal. Following her divorce from Lin Yun, Chen Jiru faced a series of misfortunes, including her brother's tragic accident and Zhang Zihao's subsequent unemployment. Even with some family savings, their future remained bleak. In stark contrast, Lin Yun seemed to flourish, thriving each day with his luxurious home and vehicles. Chen Jiru couldn't help but feel regret. A thought crossed Chen Jiru's mind. If only she could remarry Lin Yun. Although his marriage to Su Ruoxi was a fade, the possessions he had acquired were undeniably real. If they were to reconcile, she would be entitled to half of those luxuries. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zihao, as he stood at the altar, Chen Jiru was already contemplating reconciliation with Lin Yun, a thought that would surely infuriate him. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Tianshan Grand Hotel, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi's wedding was proceeding splendidly. The Su family, wielding significant influence, had drawn a large number of guests, many of whom held notable status, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Ruoxi, adorned in exquisite bridal attire, appeared stunningly beautiful. A portion of Lin Yun's relatives and friends were also present, though fewer in number compared to the Su family. As the auspicious hour approached, and the ceremony had yet to commence, Su Haoyu and his cousins conspired to present Lin Yun with a challenge. They arranged 2 tables side by side in front of the ceremonial stage, each laden with small cups of Maotai liquor. Su Haoyu proclaimed, "Lin Yun, marrying a daughter of the Su family is no simple feat. See these 2 tables of liquor? My brothers will drink with you. We shall commence the wedding ceremony only when the drinks are finished." Lin Yun chuckled. "Very well, I shall drink with you." Given his constitution, liquor was as inconsequential as water to him, and he was more than willing to partake. At that moment, Bai Li turned to Zhou Ziong and said, "Zhou Ziong, it's your turn to stand up for our master." Displeased by the Su family's bullying of her beloved, she deemed it inappropriate to intervene herself, and thus enlisted Zhou Ziong to take action. Zhou Ziong rose emphatically, declaring, "What kind of skill is it to have one person drink with a group? Come, we are all Lin Ji's brothers. We shall drink alongside the Su family." These individuals were friends of Bai Li and Su Yuxuan, some of whom Lin Yun had previously rescued or dealt with in various encounters. At that moment, Lin Yun bore the pressure from Zheng Xionging, urging the others to leave. They were not ungrateful, and the gratitude they felt was genuine. At this moment, Zhou Ziong took the lead, and naturally, the others followed suit. Soon, a group of 20 to 30 young individuals from well-off families gathered around Lin Yun, joining him and Su Tiancheng's younger generation in toasting. On the stage, Su Ruoxi exhaled in relief. She had initially considered intervening, but realized it was unnecessary. With a crowd of 30 or so, each person had merely a couple of small cups, and in no time, the drinks on the table were emptied, while the Su family's table sipped more slowly. After the Su family and Lin Yun's younger brothers finished their drinks, the tables were cleared, and the auspicious time approached. Lin Yun ascended the ceremony platform, standing side by side with Su Ruoxi. Due to the hurried nature of the wedding and Lin Yun's awareness that it was merely a fade, no bridesmaids or groomsmen were invited. Only the couple stood on stage. The wedding was traditional, and after the host delivered a few words of blessing, he proclaimed, "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other." Su Ruo Shi and Lin Yun each placed a diamond ring on the other's finger, officially completing the wedding ceremony. Following this, the guests began to enjoy the food and drinks, while Lin Yun and Su Ruo Shi, as the newlyweds, went from table to toast. The gathering was joyous, and the banquet commenced at 2 o'clock, continuing until after 4, when guests began to depart one by one. Remaining were Su Ruo Shi, her mother, Chun Su Su, Lin Yun, and the 3 generations of Su Tiancheng's lineage. At this moment, Chun Su Su remarked, "Second uncle, now that Ruo Shi's wedding has concluded, I must speak frankly about certain matters. Should the shares left by my father be formally handed over to Ruo Shi?" As soon as Chun Su Su's words fell, the spacious banquet hall fell silent, and the expressions of all present turned serious. Everyone understood that the ultimate purpose of this wedding was to fulfill Su Tiancheng's dying wish, allowing Su Ruo Shi to inherit her grandfather's legacy. This was the crux of today's ceremony. Hearing Chun Su Su's words, Su Tiancheng chuckled. "Su Su, you remain as straightforward as ever. Second uncle, spare me the pleasantries and just tell me, will you transfer the shares my father left behind or not?" Su Tiancheng slowly uttered 3 words, "Cannot give." Chun Su Su's expression shifted, and Su Ruo Shi glared at Su Tiancheng. "Second granduncle, I have always respected you. Are you truly willing to sever ties with me today?" Su Tiancheng replied with a smile. "Ruo Shi, what kind of person do you think I am? Would I tear apart family ties over trivial financial matters? You underestimate me. Have you truly fulfilled your grandfather's wish?" Su Ruo Shi's expression darkened. "Second granduncle. What do you mean?" On the screen appeared a face resembling Su Tiancheng, yes. None other than Su Tiancheng himself. Though aged, he appeared spirited, dressed in a suit, sitting upright before the camera. "Fortune is unpredictable. I, Su Tiancheng, built my fortune from scratch, creating a vast enterprise. However, as the saying goes, prosperity leads to decline. A week ago, I consulted a fortune teller who warned me of ominous signs. After my departure, my shares would be held in trust by my brother Su Tiancheng, to be officially inherited once my granddaughter understands and marries Lin Yun. Yet Su Tiancheng remarked, "You should wait." Su Tiancheng wore a playful expression akin to a mischievous child. "My dear granddaughter, independent and clever since childhood, would likely attempt to deceive me with a sham marriage." Since Su Tiancheng's passing, Su Tiancheng had taken control of the Tiancheng Group's shares. At this moment, Su Ruo Shi stood frozen, her expression becoming complex. She felt a mix of anger and happiness, tinged with shyness. She was infuriated that her grandfather had left a contingency in his will, rendering it impossible for her to inherit his shares. However, she was elated that the stipulations in the will seemed to provide her and Lin Yun with an opportunity to deepen their relationship. Perhaps she could use this will as a pretext to move forward with Lin Yun, transforming their charade into reality. Marriage and children? The shyness naturally stemmed from the prospect of having a child, especially with Lin Yun present. At this moment, Su Tiancheng slowly said, "Ruo, do you now understand why second granduncle cannot transfer the shares to you? Your grandfather feared you might be deceiving him with a sham marriage, thus requiring you to bear a child first. You two should work hard after marriage to fulfill your grandfather's wish, and I would then feel at ease handing over the shares to you." Su Ruo Shi replied, "Rest assured, second granduncle, we will strive to achieve that." Su Tiancheng smiled. "All right, let us conclude the matter here for today. It's getting late. The remaining time belongs to you two, and I shall not intrude." Su Hao Yu and the others then realized that their great-uncle had left a contingency plan, explaining why their grandfather had remained so composed. The matter of having children was not so straightforward, and they left the hotel, relieved. However, Su Yuxian frowned, sensing instinctively that her older cousin posed a threat to her. Their relationship was undoubtedly more than a mere sham marriage. Now, with the great-uncle's stipulation that Su Ruo Shi must have a child with Lin Yun to inherit the estate, Su Yuxian worried that her cousin might indeed take things seriously. What would she do then? Yet, despite her anxiety, she felt powerless and could only leave with a troubled expression. Chen Susu looked at her daughter and sighed. Ruo Shi, as vice president of the group, your annual salary is already quite substantial. There is no need to force the issue regarding the shares. Su Ruo Shi's expression changed. Mom, what are you saying? Chen Susu replied, Mirong, there are no outsiders here. It's best to clarify everything. Lin Yun nodded. You are right. My task is complete. Farewell. Lin Yun turned and walked away without a hint of reluctance. Su Ruo Shi, seeing this, hurriedly called out, Wait. Lin Yun paused. What is it? Let's have a child. Su Ruo Shi, after much internal struggle, finally uttered these words. Initially, she had intended to take a gradual approach, transitioning from pretense to reality and winning Lin Yun over slowly. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, her mother's words had forced her to use this statement to retain Lin Yun. Lin Yun gazed at Su Ruo Shi's alluring figure, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. Su Ruo Shi's angelic face and seductive figure were undeniably captivating, holding a potent allure for him. As for having a child, they both understood what that entailed. One encounter would surely not suffice. Multiple would be necessary. The prospect of being intimate with Su Ruo Shi was something Lin Yun eagerly anticipated, yet he felt conflicted. If intimacy were merely for financial gain rather than love, it seemed lacking in meaning. Furthermore, Lin Yun had undergone significant transformation. Having cultivated the Shenong Jing, he had transcended ordinary existence, almost achieving a semi-divine status. A being of his caliber, engaging in procreation for monetary reasons? That felt beneath him. On one hand, he was more than willing to share a passionate night with Su Ruo Shi, yet morally, he believed it was wrong to engage with someone solely for financial reasons. Lin Yun was torn. At this moment, Chen Su reprimanded. Ruo Shi, have you lost your mind? Is it worth sacrificing your love for the sake of inheritance? Lin Yun, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and quickened his pace to leave. Su Ruo Shi watched Lin Yun depart and voiced her discontent. Mom, what are you doing? What do you mean? I can't allow you to ruin your happiness for the rest of your life. Mother told you, there are numerous ways to inherit the estate. There is no need to truly sacrifice yourself. Su Ruo Shi exclaimed in anger. Mother, you are the one destroying my happiness. Chen Susu looked at Su Ruo Shi and said, My dear daughter, you have lived a life of luxury since childhood, never lacking in food or drink. How can you disregard everything for the sake of an inheritance? A sham marriage is one thing, but how could you even consider having a child? But I wish to have a child with him, regardless of the inheritance. Chen Susu was taken aback. What? Are you saying you have feelings for Lin Yun? Chen Susu's expression changed. No, absolutely not. Ruo Shi, he is unworthy of you. There are so many talented young men pursuing you. You have better options. Su Ruo Shi suddenly remarked. Mother, were you doing this on purpose? Chen Susu feigned ignorance. What do you mean on purpose? I don't understand. Su Ruo Shi replied calmly. You dislike him. You have a more favored son-in-law. Hence you deliberately tried to provoke him into leaving. Chen Susu fell silent, simply holding Su Ruo Shi's hand. Ruo Shi, after your father left, it has only been the two of us relying on each other. You must understand, I only want what is best for you. I will never harm you. Su Ruo Shi, possessing high emotional intelligence, gently responded, Mother, I know you mean well, but I am an adult now. The path I choose for my future will be my own decision. After speaking, Su Ruo Shi gracefully exited. Chen Susu sighed, a daughter grows up too quickly. Chapter 55. Playing with fire. Lin Yun smiled as he changed into his pajamas, freshened up, and prepared to rest early. Just as he finished brushing his teeth, a light knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the graceful figure of Su Ruo Shi. What brings you here? Su Ruo Shi retorted, Why shouldn't I come? Today is our wedding day, and as newlyweds, do you expect me to spend the night alone? But what? I stood for so long at the ceremony. I'm exhausted. Su Ruo Shi declared as she stepped into the room. This was her house, and she was quite familiar with the layout. After a brief visit to the bathroom to wash up and remove her makeup, she emerged. Su Ruo Shi's beauty was striking. Even without makeup, she radiated a natural charm. Compared to her meticulously crafted look during the ceremony, she now exuded a more organic allure. After changing into a set of pajamas from the wardrobe, she lay down on the double bed in the master's suite, leaving Lin Yun in a state of astonishment. Boss, you can't be serious. What boss? We not only got our marriage certificate, but also held a formal wedding today. You must address me as dear. While ordinary women might appear unremarkable lying down due to gravity, Suruwashi's exceptional figure remained captivating even in repose. Lin Yun swallowed hard and said, Suruwashi, I must warn you, I am a normal man. If you keep this up, you might ignite a fire you cannot extinguish. Suruwashi laughed. Ignite a fire? Then go ahead and try. Lin Yun, known for his fiery temper, strode to the bedside, locking eyes with Suruwashi with a fierce gaze. Undeterred, she met his stare head-on. He leaned down and captured her lips with a fervent kiss. A delightful fragrance enveloped Lin Yun, invigorating him, as he eagerly savored the sweetness of the moment. Suruwashi's eyes widened in surprise, her hands gently patting Lin Yun's back, appearing to scold him but actually encouraging him. Just then, a voice interrupted, You little rascal. Do you dare to bully my daughter? Get away from her. Startled, Lin Yun turned to see Chen Susu, slightly intoxicated, entering the couple's bedroom, disrupting their intimate night. Chen Susu grabbed Lin Yun's shirt and pulled him out of the room before lying down beside Suruwashi, holding her arm and reassuring her, Don't be afraid, my dear. With me here, no one can bully you. After saying this, Chen Susu fell into a deep slumber. Suruwashi was left stunned. Fully aware that her mother was not truly drunk, she disapproved of her daughter being taken advantage of for the sake of an inheritance, thus intervening. Although the apartment belonged to Suruwashi, it was impossible for Chen Susu, as a mother, not to have a key. It was unclear when she had arrived. Yet, Suruwashi genuinely wanted to be with Lin Yun. Lin Yun stood awkwardly at the door, peering through the crack to see Chen Susu had already fallen asleep, clutching Suruwashi's arm firmly, preventing her from leaving. What could Lin Yun do? He had no choice but to retire to another bedroom. The night passed swiftly, and in the morning, Lin Yun was the first to awaken. Shortly after, Lin Jingyi rose as well and came to the living room. Son, why are you up so early? Shouldn't you be resting until noon after your wedding night? Lin Yun forced a smile. My mother-in-law drank too much and ended up in our room. What? How did she end up in your room? Then you, Lin Yun explained. How would I know? She kicked me out, and I slept on the sofa all night. Lin Jingyi slapped his forehead in frustration. What kind of person is that? He then approached the door and knocked loudly. After a while, Chen Susu emerged dazed. What is going on? When did I end up here? Lin Jingyi expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you think? Last night, the newlyweds were having their wedding night, and you kicked my son out onto the sofa while you and your daughter shared a bed. You should consider your actions. A moment of intimacy is priceless, and you utterly ruined it. Chen Susu apologized. I'm sorry, my daughter got married, and I drank too much. What could Lin Jingyi say? After all, they were family now. It's all right. There are many days ahead. Soon, both families gathered in the living room, and Chen Susu took the initiative to apologize. Daughter, son-in-law, I drank too much last night and ruined your special moment. I sincerely apologize. The couple could only respond, It's fine, mother, it was not intentional, and we have plenty of time ahead. Regardless of their inner feelings as elders, they could not express any grievances. Chen Susu's purpose for coming was to protect her daughter's virtue, and with that goal achieved, she did not linger and made an excuse to leave. Lin was about to take her college entrance examination, which was indeed significant, so it was better to leave early. Moreover, young people nowadays prefer their own space. The older couple did not wish to be a third wheel. Suruwashi immediately suggested, How about I drive you? Lin Jingyi replied, Ruashi, there's no need to trouble yourself. Taking the train is convenient. Xue Mei added, Yes, Ruashi, you have already taken such good care of Lin Yun, providing him with a house and buying him a car. We cannot continue to burden you. Suruwashi intended to persuade them further, but upon hearing the mention of buying a car, her expression subtly shifted. Buying a car? What did she buy Lin Yun a car? Chapter 56. Remarriage? Do you think you deserve it? Soon after, Lin Jingyi found an excuse to take a walk and left with Xue Mei, leaving only Lin Yun and Suruwashi in the room. Suruwashi looked at Lin Yun and said, So, someone bought you a car? You haven't really latched onto some wealthy older woman, have you? Lin Yun clarified. Not an older woman, but a young wealthy one, the one you met last time, Bai Li. Tsuruoshi's expression changed. Bai Li was indeed charming, resembling a character straight out of an anime, posing a genuine threat to her. Contemplating this, Tsuruoshi remarked, "Don't forget, you are a married man." Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Isn't this merely a transaction between us?" Tsuruoshi clenched her small fist. "Fine, even if it is a transaction. Until our agreement is fulfilled, you cannot be ambiguous with any other girls. After yesterday's wedding ceremony, has our transaction not been completed? I recognize that your objective remains unachieved, but surely this cannot be laid at my feet." Tsuruoshi spoke slowly. "Have you ever purchased something online? Who told you that the transaction was complete? Even if the transaction is finalized, there must be after-sale service." "All right, what kind of after-sale service do you desire?" Lin Yun inquired. "So, when shall we divorce?" Although Lin Yun cherished the event of last night and wished to continue them, he understood that Tsuruoshi might have merely acted on impulse, seeking to fulfill her grandfather's dying wish. Now that she had regained her clarity, the circumstances of last night could not be replicated. Observing Lin Yun's eagerness to end their marriage, Tsuruoshi felt quite displeased. She declared, "Let us say 1 to 3 months. You must present yourself well in public and act as a model couple. If you perform sufficiently well, I may consider releasing you early." "Agreed. It is settled then." Just as they concluded their negotiations, Tsuruoshi's phone rang. It was her assistant, calling her back to the office for urgent matters. She informed Lin Yun and departed immediately. After her exit, Lin Yun sat cross-legged before the floor-to-ceiling window, commencing his practice of the Shinong Jing. The Shinong Jing is divided into 12 levels, with the 9th serving as a threshold. Below the 9th are mortals, while above are immortals. Even at the 3rd level, Lin Yun, compared to an ordinary person, could be considered extraordinary, capable of feats beyond the reach of most. After completing his practice, feeling a bit hungry, Lin Yun decided to go downstairs for a bite. However, just as he donned his coat, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was met by his ex-wife, Chunjiru. Lin Yun frowned as he regarded her. "What brings you here?" Chunjiru glanced around Lin Yun's spacious apartment, over 300 square meters, far superior to her current abode. The luxurious decor and pleasant community were nothing short of the perfect dream home in her mind. With a tinge of regret, Chunjiru remarked, "Lin Yun, I have changed my mind. Shall we reconcile?" Lin Yun's expression shifted. "Chunjiru, are you out of your mind? You just married Zhang Zihao yesterday, and now you wish to reconcile with me? What are you thinking?" Tears welled in Chunjiru's eyes. "I regret it. Seeing you marry another made me realize that my heart truly belongs to you. Zhang Zihao was merely a fleeting presence in my life. You are my true home." Lin Yun nearly laughed at her words. "I am your home? What a joke." He quickly discerned that her interest likely lay in his current luxurious apartment and that extravagant car. Although he initially contemplated telling Chunjiru to leave, he understood that if she could not achieve her goals, she might resort to entangling his parents. If she informed them that his marriage to Tsuruoshi was a facade, he would have to expend considerable effort explaining himself. It would be wiser to devise a plan to send her away once and for all. With this in mind, Lin Yun asked, "Do you truly regret it? Are you sincerely seeking to reconcile with me?" Chunjiru replied excitedly, "Of course, my heart only holds you." Lin Yun retorted, "How could that be? This apartment is worth millions. Tsuruoshi merely asked me to play along in a charade. There is no way she would genuinely gift this to me." Chunjiru's expression shifted. "Then what did she give you?" Lin Yun shrugged. "When she approached me, you and I had just quarreled. She needed assistance in this act, and it conveniently allowed me to hold my head high in front of you, so I agreed to her request." Pointing to a corner of the living room, he indicated a neatly packed suitcase. In truth, it belonged to his parents. But how could Chunjiru know? Lin Yun's reasoning was sound, and with the suitcase present, it held substantial credibility. At that moment, Lin Yun feigned an attempt to grasp Chunjiru's hand, but she recoiled. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yun asked, taken aback. Chunjiru, filled with disdain, responded, "Who is your wife? Take a look in the mirror." "But you just said," Lin Yun began. Chunjiru interrupted, "I was merely toying with you. Even if I were to die, I would never remarry you." Lin Yun chuckled. "How coincidental, for I too was playing with you." "What do you mean?" she questioned. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, "I merely wished to see if you were genuinely interested in me or if it was my possessions that attracted you. As expected, your true intentions were revealed in an instant. Did I not send you photos of my property deed and vehicle registration? You could easily verify their authenticity at the housing authority. Shinjiru's complexion shifted dramatically. But that suitcase, her face fluctuated between shades of green and red, leaving her at a loss for words. Well then, what are you still doing here? Even a dog does not despise a poor home, yet you are beneath even that. Do you think you are worthy of reconciling with me? Chapter 57. The Shady Agent Before Lin Yun. Shinjiru displayed a chameleon-like transformation, her disdain for poverty shining through, leaving her with no face to approach him for reconciliation. She could only flee in embarrassment. Where is your wife? Shui Mei inquired. She went to work. She is the vice president of the company and has many responsibilities. Are you not staying a few more days? Lin Jingyi waved his hand. No. Your sister is preparing for the college entrance examination and cannot remain out eating all the time. Besides, we feel uncomfortable staying at your home. Seeing this, Lin Yun had no choice but to carry the suitcase for the elderly couple as they made their way downstairs. On the way to the train station, as Lin Yun drove, Shui Mei chattered from the back seat, urging him to cherish Su Ruoshi, for it was rare to have such an exceptional wife. He must avoid any further emotional issues. Listening to his mother's words, Lin Yun smiled. Rest assured, Mom, we will be just fine. On their way home, a call came through. Mr. Lin, regarding the property you listed with our agency, we have a buyer with strong purchasing intent. If you are available, shall we arrange a three-way discussion? Lin Yun responded. Your efficiency is commendable. Very well, let us discuss. Not long ago, he had listed his previous property with the agency, and within less than a week, a buyer had already emerged, demonstrating impressive efficiency. Half an hour later, Lin Yun arrived at the appointed restaurant, where he met the client manager from the agency and the buyer. The buyer was a young couple, the woman visibly pregnant. Lin Yun deduced that they were hastily marrying due to impending parenthood, seeking to buy a home to avoid the inconveniences of renting. Client manager Xiao Li greeted Lin Yun with a smile. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. As Lin Yun sat down, Xiao Li continued. I must clarify that our agency earns its income through information fees. If today's negotiations do not succeed and you too bypass our company to reach an agreement privately, it would incur legal liabilities. Lin Yun glanced at Xiao Li, replying coolly, Rest assured, I only wish to sell the house quickly. As for the agency fee, you shall receive every penny owed. That is good to hear. Here is the property transaction contract. Please review it. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign. Saying this, Xiao Li produced two identical copies of the contract. The contract stipulated that the sale price of the property was $600,000, with the buyer assuming Lin Yun's loan and continuing the repayments. Notably, 5% of this amount constituted the agent's fee, yielding a profit of $30,000 for the agency, which was quite satisfactory. After reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, Lin Yun promptly affixed his signature. Once the contract was finalized, the husband of the newlywed couple conducted a mobile transfer, and within 5 minutes, Lin Yun successfully received the $600,000. Without delay, he transferred $30,000 of the agent's fee to the agency's account. Upon seeing the fee credited, Xiao Li shook Lin Yun's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Lin Yun nodded slightly and exchanged greetings with the buyer couple before departing. However, as he reached the entrance of the restaurant, he hesitated momentarily upon overhearing the husband say to the agent, Manager Li, here is a remaining $150,000. Please confirm. The husband handed a paper bag to the client manager, which contained $150,000 in cash. Manager Li opened the bag, glanced through it, and remarked, You both are honest individuals. I trust the money is in order. Let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Subsequently, Manager Li left with the paper bag, followed by the couple exiting the restaurant. Just outside, a voice inquired, What is the actual transaction price of this house? The couple paused, then replied, $75,000. Mr. Lin, the agent said it was your request to list the contract at $600,000 to facilitate tax avoidance, with the transfer reflecting only $600,000, while the remainder would be paid in cash. If not, you would not sell the house to us. Lin Yun regarded the couple with a perplexed expression and responded, If this was my request, why would the cash not be given directly to me? The husband retorted, The agent claimed that once they handled the money, It would be cleaned, otherwise the source of this additional 150,000 would be unexplainable. At that moment, his wife interjected, "Enough, dear, can't you see? Mr. Lin means that we have been deceived by the agent." Lin Yun affirmed, "Exactly. The 150,000 you are to pay later has nothing to do with me. I sold my house for 600,000, while the agent pocketed your 150,000 and my 30,000 fee, totaling an 18,000 profit for them. What? This agency is outrageous." The husband, distressed, pulled out his phone and called Manager Lee. Manager Lee, Mr. Lin states that he sold his house for only 600,000. What is the meaning of your collecting 150,000 from us? On the other end, Manager Lee chuckled, 150,000? I do not understand what you are referring to. The husband, frustrated, retorted, "Are you pretending to be ignorant? Your agency is utterly unscrupulous. Do you think I will report you? Report me? Do you have evidence? Have you considered the consequences? Your wife is pregnant, isn't she? What if she were to suffer an accident, leading to the loss of the child?" The husband's expression darkened. "Are you threatening me? I am merely stating a fact. Before acting, consider whether you can bear the consequences." Chapter 58. Retribution. The husband, visibly aggrieved, clenched his fists, and after a long pause sighed, "Forget it. Let this be a lesson learned. Dear, you are carrying a child, and we cannot contend with them." Lin Yun, having overheard the husband, stated lightly, "Please leave a contact number." "Mr. Lin, we do not wish to get involved. As you heard, they threatened my wife, which is utterly despicable." Lin Yun smiled. "I do not require your involvement. Just leave a number." The husband complied, providing Lin Yun his number before departing with his wife. Lin Yun then reopened the property transaction contract, which bore the name of the agency, Hongtu Zhongjia. While the couple feared the threats, Lin Yun felt no such trepidation. Having sold the house for only 600,000 while the agency profited 18,000 was simply unacceptable. He searched for the company online and quickly discovered its background. Lin Yun initially intended to ask Zhang Xiaoying to take direct action against the unscrupulous agency to retrieve the funds. However, upon examining the company's ownership structure, he was taken aback. Hongtu Zhongjia was a subsidiary wholly owned by Wanshan Group. Lin Yun furrowed his brow and retrieved a business card from his wallet. The general manager of Wanshan Group, Zhang Zonghan, was the person who had previously reprimanded a dog owner for negligence and had left a business card. After a moment's thought, Lin Yun dialed the number on the card. Upon connection, Zhang Zonghan's voice inquired, "Who is this?" Lin Yun replied, "Mr. Zhang, this is Lin Yun. We met over a troublesome dog. Ayu, what can I do for you? You are aware of Hongtu Zhongjia, correct?" Zhang Zonghan responded, "Yes. It is a subsidiary of Wanshan Group. Have you had dealings with Hongtu Zhongjia?" Lin Yun chuckled. "More than just dealings. It has been quite an eye-opener. I sold a property for 600,000, only to discover post-sale that the agency charged the buyers an additional 150,000 in cash for tax evasion. In addition to my 30,000 fee, the agency effortlessly profited 18,000. No, it should be termed as deceiving. I expect Mr. Zhang to provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I will resort to my own means to resolve this." Lin Yun's call was not a plea for assistance, but rather a request for Zhang Zonghan to address the misconduct of his subordinate company. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not hesitate to deploy Zhang Xiaoying, resulting in substantial losses for Zhang Zonghan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zonghan's expression shifted. Wanshan Group had built its reputation on integrity, and such an incident was unexpected. He assured, "I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is as you say, I will not only compensate your losses, but also ensure those responsible face appropriate repercussions." "I hope so. I shall not intrude further." After ending the call, Zhang Zonghan made 2 additional calls. Shortly thereafter, 2 men clad in work attire arrived at Zhang Zonghan's office. One was the head of Hongtu Zhongjia, while the other was client manager Xiao Li. The head respectfully inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you to summon me?" Zhang Zonghan remained silent, a palpable air of authority and solemnity enveloping the office, causing both men to adopt serious expressions. Upon hearing Zhang Zonghan's words, both the head and Xiao Li's faces paled. They were well aware of the situation. The 30,000 agent fee had entered the company's account, while Xiao Li had pocketed 50,000 in cash, with the remaining 100,000 lining the head's pockets. They had resorted to such methods for personal gain, earning more than their official salaries. Zhang Zonghan suddenly chuckled. Is that so? If you both confess your wrongdoings and return the ill-gotten gains from these years, we can part ways amicably, and you may seek new employment. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, I will be compelled to initiate a commercial investigation. You are well aware of Wanshan Group's influence. I can uncover even the minutest details about you. Now, what path will you choose? The person in charge and Manager Li were both terrified, their faces turning pale. After a moment of hesitation, they fell to their knees, weeping profusely, confessing their mistakes. They were acutely aware that their misdeeds, committed repeatedly, were far too numerous to withstand scrutiny. If Zhang Zonghan were to investigate thoroughly, they would likely find themselves imprisoned for a long time. By confessing now, they could at least avoid jail time and secure a chance at redemption. They certainly knew what choice to make. 18,000? That seems to be 3,000 more than expected. Zhang Zonghan chuckled, saying, given that my subordinates have committed such a grave error, and you have helped me eliminate a group of troublemakers, how could I possibly accept a fee from you? Consider it a token of my gratitude. After hanging up, Lin Yun transferred 80,000 yuan to the couple who bought her house. After all, this sum of money ultimately belonged to them, as they had relinquished the previous 15,000. The 8,000 now felt like a windfall, a delightful surprise. Indeed, however, as a token of appreciation, I have deducted 70,000. You wouldn't find that excessive, would you? Of course not. The truth is the agency is to blame. We truly valued your property. In our eyes, the transaction price was 75,000 plus the loan, so it is only fair that you receive nothing from us. Lin Yun replied with a smile. This is all the fault of unscrupulous agents, forcing buyers to spend more and sellers to earn less. Let us meet halfway at 67,000, and everyone will be pleased. In any case, I must thank you. Chapter 59. A schemer bike basket contained 3 packaged meals. For the past couple of days, she had been dining out, and today, after her parents attended her brother's wedding, they would be home by noon. They would have no time to cook, so Lin had made arrangements in advance. However, as she rode her electric bike through an intersection, her expression changed. In the distance, she spotted an elderly woman in her 60s who had fallen to the ground, her cane lying nearby, appearing quite injured. Lin considered leaving immediately. After all, in today's society, one could never be too careful. Countless incidents of deceitful schemes plagued the internet, and sometimes it was wiser to avoid trouble. Yet she could not bring herself to ignore the elderly woman who looked to be in dire condition. If she did not receive timely medical attention, it could lead to life-threatening consequences, and Lin would be plagued by guilt for the rest of her days. The old woman had not lost consciousness. She grasped Lin's hand and slowly rose to sit at the roadside. Noticing that the elderly lady seemed relatively stable, Lin said, "Elderly lady, an ambulance will arrive shortly. I have a class this afternoon, so I must take my leave." However, the old woman suddenly clutched Lin's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Leave? Where do you think you're going? You hit me. You think you could just walk away? I'll call my son and daughter-in-law right now. You're not going anywhere." The old woman, who had appeared weak and feeble moments before, now held Lin's arm with surprising strength, leaving red marks on her skin. The old woman refused to let Lin leave, while simultaneously dialing her son's number on a basic phone. "So, I was hit by someone at the intersection south of our home. This young girl is trying to escape. You need to come quickly." Witnessing this scene, Lin pleaded, "Elderly lady, you can't bully me like this. I saved you. How can you claim I hit you?" The old woman coldly retorted, "You did hit me. If you didn't hit me, why would you help me? You will compensate me for my medical expenses and for emotional distress. Every penny." At that moment, the old woman felt a surge of confidence. Her earlier fall had left her worried, but with a hospital visit, the cost would easily mount into the thousands. Now, with a gullible target to exploit, she could not only cover her medical expenses, but also extract a few extra thousand for emotional damages. With a windfall of several thousand from this unsuspecting victim, she could even buy her grandson an iPhone 14 and still have money left over. The old woman lived close to the intersection, and before long, a middle-aged couple arrived. As soon as they approached, they angrily demanded, "So you're the one who hit my mother? Listen carefully. If anything happens to her, we want to let this go." Lin, on the verge of tears from the injustice, insisted, "I didn't hit anyone. I merely helped her up." But the old woman shamelessly accused, "It was her. My son, my daughter-in-law. You need to come quickly with money for medical and emotional damages. Not a penny less." At that moment, Lin felt a surge of indignation, realizing she had no means to counter the situation. As a young girl, she felt utterly powerless. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to call Lin Jingyi. When the call connected, Lin Jingyi said, Lin, your mother and I just got off the train and we'll be home shortly." Lin quickly replied, "Dad, I'm in trouble." Lin Jingyi inquired, "What happened?" With a quivering voice, Lin explained, "I helped an elderly woman who fell. And now her family won't let me leave. They want me to pay them." At that moment, a man's voice could be heard on the line. "You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. You're the one who hit my mother." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyi instructed Lin, "Hand the phone to that man." Lin complied, passing the phone to the middle-aged man. He bluntly said, "You better come over and pay up." Lin Jingyi coldly replied, "If my daughter truly hit your mother, I will not quibble over what is owed. But if you continue to intimidate her, I will make you regret it." The man's expression faltered slightly before he said, "As long as you pay, we can discuss this." When they arrived, the ambulance had already reached the scene, but the family obstructed it to ensure they could extort money. It was only when Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei arrived that the ambulance was finally able to leave. Seeing his daughter, Lin Jingyi immediately asked, Lin, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Lin shook her head. "No, Dad. I really didn't hit anyone. They are wrongfully accusing me." With her parents present, Lin felt emboldened to clarify the situation once more. However, the old woman interjected, "Little girl, you did hit me. If you didn't why would you help me? You can't deny it." "I did not." Lin insisted again. Lin Jingyi reassured her, Lin, I believe you. Rest assured, right is right, and wrong is wrong. They cannot frame you." Meanwhile, the old woman and her son and daughter-in-law looked utterly confident. There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and Lin had no way to prove her innocence. As long as the old woman persisted in her claim, Lin's family would ultimately have no choice but to pay. Chapter 60. In just as soon after, they all boarded the ambulance and headed to the hospital. The old woman's son immediately arranged for various tests for his mother, which would cost thousands just for the initial expenses. Before long, the hospital provided their findings. The elderly woman suffered a minor fracture, which was not severe, but due to her age. She would likely need to stay in the hospital for 10 days to a month. Then the old woman's son addressed Lin Jingyi, saying, "So, Lin Jingyi, your daughter has caused my mother this injury. How do you plan to compensate?" Lin Jingyi replied coldly, "My daughter did not hit anyone." The middle-aged man scoffed. "Just because you say she didn't hit her, does that make it true? I have evidence. My mother is a witness, and her injuries are proof. Your daughter is still in high school, right? If you don't pay, she won't be able to leave. We could just wait here. After all, it won't affect my future." Lin Jingyi glared at the man and asked, "How much do you want?" A middle-aged man with an audacious demeanor proclaimed, "Not much. Just bring out 50,000, and this matter will be settled." Lin Jingyi retorted angrily, "Absolutely not. I can only offer 10,000. 50,000 is non-negotiable." Lin Jingyi then declared, "Very well, let us take this to court. I refuse to believe the police cannot uncover some trace." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. He had already discreetly inquired with his mother about whether Lin was indeed the one responsible. If it were true that Lin was at fault, he would be entitled to extort 50,000. If not, a mere 10,000 would suffice, for if this matter went to court, the truth might surface, leaving him with nothing. Consequently, he conceded, "All right, I shall pity you and accept 10,000. Subsequently, Lin Jingyi and the middle-aged man drafted an agreement. Lin Jingyi would provide 10,000, severing any ties with the Lin family. Witnessing this, Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Approaching her 18th birthday, she understood the difficulty of earning money. Her parents would need to toil for 2 to 3 months to save that amount. Now, due to her momentary interference, that sum was lost, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Lin Jingyi transferred the money to the middle-aged man and remarked, "The funds have been transferred. I hope your family does not feel a pang of conscience while spending it." The middle-aged man shamelessly replied, "Compensating for an accident is only right." What conscience is there to question? I will spend this money with ease. Thereafter, the Lin family departed together. Dad, I'm sorry. Lin's voice trembled slightly. Lin Jingyi gently patted his daughter's head, saying, It's all right. It is merely 10,000. Consider it a lesson learned. Remember, you may help others, but you must protect yourself first. Lin shook her head. No, I will never play the role of a good person again. Good deeds yield no rewards. Lin Yun, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger. So, Dad really gave them 10,000? Lin replied, Yes, we had no choice. That family is shameless. I clearly helped that elderly woman, yet she extorted 10,000 from us. Lin Yin responded firmly, Elderly woman? She is nothing but an old parasite. Rest assured, our family's money will not be so easily taken. I will ensure they face consequences. Brother, I await your revenge. Fear not. Subsequently, Lin Yin asked his father to seek assistance in uncovering the family's background. In a small county like Lingxian, secrets are few and far between. Lin Jingyi inquired among a few friends and soon learned the family's details. The elderly woman had lost her husband and had one son and one daughter. The daughter was relatively successful, having established a life in Jiangsheng, providing financial support to her mother. The son, the middle-aged man Lin Zhengyi encountered, had little ambition and lived with his mother, relying on his sister's financial assistance. This mother-son duo could be likened to parasites living off their daughter. The elderly woman often boasted about her daughter's job, allowing Lin Yun to easily gather information. The daughter, currently a planning director at Tianqing Real Estate, was considered a mid-level manager, earning an annual salary of around 6 to 700,000. Thus, she could send 5 to 6,000 each month to ensure her mother and brother lived comfortably. Though their marital relationship was a fade, their partnership was genuine. Furthermore, Su Ruoshi would likely detest such unscrupulous behavior from the elderly, which disheartens well-meaning individuals. It is time for them to learn a lesson. The next morning, Lin Yun called Su Ruoshi, saying, Boss, may I request a favor? Su Ruoshi replied coolly, That depends on the nature of the request. Lin Yun recounted his sister's ordeal and continued, The family's current financial support comes from your company as planning director, Hu Yimei. I wish to ask for your assistance in ensuring they receive their due punishment. Su Ruoshi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, What? They dare to bully my sister-in-law? Understood, rest assured. I will make them pay. A few minutes later, planning director Hu Yimei arrived at the office, respectfully greeting, Good day, President. Although the position of planning director was significant, it paled in comparison to Su Ruoshi's status as vice president of the group. Su Ruoshi regarded Hu Yimei and inquired, How long have you worked at Tianqing? Hu Yimei, taken aback, responded about 8 years. It's been my second job after graduation. At that moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. When a boss asks such questions, it either leads to a promotion or dismissal. Hu Yimei was certain she had not achieved anything noteworthy recently. Could it be she had offended this vice president? Su Ruoshi continued, 8 years. How many 8 years does one get in life? Have you ever considered leaving Tianqing? Hu Yimei's expression shifted slightly. President Su, I have never thought of leaving Tianqing. I wish to dedicate my life to this company until retirement. Su Ruoshi nodded. I believe you, but given the current circumstances, you may not be able to stay at Tianqing. Hu Yimei's face paled. President, could you please tell me why? Su Ruoshi smiled. Hu Yitian is your brother, and Li Erhua is your mother, correct? Indeed. Su Ruoshi elaborated. Earlier today, Li Erhua fell, and my sister-in-law, seeing the elderly woman injured, kindly helped her up. Can you guess what happened next? Li Erhua held onto my sister-in-law's hand, refusing to let go, falsely claiming it was my sister-in-law who caused the accident. In the end, Li Erhua was taken to the hospital. With no surveillance, my sister-in-law could not clarify the situation, and Hu Yitian extorted 10,000 from my father-in-law. Now tell me, if I continue to employ you, how will I explain this to my in-laws? How will I face my sister-in-law? In an instant, Hu Yimei's expression soured. She had anticipated her downfall would stem from her job performance or lack of effort. She had never considered that her family would be the source of her troubles. She hurriedly pleaded, President, please give me another chance. Su Ruoshi coolly responded, You have 24 hours. Within that time, ensure your family earns my in-laws and sister-in-laws' forgiveness, and your job will be spared, albeit with a demotion as a minor reprimand. Fail to do so within 24 hours, and no further discussion will be entertained. Upon hearing this, Hu Yimei immediately replied, President, I understand. Thank you for this opportunity. As she entered, she overheard her mother, Li Erhua, boasting, thanks to that foolish girl. We extorted 10,000 from her. Now our Xiaobao can finally have the iPhone 14 he wanted. Hu Xiaobao, clutching the iPhone 14 while playing games, exclaimed, Thank you, Grandma. You're amazing. Hu Yimei's anger flared, and she kicked the door with a bang. Hu Yiqian, initially brimming with bravado, shrank back upon seeing Hu Yimei. After all, he was dependent on her for survival. His entire family relied on her support. Hu Yimei glared at Hu Yiqian, her frustration boiling over, and slapped him across the face. Hu Yiqian, covering his face in dismay, protested, Sister, why did you do that? Mom, my sister hit me. Li Erhua retorted, You deserved it. Did you not do something wrong to provoke your sister? Although Hu Yimei was akin to a character from a drama, supporting her family, she was markedly different from the typical archetype. Since the family relied on her for support, she became the authoritative figure within the household. Her mother, as well as her younger brother and sister-in-law, were compelled to heed her commands, daring not to show any defiance. Hu Yiqian, having listened to his mother's words, explained, I truly have not offended my sister. I have done nothing. Hu Yimei stormed in, confronting Li Erhua, and said, Mother, I heard you extorted 10,000 yuan from someone? Li Erhua, feeling a pang of guilt, replied, What do you mean extorted? That term is too harsh. She collided with me and compensated for my losses. Upon hearing this, Hu Yimei was infuriated and retorted, Just like that? You think it's all over? Do you realize I might lose my job because of this? If I lose my job, don't expect a single penny from me in the future. At this declaration, both Hu Yiqian and Li Erhua's expressions changed dramatically. They understood well that losing Hu Yimei as a financial provider would mean the end of their comfortable lives. Survival itself would become a concern. If a mere 10,000 yuan led to Hu Yimei's unemployment, it would undoubtedly be a foolish trade-off. Hu Yiqian hurriedly responded, Sister, how could this happen? We merely sought compensation from the responsible party. How could that jeopardize your job? Hu Yimei exclaimed, Do you know who that girl you extorted from is? She's my boss's sister-in-law. Mother, did she truly hit you? If she did, given my boss's wealth, they should be compensating you far more than just 10,000. But if she did not hit you, then I may be dismissed for this, and I deserve it. Please, tell me the truth. Did she or did she not collide with you? At this moment, both Li Erhua and Hu Yiqian realized they had indeed stepped into a perilous situation. Li Erhua, unable to meet Hu Yimei's gaze, stammered, No collision. I fell on my own. Hu Yimei, incensed, kicked a chair in a room and exclaimed, Mother, have I ever lacked for your food or drink that you would stoop to such dishonorable actions? She was merely trying to help you, and you resorted to deception. At your age, how can you have no sense of shame? Hu Yimei continued, That was not a mere misfortune. It was a calamity that almost crushed me. Hu Yiqian interjected, Sister, we understand our mistake. I had no idea she was your boss's relative. What do we do now? Hu Yimei replied slowly, My boss has made it clear that I must obtain forgiveness from her in-laws and sister-in-law. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to resign. I have laid out the situation clearly. What happens next is up to you. I have been exhausted from working hard these years. Perhaps being dismissed is for the best, and I can settle into the role of a housewife. As for matters concerning my family, I am powerless. Chapter 62. Kneeling in apology, Hu Yiqian anxiously protested, No, sister, you cannot resign. It is merely a matter of obtaining their forgiveness. We will go right away. If necessary, we will all kneel and plead. Li Erhua chimed in, Yes. Xiaobao, quickly change your clothes. We will all go as a family to seek their forgiveness. Hu Xiaobao flatly stated, I'm not going. Busu. Gai Wendi. Are you foolish? Come here and help me. At this, Hu Yimei stepped forward, snatched Hu Xiaobao's phone, and scolded, Did your grandmother tell you to change? Are you deaf? Hu Xiaobao shouted back, Give me back my phone. Give it back. Hu Yimei, exasperated with the spoiled child, recognized that while her mother-esque character was the main issue, it was this Apple 14 that was the immediate cause of the problem. She hurled the phone onto the floor with force, declaring, It's all because of this wretched phone that I face unemployment. Hu Xiaobao, having been pampered at home, was infuriated at the sight of his new Apple 14 being smashed, and in a fit of rage, charged at Hu Yimei, knocking her into the table and sending her crashing to the floor. Hu Yiqian, startled, quickly seized Hu Xiaobao, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your aunt?" Hu Xiaobao shouted, "She is not my aunt. She broke my phone. She is my enemy." Hu Yimei, struggling to her feet, looked at Hu Xiaobao and bellowed, "After all these years of supporting your family, I've raised an enemy, Haven Ti?" Witnessing his sister truly enraged, Hu Yiqian recognized the gravity of the situation. If she were to disassociate from the family, even seeking forgiveness from the Lin family would be futile. Thus, he grabbed Hu Xiaobao by the collar and began to slap him repeatedly, saying, "You little rascal, do you have any idea how much your aunt has done for this family? You ungrateful wretch, I'll teach you a lesson." Faced with Hu Yimei, Hu Yiqian did not hold back. Each slap was delivered with force. In mere moments, Hu Xiaobao's face had swollen, and he began to plead for mercy. Ultimately, Hu Yiqian made Hu Xiaobao kneel before Hu Yimei, stating that he could only stand again once she forgave him. Hu Yimei then said, "Fine, Xiaobao is still young. Do not let him go to the Lin family. Mother, you and Yiqian must go to the Lin family and ensure you gain their forgiveness." 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Lin family residence and knocked on the door. It was lunchtime, and the family of 3 was gathered for a meal. Lin Jingyi, surprised, asked, "Who is it?" He opened the door to find Hu Yiqian and Li Erhua standing there. Lin Jingyi's expression changed. "What are you doing here? Are you still trying to extort money?" Lin also looked at the pair with disdain. Hu Yiqian, forcing a smile, said, "Mr. Lin, my mother and I have come to sincerely apologize. My mother has been confused and wrongfully accused your daughter of hitting her. We acknowledge our error. Here is 10,000 yuan. Please accept it." As Hu Yiqian held out the money, Lin Jingyi did not immediately take it, but instead regarded them with suspicion. "What are you up to? Is there some scheme behind this?" He scoffed. "Conscience? Do you truly have conscience? Are you attempting to deceive me? State your intentions clearly, or get lost." Hu Yiqian could only respond, "Mr. Lin, we both recognize our mistakes. Would you please ask your daughter-in-law not to terminate my sister?" Lin Jingyi paused for a moment, then replied, "Your daughter-in-law? No wonder your family has changed its tune. It seems you're desperate to regain your meal ticket. Forget it. You can leave." As he spoke, Lin Jingyi shoved Hu Yiqian, pushing him away. At that moment, Li Erhua suddenly knelt before Lin Jingyi, tears streaming down her face. "Mr. Lin, I should not have wronged your daughter. I truly understand my mistake. One must bear the consequences of their actions. My daughter is innocent in this matter. Even if my son and I have erred, you cannot punish our entire family. Do you not see how hard my daughter has worked? She has studied diligently since childhood, striving to achieve success. After graduating, she has worked tirelessly for 10 years to secure her current position. I do not ask for leniency for myself. I only hope you will spare my daughter." Though aged, Li Erhua was far from senile. She understood that Lin Jingyi harbored deep resentment towards them, making forgiveness unlikely. However, from Hu Yimei's perspective, the situation was markedly different. Hu Yimei had done nothing wrong. She was merely caught in the crossfire of her thoughtless brother and mother, losing a valuable job through no fault of her own. How unjust! Hu Yiqian also knelt beside her, saying, "Mr. Lin, my mother speaks truth. You may punish us as you see fit, but please spare my sister. She is truly innocent." Their roundabout plea for mercy proved surprisingly effective. Lin Jingyi, despite his disdain for them, could not extend this aversion to Hu Yimei, for she was innocent, a fact that was indisputable. As long as Hu Yimei remained unscathed, they too would be unaffected. Hu Yimei retained her employment, continuing to provide them with a substantial monthly allowance, enabling them to persist in their parasitic existence. Indeed, Lin Jingyi found himself wavering. Misfortune should not befall one's family, and Hu Yimei appeared to be genuinely blameless. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyi looked at Hu Yiqian and said, "For the sake of my daughter, I grant you an opportunity. You and your mother shall kneel at my doorstep for 1 hour, and in return, I shall contact my daughter-in-law." "Very well, we shall kneel." Without a moment's hesitation, the mother and son agreed, willing to endure even 2 hours, if necessary, to maintain their parasitic lifestyle. As time passed, their legs grew numb from kneeling. Observing this, Lin Jingyi decided to call Su Ruoshi. When the call connected, Su Ruashi inquired, "Father, have that mother and son obtained your forgiveness?" Lin Jingyi responded bluntly, "How could that be? I shall never forgive those who threatened and extorted my daughter. However, Hu Yimei is indeed quite innocent. You should refrain from dismissing her." Su Ruashi replied with a smile, "I understand, father. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Thank you. Had it not been for you, both Lin and I would have suffered unjustly." Su Ruashi concluded, "Father, such words are unnecessary among family. I shall hang up now." Lin Jingyi then informed Hu Yiqian and his mother, "Enough, you heard my call. You may leave now." "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin." The pair departed with the relief of a pardon. Lin remarked, "My sister-in-law is truly formidable. It is unfortunate that my studies are so demanding, preventing me from attending my brother's wedding." Before the college entrance examination, she mused, one could not attend weddings, not even if their mother were to remarry, unless one had a fever exceeding 38 degrees Celsius to warrant a leave of absence. Such were the rigors of senior year. Lin Jingyi chuckled, "Indeed, your sister-in-law is not only impressive, but also quite beautiful. Your brother is indeed fortunate." Lin continued, "That Shunjiru never suited my brother. Her high cheekbones and fade-averse appearance pale in comparison to my current sister-in-law. Not only is she stunning, but her figure is also remarkable. Even I, as a woman, am captivated. I suspect it won't be long before I become an aunt." Meanwhile, Su Ruashi reached out to Hu Yimei, who answered with excitement, "President Su, this is Hu Yimei." Su Ruashi replied coolly, "Hu Yimei, my father has stated that he can forgive you, but he cannot extend the same to your mother and brother." Hu Yimei, taken aback, responded slowly, "What do you mean by this? Furthermore, I require that your mother receive living expenses equivalent to the minimum standard of living in her area. As for your brother, at over 30 years of age, it is unreasonable for you, as the sister, to support him." Without hesitation, Hu Yimei replied, "President Su, I accept this condition." Having worked at Tianqing Real Estate for 8 years, even a slight reduction in her current salary would still place her among the upper echelons of income. However, switching to another company could plunge her into a midlife job crisis, making it exceedingly difficult to find a high-paying position. Regarding the issue of supporting her family, Hu Yimei felt it was manageable. Although she had been providing assistance, it was predicated on not jeopardizing her own stability. Previously, with a monthly salary of 40 to 50,000, she could afford to send 5 to 6,000 home without compromising her own well-being. But now, her mother and brother had nearly jeopardized her career. Frustrated, she resolved that even if Su Ruashi had not made this demand, she would still contemplate the issue of support. Henceforth, she would send her mother 800 yuan per month, a sum sufficient for basic sustenance, ensuring she would not starve. As for her brother, he would receive not a single cent from her. Li Erhua, rubbing her legs, cursed that Lin wretch. At nearly 70, he demands I kneel before him. He shall surely face divine retribution. Hu Yiqian interjected, "Enough, mother, at least we have suffered no significant loss. If my sister were to lose her job, our family would be devoid of her support, and that would be catastrophic." "What do you mean no loss? We are down 10,000. Lia Walamanta." With a slap of her thigh, she exclaimed, "I almost forgot. That 14,000 for the iPhone must come from your sister." Finally, they came to a halt. Exiting the vehicle, Hu Yiqian remarked, "Sister, we truly exerted ourselves, kneeling for an hour to earn their forgiveness." Hu Yimei shot him a cold glance. "Isn't that what you ought to have done? Mother is aging and forgetful. Have you lost your senses too, resorting to such tactics?" "All right, sister, we acknowledge our mistake." But Li Erhua insisted, "Wait, Yimei, I need to speak with you." "What is it?" Hu Yimei paused, "Mother, I have been sending you at least 5,000 a month for several years now. How much can you possibly spend? You must have at least 100,000 saved by now. Why are you still asking me for money?" Hu Yiqian interrupted, "Sister, you missed the point. Mother cannot spend much alone, but with me, my wife, and your nephew, our family of 4 or 5 consumes that 5,000 without saving a dime." Hu Yimei looked at Hu Yiqian and said, "Right, I almost forgot. How old are you now? You have no job, relying on me for support. Are you not a man? Starting this month, I will send mother 800 yuan per month according to the minimum living standard in Lingxian, enough for basic needs. As for anything beyond that, figure out yourself." Hu Yiqian's expression changed dramatically. "Sister, How can you do this? Are you trying to condemn me to death? Li Erhua was equally distressed. 800 yuan was hardly sufficient. Previously, with 5,000 a month, she spent 1,000 on herself, lost 1,000 playing mahjong, leaving 3,000 for Hu Etien's family. Now, with only 800, she would be unable to play mahjong at all. How could this be acceptable? She cried out, Ime. 800 is an attempt to starve your mother. Hu Ime asserted, this is my final decision. Your protests are futile. With that, she turned and departed. When Hu Etien attempted to stop her, Hu Ime slapped him across the face, declaring, get out. Hu Ime's authoritative demeanor was formidable. After receiving the slap, Hu Etien dared not resist, remaining silent. He could only convey desperate glances toward Li Erhua, hoping she would intervene. Li Erhua lamented, oh heavens! I worked so hard to raise a daughter who earns tens of thousands a month, only to provide her mother with 800. Are you condemning your mother to death? Very well, if so, I shall die. I will not live any longer. With that, she grabbed a rope, intending to hang herself. Yet, Hu Ime did not even glance back, striding away without regard for Li Erhua's fate. Li Erhua, clutching the rope, set up a stool, wailing as she prepared to hang herself. Hu Etien, witnessing this, pleaded, Mother, cease your cries. My sister has already gone far. She does not care for your life. Li Erhua, filled with indignation, kicked the stool aside and plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, this ingrate, this unfilial daughter, is driving me to the brink. Hu Etien wore an equally despondent expression, feeling as if the sky itself were collapsing around him. After enduring years of a parasitic existence, he had lost his ability to survive, and now Hu Ime was poised to cast him aside. What was he to do? Only now did Hu Etien and Li Erhua truly grasp the weight of their suffering and the depth of their regret, regretting their attempts to exploit a young girl and their entanglement with the Lin family. At the Yisei CAF, Su Ruoshi and Lin Yun sat across from each other. Su Ruoshi reclined against her chair, sipping coffee through a straw from a paper cup, which she held before her, showcasing her remarkable poise. This was no ordinary feat. It required exceptional talent, and it was evident that Su Ruoshi possessed such qualities. Lin Yun glanced at Su Ruoshi's chest a few times before saying, thank you for this. Otherwise, my sister would have suffered for no reason. Su Ruoshi, gazing at Lin Yun with her enchanting eyes, inquired, how would you like to express your gratitude? She smiled. Isn't treating you to coffee enough? Lin Yun replied, is that truly a form of thanks? I believe we should consider an alternative. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun remarked, do you often experience back pain? Su Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback. How do you know that? Lin Yun replied casually, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Your lumbar strain seems quite severe, and your spine may be slightly deformed. Sitting for too long must cause you discomfort. Su Ruoshi gently stretched her delicate waist and admitted, indeed. That's why I lean against the chair while drinking coffee. Lin Yun offered, I could assist you with a massage to alleviate the pain in your back. Su Ruoshi cheerfully agreed, deal. Lin Yun found himself momentarily mesmerized by Su Ruoshi's exquisite figure, her ample bosom, slender waist, and shapely hips captivating him entirely. He mused that perhaps her slender waist could not bear the weight of her ample chest, resulting in her back pain. At that moment, Su Ruoshi closed her eyes slightly, appearing inviting. Regardless of the efficacy of Lin Yun's massage, she relished the experience, as it inevitably involved physical contact, a rather intimate endeavor. Su Ruoshi believed that such contact would allow Lin Yun to appreciate her allure. While Su Yuxuan and Bai Li were undeniably beautiful in their own rights, one exuded grace while the other possessed a charming innocence. When it came to sensuality, they paled in comparison to Su Ruoshi. Lin Yun channeled his internal herbal energy through his hands, gently massaging Su Ruoshi's back. As he worked on her lumbar region, her clothing lifted slightly, revealing her slender waist, smooth skin that resembled the finest jade, devoid of any flaws, akin to a masterpiece of art. Lin Yun's hands glided over her waist, offering a gentle massage. Su Ruoshi felt her cheeks flush slightly, although the waist is not typically considered a sensitive area for women. It was her first experience being touched by a young man, inevitably evoking a sense of shyness. Simultaneously, she was taken aback. She had anticipated that even a few casual touches from Lin Yun would warrant her praise, providing an excuse for him to massage her frequently. As Lin Yun's hands made contact with her skin, she could distinctly sense a warm energy flowing through him, penetrating her skin and infusing her body. The ache in her back transformed into a comforting warmth, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. She allowed herself to fully relax, savoring this delightful feeling. It had been ages since she had experienced such relaxation, and her absolute trust in Lin Yun led her to drift into slumber within 10 minutes of his massage, emitting soft snores like a sleeping beauty. Lin Yun, observing the slumbering Su Ruoxi, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his boss would be so carefree. Did she not realize the extent of her allure to the opposite sex? In a room with only the two of them, while he was massaging her, she had fallen asleep? Did she not fear what might occur while she was unaware? Fortunately, Lin Yun was a man of integrity and entertained no improper thoughts. If it were someone else, they might not possess such restraint. Upon her awakening, he would need to remind her to never seek a massage from a stranger again. Lin Yun massaged Su Ruoxi's lower back and spine for a total of half an hour, utilizing his herbal energy to mend her spinal and lumbar damage. Her spine was restored to optimal condition, free of any issues. Yet, she continued to sleep soundly, prompting Lin Yun to cover her with a light blanket. While he occupied himself in the living room with his phone, after more than an hour, Su Ruoxi finally awakened, feeling invigorated. This had been the most comfortable sleep she had ever experienced. Her entire body felt rejuvenated, and the discomfort in her back had vanished, leaving her feeling as though she had been reborn. Chapter 65. Collaboration. Su Ruoxi stretched her graceful form and made her way to the living room. Lin Yun, noticing her, smiled and asked, "You're awake? How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic," she replied. Lin Yun chuckled. "Next time you feel unwell, don't seek out others for a massage. Come directly to me instead. You really should be more cautious. You fell asleep after just 5 minutes. What if you encountered someone with ill intentions?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Su Ruoxi felt a warmth in her heart. Was he genuinely concerned for her? She responded, "I never allow men to massage me. You're the only one." Previously, when her back ached, she had visited massage parlors and sought out professional female therapists. While they were effective, they paled in comparison to Lin Yun's touch. Henceforth, she would never seek anyone else's services. Lin Yun had become her personal massage therapist. Just as Lin Yun was about to respond, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Su Yuxuan standing there, her face adorned with light makeup, dressed in a white crop top and denim shorts, showcasing her long, elegant legs and attractive abdominal definition. Lin Yun regarded Su Yuxuan coolly. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" His tone inadvertently grew colder. He harbored a considerable grudge against her. After all, he had once been smitten by this striking young woman. Su Ruoxi had previously warned him that Su Yuxuan had ulterior motives, and he had dismissed her concerns as mere exaggeration. Yet, he had since overheard a conversation between Su Haoyu and Su Yuxuan, confirming her intentions. Faced with Su Yuxuan, he could not afford to appear angry. Showing that he cared would be tantamount to defeat. Thus, the most prudent approach was to maintain a polite distance. Su Yuxuan pressed her lips together and said, "Lin Gij." Lin Yun interrupted, "We are not that familiar. I cannot accept such a title." At that moment, Su Ruoxi's voice chimed in, "Yuxuan, as a young lady, you should maintain a certain distance from your brother-in-law." Su Yuxuan's face paled instantly. "Cousin, you're here too. Of course, this is our home. It is only natural that I am here," Su Ruoxi replied. Su Yuxuan glanced at Su Ruoxi, biting her lip, and said, "I apologize for interrupting." She had many things to convey to Lin Yun, yet with the misunderstanding between them and Su Ruoxi's watchful gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. She could only retreat tactically. Su Ruoxi gazed at the silhouette of Su Yuxian, her mind deep in contemplation. It seemed her younger cousin, much like herself, had become genuinely involved despite their initial intentions. While Su Ruoxi had been transparent about her feelings, thus maintaining a certain rapport with Lin Yun, Su Yuxian's actions had undeniably misled Lin Yun, which would naturally affect his attitude towards her. After departing from Lin Yun's residence, Su Yuxian swiftly sought out by Li. She directly stated, "Xiao Li, I would like to ask for your assistance in arranging a meeting with Lin Yun." Li paused, slightly taken aback. "Yuxian, what do you mean by that?" In a straightforward manner, Su Yuxian replied, We have a misunderstanding that I wish to clarify. Bali scrutinized Su Yuxian and asked, do you also have feelings for Lingo? Yes. Su Yuxian did not deny it. Bali continued, if I help you summon him, wouldn't that make me an accomplice to a rival? I'm sorry, but even though our sisterhood is strong, I prioritize romance over friendship this time. Fuming, Su Yuxian thought, if you prioritize romance, then so be it, but to declare it so openly? She then remarked, Xiao Li, have you heard the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? What do you mean? Bai Ling Kirath. Our greatest adversary is not each other, but Lin Yun's current wife, Su Ruashi. The will has introduced a new stipulation. They must conceive a child for my cousin to inherit my granduncle's estate. You have met my cousin, right? She is beautiful and voluptuous. How can we compete for a man if we do not unite? Upon hearing this, Bai Li's expression shifted slightly as she recalled a phrase she'd encountered online. Cuteness is worthless in the face of sensuality. Indeed, a contender like Su Ruashi warranted serious consideration. All right, how do you propose we unite? Bai Li asked. Please arrange a meeting with Lin Ge for me, so I can clarify our misunderstanding, Su Yuxian replied. Bai Li acquiesced. Fine, but remember, you owe me a favor. Su Yuxian was quite excited, of course. You're like a sister to me. 40 minutes later, Lin Yun met Bai Li at the entrance of an orchard, only to discover that Bai Li was not alone. Su Yuxian was also present. Lin Yun approached them, saying, Xiao Li, me Su. Bai Li smiled. Lin Ge, let's go fruit picking. Sure. Bai Li naturally linked her arm with Lin Yun's as they entered the orchard. True to her word, Bai Li soon excused herself under the pretext of needing the restroom, allowing Su Yuxian some private space. After Bai Li stepped away, Lin Yun and Su Yuxian walked in close proximity, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. As they ambled through the orchard, suddenly, a warm, soft body pressed against him. Su Yuxian had embraced him tightly from behind. Lin Yun could feel the softness of Su Yuxian's chest pressing against his back. Though not as ample as Su Ruashi's, it was still quite pronounced. He paused momentarily before saying, What are you doing? Let go. Su Yuxian diffused. No. Not until you agree to listen to my explanation. Lin Yun sighed in resignation. All right, I'm listening. What choice did he have? He could hardly forcefully extricate himself from her embrace or push her to the ground. Chapter 66. Giving money. Su Yuxian held Lin Yun closely and explained, I admit that I initially approached you with ulterior motives, hoping to disrupt the wedding between you and my cousin. However, if that had been my sole intention, I wouldn't have taken you swimming or clung to you after being exposed. I acknowledge I mishandled the situation. I naively thought I could manipulate you with my charms, only to end up hurt myself. Lin Yun sighed, I understand. Can you please let go now? Not a chance. I enjoy holding you like this. Su Yuxian tightened her grip further. The orchard was not devoid of other visitors. Occasionally, people passed by, yet Su Yuxian showed no signs of embarrassment. Yuxian, can you let go? This is inappropriate, Lin Yun urged. Only if you kiss me, or I want to let go, she insisted. Just as Lin Yun was about to concede, Bai Li's voice interrupted. In public, what are you two doing? Just clarify the misunderstanding. She quickly approached and separated Su Yuxian from Lin Yun. Bai Li was not foolish. Although she had agreed to ally with Su Yuxian, she could not let her guard down entirely. Having overheard the mention of a kiss while hiding nearby, she intervened to stop Su Yuxian. Seeing Bai Li, Su Yuxian reluctantly surrendered her intentions and joined Lin Yun and Bai Li in picking fruit. As they cleared up the misunderstanding, the atmosphere between the three improved significantly. Su Yuxian even took the time to feed Lin Yun some fruit, with Bai Li following suit, both girls alternating in feeding him cherries and strawberries, ensuring he enjoyed the best of both worlds. Among the young couples visiting the orchard, many men envied Lin Yun's fortune. Witnessing him surrounded by two stunning women, one poised and elegant, the other adorable and charming, they couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and jealousy. As they explored the orchard for nearly 3 hours, Bai Li finally said goodbye. Lin Ge. Su Yuxian added, Xiao Li, you go ahead. I need to speak with Lin Ge privately for a moment. Bai Li shot Su Yuxian a wary glance before heading to the car. As soon as Bai Li entered the vehicle, Su Yuxian handed Lin Yun a card, placing it in his hand. Upon inspecting it, Lin Yun realized it was a specially customized bank card featuring an animated depiction of Su Yuxian on the front, looking even more striking than in reality. With the card number on the back, Lin Yun was taken aback. What is this for? Su Yuxian explained. I know my cousin gifted you a house, and Bailey gave you a car, which is why you're so kind to them. I'm not sure what else you might like, so I thought I'd give you money instead. This is 2 million from my personal savings. Lin Yun quickly declined. No, I cannot accept money from a woman. Su Yuxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But you live in the house given by a woman and drive the car gifted by another. Have you not forgiven me? Is that why you refuse my gift? Lin Yun could only chuckle at the irony. Su Yuxian, you're making me seem like a man who relies solely on women's generosity. I don't mind. The password for the card is my birthday, 000603. I give you this card, and I only ask that you remember my birthday. That would bring me joy. Without waiting for Lin Yun to respond, Su Yuxian dashed her vehicle and drove off with Bai Li. Lin Yun stared at the bank card she had given him. Sighing deeply, he was indeed straying further down the path of being a kept man. Initially, he had only accepted a house and a car. And now he was being presented with cash, with no option to refuse. What could he even say? He decided not to touch the money in the card, but instead made a transaction through his mobile banking app, transferring the funds from the sale of his property to Lin Jingyi. Before long, Lin Jingyi called, "Son, did you transfer 67,000 to my card?" "Yes. I'm living in a large flat now, aren't I? The previous house had been vacant for some time, and I contemplated that our stairway apartment, with its mediocre location and age, was due for retirement. The 670,000 could be wisely invested in selecting a new commercial residence in the county, offering a more comfortable living experience." The property prices in Lingxian compared to Jiangsheng were still significantly lower. The average price in Jiangsheng hovered around 11,000, whereas in Lingxian, it was approximately 5,000. A 100 square meter apartment could be acquired for a mere 500,000, leaving the remaining 170,000 ample for renovations. As for the 2 million given to Lin Yun by Su Yuxuan, he was reluctant to touch it for the time being. Lin Jingyi, however, advised, "Son, your mother and I have grown accustomed to our current living situation. Perhaps it's best not to change." He continued, "In the future, should any unforeseen circumstances arise with Ruashi, having this sum will ensure you can afford a home in Jiangsheng, preventing you from facing homelessness." "Dad, your concerns are unwarranted. This spacious flat is already under my name. A gift prior to marriage," Lin Yun replied. Su Yuxuan was correct. He had indeed become dependent on the generosity of others, with a house gifted by Su Ruashi, a car from Bai Li, and money from Su Yuxuan. While enjoying the comforts of such support, Lin Yun did not wish to perpetually rely on others. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Having inherited the legacy of Shen Nong, he excelled not only in healing and fortune-telling, but also in alchemy. Shen Nong's expertise with herbs was a significant aspect of his legacy. By utilizing various precious medicinal materials, combined with Lin Yun's knowledge of herbs, he could concoct numerous potions with remarkable properties. After careful consideration, he identified 3 types of potions that were not particularly difficult to create yet would prove extremely beneficial for the 3 women in his life. The first was the beauty elixir, capable of nourishing the body and invigorating the spirit, allowing women to radiate youthfulness, a temptation of great allure. The second was the health elixir, which could strengthen the constitution and rejuvenate the body, making one feel as if they had regained 10 years of vitality. Lastly, there was the heart protection elixir, intended for critical moments, possessing life-saving qualities. Even in dire circumstances, consuming a heart protection elixir could ensure survival for an hour, allowing sufficient time to reach a hospital for professional medical intervention. Some may wonder why Lin Yun chose to prepare these extraordinary potions for his companions rather than his parents. The primary reason was financial. The ingredients required for these potions were exceedingly rare and expensive, including aged ginseng, ganoderma, and cordyceps, among others. Previously, Lin Yun had been financially constrained, unable to afford such luxurious materials. It was only due to the 2 million gifted by Su Yuxuan that he felt entitled to attempt alchemy. Lacking the necessary materials would render the endeavor impossible. After all, one could not simply mold potions with bare hands. Although Lin Yun was not well versed in the market prices of these rare ingredients, his theoretical knowledge was substantial. However, he remained uncertain about the practical success rate, needing to experiment to ascertain the outcome. Without further delay, he made a swift U-turn and headed toward the largest medicinal market in Jiangxing. Upon entering the apothecary, Lin Yun inquired. I wish to purchase some aged precious herbs. Do you have any available? The sales representative replied. We do have them, but the prices are not accessible to the average person. Lin Yun confidently asserted. I believe I can manage. After negotiating with the sales personnel, he ultimately spent 180,000 to acquire all the necessary materials for the beauty elixir, health elixir, and heart protection elixir in 3 sets, leaving the final results dependent on his alchemical skills. Finding a Dan furnace was challenging in modern society. So Lin Yun carefully pondered the principles of potion making and decided to visit a kitchenware store to purchase a sturdy clay pot. Clay pots are typically used for simmering soups or traditional medicine, as they distribute heat slowly and evenly, which is advantageous for potion making, increasing the likelihood of success. From 8 in the morning until 4 the next morning, he immersed himself in his work. He successfully produced 2 batches of the beauty elixir, totaling 20 pills, and achieved the highest success rate with the health elixir, yielding 3 batches and 30 pills. However, due to the formidable properties of the heart protection elixir and its complexity, he only managed to create 1 batch, producing 10 pills. Though weary, Lin Yun felt a sense of satisfaction as he admired his accomplishments. He then melted some prepared pure beeswax, allowing it to cool to around 60 to 70 degrees, where it began to solidify. He skillfully coated the potions in wax to preserve their efficacy. Once he sealed the potions in a glass container, his alchemical endeavor reached its conclusion. As the hour grew late, Lin Yun tidied the kitchen before collapsing into bed. Awakening to the sun high in the sky, he returned to the kitchen to inspect his creations. 180,000 had transformed into 20 beauty elixirs, 30 health elixirs, and 10 heart protection elixirs. Quite a worthwhile investment. However, gifts should not be given haphazardly. The timing must be appropriate. He then recalled Su Yuxuan's birthday, which was just 2 days away. Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi were married on the 8th day of the lunar month, which converted to late May in the Gregorian calendar. Su Yuxuan's birthday coincidentally fell just a few days after Lin Yun's marriage. It seemed that Su Yuxuan had hurriedly given him her bank card, specifically mentioning that the password was her birthday, likely hinting at her desire for Lin Yun to prepare a birthday gift. The beauty elixir, health elixir, and heart protection elixir would serve as quite fitting presents. This afternoon, Su Yuxuan sought Lin Yun once more, eager to strengthen their recently mended relationship. She invited him to join her at the arcade for some games. Her plan was quite astute. The arcade was located in a building with a cinema 2 floors above. After enjoying the games, they could seamlessly transition to watching a film where the cozy atmosphere would allow for intimate gestures, drawing them closer together. Unable to refuse the hopeful glimmer in Su Yuxuan's eyes, Lin Yun agreed. As they entered her Mercedes, an unexpected vision flashed through Lin Yun's mind. He envisioned Su Yuxuan driving a flashy race car on a racetrack, her expression filled with exhilaration. Unfortunately, in a moment of misjudgment during a turn, she lost control, and the car flipped, leaving her bloodied and unconscious. As Su Yuxuan started the car, Lin Yun felt a jolt of alarm. He could not allow her to meet such a tragic fate. Thus, he inquired, "Do you enjoy racing?" Su Yuan responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, Lin Da Yi. My birthday is approaching, and my father has secured me a spot in the Daxiao Electric Formula Racing competition. It will undoubtedly be thrilling." As she spoke, she parked the car by the roadside and showed Lin Yun a photo of a sky blue Formula race car on her phone. Lin Yun gazed at the racing car, a slight frown creasing his brow. The vehicle bore the number 36, unmistakably the very car in which Su Yuxuan had encountered her mishap. Contemplating this, Lin Yun remarked, "Engaging in racing can be perilous. Even seasoned drivers are not exempt from accidents." Su Yuxuan replied with a playful smile, "Brother Lin, are you expressing concern for me? Fear not, I shall be just fine." Lin Yun's voice turned grave as he advised, "I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from participating in any competitions." Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yun and declared, "If I am to abstain, I have a request." "What request?" With a playful poke at her cheek, Su Yuxuan said, "A kiss from you, and I promise I shall not partake in any racing competitions ever again." Chapter 68. The fierce protector of her partner. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yun gently placed a kiss on Su Yuxuan's cheek. The gravity of life and death weighed heavily on him. To save her, he felt compelled to sacrifice his own allure. However, Su Yuxuan protested, "No, that was too quick. I hardly felt anything." Lin Yun then pressed his lips firmly against her cheek. Her face flushed, and a knowing smile blossomed as she called her father, "Hey, Dad. I've decided not to take the spot for that electric formula racing. You can give it to someone else." On the other end, her father, Su Dingshan, expressed his displeasure. "You begged me for ages. It took considerable effort to convince your grandfather to invest in a racing town to secure that spot. Why would you relinquish it now? Dad, racing is far too dangerous for a girl like me. What if something were to happen? I could lose an arm or a leg." Su Dingshan paused, taken aback before responding. "This is unlike you. You used to crave excitement. What has caused such a drastic change? Let me guess, do you have a romantic interest?" Su Yuxuan's cheeks reddened further. "What are you talking about, Dad? I'm driving right now. I must go." At that moment, Lin Yun noticed the faint dark aura above her brow had dissipated. Clearly, her decision to withdraw from the electric formula racing meant she would no longer encounter the peril he had foreseen. Just then, Lin Yun felt as though a 1,000-pound hammer had struck his chest. He involuntarily groaned, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Su Yuxuan was alarmed. "Lin Yun, what is wrong? Are you all right?" She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to tend to him, her face etched with concern. Lin Yun felt a slight discomfort in his chest, but the power of the myriad herbs within him began to circulate, mending his injuries without significant consequence. Wiping his mouth, Lin Yun reassured her, "I am fine. Let us continue driving." At this moment, Lin Yun understood the reason behind his bloodshed. By preventing Su Yuxuan from racing, he had altered her fate, thus incurring a certain backlash. Unlike the previous occasion at the charity auction, where he physically intervened to change Su Ruoshi's destiny, this time he had merely spoken a few words to ensure Su Yuxuan's survival. This method of revealing fate to alter destiny naturally invites repercussions. Had Lin Yun only engaged in fortune-telling, the backlash would have cost him 5 to 10 years of his life, severely damaging his health. However, being a true cultivator, he had transcended mere mortality. For him, this backlash was merely a matter of expelling blood, a wound easily healed within 10 minutes by the powers he possessed. Concerned, Su Yuxuan insisted, "How could you be fine? You've lost blood. We must go to the hospital." Lin Yun interrupted, "There's no need. There are many reasons for blood loss, and mine is merely due to the backlash from revealing fate. It is nothing serious." "Revealing fate? What fate did you reveal? Is it related to racing?" Lin Yun nodded, "More or less. In any case, I am fine. Let us head directly to the arcade." Though Su Yuxuan remained skeptical, she noted Lin Yun's resolute demeanor and drove towards the arcade. Of course, she kept a watchful eye on him, ready to rush him to the hospital at the slightest sign of distress. Lin Yun's condition was indeed stable, and the two enjoyed over an hour of fun at the arcade, both in high spirits. Before long, the day of Su Yuxuan's birthday arrived. She had reserved an entire floor at the Tianqing Grand Hotel to host her birthday celebration. The gathering included not only the Su family, but also many friends from Su Yuxuan's social circle, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi were naturally included in Su Yuxuan's invitations. Although the invitations had been sent separately, Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi arrived together. Lin Yun's presence instantly drew envious glances from numerous young attendees. With Su Ruoshi serving as the vice president of Tianqing Group, coupled with her beauty and figure, she attracted many admirers. Even among Su Yuxuan's friends, several were fans of Su Ruoshi. Now, with Su Ruoshi seemingly taken, their envy turned to jealousy. Many began to notice that Lin Yun had arrived at Su Yuxuan's birthday celebration empty-handed, which sparked questions about his inability to afford even a modest gift. Su Haoyu regarded Lin Yun with displeasure. It was Lin Yun's actions that had led to Su Yuxuan's retaliation against him. He had initially hoped to manipulate Su Yuxuan against Lin Yun, but the tables had turned. Moreover, the old man's will stipulated that Su Ruoshi need only bear Lin Yun's child to inherit the family fortune. To Su Haoyu, Lin Yun represented a threat to his inheritance, and he viewed him with contempt. With these thoughts, Su Haoyu strode over to Su Ruoshi and Lin Yun, exclaiming, "Sister, brother-in-law, you both have arrived." Su Ruoshi nodded, about to take a seat with Lin Yun when another figure approached. This person was Zhao Weiyi, a suitor of Su Ruoshi. Zhao Weiyi had long regarded Su Ruoshi as his goddess, and his resentment towards Lin Yun grew from years of unrequited love. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to embarrass Lin Yun. He began, "Lin Yun, I heard you married Ruashi without offering a single cent as a betrothal gift. Yet you took a house from the Su family?" Before Lin Yun could respond, Su Ruashi interjected, "What business is it of yours?" Lin Yun was her beloved, and she was determined to defend him. Su Haoyu retorted, "It concerns him, and it certainly concerns the Su family. Not offering a betrothal gift while taking a house from us does not qualify you as a son-in-law. You are more accurately a son-in-law by marriage." Zhao Wei chuckled. "Indeed, a son-in-law by marriage. Lin Yun, you ought to be grateful that this isn't ancient times. If it were, your status would be akin to that of a servant, standing by while the masters dine." "Aha!" Su Ruashi frowned. "Our marriage is not something you should comment on." Su Haoyu mocked, "Cousin, why are you so agitated? I am merely speaking the truth." At that moment, Su Yuxuan approached, commanding silence. "Su Haoyu, Zahaviye. Today is my birthday. If you genuinely wish to celebrate, stay to enjoy some cake. If you intend to cause trouble, you may leave at once." Chapter 69. An unexpected turn of events. Su Haoyu retorted angrily. "Su Yuxuan, how dare you speak to me like that? I am still your brother. Today is my birthday, and I have the final say. I will speak as I please, whether you like it or not." Su Haoyu spoke as he handed a set of car keys to Su Yuxuan. What he gifted her was not a car, but rather a 4-cylinder BMW motorcycle. A racing replica priced around 200,000 yuan, which is not something the average person would purchase. After all, for most, spending 200,000 on a car might be manageable, but spending the same amount on a motorcycle is quite a different matter. Although Su Yuxuan was displeased with Su Haoyu for provoking Lin Yun, she felt it inappropriate to retaliate against a smiling face, especially since he was her cousin who had gifted her something she adored. She accepted the motorcycle keys and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Immediately, Su Haoyu turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "Lin Yun, as the new son-in-law, what have you prepared for my sister's birthday?" Su Yuxuan also looked at Lin Yun with anticipation, for her birthday banquet was not solely about celebration. Her true desire was for Lin Yun to present her with a meaningful gift. It need not be extravagant. Ideally, it would symbolize love. Even if Lin Yun had little money, a simple plastic ring or necklace would be the most cherished gift in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Yun reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 exquisite mini ceramic gourds. These tiny gourds, merely the size of a finger, were adorned with 3 distinct slips of paper, each inscribed with the words nourishing beauty, health, and heart protection. He then said, "This is my birthday gift for you. The nourishing beauty pill can replenish vitality and maintain youth. The health pill can regulate the body, and the heart protection pill can save lives in critical moments." Lin Yun's gift was indeed unique. Su Yuxuan paused for a few seconds before accepting the present, sweetly stating, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Unfortunately, Zhao Wei seized the opportunity to mock. Coming from a family that owned a pharmaceutical company, he was well-versed in medicine. He ridiculed Lin Yun. "What kind of joke is this? For Su Yuxuan's birthday, you present such rubbish? Nourishing beauty pill? I bet it's just mixed with a bit of goji or black beans, topped off with some jiao. And that heart protection pill? Isn't it just a box of quick-acting heart rescue pills worth a few dozen yuan? You think we're fools just because you put them in a gourd-shaped ceramic bottle." Su Haoyu immediately chimed in. Wei's family runs a pharmaceutical company, so his words carry weight. Zhao Wei added, "Not only that, Lin Yun used to work at our Jiaoxing Pharmaceuticals as a low-level sales representative. However, after getting involved with Ruashi, he abruptly quit and hasn't even completed his resignation procedures. His personnel file is still with us. What does this signify? It's a classic case of a petty person becoming arrogant once they achieve a little success." Su Haoyu looked at Lin Yun in surprise, saying, "Brother-in-law, you handled this poorly. Quitting without a proper resignation? Are you planning to live off the Su family for the rest of your life?" Before Lin Yun could respond, Su Ruashi interjected, "And what of it? Tianqing Group was founded by my grandfather, and if the group can support this large family of cousins, can it not support my husband?" Su Ruashi's words inadvertently struck a nerve with many, as Su Yuxuan was also one of those supported by Tianqing Group. However, no one from Su Tianqing's line could contest her statement, as their second branch relied entirely on the group. Su Haoyu's face flushed with anger, and he had no retort, ultimately retreating in defeat. Zhao Weiya, emboldened only by Su Haoyu's presence, also chose to leave, aware that Su Ruoxi and Su Yuxuan would not let him off easily. Su Yuxuan then reassured Lin Yun, "Don't take their words to heart. I truly appreciate your gift. These mini ceramic gourds are so charming." Lin Yun, bemused, gazed at Su Yuxuan, realizing that she thought his gift was trivial. Rather than praising the pills inside, she complimented the container, exemplifying the adage of valuing the case over the jewel. Soon, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi took their seats as the birthday song played, and the atmosphere of the celebration remained relatively pleasant. Few dared to confront Lin Yun thereafter, as Su Ruoxi's earlier remark had a profound impact. Today, Su Tiancheng was in high spirits, celebrating his granddaughter's birthday, surrounded by family, relishing the joy of togetherness. In his merriment, Su Tiancheng shared a couple of drinks with several of his grandchildren. Yet, scarcely had the liquor settled in his stomach than he began to feel dizzy and nauseous. Suddenly, he slumped over the table, consciousness fading, with vomit escaping his lips. Beside him, his second son, Su Dingshan, was taken aback. "Dad, what is wrong? Don't scare me. Doctor, hurry and call a doctor." The other members of the Su family were equally alarmed, gathering anxiously around. Su Dingshan shouted, "What are you all crowding around for? Step back. Let the doctor assess the situation." The Su family, affluent and capable, had arranged for a private doctor due to Su Tiancheng's age. Soon, a doctor in his 40s strode over to examine Su Tiancheng's condition. Moments later, the doctor's expression turned grave as he declared, "Old Su is suffering from acute cerebral hemorrhage. We must call 120 immediately to arrange for a specialized ambulance team." Su Dingshan's face paled. "Acute cerebral hemorrhage? How serious is it?" The doctor replied somberly, "Old Su's condition is quite severe. He is not only exhibiting vomiting symptoms, but has also lost consciousness. Given his age, I fear the prognosis is not optimistic. Acute cerebral hemorrhage is a highly lethal emergency, and with Su Tiancheng's advanced years, the doctor estimated his chances of survival to be less than 5%. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Su family wore grave expressions. Generally, when patients face difficulties, doctors tend to speak positively to instill hope in the patients and their families. However, the doctor's use of the phrase "not optimistic" indicated the seriousness of Su Tiancheng's condition. Su Yuxuan clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. Today was her birthday, and if her grandfather were to pass on this very day, she vowed never to celebrate her birthday again. At that moment, Lin Yun approached Su Yuxuan's side and gently asked, "Do you trust me?" Su Yuxuan turned to look at him, awaiting his response. Lin Yun continued, "The heart protection pill can ensure your grandfather's survival." Su Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of hope. "Really?" Lin Yun replied calmly, "Indeed. Since we met, you have been the only one to deceive me. I have never misled you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan pushed through the crowd and approached Su Tiancheng. Su Dingshan looked at his daughter. "Yuxuan, what are you doing?" Su Yuxuan declared, "Dad, this heart protection pill can save Grandpa." Su Haoyu, witnessing the scene, turned pale and exclaimed, "Su Yuxuan, have you lost your mind? Isn't that the gift Lin Yun just gave you?" Weiya said, "It's merely a quick-acting heart rescue pill. How can it possibly help with acute cerebral hemorrhage? Are you trying to kill Grandpa?" Su Yuxuan replied resolutely, "I do not believe his nonsense. I trust Lin Yun. He would never lie to me. The heart protection pill can save Grandpa." Sudin-san counter, Yuxuan. Has your grandfather spoiled you too much? In his critical moment, you behave so recklessly? Kneel down. Su Yuxuan knelt on the ground defiantly, asserting, "I believe in Lin Yun. He would not deceive me. The heart protection pill can save Grandpa." Furious, Su Dingshan lashed out, striking Su Yuxuan across the face. Yet, she remained steadfast, gazing defiantly at Su Dingshan. "Dad, believe me, this medicine is surely effective. If anything happens to Grandpa, I will take responsibility." Su Dingshan shouted in exasperation, "Enough. I believe you, but I do not trust this Lin Yun. And remember, you are my daughter. If you wish to take responsibility, do you think I, as your father, would agree?" "You foolish child." At this moment, the doctor spoke up. "Everyone, may I have a word?" Su Dingshan turned to the doctor and replied, "You are the expert. Please go ahead." The doctor slowly continued, "To speak candidly, my earlier remarks were overly optimistic, meant to comfort you. The mortality rate for acute cerebral hemorrhage is exceedingly high, and given the elder's advanced age, it is highly unlikely he will overcome this challenge. Presently, we are left with a slim hope, like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Doing nothing would only lead to a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing these words, Su Dingshan's expression shifted, and the other members of the Su family fell silent. The implication was clear. Su Tiancheng was likely doomed. At this juncture, Su Yuxuan wished to try the Hu Xian Dan she had mentioned. Even if it failed, the situation could hardly worsen. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dingshan said, Yuxuan, you may administer the Hu Xian Dan to your grandfather, but remember, if it proves ineffective, the guilt will haunt you for a lifetime. Su Yuxuan resolutely replied, I believe it will be effective. With that, she poured a glass of water, placed the Hu Xian Dan into Su Tiancheng's mouth, and helped him swallow it down with a sip of water. Meanwhile, the doctor stood by, closely monitoring Su Tiancheng's condition. After more than 10 minutes, a glimmer of surprise crossed the doctor's face. The elder's pulse and breathing have stabilized significantly. The ambulance should be arriving shortly. Given the current state, he stands a good chance of pulling through. What? The Su family was left in shock. Could the Hu Xian Dan truly be effective? It seemed impossible. Su Haoyu could not help but exclaim, Doctor, are you sure you are mistaken? Hearing this, Su Dingshan scolded, What nonsense! Haoyu, are you mad? Do you wish for your grandfather not to recover? No, the doctor interjected. I assure you I do not make mistakes. The elder's breathing and pulse are indeed steady. You can all see for yourselves, just moments ago, his complexion was ashen, and his breath was faint. He was on the brink of death. Now, his breathing is stable, and his pulse is strong. He will surely be able to endure until the ambulance arrives. Su Yuxuan, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed towards Lin Yun, exclaiming, Brother Lin, thank you. She intended to give Lin Yun a heartfelt embrace. Unfortunately, as she rushed forward, she found herself pressed against a formidable barrier, realizing she was not embracing Lin Yun, but rather Su Ruoxi, who stood in front of him. With a playful smile, Su Ruoxi remarked, Yuxuan, what are you doing embracing your brother-in-law? Even if it is gratitude, it is inappropriate. As your elder sister, I shall accept your thanks. The two women locked eyes, a spark of rivalry igniting between them. Both knew that the battle for Lin Yun's affections had commenced. Su Ruoxi held the formal advantage, and Su Yuxuan could not confront her directly. She glanced at Su Haoyu and then declared, Zhao Weiye, do not measure others' abilities with your shallow understanding. Brother Lin's capabilities are beyond your imagination. Following this, Su Yuxuan touched her flushed cheek, lamenting, I truly am unfortunate. To save my dear grandfather, I endured a slap from my own father, and yet he has not uttered a word. Su Dingshan, feeling guilty, looked at his daughter and admitted, Yuxuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. With that, he struck his own face twice, the slaps resonating loudly, leaving his cheek flushed. He continued, Lin Yun, I was mistaken about you, and I apologize. Su Dingshan's self-inflicted slaps were not directed at Su Yuxuan or Lin Yun, but were a penance for his father, Su Tiancheng. Had Su Yuxuan not been so resolute, her grandfather might not have taken the Hu Xian Dan, and according to the doctor, he would have already passed away. It could be said that Su Dingshan's actions nearly cost his own father's life, which is why he punished himself. Chapter 71. Jealousy. Su Yuxuan then addressed Zhao Weiye and Su Haoyu. Shouldn't you be apologizing to Brother Lin? It was because my father believed your foolish words that he refused to let my grandfather take the Hu Xian Dan. Especially you, Su Haoyu. You nearly caused grandfather's demise. When the doctor said grandfather could survive this ordeal, you still doubted him. What were you thinking? Do you not want grandfather to recover? Do you believe that once grandfather regains his health, I will report you for your misdeeds? Su Haoyu and Zhao Weiye felt utterly cornered. They never imagined that Lin Yun's medicine would prove so effective. The members of the Su family glared at them, as if daring them not to apologize. They had no choice but to approach Lin Yun and offer their apologies. The arrogance they had displayed earlier was now replaced with palpable discomfort as they approached him to make amends. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and Su Tiancheng was transported to the hospital. The birthday banquet was inevitably canceled, and the Su family accompanied him to the hospital. Su Ruoxi and Lin Yun followed as well, as Su Tiancheng was also Su Ruoxi's second grandfather. Su Tiancheng underwent emergency treatment for 40 minutes. during which the green light signaled that the elder had safely passed the critical period. The attending physician emerged, visibly astonished. How did the elder manage to survive? Based on our previous experiences, patients over 70 who suffer a sudden cerebral hemorrhage typically do not survive until the ambulance arrives. Our mortality rate approaches 100. Yet this patient is an exception, a true miracle. How did this happen? The doctor's words further validated the potency of the Hu Xiandan. While the doctor clearly found it hard to believe, he refrained from questioning further and instructed for Su Dingshan to be transferred from the emergency room to the intensive care unit. Su Yuxuan then asked, "Dad, why didn't you mention the Hu Xiandan earlier?" Su Dingshan replied, coolly, "Such a precious elixir. How many doses do you have in that little porcelain bottle? With such miraculous effects, it is akin to a divine medicine. Are you willing to part with it for the hospital to study? What if grandfather suffers another episode? Or when I grow older and face an emergency? Each dose is precious and should be reserved for our family." Hearing this, Su Yuxuan found his reasoning sound. "You are right, Dad. Aside from grandfather and grandmother, I will only give it to you and Mom, not to anyone else." At that moment, Su Dingshan suddenly inquired, "Young friend Lin Yun, do you still have any Hu Xiandan available? I am willing to purchase it for 1 million per dose." Su Haoyu chimed in, "I too wish to buy it for 1 million per dose." 1 million per dose may sound exorbitant, but in a critical moment, it could be a matter of life and death. The value of a life cannot be measured by money, especially for the wealthy. The price certainly piqued Lin Yun's interest. However, he could not act. He had set aside the remaining 6 doses for Su Ruoxi, Su Yuxuan, and Bai Li, each to receive 2. After all, these 3 women had significantly helped him financially, and without their support, he could not have procured the materials to refine the pills. Thus, although he still possessed the Hu Xiandan, he had already allocated them all. "I'm afraid I have none left. Moreover, it is not something to be valued by price. I did not intend to sell it," Lin Yun stated, prompting disappointment among the Su family. Su Yuxuan opened the small porcelain bottle to take a look and then said, "Dad, there are only 2 Hu Xiandan in total. Grandfather has taken 1, leaving only 1 remaining." Su Haoyu immediately said, "Yuxuan, would you sell me this Hu Xiandan?" Su Yuxuan retorted, "Get lost." However, another cousin of Su Yuxuan interjected, "Yuxuan, I want to compete with you for this Hu Xiandan, but could you spare me a few of those Yang Yandan?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan suddenly asked, "Brother Lin, does the Yang Yandan, like the Hu Xiandan, possess miraculous effects?" Lin Yun affirmed, "Of course. The Yang Yandan genuinely nourishes and replenishes, allowing you to radiate vitality and maintain your youthfulness. For young women, it is likely even more alluring than the Hu Xiandan." Su Yuxuan felt a surge of excitement. The Hu Xiandan that Lin Yun gifted could save a person deemed doomed by doctors. If the Yang Yandan possessed similar miraculous effects, was it not equally astonishing? Although Su Yuxuan was already remarkably beautiful, who would not desire to be even more so, if not for Su Ruoxi glaring at her from a distance? Su Yuxuan would have eagerly embraced him again. She exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I shall never forget your birthday gift." Su Yuxuan kastatrayamfen glansat Su Ruoxi. This look was clearly understood by Su Ruoxi. Su Yuxuan was essentially saying, "Look, even if you are Brother Lin's nominal wife, what does it matter? His affections lie with me." The Hu Xiandan could enable a person deemed terminally ill by doctors to survive. Naturally, the Yang Yandan and the Yang Shengdan were expected to possess similar miraculous qualities. Such a gift was bestowed upon Su Yuxuan by Lin Yun, yet not given to Su Ruoxi. The next moment, Lin Yun felt a sharp pain at his waist. Turning around, he saw Su Ruoxi's hand at his side, pinching and twisting the flesh there. This move could make even a half-immortal wince. Lin Yun gasped in pain, glancing at Su Ruoxi. Observing Su Ruoxi's expression, Su Yuxuan realized she was jealous. Though she wished to defend Lin Yun, the marital bond between them was evident, leaving her helpless. She could only wait until Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi divorced to mend their relationship. Chapter 72. Equality. Subsequently, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi departed the hospital room. Su Dingshan observed Lin Yun's retreating figure, casting a thoughtful glance at his daughter. While Lin Yun's family background was unremarkable and he was already in his second marriage, potentially leading to a third upon divorcing Ruoxi, His remarkable skills could indeed make him a suitable match for his daughter. Meanwhile, Su Ruashi, fuming, entered the car and slammed the door shut, clearly displeased. After all, her husband possessed such a precious item, yet chose to gift it to another instead of her. This was infuriating. Shouldn't there be fairness? What's wrong? Are you angry? Su Ruashi retorted sharply. Angry? What is there to be angry about? Lin Yun chuckled softly, slowly opening his right hand to reveal 3 small porcelain vials, identical to Su Yuxuan's, inscribed with the words Yang Yin, Yang Sheng, and Hu Exine. Upon seeing the vials, the frosty expression on Su Ruashi's face softened considerably, though she still felt somewhat dissatisfied. I am your wife. Even if it is merely a nominal relationship, shouldn't you have given me the first choice? Lin Yun explained. These elixirs are precious, requiring rare wild herbs for their creation, which are quite costly. The funds came from Yuxuan, as her birthday is approaching, so I chose to gift her first. However, I have not forgotten you. A smile finally graced Su Ruashi's face as she accepted the 3 small vials, adopting a slightly haughty tone. Now, that is more like it. You haven't prepared gifts for anyone else, have you? Indeed. Su Ruashi's expression darkened once more. Her emotions were easily swayed by Lin Yun's every word and action. Lin Yun continued, I cannot forget my parents or my younger sisters simply because I have a wife. Su Ruashi's mood brightened again. That is only right. Soon, the car arrived at Su Ruashi's stylish apartment. Typically, she would drop Lin Yun off and then depart herself. This time, however, she did not leave, opting instead to ascend the building alongside Lin Yun. If Lin Yun continued to be ordinary, she would not rush. She would gradually bridge the distance between them through their marital bonds until they became inseparable. Yet, as gold always shines, Lin Yun's brilliance was becoming increasingly evident. Alone against 10, he had dispatched a group of robbers armed with crossbows, concocting elixirs that left even doctors in awe. If this continued, Su Ruashi felt that her endeavor to win over Lin Yun would become increasingly challenging, necessitating a hastened approach. She resolved to cohabit with Lin Yun officially. Even if they did not share a bed, preparations for such a scenario must commence. Upon reaching a guest bedroom, Su Ruashi declared, I will be sleeping here from now on. Lin Yun was taken aback. Sleeping here? Su Ruashi replied directly. Is there a problem? Lin Yun quickly responded, no. But are you not afraid I might turn into a beast? She thought to herself, turn into a beast? I fear you, 1T. Shortly after, she tidied up the guest room, gathered her bath towel and sleepwear, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom, stirring Lin Yun's imagination as he envisioned Su Ruashi bathing, igniting a warmth within him. While listening to the water, he scrolled through his phone. At that moment, Lin Yun noticed Bai Li had posted a status update. No words, just an image. The image appeared to be a popular meme of a small raccoon with a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. Lin Yun instantly understood. Like Su Ruashi, she was feeling jealous. After all, she had previously shared a closer bond with Lin Yun and had even helped Su Yuxuan arrange a meeting with him during a misunderstanding. Now, with Su Yuxuan's birthday and her receiving such a precious gift, Bai Li felt neglected. Among the 3 women, Bai Li harbored no ulterior motives toward Lin Yun. She simply desired him. Lin Yun could not bear to see Bai Li saddened, so he quickly sent her a message. Are you feeling down? Lin Yun continued. Is it because of today's birthday gift? To Bai Li, she believed she was the one closest to Lin Yun. And seeing Lin Yun treat Su Yuxuan better than her was understandably disheartening. Lin Yun added, how about I accompany you shopping tomorrow? Sounds good. After a brief exchange with Bai Li, Lin Yun noticed the water had ceased running in the bathroom, indicating Su Ruashi was likely drying herself. Thus, he concluded his conversation with Bai Li. After all, chatting with Bai Li on WeChat in front of Su Ruashi would be rather disrespectful. A few minutes later, Su Ruashi emerged vidin hersidipif. The comfortable, form-fitting outfit accentuated her flawless figure exquisitely. She turned to Lin Yun and said, Lin Yun, could you help me dry my hair? Of course. Su Ruashi sat at the vanity, and Lin Yun took the hairdryer and began. As Su Ruashi was seated and Lin Yun stood, and considering she had just bathed and was wearing sleepwear, it was evident she was not wearing anything underneath. Therefore, from Lin Yun's angle, he could see the alluring curves of her chest, like a black hole irresistibly drawing his gaze. Lin Yun struggled to resist the allure of this black hole and continued drying Su Ruoshi's hair. Her hair was luscious and voluminous, making the process somewhat time-consuming. After about 10 minutes, her hair was finally dry. The lustrous strands cascaded down her shoulders and chest, partially concealing her alluring figure. Su Ruoshi then announced, "It's getting late. I will rest now." Lin Yun, feeling a sense of heat rising within him, decided to take a cold shower before heading to bed. Chapter 73. Defying fate. The following morning, Su Ruoshi attended to business at the company, while Lin Yun accompanied Bai Li on a shopping excursion. After a morning of browsing, Bai Li purchased a considerable number of items, filling the car's trunk to the brim before finally calling it a day. Upon completing their shopping, Lin Yun smiled and asked, "Are you happy now?" Bai Li, with a hint of pride, replied, "It's passable." Lin Yun teased, "Then it seems you're still not quite satisfied. Look what I have for you." As he spoke, he handed her 3 miniature ceramic gourds. Bai Li exclaimed in delight, "Is this for me?" "Of course. Who else would it be for?" She beamed. "Thank you, Brother Lin." With that, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yun's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. She understood that these 3 elixirs, particularly the heart protection pill, were exceedingly precious. However, what truly mattered to her was Lin Yun's consideration. "Are you content now?" Lin Yun inquired once more. Bai Li nodded and then asked, "Brother Lin, when will you get divorced?" "You wouldn't actually consider having a child with Su Ruoshi, would you?" "Impossible. Even if I were willing, Su Ruoshi certainly wouldn't agree. As for the divorce, it will likely take 2 or 3 months," he replied. Bai Li's expression soured slightly. 2 or 3 months is quite a long time. Meanwhile, Su Yuxuan was watching television with her father, Su Dingshan. The broadcast featured a live Formula E racing event. Although Su Yuxuan had withdrawn from the competition, her interest in racing remained unabated. Unable to attend in person, she settled for watching the live stream. Su Dingshan shared her enthusiasm for racing, and many of Su Yuxuan's interests had been cultivated under his influence. At that moment, he expressed a twinge of regret. "Yuxuan, look at car number 36. It's the one I picked for you. Its performance is among the top 3 in this competition. If you had participated, you would have certainly made quite an impression." Su Yuxuan replied, "Yes, but Brother Lin wouldn't let me compete." Su Dingshan looked at his daughter, puzzled. "What is your relationship with him?" "He is technically your cousin-in-law." Su Yuxuan retorted, "Cousin-in-law? His relationship with my cousin is merely nominal. My cousin only pursued him to secure our great-uncle's inheritance, and they'll likely part ways soon." Observing his daughter, Su Dingshan cautioned, "All right, I trust you. But as long as he remains your cousin-in-law, you must keep your distance. Otherwise, it would be a scandal for the Su family." "I understand, Dad." As they continued their conversation, a dramatic turn unfolded on the live stream. Car number 36, which had been in second place, encountered difficulties while attempting an overtaking maneuver on a turn. The car lifted off the ground, spinning a full 720 degrees before crashing heavily back down. With a loud bang, the vehicle ignited. Despite the immediate response from the event staff, the inferno was too intense, and it was likely that anyone inside would not survive. Even if they did manage to escape, they would be severely burned. Father and daughter stared in disbelief at the screen. "Isn't that car number 36, the one you mentioned?" Su Dingshan murmured. "It's fortunate you didn't participate. Otherwise, it could have been you in that car, Yuxuan. Truly, it's a blessing from above." Su Yuxuan countered, "Dad. This may not just be luck. It might be Brother Lin's intervention." "What do you mean?" Su Yuxuan elaborated. "The other day, Lin Yun suddenly asked me if I really enjoyed racing. I told him I did, and you even managed to get me tickets to participate. Then Lin Yun advised me against it, saying it was too dangerous." Su Dingshan was taken aback. "And you agreed?" Su Yuxuan's face flushed slightly. "Yes, I made a request, and he fulfilled it, so I consented." Su Dingshan smacked his thigh in frustration. "A daughter should not be kept. If your mother and I had advised you against competing, you would have ignored us, yet you listened to him so readily." Su Yuxuan's face grew even redder. "Dad, let's not dwell on that. The story isn't finished yet. Besides, if I hadn't agreed, we might have met in a morgue right now." "All right, go on," Su Dingshan said, deep in thought. After a moment, he continued, "Yuxuan, it appears we owe him a significant debt of gratitude." "How so?" Su Dingshan gazed at the burning car on the screen, which had now been extinguished. The driver had been extracted but lay lifeless, devoid of any vital signs. It was evident that the driver had succumbed completely. If he had still been alive, given the severity of the flames and pain, he would have surely struggled to escape. Pondering this, Su Dingshan remarked, "His inquiries about your racing and his insistence that you refrain from competing suggest he may have foreseen this incident. While it is difficult to believe, the depth of Huaxia civilization is profound. The practice of fortune-telling, though often associated with charlatans, sometimes reveals genuine sages who, while living among us, can alter destinies with a few well-timed words. What you experienced was such a moment. His words changed your fate, allowing you to survive a calamity that would have otherwise claimed you, with the unfortunate driver taking your place. This came at a considerable cost to Lin Yun," he concluded. Su Yuxuan's expression shifted. "A considerable cost? How much?" Su Dingshan explained. He only coughed blood after making that statement. "That is the price of revealing hidden truths. Though it may seem like a mere cough, it signifies a sacrifice of his own lifespan. If it had been an ordinary accident, he would have only needed to forfeit a year or two of his life to prevent your injury. However, given the circumstances, this was a life-threatening ordeal. He must have sacrificed at least 10 years of his life to shield you from this fate." Su Yuxuan's face pale. "What? 10 years? How do you know this so precisely?" Su Dingshan elaborated, "Because this was foretold by the Taoist priest of longevity. Remember your great-uncle? He was a close friend of the priest. Even before the plane crash, the priest had foreseen it and discreetly conveyed some information to your great-uncle, prompting him to prepare a will in advance. Do you know why your great-uncle ultimately could not escape that calamity? Why? Because revealing hidden truths incurs divine retribution, especially when it concerns another's life or death. If the priest had intervened to change your great-uncle's fate, given his age, losing 10 years of life would have caused him to perish instantly. In other words, to assist your great-uncle would have required him to sacrifice himself. Even after decades of friendship, the priest would not exchange one life for another." Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan's expression shifted once more. If the Taoist priest, despite their long-standing friendship, was unwilling to sacrifice his life for her great-uncle, it was astounding that Lin Yun, having known her for such a brief time, would be willing to forfeit 10 years of his own life to help her defy fate and navigate this perilous situation. It was no wonder her father claimed they owed him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Chapter 74. Moved at this moment, Su Yuxuan was entirely lost in her own thoughts, believing that Lin Yun had sacrificed over 10 years of his life to alter her fate. In truth, however, Lin Yun had transcended the ordinary. He had become a semi-immortal. His act of coughing blood was merely a symbolic gesture representing the cost of altering Su Yuxuan's fate and nothing more. The price of 10 years was a burden borne by those like the Taoist priest of longevity, a rule that did not apply to the celestial Lin Yun. At this moment, Su Yuxuan was profoundly touched. After all, it was a decade of life. Life is short, and 80 years is the average lifespan of an ordinary person. Out of those 80 years, 10 are spent in childhood, a time of innocence and ignorance, and another 10 in old age, marked by decline and frailty. This leaves a mere 60 years. A decade of life represents 1/6 of a person's existence, and Lin Yun had unhesitatingly sacrificed this for her. How could she not be moved? Then, Su Dingshan continued, "I have come to understand why your great-uncle arranged a betrothal between Lin Yun and Ruo Shi. He has the ability to concoct miraculous elixirs like the Hu Xian Dan and can alter destinies. With such a husband, Ruo Shi will live a life free from worries. This is far more precious than any family fortune. Unfortunately, my cousin lacks wisdom and completely overlooks Lin Yun. She is fixated on finding a wealthy heir of the right social standing for Ruo Shi to remarry, demonstrating her short-sightedness." Su Yuxuan interjected, "Dad, you can criticize my aunt without dragging all women into it. I have long hair too. All right, I admit my mistake. By the way, Yuxuan, you must not speak of your changed fate to others." "Why not? My elder brother Lin is so remarkable. Shouldn't everyone know?" Su Dingshan chuckled. "Fine. Go ahead and tell everyone. Let them know how extraordinary Lin Yun is, capable of crafting the Hu Xian Dan and altering destinies. Once everyone is aware of Lin Yun's prowess, all the wealthy young ladies in Jiangcheng will flock to him, and it will be uncertain who will capture his heart." Su Yuxuan promptly replied, "That will not do." "I understand, Dad. I won't mention it to anyone." Soon after, the technical specialists discovered an issue. The 36 Formula race car had a malfunction in its braking system, which caused the brakes to fail under excessive heat, leading to the earlier incident. This revelation further confirmed to Su Dingshan and Su Yuxuan that Lin Yun had indeed assisted in altering Su Yuxuan's fate. The malfunction of the braking system indicated that the accident was not the fault of the driver, but rather the vehicle itself. Whoever drove that car was doomed. At that moment, Su Yuxuan remarked, "Dad, I feel quite guilty about the driver who sacrificed himself for me." Su Dingshan replied directly, "There is no need for guilt. Do you even know who he was?" Su Yuxuan shook her head. At the start of the race, all competitors were fully equipped. How would I know? The driver was Zhao Wenjie. Su Yuxuan exclaimed in surprise. It was him. He got what he deserved. Jiangcheng is rid of scourge. The circle of wealthy heirs in Jiangcheng is not vast, and Su Yuxuan knows most of them. Among these heirs, some enjoy frivolous pursuits, like Su Yuxuan and Bai Li in their small circle, while others are diligent and exceptionally talented. A small fraction, however, is morally bankrupt and has a notorious reputation. Zhao Wenjie was one of those. He bullied others and stirred trouble, relying on his family's wealth to escape the consequences of his actions. His most egregious act was driving under the influence and killing a pregnant woman, resulting in 2 deaths, after which he had his family's driver take the blame. Although he managed to evade punishment, Su Yuxuan and others knew his true nature and steered clear of him. His fiery demise in the Formula race car was nothing short of poetic justice. Su Dingshan remarked, "Indeed, no need to concern yourself with Zhao Wenjie. Rather, remember Lin Yun. He revealed secrets of fate, faced divine retribution, and lost a decade of his life. You must cherish this kindness." Su Yuxuan promptly replied, "I understand, Dad. This is a debt I will never forget." Upon learning of Lin Yun's immense sacrifice for her, Su Yuxuan was overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, she had decisively committed herself to Lin Yun. After all, what man would willingly sacrifice 10 years of his life for her? That evening, shortly after 9, the doorbell rang at Lin Yun's spacious apartment. Su Ruoxi, who was about to retire for the night, got up to answer the door. She and Su Yuxuan locked eyes. Surprised, Su Yuxuan asked, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Su Ruoxi retorted, "Yuxuan, your question is amusing. This is my home. Is it not normal for me to be here? What about you? Why are you here at this hour? What could Su Yuxuan possibly want?" Of course, she intended to seize the opportunity. Lin Yun's sacrifice of 10 years was enough to make her reckless. Unfortunately, Su Ruoxi's presence made her wonder if her cousin and Lin Yun had become serious. Just then, she heard footsteps and glanced into the room, noticing Lin Yun emerging from the master bedroom. If Su Ruoxi was indeed sharing the same bedroom with Lin Yun, there would have been no need for her to close the bedroom door when she came to open the front door. Thus, it was evident that Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi were not sharing a bedroom, which provided Su Yuxuan with a sense of relief. She still had a chance. Chapter 75. Confrontation. Reflecting on this, Su Yuxuan said, "I have nothing much to say, just many words I wish to share with my brother-in-law." Su Ruoxi glared at her. "Su Yuxuan, as long as Lin Yun and I are not divorced, he remains your brother-in-law. You come here at night to find him. Do you have no shame?" Su Yuxuan boldly asserted, "Compared to my brother-in-law, shame is inconsequential. Are you not afraid your father will hear you?" With that, Su Yuxuan formally declared war on Su Ruoxi. "I am not afraid. Su Ruoxi, I declare here that Lin Yun is mine. No one can take him away." Lin Yun, who had just exited the living room, was momentarily taken aback by Su Yuxuan's declaration. "What is happening?" Su Yuxuan de Blail, Broterlin. "This is a matter between us. You should rest early." Understanding that Lin Yun was exhausted and had sacrificed his vitality, she felt he should recuperate. As for the matters between her and her cousin, that was a woman's battle, and Lin Yun need not intervene. What could Lin Yun say? Both ladies had asked him to refrain from getting involved, so he could only say, "Take it easy. Don't let it escalate into a fight." However, as he entered, a smile involuntarily spread across Lin Yun's face. After all, having 2 exceptional women vying for his affection would surely make any man feel proud and pleased. Su Ruoxi looked at Su Yuxuan. "What are the conditions?" Su Ruoxi then added, "No need for conditions. I have a simpler way to secure the inheritance. Becoming pregnant will suffice." Su Yusuan retorted, pregnant? What if you are infertile? Her meaning was clear. If she were infertile, Su Ruo, she could forget about it. As Su Yuxuan regarded Su Ruo Shi's figure, she felt a powerful pressure. This was the one area where she could not compare to her cousin. After a moment of silence, she stated, I will not give up. Having made this declaration, Su Yuxuan turned and left. Su Ruo, she watched her retreating figure and calmly said, bring it on. Meanwhile, Lin Yin sensed that Su Ruo, she was not in a good mood, especially after being confronted. Therefore, just before she entered, he turned off the bedroom light, pretending to be asleep. Standing in the darkness, Su Ruo, she felt a flicker of hesitation. Should she take the initiative and spend the night with Lin Yin? After all, with her cousin's aggressive pursuit and Bai Li lurking outside, she needed to accelerate her progress. Yet, Su Ruo, she was still a maiden, despite her strong sense of urgency. She ultimately lacked the boldness. Thus, after standing in the darkness for a moment, she left Lin Yun's room, gently closing the door behind her. The next day, Su Ruo, she went to work as usual. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Zhao Weiye approached her, holding a large bouquet of roses as he stepped out of a sports car. Ruoshi, these are for you. Su Ruoshi gazed at the abundant bouquet of roses before her heart stirring not a whit. Flowers, in essence, hold significance only when gifted by someone cherished. Otherwise, they are mere trifles, their worth contingent upon the giver rather than the blooms themselves. No need for that, she declared directly, Zhao Weiye. Have you forgotten that I am a married woman? Having spoken, she disregarded Zhao Weiye's reaction and turned to leave. Zhao Weiye watched her retreating figure, his gaze lingering on her curvaceous form before ultimately arriving at a trash bin, where he unceremoniously discarded the bouquet. He muttered to himself, Su Ruoshi, you have forced my hand. Since you are so disdainful of me, I shall resort to more forceful measures. Within the old residence lived an elderly matriarch nearing 70, attended by 2 caretakers. This venerable lady was Zhao Weiye's grandmother, Miao Yuxiu. Hailing from the Miaojiang region, Miao Yuxiu had once been renowned for her beauty in her youth, which had captivated Zhao Weiye's grandfather. Together, they had borne a son, Zhao Qiangxing, who subsequently built a family legacy. However, as prosperity enveloped the family, Zhao Weiye's grandfather grew weary of his spouse and sought companionship elsewhere, leading to a rift with Miao Yuxiu. Before long, he succumbed to a sudden cerebral ailment while entangled with his mistress. This incident was labeled an unfortunate accident, and Zhao Qiangxing took over the family business, rebranding it as Qiangxing Pharmaceuticals, which flourished under his stewardship. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Zhao Qiangxing was acutely aware of the true circumstances surrounding his father's demise, and he knew his mother possessed extraordinary abilities. As Qiangxing Pharmaceuticals thrived, it inevitably faced fierce competition. Whenever Zhao Qiangxing encountered insurmountable challenges, he would procure a strand of hair from a rival and deliver it to his mother, Miao Yuxiu. Shortly thereafter, the competitors would meet with untimely fates akin to his father's. Zhao Weiye was well aware of his grandmother's formidable prowess. Thus, he had discreetly acquired several strands of Su Ruoshi's hair from her office. Kneeling before Miao Yuxiu, he implored, Grandmother, I beseech you to assist me. At her advanced age, Miao Yuxiu had become a figure of dark aura, her malevolence evident in her demeanor. Yet, upon seeing her grandson, she donned a seemingly benevolent smile. My dear grandson, who has wronged you? I shall ensure they face retribution. Miao Yuxiu's expression, though meant to be kind, appeared sinister to Zhao Weiye, causing his heart to race. His reluctance to approach her previously stemmed from a deep-seated fear of her. However, desperate times called for desperate measures. With a trembling hand, Zhao Weiye presented the strands of hair, saying, Grandmother, I am enamored with this woman, yet she rebuffs me. Can you help me? Upon hearing this, Miao Yuxiu's demeanor shifted to a menacing glare. This wretched girl. It is a blessing that my grandson loves you, yet you dare to turn her away? I shall curse you to your doom. Zhao Weiye hastily interjected, No, grandmother, I only wish to win her heart. If you kill her, how will you ever cradle your great-grandson? Miao Yuxiu chuckled darkly. Ah, now I understand. No wonder I have yet to hold my great-grandson. Fear not, I shall devise a plan. Zhao Weiye's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? Miao Yuxiu boasted indeed. The black sorcery of Miaojiang is profound, capable of feats beyond the ordinary. I shall employ the soul-snatching spell to render this wretched girl into a deep slumber, impervious to awakening. When you find yourself in dire straits, you shall reappear, claiming the ability to awaken her by shattering a black voodoo doll, thus dispelling the spell. But won't that mean she won't love me? Zhao Weiya protested. Miao Yuxiu continued. Fear not, for I shall also cast an aphrodisiac curse upon her. Once afflicted, she shall fall in love with the first person she sees. With the soul-snatching spell coupled with the aphrodisiac curse, she would remain in a deep stupor, unable to meet anyone until you awaken her. And the first person she sees will undoubtedly be you. Zhao Weiya's eyes sparkled with delight. Under such circumstances, Su Ruoxi would undeniably belong to him. Grandmother, you are truly remarkable. Miao Yuxiu basked in her triumph. Of course. Now, keep the strands of her hair and leave. I shall prepare today and commence the spell tomorrow. I am eager to cradle my great-grandson. The following morning, Su Ruoxi was absorbed in her work at the office, her assistant standing nearby. Xiao Lu, please organize the materials for today's meeting. I will require them, she instructed. Certainly, President Su. You can rely on me, came the reply. As Su Ruoxi stood to meet with a senior executive, a sudden sharp pain pierced her head, causing her to collapse to the ground. Her assistant gasped in alarm and rushed to support her. President Su, what has happened? Having worked with Su Ruoxi for many years, her assistant was well aware that such an incident was unprecedented. She immediately called for emergency services, transporting Su Ruoxi to the hospital while also notifying her family, including her mother, Chen Susu, and her husband, Lin Yun. Half an hour later, Lin Yun and Chen Susu arrived at the hospital, where the doctor had already diagnosed Su Ruoxi's condition. Chen Susu, her face etched with concern, implored, Doctor, what has happened to my daughter? Why has she suddenly collapsed? The doctor shook his head. We are unable to ascertain the cause of her unconsciousness. Chen Susu, in a panic, pressed, What should we do? The doctor sighed. We have administered glucose to ensure her nutritional needs are met. As for her unconsciousness, we can only observe. If she awakens within 24 hours, it will be the best outcome. And if she does not awaken? Chen Susu inquired. The doctor hesitated before uttering 3 words, vegetative state. The weight of those words felt like a crushing blow to Chen Susu. Just recently, her father-in-law and husband had encountered misfortune, and now her daughter might face a similar fate. In that moment, she felt utterly defeated, leaning against the bedside and murmuring, It cannot be. My daughter will be fine. It must be your incompetence. I demand a different doctor. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, Chen Susu possessed considerable connections. She promptly contacted several esteemed specialists in Jiangcheng to conduct a consultation for her daughter. With financial resources at her disposal, the experts quickly assembled to diagnose Su Ruoxi. Anxiously waiting outside the hospital room, Chen Susu was soon joined by members of the Su family. Su Dingshan inquired, Sister-in-law, what has happened to Ruoxi? Su Yuxuan added, Is my cousin all right? Chen Susu glared at the Su family, her voice laced with accusation. It is you. You have harmed my husband and father-in-law. And now you conspire against my daughter to prevent her from inheriting the family fortune. Do you not? Su Dingshan's expression soured. Sister-in-law, how can you say such things? We would never do such a thing. Left with no retort, they retreated. Before long, the hospital room doors swung open, revealing 6 or 7 experts, all over 50 years of age, emerging from within. Chen Susu held onto the hope of receiving satisfactory news from them. Regrettably, one elderly expert shook his head gently. We are also unable to determine why your daughter is unconscious. Without understanding the underlying cause, we cannot attempt any treatment. Upon hearing these words, Chen Susu felt as though the sky had collapsed. Could it be true that her daughter was destined to become a vegetable? At that moment, Lin Yun was also gazing at Su Ruoxi on the hospital bed, and he had already discerned the root of her condition. Observing Su Ruoxi's physical state, it was evident that she had fallen victim to some form of witchcraft, commonly referred to as a curse. For ordinary individuals, oaths and curses hold no power, but for those well-versed in sorcery, the situation is entirely different. They merely need to acquire the victim's hair and birth details, coupled with specialized incantations to inflict harm invisibly. Of course, witchcraft is ultimately a minor and treacherous path, harming both others and oneself. Engaging in such practices not only diminishes one's moral integrity, but also invites severe backlash once the spell is broken, resulting in debilitating consequences or even death. Lin Yun, possessing the Shinnon classic, could effortlessly unravel such malevolent arts. He reassured, "Mother-in-law, do not fret too much. Ruashi will be fine." Chun Susu, already disinclined towards Lin Yun, was further agitated by her daughter's plight and offered him no courtesy. "I do not wish to see you. Leave at once." Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly. "My wife is ill, and I must remain by her side. If you do not wish to see me, you may leave instead." Previously, Lin Yun had treated her with respect because she was Su Ruashi's mother. However, with Chin Susu's blatant disregard, he felt no need to indulge her further. "You!" Chin Susu exclaimed, but Lin Yun ignored her and approached the bedside. He could only break the curse with physical contact, channeling the essence of herbs into Su Ruashi's body. Given his current abilities, he could not heal her from a distance. Chin Susu, observing Lin Yun's actions, shouted, "Keep your distance from my daughter." Lin Yun, having lost patience, replied coolly, "This is my wife." To speak bluntly, even if something were to happen to Ruashi, 75% of her assets belong to me, and the remaining 25% to you. What right do you have to demand I stay away from my wife? Chin Susu glared at Lin Yun. "Have you been scheming about her fortune all along? Did you cause my daughter's predicament? Speak." Lin Yun looked at her with disdain. "You are utterly unreasonable. It is you who would harm your daughter for her wealth. Let me be clear. If anything were to befall her, I would haunt you even in death. Doctor, call the police and have this man arrested." Chin Susu commanded. The doctor, feeling helpless, responded, "Ms. Chun, your daughter's condition does not appear to be the result of foul play. There are no signs of trauma to her skull or poisoning. If it were indeed malicious, could you enlighten me on how it was accomplished?" The doctor's words left Chun Susu speechless, yet she continued to glare at Lin Yun, convinced he was the perpetrator. At that moment, Su Haoyu and Zhao Weiye arrived together. Zhao Weiye expressed his concern. "Aunt Chun, has something happened to Ruashi?" Chin Susu, aware that Zhao Weiye was her daughter's suitor and from a well-matched family, softened her tone slightly. "Weiye, Ruashi is in a coma. Your family is in the pharmaceutical business. Surely you know some esteemed figures in medicine? I beg you, can you assist Ruashi? I promise that if she awakens, I will have her marry you. Lin Yun does not deserve her." Hearing this, Zhao Weiye's spirit soared. He had already caused Su Ruashi's predicament, yet he was confident he could help her awaken. Moreover, with his grandmother having placed a love spell upon Su Ruashi, ensuring she would fall for the first man she saw, he felt secure in his prospects. With Chun Susu's promise, Su Ruashi would surely belong to him, and Lin Yun, the destitute fool, would be cast aside. "Rest assured, Aunt Chun, I will ensure Ruashi recovers," Zhao Weiye declared. Chin Susu, touched, replied, "Weiye, you are my only hope. Please do not disappoint me." As they conversed, Lin Yun leaned down and kissed Su Ruashi's beautiful lips. He had recognized the color of her lipstick and realized that the mysterious lip print on his face from earlier had belonged to her. As their lips met, Lin Yun was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance, feeling as if he were floating among the clouds. Upon contact, the essence of herbs within him flowed into Su Ruashi's body. If the witchcraft of Miaojiang was but a minor sorcery, the Shinnon classic was the pathway to true enlightenment. How could such trivial sorcery compare? As the essence entered Su Ruashi, the soul-binding curse and the love spell were instantly dispelled. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family home, the old witch Miao Yuxiu, who had cast the spells, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, utterly weakened. Her advanced age and the terrifying power of the Shinnon classic rendered her unable to withstand the backlash, which threatened her very life. On the brink of death, she summoned her remaining strength to retrieve her phone, hoping to speak a few words to her son before her demise. Unfortunately, Zhao Chong was in a meeting and had set his phone to airplane mode, preventing any call from going through. In desperation, Miao Yuxiu dialed Zhao Weiye instead. If she could not speak to her son, she would speak to her grandson. At that moment, Zhao Weiye heard his phone ring, glanced at the screen. and was ready to answer when he caught sight of Lin Yun kissing Su Ruashi. He could not contain his fury, yelling, "What the hell are you doing? Release Ruashi at once." To him, Su Ruashi was already his possession, and Lin Yun's audacity was an affront. Meanwhile, Miao Yushio continued to wait for her grandson to answer, but after 30 seconds of silence, the call automatically ended. Frustrated, she spat another mouthful of blood before succumbing entirely, her eyes wide in disbelief, having failed to say a final word to her son or grandson. In the hospital, Lin Yun regarded the agitated Zhao Weiye coldly, stating, "Our kiss is none of your concern. Who do you think you are?" Chun Susu interjected angrily, "Lin Yun, I tell you, my daughter will divorce you and be with Weiye. Stay away from her." Lin Yun countered, "And who do you think you are?" "I am her husband." Chun Susu retorted, "I am her mother." Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, "So what? Do you think we live in a feudal society where parental commands dictate marriage? You may marry whom you wish. But Su Ruashi is my wife, and she will not marry anyone else." With that, he kissed Su Ruashi once more. He had already broken the soul binding and love spells. Yet due to the effects of the witchcraft, Su Ruashi remained somewhat weakened and had not fully awakened. He infused her with the essence of herbs to restore her strength and hasten her awakening. Seeing Lin Yun kiss her daughter again, Chinsusu could no longer contain her frustration. She shouted, "Weiye, throw him out. I will take responsibility for whatever happens." Zhao Weiye had been waiting for her to say this. He rolled up his sleeves and approached Lin Yun, ready to deliver a beating before expelling him. Lin Yun needed to remove the soul-binding curse, allowing Su Ruashi to see him first and ensuring she would fall in love with him. Just then, Su Ruashi opened her eyes, locking gazes with Lin Yun. The soul-snatching spell is exceptionally peculiar. Just moments ago, she seemed ensnared in a nightmare. She could distinctly hear the sounds from the outside world and was aware of unfolding events, yet she remained unable to awaken, as if trapped in a dream. Her mind was incapable of commanding her body, and this sensation was profoundly distressing. Fortunately, Lin Yun arrived swiftly, and upon hearing his voice, she felt a significant relaxation. Soon after, Lin Yun boldly kissed her twice. The first kiss shattered the nightmare that bound her, granting her soul a sense of liberation, and she felt markedly more comfortable. The second kiss, however, completely extricated her from the dream, bringing her back to consciousness. At that moment, Zhao Weiyi stood before the hospital bed, his gaze greedily lingering on Su Ruashi's delicate form. He coldly admonished Lin Yun, "You scoundrel, keep your distance from Ruashi. Chan Su Su Chaimin, Viye. If you can awaken my daughter, I promise to marry her off to you." Just then, a chilling voice interjected, "Marry if you wish. I already have a husband." Chen Su Suisi Kupreshan shifted dramatically. Aduo 11, Oreyavik. Su Rua, she looked at her mother and replied, "Could I possibly remain asleep? If I don't wake up soon, you might sell me off." As she spoke, she turned her attention to Zhao Weiyi and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Zhao Weiyi, taken aback, protested, "Why did you hit me?" Su Rua, she retorted coldly, "What do you think? We are a couple sharing a kiss. What business is it of yours? What right do you have to intrude?" During her unconsciousness, Su Rua, she had heard the voices outside and was deeply dissatisfied with her mother's behavior. In her eyes, her mother was the greatest obstacle to her relationship with Lin Yun. However, being her mother, she felt powerless to act against her. So Zhao Weiyi naturally became her outlet for frustration. At this moment, Zhao Weiyi was equally bewildered. His grandmother had been rather unreliable, claiming that Su Rua, she would never awaken unless he crushed the voodoo doll in his possession. Supposedly, Su Rua, she would only see him first upon awakening, thus naturally developing feelings for him. Yet now, inexplicably, she had awakened, rendering the so-called spell utterly ineffective. Chen Su, neglecting her and Tortorio 11, hurried to the bedside. "My daughter, are you all right? Do you know how scared I was?" Su Rua, she rolled her eyes. "I was nearly in trouble. If I hadn't awakened quickly, I would have found my husband forcibly replaced." Chen Su felt somewhat guilty in this situation. Mother only wants what's best for you. Weiye's family runs a pharmaceutical company and knows many esteemed figures in the medical field. He has a better chance of helping you wake up. Look at the reality. No esteemed figure in the medical field can compare to a single kiss from my husband. Please leave. I wish to spend some time with him. However, Su Ruo, she shot a glare at Chen Su Su. Mother, if you bother me again, I might slip back into unconsciousness. Chen Su Su dared not utter another word and promptly ushered everyone else out of the room, leaving only Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi. Su Ruoshi, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, assessed Lin Yun. You certainly have some nerve, kissing me in front of so many people. Lin Yun retorted. You were the one who kissed me first. When did I? She queried. Not precisely, but after I awakened and glanced in the mirror, I noticed lip marks on my face. Today, I made a comparison and confirmed it was your kiss. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Chen Su Su and Zhao Weiyi wore displeased expressions. Zhao Weiyi sighed. Aunt Chen, I. Chen Su Su interjected. Weiyi, do not fret. Ruo, she was merely deceived by that scoundrel's sweet words. Rest assured, Annie is on your side. Together, we will ensure Ruo she sees that scoundrel's true colors. Zhao Weiyi replied. Aunt Chen, you need not worry. I shall not easily yield. At that moment, Zhao Weiyi's phone rang again. He glanced at it and answered. Dad, what is it? His face pale. What? I will be there immediately. He quickly informed Chen Su Su and hurriedly departed, filled with both urgency and trepidation about how his grandmother had passed away. Logically, her spell should have been powerful enough. Su Ruo, she should not have awakened so easily. Moments later, medical experts arrived to reassess Su Ruo's condition. Their diagnosis revealed no issues with her body, and they could not explain her previous unexplained unconsciousness. The human body is exceedingly complex, and the brain harbors countless mysteries. Many phenomena remain beyond the grasp of medical explanation. Thus, the experts did not dwell on the matter, but merely advised Su Ruo she to rest and observe for a couple more days before she could be discharged. Subsequently, Su Ruo cultivate Xian, in Xian, I keva vacant. I apologize on behalf of my mother to you and Uncle Ding Shan. Su Yusuan replied coolly. My father did not take your mother's remarks to heart. I'm just relieved you are all right. By the way, how did you awaken? Su Ruonce responded proudly. Strangely enough, while I was unconscious, the experts my mother found could do nothing. Yet, Lin Yun kissed me, and I awakened. Isn't that romantic? I felt like Snow White after eating a poison apple, with Lin Yun as my Prince Charming. Only his kiss could awaken me. It seems we are indeed destined for one another. Su Yuxian, through gritted teeth, remarked, Su Ruo, you call to apologize, but are actually flaunting your affection. Aren't you? I should not have been so generous in hoping for your awakening. I should have wished for your perpetual slumber. So no one would compete with me for a man. Experiencing someone else's display of affection is inherently unpleasant, especially when it involves the object of her own affections, making Su Yuxian even more irate. At this moment, filled with triumph in matters of the heart, Su Ruo, she dismissed Su Yuxian's words and provocatively added, By the way, if you need to find your brother-in-law in the next few days, just come directly to the hospital. He has been keeping vigil beside me, and won't be going anywhere else. With that, she ended the call, leaving Su Yuxian feeling frustrated enough to spit blood. She suddenly envied Su Ruo, wishing she were the one in a coma, for Lin Yun would surely care for her just as devotedly. As evening descended, Su Yuxian entered the bathroom to wash up before bed. While brushing her teeth, she noticed an unwelcome pimple on her forehead. Enraged, she exclaimed, Su Ruo, this is all your fault. You've caused me to break out. Su Yuxian's skin was already quite good, but like anyone, she had her imperfections. The small flaws on her face were still visible up close, and the sudden appearance of a pimple made them all the more pronounced. The beauty-enhancing pills Lin Yun had given her amounted to 4, and she had hesitated to use them. However, seeing the pimple, she resolved to take one early. After consuming a beauty-enhancing pill, Su Yuxian went to bed early. The next morning, upon waking, she felt a thick, greasy layer on her face, akin to an unpleasant film. She rushed to the bathroom to wash her face thoroughly and then gazed into the mirror. The next moment, she was stunned. Who was that breathtakingly beautiful person staring back at her? Oh wait, that's me. The reflection of Su Yuxian, devoid of makeup, resembled a pristine lotus emerging from the water. She appeared even more stunning than when she had worn light makeup. The minor imperfections that once adorned her face had entirely vanished. The transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Was this the effect of the beauty-enhancing pill? Truly remarkable. Gazing at her reflection, Su Yuxian made a decision. From now on, she would only need basic skincare products, for makeup would be entirely unnecessary. Such a flawless visage, adorned with any cosmetic, would be an affront to its natural beauty. Chapter 79. The Priceless Elixir of Youth. At noon, Su Yuxuan, as was her custom, gathered with a few close friends for a meal. Upon their meeting, her companions quickly noticed something unusual about her appearance. Yuxuan, what makeup are you wearing today? You look as if you haven't applied any at all. One exclaimed. Indeed, even with a light touch of makeup, there is usually some visible enhancement. But today, there is not a trace of it. With a proud smile, Su Yuxuan replied, of course, it's because I haven't worn any makeup at all. Her friends were incredulous. How is that possible? Is it some waterproof makeup? Come on, Yuxuan, tell us which brand you used. It looks so natural. You must recommend it to us. Su Yuxuan assured them. I truly have not used any cosmetics. One friend, skeptical, declared, I don't believe you. I have makeup remover here. Do you dare let me try? Su Yuxuan boldly responded, go ahead and try. The friend then retrieved a small bottle of makeup remover, dabbed a tissue with it, and began to wipe Su Yuxuan's delicate face. If she had indeed applied makeup, the tissue would reveal the truth almost immediately. However, after scrubbing for a good 30 seconds, Su Yuxuan's complexion remained unchanged. Astonished, her friend pinched Su Yuxuan's cheek. It truly is your natural face. Yuxuan, how did you achieve this? Another chimed in, Yuxuan, we see each other daily. Your skin is good, but has never been this immaculate. Your natural beauty surpasses our made-up appearances. It's simply extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuxuan recounted. Do you remember the elixir of youth that my brother Lin gifted me on my birthday? I noticed a blemish on my forehead yesterday, took one elixir before bed, and upon waking, this is how I appeared. Wow, is it really that effective? Yuxuan, do you have any of that elixir left? We're like sisters, right? Would you share one with me? Su Yuxuan firmly replied, even if we were true sisters, I wouldn't part with it. Her words were not an exaggeration. For women, this elixir was invaluable, and even among sisters, one would keep it for oneself rather than share. Another friend interjected, Yuxuan, I will offer you 1 million for just one elixir. How does that sound? For these affluent young ladies, their annual expenditures on cosmetics reached into the millions, as their pursuit of beauty outweighed any concern for cost. Despite spending vast sums to maintain their appearances, the effect of the elixir far exceeded any cosmetic enhancements they could achieve. After hearing this, Su Yuxuan retorted, do you think I need your million? I only have a few elixirs. I don't have any to spare. Her friends pleaded, Yuxuan, we are good friends. Can't you share something good with us? Indeed, after so many years of friendship, you want to even give us a little consideration? They implored. Yuxuan, please help us out. Feeling overwhelmed by their pleas, Su Yuxuan finally relented. Fine, I need to keep the few I have for myself. I cannot share them with you. However, I can ask my brother Lin if he has any left. If he does, perhaps he could sell you a few. Her friends erupted with excitement. Yes, yes. Please ask him. No matter the price, I want to buy one. Absolutely, I'm in as well. I must have one. Su Yuxuan stood, declaring, all right. Wait for me here while I call my brother Lin. She moved a little distance away and dialed Linyan. Brother Lin, are you free right now? Linyan replied, I'm at the hospital. What is up? Su Yuxuan inquired, do you still have any of the elixirs of youth? A few of my friends are very eager to obtain them. Linyan declined. No, they're exceedingly rare and the raw materials are nearly impossible to procure. Su Yuxuan sighed, is that so? What a pity. My friends are willing to pay 1 million each for a few elixirs. Linyan paused. How much did you say? 1 million each. Linyan was taken aback by this figure. While he could understand 1 million for a heart-protecting elixir, could a beauty elixir truly hold such value? The world of the wealthy was indeed astonishing. Previously, he had turned down requests for the heart-protecting elixir due to its complex crafting process. He had spent nearly 2 million on the raw materials, with a significant portion allocated to the heart-protecting elixir, the most expensive and challenging to produce. If the endeavor failed, he would lose over 1 million in materials, which was not worth the risk. However, the beauty elixir was different. Its raw materials were not as rare, and Lin Yun's success rate in crafting it was considerably higher. He had previously spent only 200,000 on materials for the beauty elixir, producing 20 units. At a price of 1 million each, The elixirs he had created were valued at 20 million. Transforming 200,000 into 20 million was a lucrative deal that any sensible person would recognize. Lin Yun, now a figure of considerable prowess, was not overly fixated on wealth, but in this world, one could not survive without it. He could not continue to live off others indefinitely, and seizing this opportunity to earn several million seemed quite appealing. With this in mind, Lin Yun stated, "Yuxuan, since they're so earnest and considering your request, I will refine another batch of beauty elixirs." Su Yuxuan beamed with joy. "Really? Brother Lin, you are the best. However, the raw materials for the elixir are quite precious. As you know, I don't have much money. Could you discuss with your friends about paying a deposit?" Su Yuxuan replied directly, "A deposit? That seems too cumbersome. I'll just have them pay the full amount up front." "Huh? Would it not be inappropriate?" Lin Yun had merely wanted a small deposit to acquire the materials, but Su Yuxuan's suggestion of full payment seemed excessive. Nevertheless, Su Yuxuan insisted, "What is wrong with that? Even if they pay in full, they must compete to purchase. Brother Lin, I will have them transfer the money to the card I gave you." "All right. If they agree, I have no objections. How many elixirs can you provide this time, Brother Lin?" After some thought, Lin Yun replied, 20. "Understood." Chapter 80. Yishi immediately addressed her friends. "Listen, everyone. This beauty elixir is incredibly precious, and its raw materials are exceedingly rare. Originally, there was little opportunity for us to acquire it. However, on account of my brother Lin's generosity, he is willing to refine another batch. The price will be as discussed, 1 million each, with a total of 20 available." One of Su Yuxuan's friends quickly exclaimed, 20? That is only 20 million. I want them all. Su Yuxuan interrupted, "Wait, I haven't finished. Each person is limited to 2 elixirs, and it will be first come, first served based on your payment timestamps. Once I receive 20 million, the sale will conclude." Upon hearing this, her friends wasted no time, opening their phones to initiate transfers, while Su Yuxuan's phone echoed with notifications of 2 million arriving. In less than 20 seconds, her card had accumulated an impressive total of 20 million. A few friends, however, were too slow to complete their transactions. Seeing this, Su Yuxuan announced, "Ladies, I have received 20 million. That's it." "What? How could it happen so quickly?" "Yu Xian, you cannot behave this way." Su Yuxian said helplessly, "All right, if this is what you desire, please transfer the money first, and consider it as a reservation for next time. After all, this beauty-enhancing elixir is not irreplaceable. Although this batch is not meant for you, there will certainly be another batch. One tea there?" Upon hearing this, everyone smiled brightly and happily transferred the money. Su Yuxian was also quite delighted, thinking that Brother Lin would surely make a considerable profit this time. Su Ruo Shi, what does it matter that you seize the advantage? I hold the reins of Brother Lin's finances. I am no less capable than you." At this moment, a close friend remarked, "Yu Xian, it seems your relationship with your brother-in-law is advancing swiftly. Such a significant sum of money, and he entrusts it to you without hesitation?" Su Yuxian's friend was unaware that she had given this card to Lin Yun and thought the money was in Su Yuxian's possession. Su Yuxian chose not to explain and simply replied, "Brother Lin has absolute trust in me, but please refrain from mentioning brother-in-law. I dislike hearing it." The friend, startled, changed her expression. "Yu Xian, please don't be angry. I was merely joking. He is just your brother Lin, nothing more. Now that feels more appropriate." At this moment, Su Yuxian was in high spirits. With a beauty-enhancing elixir in her hands, she had undoubtedly become the core of her circle of friends. It is worth noting that these friends of hers are either affluent or noble, possessing substantial connections and influence. With a beauty-enhancing elixir, her own power within this circle will vastly increase. Moreover, during this process, she could also help her beloved earn money, achieving 2 goals with one effort. As things develop, how could Su Ruo Shi possibly compete with her? She would be left far behind. Lin Yun had taken care of Su Ruo Shi in the hospital for 2 days. After confirming that her health was stable, he completed the discharge procedures. Upon leaving the hospital, Su Ruo Shi headed straight to the company. As Tiancheng Group had numerous matters requiring her attention, likely necessitating overtime. However, as Lin Yun passed by the community pavilion, he spotted a familiar face. Yeah. The young girl appeared to be in poor spirits, her complexion pale and wearing a hat. Beside her, her parents stood watch, their eyes filled with an unshakable sorrow. Notably, Yiya's parents, Zhang Zonghan, and another intellectual beauty, both had shaved heads. Observing this peculiar scene, Lin Yun's heart began to speculate. He approached a few steps and greeted, "Yiya, long time no see." Yiya beamed upon seeing Lin Yun, exclaiming, "Big brother." Lin Yun chuckled, "Actually, you should call me uncle. Jajadi Tortith. Only those with beards are uncles. If you lack a beard, you are a brother. All right then, you may call me whatever you like." At that moment, Zhang Zonghan said, "Yiya, let me have a few words with your big brother. I will come find you shortly." "Okay, daddy." With that, Zhang Zonghan and Lin Yun moved a bit further away. Lin Yun inquired, "What has happened to the little girl?" Zhang Zonghan lit a cigarette and sighed. "You should be able to guess." Lin Yun slowly uttered 2 words, "Cancer." Zhang Zonghan's eyes reddened, "Leukemia." I always believed such things only occurred in dramas, never imagining it would happen to my daughter. I would rather suffer the affliction myself. What did the doctor say? Zhang Zonghan sighed again. "Chemotherapy, bone marrow transplant. There is still hope, but the process will be fraught with suffering. Even in the best-case scenario, it may only extend her life by 5 years. My daughter is only 5 years old." As Zhang Zonghan spoke, his voice grew choked. Lin Yun's expression shifted. A 5-year survival prognosis implied that even with Zhang Zonghan's wealth and power, he could only ensure that Yiya would reach the age of 10. Throughout this time, she would endure daily torment from chemotherapy. Yiya would likely need to begin chemotherapy soon, and to prevent hair loss, it would be best to shave her head in advance. Hence, Zhang Zonghan and his wife had shaved their heads, allowing their daughter to acclimate to the bald look, ensuring that when she eventually had to do it herself, it would be less distressing. Lin Yun observed the tear-filled eyes of Zhang Zonghan, and then glanced at the pale-faced Yiya, feeling a deep sympathy for the young girl. If Lin Yun had already attained the 9th level of the Shinnong scripture, he could effortlessly resurrect her even if she passed away. However, he was still far from being a true immortal. While he could heal his father's bone injuries, cancer was an entirely different challenge, and he was uncertain if he could cure it. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try, unwilling to watch such a lovely life fade away before him. Although this was not a trivial matter, it revealed Zhang Zonghan's character. Coupled with how adorable Yiya was, Lin Yun was inclined to assist the father and daughter. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun spoke slowly. "Brother Zhang, have you heard of the Huexandan?" Zhang Zonghan's expression changed. "Huexandan? Is that the miraculous elixir that saved Su Tiancheng? I have heard its effects are extraordinary." Lin Yun replied, "Huexandan is something I personally refined." Zhang Zonghan was taken aback. Lin Yun smiled. "My wife is from the Su family, and I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. The Huexandan was also given to Su Yuxian. You may verify this." "Brother Lin, I trust you. Are you saying you can cure Yiya?" Lin Yun shook his head. "Cancer is extraordinary. I cannot guarantee it will be effective, but it is worth attempting, as there is at least some hope." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zonghan replied, "I understand. Please wait a moment while I explain this to my wife." "Certainly." Zhang Zonghan then spoke with his wife for a while. After a short time, Zhang Zonghan's wife approached Lin Yun and, without a word, knelt before him. Zhang Zonghan followed suit. Zhang Zonghan's wife wept. "Mr. Lin, I implore you, save my daughter. If you can save her, we would be willing to give our lives." At this moment, both parents were deeply emotional, especially Zhang Zonghan. He had just sought information from the doctor who treated Su Tiancheng about his condition. Su Tiancheng had suffered a severe cerebral hemorrhage and, given his age, the doctor had deemed him certain to die. Yet, against all odds, Su Tiancheng had survived, a medical miracle. If Lin Yun could perform miracles for Su Tiancheng, could he not do the same for their daughter, Yiya? This miracle was their daughter's only chance, which is why they knelt without hesitation to plead with Lin Yun. The hearts of parents are indeed tender. At this moment, they were genuinely willing to trade their own lives for their daughter's. Lin Yun looked at the pleading couple on the ground and stepped forward, saying, "Please rise. I will do my utmost." The couple expressed their gratitude through tears. "Thank you. Thank you." Then Lin Yun suggested, "Let us head upstairs. I will examine her." A few minutes later, Lin Yun accompanied the family upstairs to Zhang Zonghan's in-laws' residence. Zhang Zonghan's parents were not home, and neither were Zhang Zonghan's own parents aware of Yiya's predicament. Both sets of elders were advanced in age, and could not bear such distress. So the situation regarding Yi was being kept from them. Upon reaching the upstairs, Zhang Zonghan poured Lin Yun a glass of water, and the couple was exceedingly respectful. Lin Yun carefully examined Yi's condition before taking out a health elixir, and saying, "Yi, please take this. It should help with your illness." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." The health elixir could strengthen the foundation and rejuvenate the body, perhaps helping to suppress cancer cells. As for the power of the 100 herbs within Lin Yun, he had already tested it. It was effective, but the efficiency was rather low and unsuitable for the situation. Utilizing the power of herbs to combat cancer cells is akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Lin Yun realizes that it may take an eternity to cure Yi. After consuming the health-enhancing pill, Lin Yun grasped her arm, allowing the herbal energy to permeate her body, keenly observing the changes within her. Moments later, a faint smile crept across Lin Yun's face. The health-enhancing pill was indeed effective. This extraordinary pill serves to strengthen the foundation and promote health, steering the body towards a state of well-being. Conversely, cancer transformation undoubtedly represents an unhealthy alteration. As the health pill was absorbed by Yi, her cancer cells exhibited marked suppression, with the rate of cellular division and proliferation significantly decelerating, rendering them inactive. However, the health pill was unable to eliminate the cancer cells entirely, merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. Only by completely eradicating the cancer cells and restoring the mutated proto-oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes to their normal state could Yi be considered fully healed. Given that the health-enhancing pill effectively suppresses cancer cells, one might wonder if its superior counterpart, the longevity pill, could provide a complete cure for cancer. Named the Changsheng Dan. This superior pill not only strengthens the body, but also extends life by an astonishing 20 years. The Changsheng Dan is sufficient to heal Yi. However, the crafting of this pill presents two formidable challenges, the first being the availability of materials, and the second the practitioner skill level. Among the necessary components for the Changsheng Dan is a wild ginseng root aged over 300 years. Such ginseng is exceedingly rare and unattainable in Jiangcheng, rendering acquisition exceedingly difficult. The second challenge lies with Lin Yun's own cultivation level, at a mid-grade pill. The process of refining the Changsheng Dan demands a greater consumption of herbal energy, and Lin Yun currently stands at merely the third layer of the Shenong Sutra, yielding a remarkably low success rate. He must at least break through to the fourth layer to significantly enhance his chances of successfully crafting the longevity pill. Contemplating this, Lin Yun addressed Zhang Zonghan. "Your daughter's cancer cells have now been adequately suppressed and will not deteriorate in the short term, but to achieve a complete cure, I currently lack a specific medicinal ingredient." Zhang Zonghan immediately responded, "You are too polite. Simply call me Lao Zhang or Zhang Ge. What medicinal ingredient do you require?" Lin Yun replied candidly, "I need a wild ginseng root aged over 300 years. If I can obtain such a rare ingredient, there is a substantial probability that your daughter will recover. Is that so? Rest assured, I will certainly find a way to procure the medicinal herb." In truth, crafting the Changsheng Dan would also greatly benefit Lin Yun himself. The effects of the longevity pill, besides curing cancer, offer the potential to extend life by 20 years. If he could grant his family and loved ones additional decades of life, would that not also be a magnificent outcome? Yi requires only a single Changsheng Dan for her healing, while the remaining benefits would accrue to Lin Yun. However, securing a wild ginseng root aged over 300 years through Lin Yun's connections would prove to be a Herculean task. In contrast, Zhang Zonghan, as the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng with extensive connections, would likely have a greater chance of acquiring such a rare herb. At this juncture, Lin Yun realized that lingering any longer would serve no purpose. Zhang Zonghan would hardly take his words to heart. It would be wiser for him to leave voluntarily, granting them the opportunity to verify his claims. Lin Yun's intuition proved accurate. Upon his departure, Zhang Zonghan's wife inquired, "Darling, can that Lin Yun truly cure cancer? Can he be trusted?" Zhang Zonghan chuckled. "Whether he can be trusted or not will be revealed through a hospital examination, will it not?" He stated that Yi's cancer cells have been suppressed, and a visit to a major hospital with professional medical equipment will confirm the veracity of his claims. An hour later, the couple arrived at the hospital, enlisting the most authoritative experts and utilizing the most advanced equipment to conduct an examination of their daughter. Shortly thereafter, an expert approached them, visibly astonished. "Mr. Zhang, how did you accomplish this? It is nothing short of a miracle." Zhang Zonghan's heart leaped with joy. "Oh, has my daughter's condition changed?" The expert explained, "Indeed, your daughter's cancer cells had previously begun to divide and proliferate, with a doubling time of only about 1 month. However, our analysis with professional instruments indicates that her cancer cells appear to be under some form of suppression and are no longer active. The rate of division and proliferation is now only 1/10 that of normal cancer cells." The expert's words brought tears of joy to both Zhang Zonghan and his wife. 40 years. This was indeed a remarkable extension. They had initially received news from authoritative experts that their daughter's survival period, even under the best circumstances, would only last a mere 5 years. Yet now, thanks to Lin Yun's single medicinal pill, that span had expanded to 40 years. 40 years hence, they would be in their 70s, while their daughter would be 45. At that age, although not a fully lived life, if she were to marry early, it was conceivable that she might even witness her grandchildren. In stark contrast to leaving this world at the tender age of 10, reaching 45 years would be nothing short of miraculous. However, if Lin Yun could extend their daughter's life to 45, could it be possible that acquiring a wild ginseng root over 300 years old would grant her a lifespan akin to that of an ordinary person, allowing her to pass away in peace? Zhang Zonghan's ambition grew. He yearned for his daughter to achieve a complete recovery and live a century. Initially, he and his wife had harbored doubts regarding Lin Yun, primarily due to his youth. Moreover, cancer remained an ailment that had yet to be conquered by anyone. Thus, it was reasonable to question Lin Yun's ability to achieve such a seemingly impossible feat. However, the verification from professional instruments had entirely dispelled their skepticism. Just as the couple reveled in their excitement, the expert continued, "Mr. Zhang, how did your daughter's body come to this state? If there is a traceable pathway, it would be a boon for the entire medical community. Might I inquire if you could share any insights?" Zhang Zonghan replied directly, "My daughter achieved this through her formidable will to survive. Beyond that, there is nothing else to divulge. May we observe your daughter further to see if we can uncover any discoveries?" Zhang Zonghan coldly retorted, "Silence. Observe my daughter? Do you intend to use Zhang Zonghan's daughter as a test subject? Do you dare to provoke me?" The expert then realized that the couple before him was no ordinary family. They were the wealthiest individuals in Jiangsheng, individuals he could not easily manipulate. "I apologize, Mr. Zhang. I momentarily lost my senses. Please forgive me." Subsequently, all that remained was to procure a wild ginseng root aged over 300 years, and their daughter could be healed. Zhang Zonghan, living up to his status as Jiangsheng's wealthiest man, managed to uncover information regarding a wild ginseng root over 300 years old within a single day. 2 years prior, at the 8th Huaxiao World Ginseng Auction, a wild ginseng root weighing 688 grams and aged 325 years was sold for an astounding 15 million. However, Zhang Zonghan's target was not this particular ginseng, as its buyer was a business tycoon from Kyoto, possessing greater resources than Zhang Zonghan and unlikely to sell it to him. Instead, Zhang Zonghan aimed for the next Huaxiao World Ginseng Auction, which occurs biennially, where each event features a prized ginseng root over 300 years old. The next auction would take place in 1 month. Zhang Zonghan prepared to contact the auction's behind-the-scenes proprietor in advance, offering a substantial sum to secure a ginseng root. With perseverance, he finally established contact with the auctioneer and articulated his request. However, the auctioneer responded, "Mr. Zhang, this 300-year-old wild ginseng is the centerpiece of our auction. Without it, what meaning would our event hold? It seems you are unwilling to part with it. That is not to say it cannot be done. However," Zhang Zonghan inquired, "However what?" "The price must be increased." Zhang Zonghan, upon hearing this, wasted no words. 50 million. Deal. The previous ginseng king had been auctioned for a mere 15 million, yet Zhang Zonghan offered 3 times that amount. The auction house owner, not foolish, had no reason to refuse. After further discussions regarding the ginseng king, Zhang Zonghan called Lin Yun again. "Dr. Lin, I have secured the ginseng king." Lin Yun, astonished, responded, "So soon?" Zhang Zonghan chuckled. "For the sake of my daughter, speed is essential. However, The Ginseng King is currently located in Yancheng, not far from Jiangqing. To prevent any mishaps along the way, the current owner insists that I personally arrange for someone to retrieve it. The transaction will be cash on delivery. And once the ginseng changes hands, any subsequent issues will be their concern no longer. I plan to send someone trustworthy to Yangsheng to collect it within 3 to 5 days. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun replied, "Leave the retrieval to me." You? To be frank, this Ginseng King is invaluable, and the process may entail certain risks. You are merely a doctor, Zhang Zhonghan cautioned. Lin Yun responded calmly, "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I will handle this, and I guarantee a flawless execution." With Lin Yun's resolute stance and Zhang Zhonghan's need for his assistance, he conceded. "Shall I arrange a few bodyguards for you?" "Fine, arrange for a few bodyguards. I would like to meet them before we depart for Yanqing." The following morning, Lin Yun arrived at the Wanshan Group building, where he met the bodyguard Zhang Zhonghan had assigned to him. There were 10 of them, all clad in black suits, towering and imposing, standing in a row exuding an aura of strength. Lin Yun addressed the bodyguards. "Come at me." The bodyguard were taken aback. "What? For the trip to Yangsheng, targeting the 300-year-old Ginseng King. Why bring along such a burden?" Lin Yun had already resolved to set out alone, traveling light. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting indignation. After all, as bodyguards, to be dismissed by someone who appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary handsome man was an affront. Zhang Zhonghan interjected, "Very well, then. Proceed. But be mindful not to injure Dr. Lin." One bodyguard stepped forward. "Let me go first." "Dr. Lin, with those slender arms and legs, you should be cautious." Lin Yun laughed. "I meant for all of you to come at me at once. I wish to fight 10. Even clay figures possess a measure of pride, let alone these well-trained bodyguards. Their robust physiques endowed them with unwavering confidence, and they could hardly tolerate such provocation. The 10 bodyguards charged at Lin Yun, intent on leaving him battered and bruised, to teach him that declaring he could fight 10 was not merely a statement. Reality, however, can be quite different from ambition. Within a minute, the 10 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. Zhang Zhonghan was left dumbfounded. "Dr. Lin, you are truly remarkable." Lin Yun dismissed it nonchalantly. "It's a trivial matter. Now, Brother Zhang can rest easy." Zhang Zhonghan chuckled. "Of course I can rest easy. If I were to send these 10 along with Lin Yun, who will be protecting whom? All right then, please book my flight for the day after tomorrow. I will depart then." Zhang Zhonghan replied, "No problem." Lin Yun scheduled the flight for the day after tomorrow, as he had commitments today and tomorrow. Today was June 7th, the day of his sister Lin Lin's college entrance examination. She would take the Chinese test in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon, followed by either liberal arts or sciences the next morning and a foreign language test in the afternoon. As an older brother, Lin Yun felt it imperative to support his sister during her exams. Furthermore, the ginseng matter was not urgent. Even if he obtained the Ginseng King, he would need to reach the 4th level of cultivation before attempting to refine the longevity elixir. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yun asked, "Isn't your work quite busy?" "I postponed some tasks." "All right, come over now." 20 minutes later, Lin Yun picked up Su Ruoshi. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. The chong sam she wore was slit, revealing glimpses of her fair, graceful legs, which added to her allure. Su Ruoshi, pleased with her husband's reaction, teased, "What? Are you mesmerized?" Lin Yun sincerely replied, "You look stunning." Su Ruoshi glanced down, unable to see her feet, only her bust. Lin Yun chuckled, "A good omen indeed. Let us go." With that, Su Ruoshi naturally took Lin Yun's arm as they entered the car. At that moment, she deliberately downplayed the transactional nature of their marriage, and Lin Yun chose not to mention it either. Everything seemed to be unfolding in the direction she desired. Having learned the examination venue from his parents, Lin Yun drove swiftly and arrived at the site before the exams concluded. The car had to be parked far away, as the entrance was crowded with parents, making it impossible to drive closer. Lin Yun and Su Ruoshi exited the vehicle and began searching for their parents amidst the throngs of people. The college entrance examination was a significant event that many parents regarded with utmost seriousness. On this day, it was not uncommon to see female parents donning cheongsams, and male parents joining in as well. Additionally, families with older sisters or younger sisters also wore cheongsams to cheer for their brothers, hoping for good fortune in the exams. As Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi entered the crowd, they noticed that a substantial number of attendees were clad in cheongsams. As the saying goes, it's not the lack of discernment that is frightening, but the comparison of goods. Among those in cheongsams, some were plump and unflattering, while others were more beautiful than stars and models. The disparity was stark. Today, Su Ruoxi undoubtedly stood out as the most beautiful among the women in cheongsams. Regardless of gender, many could not help but steal glances at her. Estando beside Su Ruoxi, Lin Yun felt a sense of accomplishment as he observed his wife's brilliance and the envious gazes from other men. As Su Ruoxi shone among the crowd, Lin Yun's parents, who had yet to find him, spotted Su Ruoxi first and then their son. They approached, with Shui Mei exclaiming, "Ruoxi, you look stunning in that cheongsam. Far more beautiful than this old woman." Shui Mei, also in a red cheongsam, maintained a decent figure and stood out among the middle-aged women, but compared to her daughter-in-law, she felt quite outclassed. Su Ruoxi quickly replied, "You look lovely too, Mom. Enough with the flattery. Today, your presence will surely make Lin very happy." After about 10 minutes, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first Chinese exam. The proctor began to collect the papers, and after a few minutes, the examinees started to exit. Lin emerged from the crowd, calling out, "Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you look so beautiful in your cheongsam. Indeed, wishing you success." At that moment, asking questions would only disrupt the mindset for the next exam. There was no need to inquire, just relax and focus on the next test. In the afternoon, the family enjoyed a simple home-cooked meal, with Lin facing the college entrance examination. Restaurant food, while delicious, posed a risk of upset stomachs, which was not a gamble one should take before such a significant event. Thus, a meal prepared at home felt far more reassuring. In the afternoon, Lin rested well, and half an hour before the exam, Shui Mei gently woke her daughter, helping her prepare. The family then set off together to accompany Lin for her afternoon exam. The entire process went smoothly, with no complications arising. However, that evening, as they settled down to sleep, an unexpected issue emerged. Lin Yun's family resides in a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Yun's parents occupy the master bedroom, while the 2 secondary bedrooms were initially shared by Lin Yun and Lin. Now, with the addition of Su Ruoxi, it is only natural for Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi, the young couple, to share a bed. After all, Lin Jingyi and Shui Mei are blissfully unaware that their son and daughter-in-law are merely a couple in name. Since Lin has her college entrance examination the following day, Shui Mei specifically advised the couple to rest early. Consequently, around 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi were assigned to one of the secondary bedrooms, which contained only a double bed. Lin Yun looked at Su Ruoxi and asked, "What shall we do now?" Su Ruoxi, secretly delighted, yet feigning a frown, replied, "What can we do? It has to be this way." Suddenly, Lin Yun suggested, "Perhaps I should sleep on the sofa?" Su Ruoxi quickly countered, "That won't do. If your parents wake up and find you on the sofa, they will surely resent me." With that, she hurriedly got up and turned off the main light, leaving only the night light on. Naturally, Su Ruoxi felt quite shy about undressing, so she lay on the bed in her clothes. Observing this, Lin Yun removed his jacket and lay down beside her. In that moment, the room was dimly lit by the small nightlight, creating a serene and somewhat intimate atmosphere that enveloped the small bedroom. Lin Yun felt a peculiar sense of tranquility, a stark contrast to the solitary nights he had previously experienced. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxi's heart raced, filled with anticipation for the unknown that lay ahead. After a while, she noticed Lin Yun's breathing had steadied, accompanied by the faint sound of snoring, indicating he had fallen asleep. Frustrated, Su Ruoxi thought, "Does this man find me utterly unappealing?" After a lengthy internal struggle, she eventually drifted off to sleep, though her body instinctively wriggled closer to Lin Yun throughout the night. By the early hours, she had nestled herself into his embrace, resting her head on his arm, blissfully unaware. The next morning, as Lin Yun opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Su Ruoxi's beautiful face so close to him, and he felt a sense of fullness in his arms. Su Ruoxi's flawless skin was exceptionally fair and delicate. Even at such proximity, there were no visible blemishes. Lin Yun gazed intently at her face. Suddenly, Su Ruoxi awoke, their eyes locking. In the next moment, Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She quickly composed herself and sat up, prompting Lin Yun to rise as well. And together they exited the room. For breakfast, they shared a simple meal before escorting Lin Lin to her examination. Lin Lin was studying the sciences, with a morning dedicated to comprehensive science and the afternoon to foreign language. Although Lin Lin was a girl, her exam mindset was notably composed. Throughout the series of tests, Lin Yun observed that his sister's steady demeanor would undoubtedly allow her to perform at her usual level. Given her capabilities, securing admission to a prestigious university seemed assured, though whether she would gain entry into a 985 or 211 institution would depend on luck. The day passed swiftly, and Lin Lin completed all 4 exams. Since Lin Yun was scheduled to fly to Yangchang the next day, and Su Ruoshi had to work, they spent just over an hour together after Lin Lin finished her tests, foregoing dinner before setting off. Su Ruoshi sat in the passenger seat. Still dressed in the qipao she had prepared for her sister-in-law, which had a high slit that revealed her long, fair left leg, appearing almost luminescent. After Lin Lin's examination, Lin Yun suggested, "Shall we not let her visit Jiangsheng for a few days?" He shook his head and replied, "Perhaps in a few days. I have to embark on a long journey." Su Ruoshi, surprised, inquired, "A long journey? Where to?" Lin Yun explained, "To Yangcheng, to procure some items." "That far? How long will you be gone?" Su Ruoshi felt a twinge of reluctance. "Do not worry. You are aware of my skills. What could possibly happen?" Lin Yun also informed Su Yuxuan, and by Li via WeChat about his trip to Yangcheng. At this juncture, Lin Yun felt somewhat guilty for his entanglements with multiple women. Yet he also felt aggrieved. Su Ruoshi, who was now ostensibly his wife, and their flirtation seemed quite normal, did it not? However, the nature of their relationship had initially been purely transactional, which granted Lin Yun the liberty to pursue other women. Moreover, Su Yuxuan had approached him with her own intentions, initially aiming to sabotage Lin Yun's marriage to Su Ruoshi in order to prevent her from inheriting her fortune. In this process, however, she had inadvertently become emotionally invested. Lastly, there was Bai Li, who had drawn near to Lin Yun solely due to a heroic rescue, hoping to win his affection. Lin Yun did harbor fondness for Bai Li, yet he candidly acknowledged that among these 3 women, it was Su Ruoshi who captured his heart the most. Had Su Ruoshi genuinely wished to marry Lin Yun without any mention of transactions, it was highly probable that they would have remained devoted to each other for eternity. Thus, the current situation, where Lin Yun found himself entangled with several women, held shared responsibility for both Su Ruoshi and Su Yuxuan. This internal conflict prompted Lin Yun to refrain from any actions the previous night, as he felt that acting on his feelings would betray Bai Li, the only one among the 3 who pursued him out of genuine affection, despite not being his ultimate love. The next morning, Su Ruoshi drove Lin Yun to the airport before heading to her office. Lin Yun, unfamiliar with the airport, felt a touch of anxiety as it was his first time flying. Fortunately, arriving early afforded him ample time for security checks and boarding pass exchanges. While queuing for security, a group of black-clad bodyguards escorted a young man with silver-white hair, followed by a throng of fans and reporters snapping photos. The bodyguards, appearing impatient, shouted, "Make way! Make way!" This was a recently popular idol, known as Han Xiong, boasting millions of followers on Weibo. The crowd behind Lin Yun, startled by the commotion, instinctively parted to allow the group to pass. This entourage brazenly demanded a clear path, creating a green corridor through the security line. "Make way! Hurry up!" One bodyguard barked at Lin Yun. Turning to face them, Lin Yun's expression darkened as he retorted, "Make way for what? Why should I? You are neither soldiers nor disabled. What gives you the right?" The bodyguard's face contorted with anger as he spat. "Who asked for your opinion? Move aside." He then shoved Lin Yun's shoulder, attempting to push him aside. The words of Lin Yun fell on deaf ears. In their eyes, ordinary people were insignificant compared to their star. However, Lin Yun was no ordinary person. Unmoved by the bodyguard's shove, he seized the man's arm and twisted it behind him. The bodyguard let out a yelp of pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his arm and moaning in distress. At that moment, Han Xiong directed his ire at Lin Yun, saying, "Are you out of your mind? What gave you the right to hit someone?" Although this individual wore a mask, their emaciated figure revealed a stark frailty surpassing that of many young women. Their complexion was fair, unmistakably reminiscent of feminine beauty, and their voice bore a neutral timbre, rendering them androgynous. Lin Yun regarded the person coldly and retorted, "Assaulting someone? Are you blind? Who initiated the confrontation? Moreover, on what grounds do you refuse to queue?" The individuals who had been pushed aside for security checks were equally discontented. With someone standing up, they chimed in, "Indeed, why should we step aside for you? What qualifies you?" It appeared this was merely a minor celebrity. Is being a star that significant? Does fame exempt one from waiting in line? Exactly. These young idols have always irked me. They possess neither talent nor virtue, and lack any noteworthy works, their only merit being their ambiguous looks. As the crowd began to grumble, Han Xiang finally recognized that prolonging this confrontation would serve him no purpose. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Yun and declared, "We shall see." However, this matter was not so easily resolved. Since being chosen by the industry, Han Xiang had enjoyed a smooth trajectory as a popular star. Who would dare to offend him? His only hardship lay in periodically catering to the whims of an eccentric, unattractive, wealthy woman who had launched his career, while the rest of his life was exceedingly comfortable. Yet now, at the airport, he merely exercised his inherent privileges. As a major star, when has he ever needed to wait in line? On every occasion, the bystanders had obliged him by clearing a path. Now, not only was he denied passage, but his bodyguard was also assaulted. How could he tolerate such indignity? He whispered a few words to his bodyguard, who swiftly transferred several photos to his phone. These images captured the moment his bodyguard was struck down. Subsequently, Han Xiang opened Weibo and posted a message. People today display a complete lack of civility, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for my urgent journey to Yangcheng, I would certainly hold him accountable. Accompanying his post were 3 images. The first was a selfie of him in a mask, which he had meticulously edited. Although he was male, the word beautiful was the only fitting description. The second image depicted his bodyguard lying on the ground, clutching his arm in evident agony. The final image was of Lin Yun. However, Han Xiang discreetly obscured Lin Yun's eyes to avoid immediate recognition by unfamiliar observers, while acquaintances would undoubtedly identify him. After posting, Han Xiang instructed his manager, "Invest in trending searches for me. I want this scoundrel to be infamous, a pariah everyone reviles. I shall ensure his social demise. How dare he offend me? He will regret this. Rest assured, Xiang, I will certainly seek retribution on your behalf while simultaneously elevating your visibility." Han Xiang, lacking both acting prowess and singing talent, possessed nothing of substance. In such circumstances, how could he attain fame? Through various forms of sensationalism, of course. The incident of a star's bodyguard being assaulted at the airport was a compelling topic that would significantly enhance Han Xiang's popularity. They would not refuse such an opportunity. Soon, the news surged into the top 10 trending topics, and the comment section overwhelmingly sided with him. Assaulting someone? How utterly uncivilized. Expose him. Xiang is far too kind. Why blur his face? Everyone should see what kind of beast he truly is. Let us find this scoundrel and ruin him. Observing the comments rallying in his favor, Han Xiang felt a surge of pride. He planned to allow the trending topic to persist for 5 or 6 hours before using a secondary account to discreetly release Lin Yun's unedited photograph. Once the unmasked image emerged, Lin Yun's identity would swiftly be revealed, and then he would learn the dire consequences of offending a top-tier star. Shortly, Han Xiang passed through security and boarded the plane. With mobile phones prohibited during the flight, he could not communicate with the outside world. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, whose phone was also off, remained unaware that he had become a target of public ire online. On the other side, in the Wanshan Group's skyscraper, Chairman Zhang Zhonghan furrowed his brow as he perused the news on Weibo. He instructed, "Investigate what transpired at the airport." 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhonghan's assistant entered, presenting a detailed account of the incident. Upon reading it, Zhang Zhonghan's expression darkened. Initially, he had thought that if Lin Yun were indeed at fault for assaulting the other party's bodyguard, it would be a trivial matter. With the power of the Wanshan Group, a single phone call could compel Han Xiang's management to comply, resulting in the withdrawal of the trending topic and a quiet resolution. However, he had not anticipated that it was Zhang Zhonghan's side that had instigated Lin Yun. This situation would not be so easily resolved. It is essential to note that Lin Yun was the savior of his daughter's life, and Lin Yun's journey to Yangcheng was for her sake. Now, however, Lin Yun was being bullied by a mere flashy star, which Zhang Zhonghan could not tolerate. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Who is that Han Ziyang, and which entertainment company represents him?" "Shanghai Entertainment," Zhang Zhonghan replied coldly. "That brat was promoted by that old hag Ma Guan? Indeed, he appears to be her recent favorite." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonghan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Ma Guan. Ma Guan, the founder of Shanghai Entertainment, possessed a fortune in the billions, giving her a measure of power. However, the disparity between her and a tycoon like Zhang Zhonghan was vast. Moments later, the call connected, and Ma Guan's voice dripped with sweetness. "Zhang Ge, what can I do for you?" Zhang Zhonghan replied coldly. "Ma Guan, your people at Shanghai have become quite arrogant, to the point of provoking me." Ma Guan was startled. "Zhang Ge, what are you talking about? Who in Shanghai would dare offend you? I will ensure he faces the consequences." Chapter 86. A Tragic Fate. Ma Guan, being part of this industry, understood well how immense the power of capital could be. She dared not offend a giant like Zhang Zhonghan. Zhang Zhonghan continued coldly. "There's a fellow named Han Ziyang. He is one of yours, correct? I will give you half an hour to have him retract that Weibo post and publicly apologize on his knees. I will consider it a favor, and this matter will be settled." Ma Guan hurriedly replied, "Zhang Ge, rest assured, I will make him apologize immediately." Han Ziyang was Ma Guan's new favorite, and she was quite fond of him. She did not want to relinquish him before she grew tired of him. Therefore, she promptly contacted Han Ziyang, instructing him to retract the trending topic and apologize. Unfortunately, Han Ziyang was on a plane, and she could not reach him by phone. As for kneeling an apology, that was out of the question. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhonghan noticed that the trending topic remained active and that Han Ziyang had not apologized. He dialed Ma Guan again. "Ma Guan, it seems you wish to declare war against me? Very well, let us see what happens." Ma Guan was taken aback. "Zhang Ge, please don't act rashly. That brat is likely on a plane, and I cannot reach him right now. Could you give me another half an hour?" Zhang Zhonghan cursed vehemently. "What nonsense! Ma Guan, if I grant you another half hour, have you forgotten your surname? Do you believe I want to bring you to ruin within that time?" Ma Guan immediately replied, "Zhang Ge, I was wrong. The trouble was caused by Han Ziyang, and it has nothing to do with me. How dare he offend you? He deserves a fate worse than death. We possess substantial incriminating evidence against him, and I shall instruct my associates to disclose all of it, subsequently announcing the termination of his contract. This scoundrel will be ostracized across the internet, facing exorbitant compensation claims and possible imprisonment." "What do you think, Zhang Ge?" Zhang Zhonghan slowly replied, "It seems you have some sense. Proceed as you suggested." "Thank you. Zhang Ge, thank you." Ma Guan, in a bid to safeguard herself from Zhang Zhonghan's wrath, was left with no choice but to sacrifice Han Ziyang entirely to quell Zhang Zhonghan's fury. Immediately, Ma Guan set her plan into motion, and soon after, the entire internet erupted due to the actions of Shanghai Entertainment. The first announcement made by Shanghai Entertainment declared that, due to the deplorable character and moral failings of its artist Han Ziyang, the company was unilaterally terminating his contract. Subsequently, a plethora of incriminating evidence against Han Ziyang was revealed. Foremost among these was an incident at the airport, where a bystander had recorded the entire affair and shared it online. The footage showed Han Ziyang, accompanied by bodyguards, recklessly pushing through the airport, cutting in line at security, flaunting his fame to act with impunity. The young individual whom Han Ziyang accused of assaulting him had merely rejected unreasonable demands. The so-called attack on the bodyguard was nothing but an act of self-defense, entirely justified and lawful. In an instant, public opinion shifted. Celebrity privilege had long been criticized, and this time, Han Ziyang, knowing he was in the wrong, falsely accused another, only to be met with scorn and derision from the masses. However, this was merely the beginning. An avalanche of evidence continued to surface, complete with photographs and videos as proof, leaving Han Ziyang with no avenue for defense. Soon, Han Ziyang dominated the trending topics on Weibo. The leading search query asked how Han Ziyang had managed to rise to prominence, suggesting that he had relied upon a wealthy patron. This query included footage of Han Ziyang being toyed with by a robust, affluent woman, despite the use of pixelation. The audio was unaltered. Under the torment of the wealthy woman, Han Ziyang's agonized cries contrasted sharply with Ma Guojuan's exultant shouts. With just this one revelation, Han Ziyang's few genuine fans were left devastated, unable to justify defending their idol any longer. One cannot deny Ma Guojuan's audacity. In her quest to please Zhang Zonghan, she willingly offered herself up, and though pixelated, it was evident to those in the industry who she was. Following this, several more trending topics emerged, detailing Han Ziyang's involvement in illegal gambling, illicit activities, and tax evasion, each more damning than the last. Authorities acted swiftly, issuing a definitive statement. Han Ziyang of Shanghai Entertainment exhibited a complete lack of morals, breached the law, and epitomized the archetype of a disreputable artist, leading to the removal of all his related works. Thus, Han Ziyang was officially blacklisted, vanishing from the online sphere. On the airplane, Han Ziyang sat comfortably in first class, while his bodyguard occupied a seat in economy class. Coincidentally, they were on the same flight, and, with both situated in first class, the distance between them was not significant. After settling into first class, Han Ziyang spotted Lin Yun, casting him a disdainful glance before donning his headphones and feigning sleep. 10 minutes before landing, Han Ziyang awoke and noticed Lin Yun, finding the scene rather amusing. Lin Yun appeared remarkably composed, engrossed in a magazine. Little did he know, once he disembarked, he would discover his newfound infamy across the internet. What thoughts would occupy his mind then? With this in mind, Han Ziyang addressed Lin Yun. "Hey, have you always been so audacious?" Lin Yun glanced at him. "Are you speaking to me?" Han Ziyang chuckled. Indeed, a single statement on Weibo can ruin a person's reputation, leaving them vilified and hunted. I must admit, the sensation of controlling another's fate is rather exhilarating. Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly. Controlling another's fate? Are you implying you control mine? Han Ziyang laughed. What do you think? Do you dare to strike my bodyguard? Surely, you must have contemplated the consequences. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem like a wealthy heir. Are you merely on a business trip for your employer? Once we land, I suspect you will receive a call from your boss, who will undoubtedly scold you harshly, questioning why you dare to offend someone as prominent as I. Fearing backlash from my fans, they will likely terminate your employment post-haste. Following that, you will witness the torrent of insults directed at you online, leading to what can only be described as social death. Finding employment will become an arduous task. I hope you can withstand such a blow and refrain from contemplating suicide. Ha ha ha. Chapter 87. What is cruelty? The airplane forbade the use of mobile phones, leaving Han Ziyang rather bored, prompting him to amuse himself by mocking Lin Yun. Had they been elsewhere, Lin Yun would not have warranted his attention. Upon hearing Han Ziyang's words, Lin Yun gently shook his head. I actually have little to worry about. Rather, it is you I fear for. I see the darkness clouding your brow and the emptiness in your gaze. It seems you may soon face incarceration. Han Ziyang burst into laughter. Incarceration? You think so? A superstar like myself would never face such a fate. Worry about yourself instead. Losing your job and facing social death will surely make your days difficult. Perhaps a few years in prison could turn you into a credible singer. When I sing about the pain of lost love, it will resonate deeply. At that moment, the plane began its descent, and the cabin trembled slightly. Han Ziyang added, cherish this opportunity to sit in first class. Once you lose your job and face social death, you will be unable to afford even a ticket. Lin Yun regarded Han Ziyang coolly. You too should cherish this final moment of freedom, taking a few breaths of fresh air while you can. Han Ziyang retorted, stubborn as a mule. Once we disembark, I shall make you understand the meaning of cruelty. The flight arrived punctually at the airport, and Lin Yun and Han Ziyang disembarked amidst the throngs of people. At the reception area, a swarm of reporters awaited Han Ziyang. Observing this scene, Han Ziyang wore a smug expression. See, those reporters have come to interview me. Having just alighted from a plane, he had yet to power on his phone and was unaware of the storm brewing against him. Finally reaching the street exit, a multitude of reporters surrounded him. Han Ziyang, what are your thoughts on the allegations of being a kept man? His countenance shifted dramatically. Which media outlet are you from? Spreading such baseless claims could lead to legal repercussions. Do you believe I won't sue you for defamation? One reporter chuckled. Han Ziyang, has your phone not powered on yet? The video of you being tormented by the wealthy woman has garnered over 10 million views, and you remain oblivious? At that moment, another reporter interjected, Han Xiang, Shanghai Entertainment has unilaterally terminated your contract, citing your lack of moral integrity and legal violations. How do you respond to this? Shanghai Entertainment asserts that in your 3 years in the industry, you have evaded taxes totaling 80 million. Is this true? As Han Xiang absorbed these questions, he felt as if he were being stabbed repeatedly in the heart, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible." At that point, several of Han Xiang's bodyguards stepped forward to shield the reporters, while he hurriedly powered on his phone. Upon activating it, he was met with hundreds of missed calls from his family, his agency, and a few acquaintances from the industry. Simultaneously, a series of calls flooded in, but Han Xiang declined to answer. He then opened Weibo. In the next moment, several trending topics left him in sheer disbelief. All his scandals had been laid bare, and, concurrently, Shanghai Entertainment unilaterally announced the termination of his contract. Among these scandals, some are merely moral transgressions, which typically resulted in being blacklisted by relevant authorities. In truth, he had already been blacklisted. Yet, another pressing issue loomed, his tax evasion. If he could promptly settle the 80 million yuan along with additional fines, he could at least avoid incarceration, leading a normal life instead of being a star. However, he found himself devoid of the means to cover these fines. His career had only recently commenced, and he had yet to amass a substantial fortune. Furthermore, due to his blacklisting, all endorsements, advertisements, and film contracts he had secured were now in breach, resulting in exorbitant penalties. He was also liable for the losses incurred by Shanghai Entertainment due to his personal missteps. Presently, Shanghai Entertainment had petitioned the court to freeze his bank account. The funds within were insufficient to cover these penalties, leaving him utterly destitute. How could he possibly gather the 80 million yuan and the extra fines? At this moment, Han Xiang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, muttering to himself, "There must be a way, there must be a way. Yes, Sister Wan, she can surely help me." The Sister Wan he referred to was, of course, Ma Guan, his wealthy benefactor. His rise to prominence was entirely due to her unwavering support, and now, in this dire situation, he had no choice but to seek her assistance. Soon enough, Ma Guojuan's voice resonated. "Xiao Han, have you landed? Sister Wan, please save me. You must help me." Ma Guan replied with a hint of resignation. "Xiao Han, I truly like you, but why did you offend those you should not have? This time, I genuinely cannot assist you." Han Xiang paused momentarily. "Sister Wan, I have been very compliant lately. I haven't provoked any significant figures." Ma Guoyuan retorted, "Fool. You haven't provoked anyone significant? Who did you clash with at the airport?" "What? It was that guy." Although Han Xiang had faced dire circumstances, he had never considered Lin Yun as the source of his troubles. He believed it was merely a rival who had unearthed his scandals. Ma Guoyuan scolded him. "What nonsense! Are you not foolish? What are you? A mere actor, throwing a tantrum at the airport, barging through security with bodyguards. What audacity! If your bodyguard got beaten, so be it. It was nothing significant. A person of stature wouldn't waste their time on someone like you. As a minor actor, provoking them to such an extent, what do you expect? They can merely lift a finger and crush you, rendering you utterly powerless." Upon hearing this, Han Xiang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Shedding the handsome facade he once possessed, regret consumed him. He never anticipated that his downfall would stem from his own foolishness in provoking the wrong person. "Sister Wan, please help me. I've been blacklisted, and I don't even seek to return to my former glory. I just need to cover the 80 million in taxes to avoid imprisonment. I am willing to do anything if you lend me your assistance." Ma Guan chuckled at this. 80 million? Do you believe you are worth that much? Besides, my tastes have changed. I now prefer men with more masculinity. As for you, figure out yourself. Chapter 88. Eating rabbit. Though Ma Guan enjoyed the company of youthful men, she was primarily a businesswoman. Previously, while she had supported Han Xiang, she had also capitalized on his popularity among young girls. As she toyed with him, he rose to stardom, generating considerable profits for Shanghai Entertainment. Now that Han Xiang had been blacklisted and held no commercial value, it was impossible for her to part with 80 million to spare him from prison. Even if he were adorned with diamonds, he would not be worth such a sum. After hanging up, Ma Guan left Han Ziyang in despair. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and dashed out towards the airport exit. He sought to catch up with Lin Yun to bow and apologize, hoping to earn Lin Yun's forgiveness. Unfortunately, he barely managed a few steps before being intercepted by the police. With the evidence of his tax evasion publicly disclosed by Shanghai Entertainment, there was no turning back. Thus, he was escorted away from the airport by 2 officers, marking the end of a once prominent star. At that moment, Lin Yun had already boarded a taxi heading to the hotel, engrossed in Weibo. The platform was inundated with various scandals concerning Han Ziyang, and the earlier conflict between Han Ziyang and Lin Yun appeared trivial amidst the deluge of negative news. Additionally, Zhang Zonghan had sent Lin Yun a message, stating that he had dealt with a certain clown. Connecting the dots, Lin Yun understood that the clown Zhang Zonghan referred to was Han Ziyang. A once mighty star had crumbled within an hour. Such is the power of capital. Lin Yun continued perusing the scandals, and after what felt like an eternity, he began to sense something amiss. Before disembarking, he had checked the map, which indicated that the journey should take no longer than 20 minutes. However, the time had doubled, and they still had not arrived. Driver, is Wenhua Hotel this far? The navigation does not suggest such a distance. Another half hour? Lin Yun calculated, realizing that would total over 70 minutes. A journey that should have taken 20 minutes had extended to 70. Had the driver mistaken him for a fool? In reality, taxi drivers in Yangcheng often exploited such situations. Most of them preferred picking up passengers from the airport or train station, as their clientele typically consisted of out-of-towners, often visiting for business. Strangers in Yangcheng, unfamiliar with the locale, usually opted to avoid confrontation. This enabled unscrupulous drivers to pocket a considerable profit. For instance, the taxi Lin Yun was in charged locals 6 yuan for the starting fare, while he was charged 15. Locals paid 3 yuan per kilometer. Lin Yun, however, was charged 5. By the end of the trip, the driver stood to gain over 100 yuan more than usual. This predilection for out-of-town passengers was precisely why the driver relished picking them up. A single fare could eclipse that of 10 local fares. Naturally, there were instances where out-of-towners lost their temper, leading to direct confrontations, yet the driver remained unperturbed. 6 months prior, a visitor had been overcharged by more than 200 yuan and, after a dispute, was beaten by the driver's local acquaintances, forced to pay the fare despite the violence. After close to 40 minutes, the vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of Wenhua Hotel. The driver pressed the meter and announced, "That'll be 182. I'll charge you 180. At that moment, Lin Yun had already concluded that this was a rogue taxi. However, Lin Yun's money was not so easily extorted. Uncharacteristically, he opted not to pay via his phone, but instead produced 200 yuan in cash and handed it over. The driver looked surprised. Was there still a young person using cash? After receiving the money and verifying its authenticity, he began to provide change. During this exchange, Lin Yun's hand inadvertently brushed against the driver's right arm. Lin Yun did not do much, merely seizing the opportunity to infuse the power of Bai Chao into the driver's right arm. The power of Bai Chao is rather extraordinary. It possesses the ability to heal injuries or wreak havoc within another's body. The choice between healing and destruction rests entirely in the hands of Lin Yun, the master. Faced with this unscrupulous driver, Lin Yun certainly had no intention of offering assistance. This strand of Bai Chao power would invade the driver's right arm, disrupting the meridians therein. By the time he awoke tomorrow, his right arm would be completely paralyzed, rendering him incapable of motion. With his right arm rendered useless, he would no longer be able to drive, nor continue his deceitful practices against unsuspecting outsiders. This would effectively end his career, serving as the price for his treachery against Lin Yun. However, just as Lin Yun exited the vehicle, he spotted a charming figure standing at the entrance. With a curvaceous figure, a delightful and exquisite face, and that uniquely styled tuft of hair, it could only be Bai Li. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Li, what brings you here?" Bai Li approached, linking her arm with Lin Yun's. "Lin Dage, why did you take so long to reach the hotel?" "I've been waiting for almost an hour." Lin Yun explained, "It was that taxi driver. What should have been a 20-minute journey turned into over an hour. But you, how did you end up here?" Bai Li replied, "There's a large comic convention happening in Yangcheng, which I plan to attend. I overheard you were coming to Yangcheng for business, so I inquired about your schedule and decided to lay in wait. L'un chacun a commis convention? What character are you planning to portray? Bai Li smiled mysteriously. Would you like to see Lin Dage? Lin Yun eagerly replied, of course. Let us check into the hotel first, and you'll find out shortly. Bai Li led Lin Yun into the hotel, where she had already booked a couple's room. The ambience was adorned in pink hues, with a heart-shaped motif on the bed. A large double bathtub was also present, suitable for a romantic bath. Observing the room's design, Lin Yun felt a bit parched and said, Xiao Li, I am not yet divorced. Wouldn't this be inappropriate? Bai Li laughed. There's nothing wrong with that. Just wait a moment. You wanted to see my character, right? I need to prepare. Wait, where are you going? Lin Yun asked, realizing that Bai Li had booked 2 rooms. He had mistakenly thought they would share the same bed. After about 20 minutes, Bai Li returned, and Lin Yun was utterly astonished by her appearance. Bai Li's character was supposed to be Xiao Wu. Her naturally sweet and adorable looks were perfect for the role. At this moment, she donned silver high heels that elongated her legs, complemented by white stockings that accentuated her shapely legs. She wore a pink off-shoulder dress that revealed her fair shoulders and arms, topped with a pair of bunny ears, and her long hair fashioned into a ponytail. With her charming demeanor, she perfectly embodied the essence of Xiao Wu, radiating cuteness. Lindage, how do you like my character? Bai Li asked. Lin Yun praised. You're not only beautiful, but have also captured the character's essence flawlessly. Bai Li beamed, I think so too. So, Lindage, would you like to have rabbit tonight? Lin Yun had to admit that his heart fluttered. He was a normal man with his own desires. He could resist Su Ruoxi's temptations, partly because he felt guilty towards Bai Li, and partly because Su Ruoxi's expressions of affection were always implicit. She had never explicitly conveyed her feelings to Lin Yun. In contrast, Bai Li was much bolder. In a setting like this, with a lone man and woman in a couple's hotel room, and now inviting Lin Yun to share a meal of rabbit, it would be unmanly for Lin Yun to resist. Yet, he had made a promise to Su Ruoxi that he would not cross any lines with other women before their divorce, which left him in a state of turmoil. Finding a beloved partner to bid farewell to singlehood was indeed tempting. Suddenly, Lin Yun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Su Ruoxi. Just as he was about to answer, Bai Li snatched the phone and hurled it against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Bai Li, resembling a true gentle rabbit, wrapped herself around Lin Yun's waist and softly said, Forget about that. I will buy you a new one tomorrow. Lin Yun stared at the wreckage of his phone, feeling utterly dismayed. In Jiangcheng, Su Ruoxi sat in an empty room, having called Lin Yun 3 times. The first call went unanswered, and afterward, she received the notification that his phone was turned off, which left her feeling anxious. She then called Su Yuxian, but everything seemed normal on that end. Finally, she attempted to reach Bai Li, only to receive the same notification that the phone was off. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that Bai Li had gone to Yangcheng. Enraged, Su Ruoxi hurled her phone against the wall, astonished that a mere girl had stolen her man. After breaking one phone, she still received no response. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she retrieved another phone from her bag and dialed, Book me a ticket to Yangcheng. The following morning, as Lin Yun rested in his room, a loud knocking at the door jolted him awake, startling both him and Bai Li. Just as Lin Yun was about to express his annoyance at the hotel staff, Su Ruoxi's voice came from the other side. Open the door. Lin Yun, let me in. With her home already infiltrated, Su Ruoxi had abandoned all company matters and flown over that night. Bai Li, startled by the sudden commotion, asked, Lindage, what should we do now? Last night, Lin Yun had managed to restrain himself, wanting to be a man of integrity. They had merely shared a bed without any further intimacy. However, now that Su Ruoxi had arrived unexpectedly to catch him in the act, Bai Li could hardly explain their situation, claiming they'd slept in the same bed without anything occurring. Would Su Ruoxi believe that? Bai Li felt increasingly guilty as Su Ruoxi confronted them, especially since she and Lin Yun had a documented relationship. Lin Yun also felt uneasy. Although nothing had transpired the previous night, being caught by Su Ruoxi left him feeling defenseless. He whispered, Should we find a place to hide? Without hesitation, Bai Li quickly donned her clothes and concealed herself in a wardrobe. Lin Yun hurried to the door, presenting himself with the appearance of someone just awakened. Ruoxi, what brings you here? He exclaimed in feigned surprise. Su Ruo, she shot him a glare, pushing him aside as she began to search the room. Her gaze fell upon the wardrobe, which was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of a delicate white leg. Furthermore, she noticed a bunny ear on the floor. Internally, Su Ruo, she cursed. This wretched girl has quite the tricks up her sleeve. No wonder my man can't resist temptation. Calmly, she kicked the bunny ear under the bed, deciding against exposing Bai Li in the wardrobe. Doing so would only complicate matters further. With that thought, Su Ruo, she sat on the edge of the bed and instructed Lin Yun, "Come and sit here." Lin Yun, resembling a schoolboy caught in mischief, sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting reprimand. Su Ruo, she then asked, "Why didn't you answer my calls yesterday? I thought something had happened to you." Lin Yun pointed in a direction and replied, "My phone is over there. It accidentally broke." Su Ruo, she glanced at the ground, where fragments lay scattered. What a sight! Was this merely an accident, or was it an intentional act of destruction? She could already envision the scene from the previous day. Lin Yun and Bai Li, aflame with passion, igniting fervor with the slightest touch. At that moment, her phone rang, and Bai Li smashed Lin Yun's device before continuing her fervent pursuits. Are young women today truly so bold? For the first time, Su Ruo felt compelled to truly regard this audacious girl of merely 19. Contemplating this, she declared, "If it's broken, then so be it. As long as you're unharmed, that is what matters. I am here merely to remind you that you are my husband, and I am your lawfully wedded wife. Your family and friends recognize me as their daughter-in-law, so do not forget this." Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback before responding, "But isn't our relationship merely a transaction?" Su Ruo replied with conviction, "Transaction? What transaction is there? All I know is that we are husband and wife, hand in hand together through the ages. We are married now and shall remain so for a lifetime. Let this matter be settled. Should there be a next time, I shall seek your parents' counsel, and we shall see if your father would not break your legs." As she spoke, Su Ruo strode towards the exit, kicking the wardrobe door as she left, her hips swaying enticingly. Inside the wardrobe, Bai Li was startled upon hearing the words, "We are husband and wife, and shall remain so." She truly contemplated confronting Su Ruo. However, reflecting on the fact that she had initially captured Lin Yun's attention, she felt somewhat guilty and remained hidden. At that moment, Su Ruo's voice echoed from a distance. "Your phone is broken. I will get you a new one. From now on, I'll call to check on you at any time, and my calls must be answered promptly." With that, Su Ruo gradually walked away, and Lin Yun approached the wardrobe door, opening it to find Bai Li awkwardly emerging. "Linge, what did Su Ruo mean just now? Is she trying to claim you?" Lin Yun sighed, "It seems that way." Chapter 90. Boss Zhu. On the surface, Lin Yun appeared helpless, yet internally, he felt quite pleased. After all, being pursued by a stunning beauty like Su Ruo was something most would desire, and even Lin Yun could not help but feel a sense of triumph in this regard. A natural instinct of man. Bai Li reassured him, "Don't worry, Lin Ge, I will find a way to make her give up. You belong solely to me." Lin Yun regarded Bai Li, shifting the topic, "Little Li, it seems you won't be able to attend the comic convention after all." Although the conflict had paused at the brink of confrontation the night before, Bai Li's costume had been nearly ruined by Lin Yun. With only the bunny ears remaining intact, Bai Li replied nonchalantly, "Then I simply won't go. The so-called attendance was just an excuse. I meticulously crafted my outfit as a ploy to entice Lin Yun." Bai Li had nearly succeeded in her scheme and was utterly delighted. She then picked up the bunny ears from beneath the bed and hurriedly departed. Not 5 minutes after Bai Li left, Su Ruo arrived at the hotel, holding a brand new Huawei phone. Lin Yun looked at her with concern. "What are you planning to do?" Given Su Ruo's demeanor, he worried that she and Bai Li might clash. Su Ruo calmly reassured him, "Rest assured, there will be no conflict. She is in the next room." With a sway of her hips, Su Ruo exited her room, turning towards Bai Li's chamber. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Ruo and Bai Li emerged together, appearing to have reached a friendly accord, devoid of any physical altercation. It turned out that Su Ruo had numerous corporate affairs to attend to and could not afford to linger in Yangqing. Bai Li's feelings for Lin Yun were relatively pure, initially free from entanglements of interest. Yet, given that Su Ruo and Lin Yun had formally wed, the status of wife was undeniable. In the presence of Su Ruo, Bai Li felt diminished, especially after being caught in the act once more. receiving a stark reminder of her position. Regardless, she was merely a step away from success. Finding the right opportunity would surely allow her to seize her desires seamlessly. Lin Yun's current endeavor bore inherent risks, as he was aware that the 300-year-old ginseng king held a value exceeding 10 million. While he felt secure, Bai Li and Su Ruashi's involvement could not avoid repercussions. Thus, it was prudent for them to depart before the ginseng transaction commenced. Lin Yun had no grounds to detain them, so he assisted in packing their luggage and saw them off in a taxi. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yun found himself in a private room at the Cultural Hotel, where he met the owner of the ginseng, the initiator of the auction, Boss Zhu. Appearing to be in his 40s, slightly overweight but wearing a friendly smile, he was clearly an approachable individual. Upon seeing Lin Yun, he promptly extended his hand. "You must be Mr. Lin. To earn General Zhang's esteem at such a young age is truly impressive." Lin Yun responded modestly, "You flatter me, Boss Zhu. Please, have a seat. Let us share a drink." Boss Zhu was adept at hospitality. In the room, aside from his two subordinates, there were 6 or 7 young and beautiful women. Lin Yun was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Boss Zhu, who are these ladies?" With a playful slap on one girl's rear, Boss Zhu chuckled, "Mr. Lin, isn't the live streaming industry booming? I have a small to medium-sized live streaming company, and they're all signed hosts. Not only are they attractive, but they're also quite pleasant. Feel free to enjoy." Boss Zhu's live streaming company had only seen an investment of several million, yielding little success. In contrast, his transaction with Zhang Zonghan amounted to 50 million, from which he would profit over 30 million. Consequently, he had summoned the most beautiful host from his company, eager to please Lin Yun. Boss Zhu had previously informed his host that those who could engage in intimate contact with Lin Yun would receive a reward of 100,000, while those who could engage closely would earn 1 million. This was a staggering amount, even if they resorted to selling themselves. It would take years to earn such a sum. Yet now, they could achieve a 7-figure income in a single night, naturally prompting their enthusiastic efforts to gain Lin Yun's favor. Unfortunately, Lin Yun already had several exquisite confidants by his side and held little interest in such brazen temptresses. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Boss Zhu, I am not interested in ordinary women. Let us discuss business instead." Seeing Lin Yun unaffected, Boss Zhu signaled for the women to leave, and they promptly exited the room, leaving only Lin Yun and a few of Boss Zhu's associates. Subsequently, one of Boss Zhu's subordinates placed a password box on the table. Boss Zhu entered a password, followed by a fingerprint and iris scan, before finally opening the box. Inside was a beautifully packaged wooden box. Boss Zhu then addressed Lin Yun. "Mr. Lin, please call General Zhang. We will exchange payment for goods." Lin Yun smiled, "Certainly." He dialed Zhang Zonghan for a video call, positioning the phone on the table with the camera facing Boss Zhu. "Hello, General Zhang. Shall we commence our transaction?" Zhang Zonghan replied, "As long as Mr. Lin gives the word, I will initiate the transfer immediately." Boss Zhu nodded in satisfaction and pushed the wooden box containing the ginseng towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun lifted the lid, revealing the 300-year-old ginseng king inside. Chapter 91. The seizure. This ginseng, known as the king of ginseng, possesses an exquisite appearance, with all 5 elements and 6 bodies being of the highest quality. Its root, texture, skin, whiskers, and form are impeccable. The 6 bodies of ginseng refer to the forms of the main root, categorized as spirit, clumsy, old, lazy, horizontal, and obedient. This particular king of ginseng boasts a spirited main root, which is the most sought after among the 6 forms. It also emanates a faint, refreshing fragrance. Given Lin Yun's cultivation, he can ascertain that this truly is a king of ginseng of exceptional quality, aged 300 years and genuinely authentic. Contemplating this, Lin Yun slowly closed the box and turned to Zhang Zonghan, stating, "This ginseng is flawless without any issues." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zonghan was elated and immediately instructed his subordinates to facilitate the transfer. At that moment, a notification pinged on Boss Zhu's phone, indicating that the funds had indeed arrived. The smile on Boss Zhu's face grew more genuine. "Mr. Zhang is indeed a straightforward person. If given the opportunity, I hope to collaborate with you again." Zhang Zonghan replied with a smile, "Pleasure doing business." After the call ended, the transaction was successfully completed. Boss Zhu remarked, "Mr. Lin, this king of ginseng is invaluable. If you were alone, you might encounter some trouble." Lin Yin reassured him, "Rest assured, since Mr. Zhang arranged for me to come, there must be a reason." Lin Yun's words instilled a sense of respect in Boss Zhu, and his gaze towards Lin Yun shifted slightly. With the objective achieved, Lin Yun refrained from engaging in further pleasantries with Boss Zhu and directly took the box containing the king of ginseng, leaving the private room. After Lin Yun departed, one of Boss Zhu's confidants voiced concern. "Boss, will it be detrimental to offend Zhang Zonghan like this?" Boss Zhu, who had previously appeared amiable, now exhibited a somewhat menacing demeanor. "Zhang Zonghan? What is he worth? His territory is in Jiangcheng. Now that he has come to Yangcheng, he is insignificant. I have made it clear that I intend to deceive him. What can he do about it? This time, we have done a favor for the Heishui gang, which will ensure our safety in Yangcheng. Regardless of Zhang Zonghan's dissatisfaction, he must yield to me, whether he is a dragon or a tiger." Despite Boss Zhu's earlier friendly demeanor, he is, in truth, a ruthless individual. This 300-year-old king of ginseng had long been prepared for a low-price sale to the leader of the Heishui gang, Li Heishui. The Heishui gang in Yangcheng has experienced remarkable growth in recent years, boasting a large number of members and strong cohesion, making them formidable and not easily provoked. Boss Zhu also wished to curry favor with Li Heishui. Although Li Heishui has committed numerous misdeeds, he places great importance on filial piety. His mother is over 70 years old, and when she celebrated her 70th birthday a few years back, Li Heishui hosted an extravagant birthday banquet, inviting prominent figures from various fields and even hiring renowned performers to entertain his mother, spending a considerable sum in the process. A 300-year-old king of ginseng, being a vital tonic, would be immensely beneficial for Li Heishui's mother, and Boss Zhu hoped to leverage this ginseng to build rapport with Li Heishui. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Zonghan emerged, seeking to purchase this king of ginseng. This was a fortuitous turn of events for Boss Zhu. Rather than selling it at a low price or even giving it to Li Heishui, it was far more profitable to sell it to Zhang Zonghan. Once he received the payment, he could discreetly inform Li Heishui of the transaction, leading to Li Heishui arranging for his men to seize the ginseng. In this manner, Boss Zhu would earn a profit of 50 million, surpassing what he would have made in a standard auction. Simultaneously, he would effectively be gifting the ginseng to Li Heishui, securing a favor that would ensure the Heishui gang's protection for his future auctions in Yangcheng. The only one to suffer a loss would be Zhang Zonghan, who would forfeit 50 million and still not obtain the ginseng. Yet, what concern is that for Boss Zhu? With Yangcheng being nearly 1,000 kilometers from Jiangcheng, even if Zhang Zonghan were furious, he would have no means to retaliate against Boss Zhu. Meanwhile, Lin Yun placed the box containing the king of ginseng into a suitcase and hailed a taxi to the airport. However, halfway through the journey, Lin Yun sensed that the route was incorrect. Could this be another black taxi trying to overcharge me? He wondered, recalling how he had incapacitated a driver's right hand just days prior. Regrettably, his concerns were unfounded, for this was not a mere black taxi. It was indeed a genuine gang affiliated with the underworld. After driving for half an hour, the vehicle halted at the site of an abandoned school playground. This area had been left desolate due to the school's relocation, with vast space overgrown with weeds and numerous cars parked haphazardly. Once the vehicle stopped, the driver promptly exited, leaving Lin Yun alone inside. Soon after, a throng of menacing figures began to encircle the abandoned playground, numbering over 100. The value of this ginseng was astronomical, prompting Li Heishui to ensure that such a prize was guarded by a multitude of henchmen. Even though Lin Yun was no ordinary individual capable of taking on 10 men at once, facing 100 was an insurmountable challenge. In no time, the 100-strong crowd had surrounded the taxi, rendering escape impossible. A subordinate of Li Heishui brandishing a club struck the car door, signaling Lin Yun to exit. Lin Yun emerged, clutching the suitcase containing the ginseng, and surveyed the crowd around him. Amongst them stood a man with a rugged beard and a fierce demeanor, smoking a cigarette. After sizing up Lin Yun for a moment, he commanded, "Put down the ginseng, and you may leave." Despite Li Heishui's brazen demeanor, his primary objective today was the king of ginseng. He preferred not to kill Lin Yun if it could be avoided. Lin Yun glanced at his suitcase and replied nonchalantly, "What if I refuse?" Li Heishui chuckled. Kid, in Yangsheng, no one dares to defy me. I'm in a good mood today, so let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't court death, you 1T die. Acquiring a 300-year-old king of ginseng without spending a dime certainly pleased Li Heishui. Lin Yun retorted, court death? I believe you may have misjudged the situation. Li Heishui shook his head slightly. I've given you a chance, and you've failed to appreciate it. Cut him down, but be careful not to damage the ginseng. Worried that the ginseng might be harmed, Lin Yun resolved to adopt a more straightforward and brutal approach. He seized the taxi door and, with a forceful pull, ripped it off entirely. Subsequently, wielding the door as a weapon, he dispatched several of the Heishui gang's thugs with ease, sending them flying as if swatting flies. After fending off 7 or 8 attackers, Lin Yun performed a backflip, landing atop the taxi, surveying the throng of thugs from an elevated position. Chapter 92. The Weeping Willow. Li Heishui's expression remained unchanged. Interesting. No wonder you are so bold. However, with such meager skills, you think you can stand against me. Li Heishui, you are still too inexperienced. At that moment, over 10 more of Li Heishui's henchmen advanced. Unlike the previous group, each of these thugs wielded sharp knives and exuded an intimidating aura. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. Despite Lin Yun's impressive abilities, he was still flesh and blood. If he were to be struck even a few times, he would quickly find himself in dire straits. Little did Li Heishui know that Lin Yun could catch bullets, let alone mere knives. However, Lin Yun was concerned that close combat might inadvertently damage the ginseng. Should it be harmed at this critical moment, its medicinal properties would be significantly diminished. Thus, he needed to resolve this conflict swiftly, ideally from a distance. Before long, Lin Yun devised a plan. He bent his legs slightly and, with a sudden burst of energy, leapt into the air. His leap was reminiscent of a green giant, soaring 7 to 8 meters high and covering a distance of 30 to 40 meters, surpassing even the exaggerated feats depicted in martial arts dramas. Lin Yun executed a remarkable leap, landing beside a towering willow tree on the playground. Observing the extraordinary distance of Lin Yun's jump, Li Heishui hastily commanded his men. After him, a group of individuals brandishing knives surged toward Lin Yun's direction. Standing beside the grand tree, Lin Yun mockingly queried, "Who has instilled in you the delusion that I am fleeing?" With that, he placed his suitcase on the ground and wrapped his arms around the massive willow. Li Heishui's subordinates were taken aback, incredulously questioning, is he seriously attempting to uproot that willow? Historically, there was the tale of Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow, and it seemed today Lin Yun was poised to replicate that feat. Li Heishui himself doubted the possibility. The willow tree beside Lin Yun was decades old, with a trunk diameter exceeding half a meter and a height of over 10 meters, its roots deeply embedded in the earth. The sheer weight of this majestic tree was astounding, and to uproot it would require a force far exceeding its own mass. If Lin Yun succeeded, he would surpass even a crane in strength. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly under the gaze of Li Heishui and his entourage. With a resounding crack of breaking roots, the enormous willow, over half a meter in diameter and exceeding 10 meters in height, was effortlessly lifted from the earth by Lin Yun. He triumphantly declared, "Let us go," and wielded the 10-meter-long willow as a weapon, sweeping it horizontally toward the gang of thugs. The colossal willow resembled a massive broom, while the members of the Heishui gang appeared as mere ants beneath it. Struck by the willow, they were sent sprawling in all directions, utterly defenseless. Lin Yun, holding the giant willow, spun a full 720 degrees, leaving over 100 thugs sprawled on the ground, none remaining standing. Finally, he hurled the willow tree toward Li Heishui, who, unable to evade, found himself pinned beneath the immense weight of the tree. Fortunately, several individuals were trapped beneath it, and the lush branches provided some support. Otherwise, the sheer weight of the tree could have easily crushed them. Approaching Li Heishui and his men while carrying his suitcase, Lin Yun shook it lightly and inquired, "Do you still desire ginseng?" Li Heishui, pinned beneath the tree and nearly numb from the waist down, groaned in pain. No, I don't want it anymore." Lin Yun looked down at Li Heishui. "How did you deduce that I possess a ginseng king?" Li Heishui, preoccupied with his own dire situation, responded, "It was Boss Zhu who informed me, including your specific transaction time and your photograph." Gasping for breath, he pleaded, "Please let me go. I will agree to any conditions." Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, "Since you resorted to robbery, the 50 million collected by Boss Zhu is merely ill-gotten gains, is it not? Return the money you've taken, and we shall consider this matter settled." Li Haishui weakly protested, "That money belongs to Boss Zhu. That is of no concern to me. In my eyes, you are all in collusion. It's either money or your lives." Li Haishui, with a distressed expression, conceded, "Fine, I will get the money. Brother, could you please move this tree? I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse." In response, Lin Yun kicked the enormous willow, sending it flying 30 to 40 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise. Finally liberated, Li Haishui gasped for fresh air. After regaining his breath, he began the transfer process, while Lin Yun provided him with Zhang Zonghan's personal details. If Lin Yun were to take the money directly, he could encounter trouble if Li Haishui reported him. However, if Zhang Zonghan, the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng, was involved, he had countless means to cleanse the money, ensuring no repercussions thereafter. Upon receiving the transfer, Zhang Zonghan promptly contacted Lin Yun. "Dr. Lin, I have received a transfer of 50 million. Has Boss Zhu had a change of heart?" Understanding the situation, Zhang Zonghan reassured, "Rest assured, this money will be transferred to your account legally. Additionally, I am willing to offer half of my shares in Wanshan Group to cover my daughter's medical expenses." For Zhang Zonghan, even sacrificing shares worth billions seemed worthwhile, as he and his wife had but one daughter. Nevertheless, Lin Yun replied, "Consider the 50 million as payment for Yiya's medical fees. As for the shares in Wanshan Group, there is no need." Having obtained the Shinong scriptures, Lin Yun had become a genuine practitioner. As such, he believed in aligning with the natural order. Utilizing his medical skills to save lives and charging reasonable fees was acceptable, but excessive greed could hinder his cultivation. In the current scenario, taking the 50 million as medical fees was justifiable, but accepting shares worth hundreds of billions could jeopardize his path to enlightenment. Lin Yun would never forsake his pursuit of longevity for mere worldly wealth. This explains why truly enlightened individuals seldom accumulate vast fortunes. At that moment, Zhang Zonghan continued, "Dr. Lin, please do not hastily decline." Lin Yun interrupted, "Mr. Zhang, should you insist on offering me shares, then I suggest you seek another expert for your daughter's ailment. It is absurd. I wish to save your daughter, yet you seek to obstruct my path to longevity. If you remain stubborn, I will not oblige." Startled, Zhang Zonghan quickly replied, "Dr. Lin, I was mistaken. I will never mention the shares again. From now on, you are a great benefactor to the Zhang family. I will follow your lead." "Very well, let it be settled. Regarding Boss Zhu, Lin Yun need not take matters into his own hands." Li Haishui effortlessly produced the 50 million as he was a person of some standing in Yangcheng, surrounded by numerous subordinates. However, after being thoroughly humiliated by Lin Yun, Li Haishui, unable to retaliate, would inevitably seek retribution against Boss Zhu. Thus, he would certainly face consequences. Although Li Haishui was in a dire state at that moment, his injuries were not severe. After a day of recuperation in the hospital, he sought out Boss Zhu the following evening. When Li Haishui arrived, Boss Zhu was enjoying himself with several friends at a nightclub under Li Haishui's name. Boss Zhu had invited his friends to assert the closeness of their relationship with Li Haishui, hoping to leverage this camaraderie to command respect in future dealings in Yangqing. After all, he had essentially gifted Li Haishui a 300-year-old ginseng, and he intended to translate this favor into tangible benefits. Shortly after their revelry began, Li Haishui appeared. Boss Zhu, with a smug glance at his friends, approached. "Brother Shui, you've arrived. Come, let us share a drink." As he spoke, he handed Li Haishui a glass. Without hesitation, Li Haishui splashed the drink in Boss Zhu's face. Boss Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother Shui, what is the meaning of this? I gifted you a 300-year-old ginseng king. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also douse me with wine. Isn't that a bit excessive?" With a sharp crack, Li Haishui slapped Boss Zhu across his face. Boss Zhu's countenance darkened. His friends were present. and being struck in front of them was a significant affront to his pride. Li Heishui coldly retorted, "You claim to have gifted me a 300-year-old ginseng king? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you merely led me to my demise." Li Heishui had not encountered the esteemed Song Wang, yet he nearly found himself face to face with the Yama king. Among his subordinates, 36 were grievously injured and 85 sustained minor wounds, while he himself was extorted for 50 million. All of this turmoil stemmed from you, Boss Zhu. Tell me, how shall I settle accounts with you? As Li Heishui spoke, he pinched Boss Zhu's plump face with one hand while the other hand repeatedly struck him. Boss Zhu's complexion shifted. How could this happen? It's impossible. Wasn't that Lin fellow alone? Li Heishui replied coldly. Nonsense. If he truly relied on numbers, would I fear him? No matter how many people he had. Could they rival the might of my Heishui gang? He is but one man. How could this be? Li Heishui said nonchalantly. Let him see. Thereupon, one of Li Heishui's subordinates activated a mobile phone, directing the screen towards Boss Zhu. In the video, Lin Yun stood beneath a towering 10-meter willow tree, exerting force as the tree uprooted itself. Subsequently, the massive willow was wielded as a weapon, crashing down upon their group, leaving many sprawled on the ground. The video concluded at that juncture. Boss Zhu's face paled. Is this not a movie special effect? Li Heishui delivered a few more slaps to Boss Zhu's face and retorted. Movie special effects? I nearly lost my life, and you think I have time for such theatrics? My brothers are now lying in hospitals, over half of them severely injured, many of whom were struck by that willow tree in critical areas. This is all you're doing? Boss Zhu hastily pleaded. Shui Ge, I truly had no idea it would turn out this way. Please spare me. Li Heishui scoffed. Spare you? Then will the pain endured by me and my brothers. Shui Ge, name your price. I'm willing to compensate my brothers. Li Heishui responded coldly. That fellow extorted 50 million from me. You sold Song Wang for that amount, so you shall cover it, correct? It is only fair. Boss Zhu, though reluctant, had no other recourse at that moment. Thus, despite his anguish, he could only accept begrudgingly. Li Heishui continued. Furthermore, my brothers are currently in the hospital, with over 30 suffering severe injuries. The medical expenses amount to 10 million. Is that unreasonable? Additionally, for mental anguish, another 20 million should suffice to settle this matter. Boss Zhu felt as though his heart were bleeding. 20 million. After deducting the 50 million earned from Zhang Zhonghan, he only had a little over 23 million left. Losing that 50 million was already catastrophic, and now to compensate an additional 20 million would completely deplete his savings. Shui Yi, could we possibly reduce that 20 million a tad? Li Heishui chuckled. Certainly, but then you must consider, how many of those parts are you willing to spare? I shall price your facial features at 2 million each, and your limbs at the same rate. If you refuse them all, then you need not pay a single cent of the 20 million, and you could simply hand me 50 million. Boss Zhu's expression changed dramatically. Shui Ge, you jest. I will pay the 20 million. When it comes to money, my limbs and features are of far greater importance. Boss Zhu would never allow Li Heishui to sever his limbs and mutilate his face for 20 million. Such a fate would render him a mere monstrosity. He might as well choose death. Chapter 94. Theft? Subsequently, Li Heishui dismissed Boss Zhu's companions, and Boss Zhu complied with Li Heishui, transferring a total of 70 million to his account before he was allowed to leave. At that moment, Boss Zhu's heart bled with regret. According to his grand scheme, he intended to sell Song Wang for a profit of 50 million and earn the favor of the Heishui gang, thus paving his way to success. However, the outcome was starkly opposite. He had lost the 50 million and Song Wang. On Li Heishui's side, not only did he gain no favor, but he also completely offended Li Heishui, and on top of that, he had to pay an additional 20 million in compensation, depleting his savings entirely. What a tragic fate indeed. This was the price of his greed. Lin Yun did not concern himself with Boss Zhu's subsequent troubles. He was certain that Boss Zhu would not fare well, which is why he did not deliberately seek him out for conflict. At this moment, Lin Yun had already arrived at Jiangqing Airport, and upon reaching the exit, he spotted the striking figure of Su Ruoxi amidst the crowd. With her tall and graceful stature, exquisite features, and dazzling allure, Lin Yun immediately recognized Su Ruoxi. He approached her, Did you come specifically to pick me up? What else could it be? Su Ruashi replied with a hint of annoyance. Just then, a voice interjected. Brother, you truly have forgotten your sister now that you have a sister-in-law. You didn't even notice me. Lin Yin was taken aback. Lin, you are here too? Lin sighed. Indeed, I came with my sister-in-law to pick you up, but it seems you only have eyes for her. Lin Yin chuckled. There is nothing I can do. Your sister-in-law shines so brightly that you seem to fade into the background. Lin was certainly not lacking in beauty, yet she still appeared somewhat youthful compared to the captivating allure of Su Ruashi. Lin laughed. Enough with the displays of affection. Let us go. With Lin present, she could help keep an eye on Lin Yin. At least while Lin was around, Lin Yin and Bai Li would not dare be too reckless. Moreover, Su Ruashi and Lin had developed a good rapport, as Su Ruashi had taken Lin shopping during her visit. Now, Lin was adorned in designer clothing worth nearly 100,000, with the latest Huawei smartphone in hand and a handbag worth 80 to 90,000. She had undergone a remarkable transformation. Initially, Lin had been hesitant, feeling uncomfortable accepting so many gifts from her sister-in-law. However, Su Ruashi was insistent, continually placing items in Lin's hands, asserting, if you refuse, it would mean you do not acknowledge me as your sister-in-law. Lin gradually grew accustomed to receiving these gifts, and she became an earnest supporter of her sister-in-law. Should Lin Yun ever clash with Su Ruashi, Lin would undoubtedly side with her sister-in-law. This arrangement allowed Lin to keep watch over Lin Yun, while Su Ruashi was at work. Afterward, the three of them boarded Su Ruashi's Maserati Quattroporte, the vehicle gliding smoothly as they set off. At that moment, Lin Yun remarked, Lin, you have changed so much. Lin retorted, you are the one with the awful change. Lin Yun paused, then laughed. I meant to say you have transformed significantly, especially with your clothing and handbag, which must not be cheap. Su Ruashi interjected, I bought these for Lin. She has just finished her college entrance exams and is now an adult. People are defined by their appearances. It is time for her to start looking refined. These items must have cost quite a bit, right? Su Ruashi replied nonchalantly, as a sister-in-law. Is it wrong for me to buy a few things for my sister-in-law? Why make a fuss over it? No problem at all. Lin Yun inquired, do you need to purchase anything else? Su Ruashi explained, yes, we ought to buy some daily necessities for Lin. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. Lin shyly protested. Sister-in-law, is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? I won't be staying long. Su Ruashi, however, insisted, why won't you be staying long? You still have nearly 3 months before university starts. Besides, stocking up on daily necessities will make it easier for you to visit anytime you wish. Very well. Soon, Su Ruashi led Lin into a supermarket for shopping, while Lin Yun followed behind, pushing the shopping cart like a laborer. The three of them wandered through the supermarket, filling the cart to the brim before finally arriving at the checkout. The cashier swiftly scanned the items. Lin Yun attempted to pay, but was unable to outpace Su Ruashi, who ultimately paid over 800. Due to the sheer volume of items, they required 4 shopping bags to carry everything. Lin Yun held 2 bags, while Su Ruashi and Lin each carried 1, their arms laden with goods. As the trio approached the electronic anti-theft gates of the supermarket, the gates emitted a series of beeping sounds. Soon enough, several security guards surrounded them, blocking their way. One guard, casting a lewd glance at Su Ruashi, remarked, what are you hiding on your person? Hand it over. Su Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted, mind your words. Why would we steal when we purchased so many items? A few customers passing by defended her, saying, indeed, they bought over 800 worth of goods. Perhaps it's your cashiers who failed to scan a couple of items. Another added, exactly, just because they look well-dressed doesn't mean they're thieves. Look at them. The guard countered, so what? Just because they're dressed well means they can't steal? That could very well be a thief's tactic, dressing lavishly while engaging in petty theft. Furious, Su Ruashi threatened, continue spouting nonsense, and I'll sue you for defamation. One guard chuckled, defamation? We'll need to search you to know, for sure. Come with us to the security room. As he reached for Su Ruashi's arm, Lin Yun's expression darkened. He swiftly grasped the guard's wrist, applying pressure. The guard emitted a pained cry, feeling as though his hand might break. Witnessing this, the other guards sprang into action, But unfortunately for them, they were no match for Lin Yun. With a few swift strikes, the guards were all dispatched to the ground. Though they lay there, they continued to protest. Thieves assaulting us. How dare they hit security while stealing? Is there no law? Chapter 95. Confrontation. Onlookers, unaware of the true situation, gathered around, pointing fingers at Lin Yun and his companions. Lin Yun, noticing the commotion, called out, "Don't listen to the guards' ridiculous accusations. We've spent a fortune here. Our receipt is nearly 2 meters long." He continued, "What authority do they have to search us just because the alarm went off? They're merely security, not police. Even if police were present, a female officer would need to be involved to search a woman." Such instances of supermarket security bullying customers and wrongfully accusing them of theft were not uncommon. Most customers typically sided against the supermarket security in such situations. It seems they're only targeting her because she is beautiful and well-built, hoping to take advantage. Absolutely. These guards have become increasingly brazen. It's time they faced consequences. With the situation escalating, Lin Yun couldn't simply walk away. He declared, "Ruashi, call the police and let them handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Su Ruashi promptly retrieved her phone to report the incident. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached them, urgently exclaiming, "Wait, don't call the police. This is our supermarket's responsibility. I've had it checked. The issue lies with our alarm system. I apologize on behalf of the supermarket." Lin Yun coldly regarded him. "Just because the alarm malfunctioned gives you the right to search us?" The supermarket manager replied, "This is our fault. The guards mishandled the situation. I sincerely apologize and am willing to compensate. Please, I implore you, do not involve the police. This would greatly harm our supermarket's reputation." Lin Yun turned to Su Ruashi, asking, "What do you think, Ruashi?" She regarded the manager and stated, "Be more careful in the future. If this happens again, your supermarket might as well close down." "Yes, you're right." Su Ruashi, not wishing to waste time with inconsequential figures, decided to leave, considering the matter resolved. As they moved away, the supermarket manager helped one of the guards to his feet and whispered, "My dear son, can you please behave? If the police get involved, will our supermarket even survive?" Guard Zhang Rui muttered, "Enough. I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. I've missed out on a prime opportunity, and it infuriates me. From now on, be more cautious." It turned out that Zhang Rui was the son of the supermarket owner, idling away his time after dropping out of high school to work as a security guard, not to fulfill his duties but to take advantage of customers. Earlier, while watching the surveillance footage, Zhang Rui had been seeking out attractive women among the shoppers. Once he spotted someone appealing, he would set his plan in motion. As soon as the customer exited through the anti-theft gate, he would activate a device on his person, triggering the alarm. The guards would then approach, alleging theft and demanding a search. Su Ruashi was undeniably eye-catching, her beauty and figure beyond reproach. Zhang Rui had fixated on her. And though he had pulled similar stunts before, he had never encountered someone as exquisite as Su Ruashi. Unfortunately for him, this time he was thwarted, leaving him empty-handed. In his past endeavors, he had successfully taken advantage of numerous young women and even some older ones, a fact he could hardly accept. The humiliation of not only being beaten but also gaining nothing was intolerable. He resolved that this incident could not end without consequence. Turning to the manager, he commanded, "Old Joe, arrange for someone to block that beautiful woman's car. They cannot leave for at least an hour." The manager's face paled. "What are you planning to do?" "Just do as I say. I, Zhang Rui, have never suffered such a loss. This time, I will have my reward." Su Ruashi was the most exceptional woman he had ever encountered, and his desires clouded his judgment, pushing him to act recklessly. With no other option, manager Zhou begrudgingly complied, dispatching someone to obstruct the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his companions, laden with bags, made their way to the supermarket's underground parking lot, only to discover their vehicle blocked by a black Volkswagen, rendering them unable to depart. Su Ruashi's expression darkened. How could they park like this? Lin Yun first placed their purchases in the trunk before inspecting the Volkswagen. With no contact information visible, reaching the owner would be impossible in the short term. He then suggested, "Let us get inside the car." With a smile, he added, "We should be fine. If I'm correct, that car just arrived, and the ruckus from earlier is likely still fresh. Are they planning to retaliate against us?" Then Lin and I, however, Tsuruoshi interjected. That is not acceptable. How can I abandon you in a crisis? We must face this together. Lin Yun chuckled. Those pathetic individuals hardly qualify as a crisis. You're giving them too much credit. Indeed, they were merely minor characters. They could wait together. Lin chimed in, exactly, brother. I want to see how you handle them. Lin felt no fear. After all, she had witnessed true chaos in Lin County, with a person who had bullied her ended up incapacitated and still languished in hospital. Seeing that both women refused to leave, Lin Yun conceded, all right then. Let us enjoy the spectacle together. Half an hour later, several black Audi A6 cars entered the garage. A group disembarked. Among them was Zhang Rue, the supermarket owner's son, flanked by over a dozen intimidating individuals. This group of individuals was summoned by Zhang Rue, who brought along a leader from the Xiong Construction Company, Chen Ergu. Chapter 96, Iron Plate. Zhang Rue and his cohort swaggered up to the Maserati CEO, and immediately, Zhang Rue shouted, "You bastard, get out of the car." Lin Yun opened the door and stepped out, scrutinizing Zhang Rue. At that moment, Chen Ergu also regarded Lin Yun, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Then the young man caught the bullet with his index and middle fingers. Subsequently, they acquired a new boss, Lin Yun, who was the elder brother of their leader, Zhang Xiongming. Zhang Rue was not perhaps seeking trouble with Lin Yun today, was he? Zhang Hui blasted. You dare to hit me? Are you tired of living? Doggo, break this kid's legs. Upon hearing Zhang Rue's words, Chen Ergu instantly reacted, his anger flaring. Doggo? Who's your doggo? I'm not familiar with you. After saying this, Chen Ergu suddenly knelt before Lin Yun, exclaiming, Brother Lin, I hardly know this kid. Please do not be angry. Do you know me? Chen Ergu explained, I am one of Eagle Ji's men. I have met you once. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, In that case, let you handle this fellow. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergu immediately slapped Zhang Rue across the face. At that moment, Zhang Rue realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and hurriedly pleaded, Ergu, give me a chance. My father has a good relationship with Eagle Gu. Chen Ergu retorted angrily, Your father has a good relationship with Eagle Gu? Let me tell you, even Eagle Gu must address Brother Lin with respect. What is your father compared to that? You want to break Brother Lin's legs? I'll take care of you first. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergu's subordinates rushed in, swiftly taking Zhang Rue down to the ground. Then, Chen Ergu retrieved an iron rod from the trunk of a black Audi and aimed it at Zhang Rue's legs, striking down with great force. Accompanied by the dull thuds and Zhang Rue's screams akin to a slaughtered pig, both of his legs were utterly ruined, shattered into a grotesque shape, looking exceedingly tragic. At that moment, Zhang Rue, in excruciating pain, wailed as his legs suffered from comminuted fractures, a sight too dreadful to behold. Then, Chen Ergu asked, Brother Lin, do you have any further instructions? If necessary, I can arrange for a few people to sink this kid in the lake. Hearing this while still howling in agony, Zhang Rue, disregarding the pain in his legs, pleaded, No, Brother Lin, I beg you, spare my life. Do not sink me in the lake. Although Zhang Rue was not a good person, Lin Yun did not wish to cause a fatal incident. After all, these people were not the same as the robbers from last time. Therefore, Lin Yun stated, I will let you off this time. I hope you will behave in the future. If you fall into my hands again, you won't even have the chance to plead for mercy. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. As the three of them had just entered, they hadn't even had time to tidy up when Tsuruoshi received a phone call. After the call, her expression became considerably serious. She approached the living room and said, Lin, I have some company matters to attend to. Can you let your brother take me there? Are you okay being home alone? Lin replied with a smile, What's the problem? I'm not a 3-year-old. She thought that perhaps her presence here might hinder her brother and sister-in-law from being intimate, especially since the couple had just returned from a short trip, which was quite normal. Lin Yun remarked, If you get hungry, there's food in the kitchen. We'll take our leave now. Subsequently, Lin Yun and Tsuruoshi drove out. Once in the car, Lin Yun said, It shouldn't be just company matters, right? Tsuruoshi nodded, For the company. I can handle it alone. It's a family issue. Lin Yun asked in surprise, What trouble is your mother causing now? Tsuruoshi shook her head. I'm not too sure, but judging by my mother's tone, it seems quite serious. She wants to hold a family meeting, and my second grandfather's family will also be present. 20 minutes later, Ling Yun and Su Ruashi arrived at the Su family villa. Everyone in the Su family was present except for Su Ruashi's mother, including the second branch. Chin Susu expressed her dissatisfaction. Isn't this trouble caused by your father? At this time, Su Tiancheng spoke slowly. All right, since Ruashi is here, Hao Yu, go bring them in. I'll go now. A few minutes later, Su Hao Yu returned to the villa hall, but he was accompanied by two others. One was a woman in her 30s, beautiful and curvaceous, and beside her was a young man of 18 or 19. Chin Susu's expression darkened upon seeing them. Su Tiancheng slowly said, "You may not recognize them. Allow me to introduce you. Ruashi, this is the woman your father has been keeping, Chao Yin, and he is your half-brother, Su Ruoyu." Su Ruashi's expression changed. Impossible. My parents have never mentioned this. Su Tiancheng explained, Ruashi, Ruoyu is your father's biological son. This is a matter of undeniable evidence. Your mother should know something about Chao Yan's existence. Su Ruashi turned to her mother and asked, Mom, did you know about this person? Did you know I have a half-brother? Chin Susu shook her head. I only knew your father might have a woman outside. As for him having such a grown son, I did not expect that. Although her husband had been gone for quite some time, and despite the emergence of a mistress and an illegitimate child, Chin Susu was not overly angry, only concerned that they might contest for inheritance. At this moment, Chao Yin spoke. At that time, I was 17. He was 11 years older than me. I was still a naive young girl, and in my ignorance, I followed him and bore him a child. He provided me with living expenses monthly to raise the child well. He told me that when my son turned 18, he would recognize his roots and live a wealthy life. However, my son's 18th birthday has passed for several months, and he has disappeared. My son not only failed to recognize his roots, but also has not received the basic living expenses. I had no choice but to come here. As she spoke, tears streamed down Chao Yan's face, looking exceedingly pitiful. Chapter 97, Ruoyu. Su Ruashi softened her gaze. If things were as she heard, it could only mean that her father was truly despicable. At the age of 28, he deceived a 17-year-old girl into bearing his child, ruining her chances of pursuing happiness for a lifetime. Chin Susu listened to Chao Yan's words and coldly replied, The person is already gone. It doesn't matter what you say now. Just tell us, what is your purpose? Money? Chao Yan looked at Chin Susu and said, My son is taking the college entrance exam this year, with an estimated score of 650 points, preparing to apply to Kyoto Aviation University. I only hope that you can provide him with 5,000 yuan a month, just like when he was alive, so that my son can study without worries. I have no other demands. Upon hearing this, both Chin Susu and Su Ruashi's expressions changed. Even the usually assertive Chin Susu felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Her daily expenses likely exceeded 5,000. Just one cosmetic item or bag would far surpass that amount. And this was supposed to be the monthly living expense for this mother and son. Su Ruashi also thought that her half-brother seemed to be living rather poorly. 5,000 a month would indeed ensure a modest living for an ordinary family, but for the illegitimate child of the Su family, that standard of living was rather meager. Wasn't it? Chin Susu was taken aback before saying, Isn't 5,000 too little? How about I increase it a bit? What about 10,000 a month? Chao Yin refused. 5,000 is enough for us. 10,000 is too much. However, at this moment, Su Ryu interrupted, I do not agree. Chao Yan's expression changed. Son, what are you saying? Su Ruoyu enunciated clearly. I said, I do not agree. I do not want any living expenses, whether it's 5,000 or 10,000. I do not want. Su Tiancheng gazed at Su Ruoyu and inquired, What is it that you desire? Su Ruoyu replied, with unwavering determination. I seek the inheritance left by my grandfather. As the legitimate grandson of Su Tiancheng, I am entitled to my rightful share under the law, which grants equal inheritance rights to both legitimate and illegitimate children. Upon hearing this, Chin Susu immediately erupted in outrage. You little bastard, do you think it's that easy? Dream on about dividing the Su family's fortune. Su Tiancheng furrowed his brow, admonishing Susu, Ryu is still a blood relative of the Su family. Do not speak so harshly. Besides, he has a point. Although Ryu is a child born out of wedlock, he is still a male heir. If my elder brother were alive, he would undoubtedly be pleased to know he has a legitimate grandson. Chin Susu glared at Su Tiancheng. Second uncle, you cannot possibly want to assist them, can you? Their origins are questionable, and no one knows if this fellow is truly of Su lineage. We must not invite danger into our home. Prepared for this confrontation, Su Ryu presented a document, stating, "This is a bank statement showing the living expenses my father provided for my mother and me." Chao Yin sighed, observing the scene. "Child, 5,000 a month is sufficient for our living expenses. Please listen to your mother and cease this commotion." Su Ryu bit his lip, responding, "Mother, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I'm merely fighting for what rightfully belongs to me." The attitudes of the mother and son were polar opposites. The mother sought a modest living, while the son aspired to secure shares left by Su Tiancheng, aiming for something far greater. So Roxy stood beside Lingyun, feeling utterly bewildered. Suddenly finding herself with a new stepmother and a half-brother was an overwhelming shock. Seeing their reactions, Su Tiancheng asked, "Su, Ruashi, what are your thoughts on this?" Chen Su slammed the table, declaring, "I refuse to acknowledge this." Su Tiancheng replied, "Su, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. They possess evidence. It would be prudent to sit down and discuss this." With no viable response, Chen Su stood up, stating, "There is nothing to discuss. If you wish to talk, do so among yourselves." She then strode out, with Su Ruashi promptly following her, pulling Lin Yun along. Soon, only the second branch of the Su family and Chao Yin, along with Su Ryu and his mother, remained in the living room. Su Tiancheng remarked, "Ryu, you certainly possess ambition. Call me second grandfather." "Second grandfather." Su Ryu responded. Su Tiancheng checked. "Chao Yin, I would like to have a private conversation with Ryu. Is that agreeable?" "Of course," she replied. Following this, Su Tiancheng and Su Ryu entered his study. Su Tiancheng settled into a chair, scrutinizing Su Ryu for a moment before saying, "Chao Zhong, may I refer to you as such?" Su Ryu's expression shifted. "I do not comprehend what you mean. My surname is Su." Upon hearing this, Su Tiancheng smiled and slowly rose, delivering a sharp slap to Chao Zhong's face. Gao Zhong, clutching his cheek, seethed, "On what grounds do you strike me?" Su Tiancheng replied coolly, "On what grounds? Your ingratitude and treachery. Do you believe I am unaware of your true nature? Your mother was born in Kyojigu, dropped out of school at 16, and became involved with a local delinquent. At 17, she found herself pregnant and was cast out by her parents, shunned by her community. That delinquent was equally irresponsible, and your mother even contemplated suicide by drowning, only to be rescued by my nephew. Upon learning of her plight, he arranged for you to have a place to stay, providing 5,000 a month for your living expenses, and promised to raise you until you turned 18. Am I correct?" Su Ryu's face turned pale. "How do you know this?" Su Tiancheng laughed. "Little one, you named yourself Su Ryu, thinking yourself wise, yet you are merely a fool. Do you believe your petty tricks can deceive me? If you were truly of Su lineage, my elder brother would not have allowed you to languish in obscurity. My nephew may have passed, but his biological daughter remains, along with a host of other Su family members. Do you believe that a simple paternity test would not expose your fraudulent identity? You, claiming to be Su Ryu, are nothing but a simpleton." Su Ryu's expression shifted dramatically, his panic evident as he looked at Su Tiancheng, speechless. At this moment, Su Tiancheng continued, "Of course, you are fortunate. If my niece were to discover your true identity, you will be shown the door without hesitation. However, your current status holds some utility for me. If you wish to inherit the Su family's fortune, that is but a fantasy. If you cooperate with me, I can offer you several million as a reward to ensure your comfortable existence." Chapter 98. Boastful claims. Su Ryu hastily asked, "How do you wish for me to cooperate?" Su Tiancheng replied coolly, "My niece is the only legitimate heir to the Su family. Should she fulfill one condition, the family's assets will belong to her. What I need from you is to stir the waters, using your identity to hinder her from claiming her rightful inheritance." With no alternative, Su Ryu, a mere high school student with commendable grades but scant social experience, realized he was outmatched by the cunning Su Tiancheng. Faced with such a shrewd adversary, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Su Tiancheng slowly warned, "You possess ambition that far exceeds your abilities. While working for me, suppress this ambition, or you will find yourself in dire straits. Furthermore, let me caution you once more, while Ruashi is my rival, she is also the biological granddaughter of my elder brother. Our competition is limited to matters of wealth. Should you contemplate any reckless actions that endanger her, I will be the first to ensure your demise. Su Tianqing harbored a strong desire for control over the Tian Sheng group. Today, he had cleverly turned Su Ruiyu into a pawn in his scheme to dominate the group. However, he also valued familial bonds. The current Su Ruiyu was akin to a young wolf, ungrateful and dangerous. Therefore, Su Tianqing needed to place a leash on this young cub to prevent any harm from befalling Su Ruoxi. At that moment, Su Ruiyu, filled with trepidation, agreed to Su Tianqing's demands. Deep within his eyes, however, a glimmer of malice flickered. It seemed that only this old fox was privy to his fraudulent identity. Once he had secured his cover, formally obtaining the Su family status, he could eliminate this old fox, thereby rendering his true identity impeccable. After spending a while in the study, Su Ruiyu and Su Tianqing emerged, appearing quite harmonious. Su Ruiyu politely bid farewell to the members of the second branch and departed with his mother. On the way, Chao Yin reproached her son, Royal, the Su family has been our benefactor. How can you behave this way? You are exceedingly greedy. Su Ruiyu retorted impatiently, Mother, what do you understand? You never even graduated from middle school. What right do you have to criticize me? Though I may not have your level of education, I understand that one must not forget their roots. Your behavior is one of ingratitude and betrayal. Su Ruiyu shot back, you know nothing. One must look after oneself. All phase dire conséquence. In any case, do not mention this again. Otherwise, do not blame me for disowning you. Su Ruiyu was the sole hope of Chao Yan's life. Upon hearing this, she immediately pleaded, Son, I can only rely on you in this lifetime. If you disown me, I shall have no reason to live. Do not resort to such drastic measures. In the future, when dealing with the Su family, speak less and let me handle everything. I do this not only for us, but to ensure a better life for both of us. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxi and the others arrived at Chun Susu's apartment in Jiangqing. The Su family, being in real estate, was not lacking in properties. Chun Susu alone owned over a dozen, including the one Lin Yin currently occupied, which had been transferred to her daughter and later to Su Ruoxi. A family of 3 settled into the living room. Chun Susu directly retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator and took several hearty gulps. Su Ruoxi, with concern, asked, Mom, are you all right? Chun Susu, brimming with anger, retorted, I'm furious. Your second grandfather is clearly siding with that illegitimate child. What are we to do now? Ruoxi, if you had listened to me earlier and found a son-in-law of equal standing, with his capabilities, we would have secured your grandfather's assets by now. But you chose him, and now, with Su Ruoyu appearing, our chances are even slimmer. Su Ruoxi frowned and replied, Mom, I am equally upset about today's events. But please do not take it out on my husband. We can think of a solution together. Chun Susu took another sip of beer, her eyes reddening. Think of a solution? We are but a pair of orphaned women, lacking both support and influence. What can we possibly do? The reason I wanted you to find a suitable son-in-law was to provide you with some backing. You must understand that your second grandfather is a devious old man. Without a stronghold, we cannot contend with him. Lin Yun, having listened to Chun Susu, interjected, Mother-in-law, perhaps I can think of a way to find that support. Chun Susu cast a scornful glance at Lin Yun. What influential figures do you know? I am acquainted with the chairman of Wanshan Group, Zhang Zhonghan. Chun Susu burst into laughter. You know Zhang Zhonghan? I know my yin too, but that does not help me if he does not know me. Su Ruoxi, dissatisfied with this exchange, said, Mom, at this moment, we should unite rather than engage in infighting. Fine, I shall heed your words. In 3 days, I will arrange a meeting with your second grandfather and that little illegitimate child. Lin Yun, since you know Zhang Zhonghan, if you can bring him to support us, I shall acknowledge you as my son-in-law. If you fail, then you must divorce my daughter and allow her to find a proper match. Is that agreeable? Lin Yun replied straightforwardly, Very well, I accept this condition. Su Ruoxi's expression changed. Are you doing this on purpose? Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Zhonghan owed Lin Yun a significant favor, and she believed that Lin Yun and Zhang Zhonghan were unlikely to have any connection. Lin Yun, eager to fulfill his mother-in-law's request, seemed all too eager to divorce. With confidence, he declared, Do not worry, it's just Zhang Zhonghan. I will certainly bring him over. Although Lin Yun only mentioned Zhang Zhonghan, he was also preparing to invite Zhang Xiangying. Zhang Zhonghan owed Lin Yun a considerable debt of gratitude. while Zheng Xionying was thoroughly subservient to Lin Yun, even calling him godfather. Both were formidable figures in Jiangcheng, and with their backing, Chen Susu need not worry about lacking support any longer. Chen Susu looked at Lin Yun and said, "I hope you do not back out at the last moment." Lin Yun smiled. "Let's wait and see." Chapter 99. The mischievous child Lin Yun displayed a commendable level of tolerance towards Chen Susu, primarily because Su Ruoxi treated his family with great kindness. Thus, as long as Chen Susu did not challenge Lin Yun's boundaries, he maintained a respectful attitude toward her. After all, it was for Su Ruoxi's sake. Who could resist such beauty? At this moment, Su Ruoxi found herself at a loss, as the exchange between Lin Yun and Chen Susu had reached a deadlock. She could only hope that Lin Yun would indeed manage to invite Zhang Zhonghan. Of course, even if he failed, she would not consider divorcing Lin Yun. She had not agreed to any wager. Lin Yun had made promises without her consent. In the end, even if Lin Yun wished to fulfill the wager and divorce her, she could simply refuse. After all, divorce is not a matter decided by one alone. After several glasses of beer, Chen Susu began to feel tipsy, insisting that Su Ruoxi join her in drinking. "All right, you should rest early," Lin Yun said as he made to leave. Yet, as he reached the door, Su Ruoxi called out, "Wait." She waved her small fist at Lin Yun. "Let me make this clear. Do not even think about using this situation as a reason for divorce. That is out of the question." Lin Yun gazed at Su Ruoxi's exquisite features, unable to restrain himself. "Rest assured, as long as you do not kick me out, I shall never initiate a divorce." Su Ruoxi felt a warm sweetness in her heart. Now, that is more like it. Just as Lin Yun was about to leave, a drunken Chen Susu tilted her head and slid off the sofa. Su Ruoxi hurried to support her mother, but the coffee table obstructed her movements, making it quite inconvenient. Not wanting to watch her mother fall, Su Ruoxi executed a split, her legs fully pressed against the ground, while her arms cradled Chen Susu's head, allowing her to rest against Su Ruoxi's arm. Lin Yun, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, astonished by Su Ruoxi's impressive flexibility and physique. "What are you dawdling for? Come help." Lin Yun snapped back to reality, gently guiding Chen Susu to lie sideways on the sofa, then took Su Ruoxi's hand to help her stand. "You could do the split?" Su Ruoxi explained, "My mother enrolled me in dance classes when I was younger, so I have some foundation." "No wonder. Is your mother all right?" Su Ruoxi knew better than to let Lin Yun linger, as she was aware that her mother, when drunk, could be quite vocal, likely unleashing a torrent of curses aimed at her second grandfather, father, and even Lin Yun. Su Ruoxi did not wish to witness her mother embarrassing herself in front of her husband, which prompted her to urge Lin Yun to leave. "I need to stay with my mother. She is feeling down, and you should accompany her," Lin interjected. "Sister-in-law is treating me so well. Shouldn't I meet your mother and bring her a little something?" Lin Yun waved his hand. "No need for that. You are still a student, and such social intricacies are not for you to navigate." His refusal stemmed not only from this reason, but also because Chen Susu held a dislike for Lin Yun. A visit from Lin would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin nodded. "All right then, I won't go. Just explain it to sister-in-law, so she doesn't think I'm impolite. Do not worry, I will speak to her. Sleep early." The next morning, Lin Yun was awakened by Lin's alarm clock. After visiting the restroom, he called out, Lin, why are you setting an alarm during the break?" Lin explained, "I need to go for a morning run." "Brother, why not join me?" Lin Yun waved his hand. "I think I will pass. I'll eat something first." "Perfect. We can jog together for a bit. Then grab some breakfast at a nearby stall." "Hurry up. Sister-in-law has such a great figure. If you do not exercise regularly, you might lose it in a couple of years." Lin Yun chuckled and teased, "What do you know, little girl? Stop spouting nonsense." "Fine. I'll accompany you for a run today." He quickly changed into suitable athletic attire and set out with Lin. Lin Yun moved with a lightness in his step, his physique significantly stronger than Lin's. Lin initially thought that her older brother, having lacked exercise over the years, combined with sister-in-law's allure, must have been drained. However, once they began running, she realized her assumptions were unfounded. Lin Yun's stamina far surpassed her own. The siblings jogged around the community track for 30 minutes, with Lin Yun consistently maintaining a lead, regardless of Lin's attempts to speed up. After half an hour, Lin began to sweat and breathe heavily. While Lin Yun remained steady, not a drop of sweat on his brow. The disparity in their physical capabilities was clear. Lin, puzzled, asked, "Brother, how is your body so fit? I ran every morning during high school for 3 years, and now I can't keep up with you?" "Health is the foundation of all endeavors," Lin Yun replied with a smile. "This is called talent. By the way, you should drink this bottle of water. Remember to finish it all." Lin Yun infused the water with health and beauty elixirs, which not only strengthen the body but also enhance one's appearance. After running for half an hour, Lin indeed felt quite thirsty and quickly finished the entire bottle. Just as she was about to toss the empty bottle into the trash, a boy's voice rang out. Bang, bang, bang. A little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, brandishing a toy submachine gun, aimed at Lin and began shooting. Initially, she paid no mind, thinking the boy was merely playing with her. However, in the next instant, she felt a sting on her face. She had been struck by a yellow plastic bullet. Lin immediately exclaimed, "You little brat. How dare you aim a loaded gun at someone?" The boy smugly replied, "Of course. How could I shoot if it wasn't loaded? Watch out, fairy." He then fired again at Lin. Lin Yun, witnessing this, was filled with rage. Whose unruly child is this? Is he asking for a beating? He shouted, "Lin, catch this little brat and teach him a lesson. This is outrageous." Chapter 100, Adding Fuel to the Fire. As the boy fired again, Lin managed to block the bullet with her arm, but she was still quite irritated. Taking Lin Yun's words to heart, she dashed after the boy, determined to give this mischievous child a proper reprimand. Seeing her pursue him, the boy took off running, quickly reaching a pavilion and shouting, "Grandma, someone is hitting me." In the pavilion, a woman in her 50s was engrossed in Douyin. Upon hearing his voice, she stood up and exclaimed, "Who dares to hit my precious grandson? Are you tired of living?" Just then, Lin arrived, and seeing the boy had found refuge, she explained, "Ma'am, you really need to discipline your unruly child. He shot at me with a loaded gun. What if he had hit someone in the eye?" However, the woman stubbornly retorted, "That's a toy gun. Do you understand? You're an adult, arguing with a child. Have you no decency? How dare you chase my grandson? Try it if you dare." Lin helplessly replied, "Mom, isn't this you being unreasonable? What's wrong with a toy gun? They can still cause harm." The elderly woman angrily shot back, "Who are you calling unreasonable? A grown-up bullying my grandson, and you dare accuse me? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" At that moment, a voice interjected, "Touch my sister and see what happens." Lin Yun strode over, casting a fierce glance at the elderly pair. Unfazed, the elderly woman continued, "What if I do? Grandson, shoot her. I want to see what they can do to my precious grandson." The chubby boy, emboldened by his grandmother's words, stuck out his tongue at Lin Yun, and Lin reloaded the toy gun and aimed at Lin once more. She instinctively shielded her face to avoid being hit in the eyes by the plastic bullet. Lin Yun, now thoroughly enraged, lunged at the boy like a cheetah, grabbing him and delivering a sharp slap to the boy's chubby face. The boy's face turned red from the slap, and he began to wail. Following this, Lin Yun snatched the toy gun from the boy's grasp and, with a decisive crack, broke it in two before throwing it heavily to the ground. The boy cried, even louder at the sight. The elderly woman stood in shock for a few seconds before shouting, "You dare hit my grandson? I'll get you for this." With a fierce demeanor, she charged at Lin Yun like a toothless tiger. Lin Yun swiftly grasped her shoulder and said, "Old woman, I don't want to hurt you. Don't push me to take action." Applying slight pressure, he exerted a powerful force on her shoulder. The woman felt a sharp pain and could no longer retaliate. She then collapsed to the ground, rolling and screaming, "Help! Someone is bullying an elderly child. This is outrageous." Her shrill cries attracted several onlookers in the neighborhood, who approached to witness the commotion. "You can't just let an elderly person be bullied like this. You must call the police." Lin Yun, hearing their comments, addressed the crowd. "You don't understand what happened, so stop making baseless accusations. This unruly child shot at my sister with a toy gun loaded with plastic bullets, and we came to confront him. She even defended this brat and encouraged him to continue shooting at us. How could I not teach him a lesson?" At that moment, a woman with a child spoke up, "I know this child. He is indeed a troublemaker. He previously shot my daughter in the forehead with a toy gun, and luckily it didn't hit her eye. Otherwise, it would have been a serious issue." Hearing this, the elderly woman immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. My grandson didn't hit your daughter in the eye. If he had, it would just be a few stinky coins. We can afford it. The woman with the child replied indignantly, "Is this about money? You're being unreasonable." The woman's husband, standing nearby, directly confronted the elderly woman. "You think your family is wealthy? Let me tell you, if your grandson had hit my daughter's eye and caused a problem, I wouldn't ask you for a penny. I would simply blind your grandson." The husband, known for his quick temper and protective nature, was furious upon learning that his daughter had been struck in the forehead by a plastic bullet previously. Though he hadn't pursued the matter then, he couldn't hold back now upon encountering both the troublemaker and his grandmother, who spoke so arrogantly. A bystander interjected, "Enough lying on the ground. This is indeed your fault. Children shouldn't be spoiled. They need to be educated." Another chimed in, "Plastic bullets can be quite dangerous. If they hit someone's eye, it could lead to serious consequences." Realizing she was losing support, the elderly woman begrudgingly took her grandson and walked away. As they distanced themselves, she called out to Lin Yun, "You little brat, you hit my grandson. This isn't over. I know where you live, and we shall see." Lin Yun scolded, "Fine. I'm waiting for you." Upon entering the elevator to their apartment, Lin Yun was greeted by a foul odor as he stepped outside. Approaching, he discovered several bags of garbage strewn at their doorstep, alongside a few more bags containing decaying food remnants, emitting a repugnant smell. Lin fumed. "Did that old hag do this? This is too much. We should call the police." Lin Yun replied, "Let's first contact the property management." He then called the property office to arrange for a cleanup and proceeded to the monitoring room to review the surveillance footage. The property management was quite cooperative, understanding that anyone would be upset by such a mess at their doorstep. Soon, Lin Yun and Lin were able to witness the entire incident unfold. It appeared that the unruly child was indeed the culprit. He had carried bag after bag of garbage to their door, tearing them open and spilling the contents all over the place. This occurred repeatedly, with him discarding 7 or 8 bags of trash. Lin seethed, "Brother, it must be that old witch who instigated this. How else would such a small child know which floor we live on? We should report this." Chapter 101, School Quotas. At this moment, the property management commented, "You two, this brat is indeed annoying, but to be honest, even if you call the police, it won't be of much use." Lin angrily asked, "Why not?" The property management explained, "Firstly, this incident is not significant. It was merely a matter of some litter being tossed at the entrance. Although it is highly insulting, you have not suffered any direct financial loss. If this had been perpetrated by an adult, it could have involved public disturbance and resulted in a few days of detention. However, since this was the act of a child, and the surveillance footage does not reveal any adult instigating it, reporting to the police would be futile. The authorities are unlikely to detain a child for such a prank. As for civil compensation, since you have incurred no financial loss, there is nothing to be compensated for. Even if you report this, it would only result in a verbal reprimand, and the matter would be left unresolved." Upon hearing this, Lin exclaimed furiously, "This is infuriating. Are we just going to let this little brat bully us?" The property management continued, "There is one option. You could find a child from a relative's family, locate this brat, and give him a beating. That's about all that can be done." At this moment, Lin Yun interjected, "All right, I understand. Lin, let us leave." Subsequently, the siblings exited the property management office, only to encounter the same mischievous child again, just outside. This time, the child was alongside his grandmother, making faces at Lin Yun. With an air of arrogance, the brat declared, "You two dogs, you destroyed my toy gun, yet you dare to confront me. From now on, I will throw rubbish at your doorstep every couple of days. Let us see how you handle that. I may not be able to beat you, but I can certainly disgust you." Lin Yun retorted coldly, "Look at you, acting like such a rascal. The only things you can do are these petty tricks. When you grow up, you will surely be a societal misfit." The child's grandmother chimed in, "What do you know? My grandson is quite promising. He has already been accepted into Shurian Primary School, and his future is bright, far better than that of a loser like you." Bah! With that, the boastful pair strutted away. Lin clenched her fist tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, I really want to teach them a lesson." Lin Yun chuckled, "Don't worry, Lin. They won't be so arrogant for long. I will soon make them pay the price." Lin hurriedly cautioned, "Brother, don't act impulsively. After all, he is just a mischievous child, and his clueless parent is not worth a repeat of last time, where limbs were broken." Lin Yun gave Lin a sidelong glance and said, Am I someone who does not know the gravity of a situation? Different individuals require different methods of handling. For people like these, some strategies can inflict 100 times more suffering than breaking their limbs. Curiously, Lin Lin asked, "Are you suggesting we bury them alive?" That seems a bit excessive. Lin Yin waved off her speculation. Let us not guess. We clearly lack the synergy for that. I will speak plainly. The old hag clearly dotes on her grandson. Lin Lin immediately responded, dotes? She utterly indulges him. If I am correct, he is probably her only grandchild, treated like a national treasure. Lin Yin laughed. Indeed, she dotes on him so much that if anything were to happen to her grandson, she might regret it and wish to jump off a building. Lin Lin inquired, "Are you suggesting we bury her grandson alive?" Lin Yin clarified, he's been accepted into Shurian Primary School, hasn't he? That old woman seems rather pleased. If I were to ensure that her grandson gets rejected, how do you think she would react? Would she regret it to the point of wanting to jump off a building? Lin Lin suddenly understood. Brother, that plan is brilliant. Let us proceed. Lin Yin nodded and made his way to the surveillance room, copying the footage of the brat tossing rubbish at someone else's door. Following this, Lin Yin called Zhang Zhonghan. Once connected, Zhang Zhonghan exclaimed, Dr. Lin, is there hope for my daughter's illness? Lin Yin explained, this medication will require some time. So please wait a few days, Mr. Zhang. I apologize, Dr. Lin. I was too hasty. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Lin Yin inquired. Do you know the principal of Shurian Primary School? Zhang Zhonghan replied, of course. I've dined with him. When my daughter advances to first grade in a couple of years, she will directly enroll at Shurian Primary School. Shurian Primary School is the finest in Jiangxing, offering a pathway to Jiangxing number 5 High School, which provides continuous education from middle school through high school. Jiangxing No. 5 High School boasts an impressive 93 pass rate for first-tier universities. Therefore, securing admission to Shurian Primary School virtually guarantees a place in university, akin to stepping onto the threshold of a prestigious institution. Even Zhang Zhonghan, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, opted to enroll his daughter there. Lin Yun remarked coolly, I wish to meet this principal to discuss a matter. Are you looking to secure a spot for your child? That is not an issue. You need not even meet him. A phone call suffices. Lin Yun clarified, I don't want a spot. I want to remove one. Finally, Lin Yun stated, do you think a child like that deserves to go unpunished? Rubbish could appear at my doorstep at any moment. Where there are unruly children, there are unruly parents. Since they desire their child to succeed, I shall shatter that dream, ensuring they understand that wrongdoings come with consequences. All right, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. Of course, it is my duty. Subsequently, Zhang Zhonghan quickly identified the brat's identity and contacted the principal of Shurian Primary School, sending along the video evidence. Then, Zhang Zhonghan said, Old Li, does Shurian Primary School accept just anyone? With such low qualities and poor character, aren't you afraid that a bad apple will spoil the whole barrel? Principal Li replied directly, Mr. Zhang, this is my oversight. Rest assured. I will call the admissions office and have them revoke this brat-ass spot. Thank you, Principal Li, for accommodating me. Mr. Zhang, it's only proper. I must consider the other children at our school as well. Chapter 102. Spot revoked. Although Shurian Primary School is impressive, the title of Jiangxing's wealthiest carries considerable weight, and Principal Li must comply. Moreover, this brat is indeed a troublesome character, lacking in quality and towering over his peers. Should he enroll in Shurian Primary School? With his poorer character and imposing stature, what if he bullies others? The student body at Shurian Primary School is exceptional. Principal Li would not jeopardize relationships with other parents for a child like this. Furthermore, Principal Li had learned that this brat's admission was secured through connections at the admissions office. The truly influential individuals at Shurian Primary School approach Principal Li directly, while those utilizing the admissions office typically have mediocre connections and capabilities. Subsequently, Principal Li promptly notified the admissions office to inform the family that the brat's spot had been revoked and that they should seek alternative schools for their child. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the brat's family arrived at the admissions office of Shurian Primary School. The visitors included the troublesome child Hu Yuan and his parents and grandmother, totaling 4 individuals. Upon entering the office, Hu Yuan's father, Hu Hai, asked, Director Ma, what brings us here? Director Ma glanced at Hu Hai and said, I am here to inform you that Hu Yuan's admission has been revoked. You need to find another school for him. The family's faces instantly changed. Director Ma. How can this be? Everything was fine before. Why has his spot suddenly disappeared? Hu Yuan's grandmother added. Director Ma, you can't deceive us like this. How can you go back on your word? Director Ma's expression hardened. Be quiet. Mind your words. When have I deceived you? Besides, do you not have any awareness of why your child is being expelled? He continued. I exerted considerable effort to ensure you secured that spot for your child. Your child's name was indeed on the previous list, wasn't it? Hu Hai nodded. Yes, Director Ma. We truly appreciate your efforts. Director Ma exclaimed in anger. What on earth have you done? Now that the quota is gone, can you blame me? He then placed his phone before the crowd, revealing a surveillance video. In the footage, Hu Yuan was seen carrying several garbage bags to a family's doorstep, tearing them open, and dumping the contents onto the ground. After completing this act, he casually dusted off his pants and left. Hu Yuan's grandmother hurriedly interjected, Director Ma, this is my grandson's private matter. How does it relate to his admission? Director Ma glanced at the elderly woman with disdain, replying, just because you say it's a private matter, it becomes one? Let me tell you, this is now a public issue. The family whose garbage your grandson dumped is acquainted with the principal of our school, and they have reported this incident. Does your grandson still wish to attend school? Dream on. What? The elderly woman's face paled, as if she had lost a child. Hu Yuan immediately defended himself. They attacked me and ruined my toy gun. The grandmother added, yes, they bullied him. As an adult, how could they stoop so low as to argue with a child? That's why I let Xiao Yuan dump the trash at their door. Hu Hai, visibly furious, exclaimed, Mother, you are being foolish. At that moment, the grandmother suddenly protested. On what grounds does the principal expel my grandson? Just because we offended his friend? No way. I will confront the principal. If he does not reinstate my grandson's quota, I will ensure he suffers public disgrace. Director Ma regarded the elderly woman as though she were a fool, saying, public disgrace? Do you possess the capability to achieve that? The principal certainly will not suffer disgrace. However, your family might find themselves the subject of ridicule online. Everyone will wonder what kind of family raises such a troublesome child. Hu Yuan's mother interjected, Director Ma, is there truly nothing we can do about my son's quota? Director Ma shrugged, there is nothing to be done. The principal is involved, and your child's moral character is lacking. The principal holds the upper hand. As a mere director, what power do I possess? At this point, the grandmother began to throw a tantrum. I don't care. You must let my grandson attend experimental primary school. Otherwise, I will not leave, she declared defiantly. Those without shoes fear nothing. Director Ma, I am prepared to fight. Director Ma chuckled heartily. Those without shoes fear nothing? Have you misunderstood something? You may create a scene here if you wish. However, I can assure you that my connections extend far beyond this experimental primary school. I know many leaders. If you wish to confront me, consider the consequences of offending me. Do you believe I cannot make it, so your grandson has no school to attend in the entire city? You wish to play games? I am eager to see if you can outplay me. Director Ma's words left the tantrum-throwing grandmother speechless, and she dared not utter another word. Hu Hai's expression mirrored his mother's distress, as he began to comprehend the reasons behind his son's behavior. It was evident that his mother had instigated Hu Yuan's actions as a means of retaliation. Yet, although the other family had been disgusted, it resulted in the loss of his son's quota at experimental primary school. The more Hu Hai thought about it, the angrier he became, ultimately slapping his mother across the face. The grandmother, clutching her cheek, looked at her son in shock. I am your mother, and you dare strike me? I struck you because of you. If it weren't for your influence, would my son have the audacity to throw garbage at someone else's doorstep? Would he have been expelled from experimental primary school? It is people like you, both wicked and foolish, who have ruined my son's future. This was experimental primary school, which offered direct admission to Jiangxing No. 5 Middle School, with an impressive 93 rate of passing the first-tier university entrance exam. To say this opportunity had been squandered was no exaggeration. The grandmother's face darkened, yet she could not muster a rebuttal, merely glaring at her son in fury. Her daughter-in-law chimed in, I have long said that letting your mother care for the child is a mistake, yet you refuse to listen. Now, having caused such a great disaster, it is too late for regret. At this moment, Director Ma interjected, enough. You must resolve your family matters among yourselves. If no one is willing to fight to the death with me, I suggest you leave promptly. Faced with the authority of Director Ma, who held their fate in his hands, the family left in shame. On the way, Hu Hai and his wife began to piece together the sequence of events. Hu Hai struck Hu Yuan, so it was you who caused all this trouble, first using a toy gun to hit others, and then throwing garbage at their doorstep. You truly are something else. Mother, look at what you have taught my son. The grandmother defiantly replied, what is wrong with my teachings? My grandson is just a child. His toy gun cannot kill anyone. What harm is there in being hit a few times? Why should adults argue with a child? Hu Hai, helplessly gazing at his mother, retorted, just because it doesn't kill does not mean he can hit indiscriminately. What kind of logic is that? Hu Hai's wife added, enough. Arguing with your mother is futile. Even if you clarify things, what difference does it make? The grandmother angrily exclaimed, wretched woman, do you dare to sow discord between us? I will beat you. You let your son hit you, yet now you threaten me? I tell you, when I am angry, your son will be on the ground begging for mercy. After receiving a slap from her daughter-in-law, the grandmother shouted, Hu Hai, did your wife just hit your mother? And you just stand there? Are you still a man? How did I end up with such a son? She could endure a slap from her son, but not from her daughter-in-law. In her view, a daughter-in-law ought to be submissive before her mother-in-law. The day she became a mother-in-law was the only day she could hope to turn the tables. The daughter-in-law smirked. If you refuse to acknowledge her, we save on support payments. Hu Hai remained silent, but his expression indicated agreement with his wife. The grandmother finally broke down in despair, tears streaming down her face. The family of 3 stood at the door, holding a bag of fruit and a box of milk, appearing somewhat timid. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan, the instigator, was shirtless, his back adorned with several twigs. This family, quite creative, had come to apologize to Lin Yun in a rather unconventional manner. When Lin Yun opened the door, she found the young boy kneeling on the ground, his upper body bare, with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried numerous times. Lin observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had been thoroughly disgusted by Hu Yuan's earlier antics of shooting at them with a toy gun and dumping garbage at their door. Now, she was finally witnessing their misfortune. At this point, Hu Hai stated, I have come to bring my son to apologize. My mother is old and confused. She has overly indulged him without proper education. We sincerely apologize to both of you. Lin replied, coolly, why come to apologize now? Where were you before? Hu Hai immediately admitted fault. Yes, this is indeed our mistake, and we acknowledge it. You may punish my son as you see fit. He deserves it. He then took a twig from Hu Yuan's back and handed it to Lin, urging her to strike Hu Yuan. Lin waved her hand, saying, no, I cannot bring myself to strike a child. He pressed further. My son has done wrong. He deserves punishment. Feel free to discipline him as you wish. But I earnestly request that you speak to the principal of experimental primary school and not revoke his admission. Lin Yun replied coolly, I have a question. If I had not revoked your son's quota at experimental primary school, would you and your wife have come to apologize so humbly and put on this act of contrition? The couple's expressions shifted, and Hu Hai shamelessly insisted. Of course we would. We are different from my mother. We value reason and hope you will too. My son has wronged, and he deserves any punishment. But please do not take away his spot at experimental primary school. Lin Yun spoke calmly, stating that the incident began when your son wielded a toy gun capable of considerable kinetic energy, shooting plastic bullets at my sister, specifically aiming for her face. He likely fired around 10 shots. In retaliation, I sought a similar toy gun and aimed 10 shots at your son's face, forbidding him from using his hands to shield himself. Lin Yun's words caused Hu Hai's expression to change dramatically. How could that be permissible? That is far too dangerous. Hu Hai was not foolish. With a face of that size, and without the ability to defend himself, Lin Yun's actions would likely strike his son's eyes. The weapon's potential for harm was undeniable. Even if it did not result in blindness, it could severely impair his vision. How could Hu Hai risk his son's sight for the sake of a trivial experiment? If you were aware of the danger, why would you purchase such a gun for your son and supply it with bullets? Chapter 104, Negotiation. Very well, this is my condition. Do you agree or not? The couple exchanged glances and shook their heads. They could not afford such a risk. Subsequently, they reluctantly took their child and departed. Lin observed this and remarked, Brother, that family seems rather pitiable. The true villain is that old woman. Isn't your approach rather harsh? Lin Yun explained. A corrupt upper beam leads to a warped lower beam. That couple is hardly any better. You were merely fortunate to be hit on the forehead. Had the angle been slightly different and struck your eye, it would have been a grave matter. Therefore, do not be deceived by their current plight. A pitiable person often harbors despicable traits, and this is the outcome they deserve. To repay kindness with enmity. How can one repay kindness at all? Lin Yun has never possessed a saintly heart. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of negotiation with the Su family. On the surface, today's negotiation involved Chen Susu and Su Ruoshi facing off against Chao Yin and Su Ruoyu, but in reality, Chen Susu's adversaries also included the second branch of the Su family, rendering her and her daughter somewhat vulnerable. The negotiation took place at the Su family's villa. In addition to her daughter and son-in-law, Chen Susu had invited two others for support. One was her prospective son-in-law, Zhao Weiye, a prominent heir of Jiangxing Pharmaceuticals, who wielded some influence. The other was an elder from Tiansheng Group, Qin Nong. Although Qin Nong held a minority stake, he had once fought alongside Su Tianzhong, granting him considerable seniority. Even Su Tianzhong referred to him as Brother Qin. The atmosphere in the hall was tense as Chen Susu fixed her gaze on Su Ruoyu. And the moment they met, it was confrontational. Su Tianqing slowly addressed them. Ruoshi, you are my elder brother's grandchildren. Please express your demands. Su Ruoyu spoke first. I'm a grandson of the Su family. Even if I'm a bastard, I have a right to inheritance. And I demand half of my grandfather's assets. Chen Susu immediately retorted. You illegitimate child. Dream on. Su Tianqing interiethet, Chen Susu bevuyet. As long as I am here, you have no right to throw a tantrum. Zhao Weiye, witnessing this, stated, Old Su, you have gone too far. Su Tianqing directly interrupted, Be silent. Who do you think you are to meddle in my family's affairs? Jiangxing Pharmaceuticals is not qualified to dictate terms to Tianqing Group. Zhao Weiye, taken aback by the harsh rebuke, responded resignedly, Aunt Shun, I am not your son-in-law. I truly cannot involve myself in this matter. Chen Susu, upon hearing this, grew even more infuriated with Lin Yun. If Zhao Weiye were truly her son-in-law, he would undoubtedly assist them today. She glared at Lin Yun, demanding, Lin Yun, did you not say you could invite Zhang Zhonghan? Where is he? Lin Yun replied calmly, Patience, let the bullets fly a little longer. Zhao Weiye scoffed, Lin Yun, even at this moment, you still pretend to be impressive? Do you really think you can summon Zhang Zhonghan? You ought to take a good look in the mirror. Su Ruoshi shot a glance at Zhao Weiye, asserting, This is a matter between husband and wife. You need not meddle. Chen Susu already felt vulnerable, and at this time, internal conflict between mother and daughter was out of the question. She shifted the topic. Uncle Qin, I know my father-in-law trusts you greatly. You must advocate for us today. Qin Nong agreed and addressed Su Tianqing. Tianqing, although this is an internal matter of your family, since Ruoshi has invited me to speak, I must voice my opinion. Why did this mother and son only come forward to claim their relationship after Ruoshi's father and grandfather faced their misfortunes? Were they all this time? Is this brat truly the legitimate grandson of my old brother, Su Tianzhong? Su Tianqing replied slowly. There is little doubt regarding this matter. As he spoke, he placed a paternity test result on the table. If Su Ruoshi and Su Ryu were siblings, a paternity test could be conducted. However, as they were half-siblings and of different genders, establishing their blood relationship would be somewhat complicated. Therefore, this paternity test result was based on a comparison between Su Ryu and Su Haoyu samples. The test analyzed chromosomal data. If Su Ryu were indeed Su Tianjing's legitimate grandson, he would also be Su Haoyu's cousin. Cousins can establish their lineage through chromosomal tests. Of course, while this test was authentic, Su Ruoyu's blood sample was actually provided by another grandson of Su Tianqing. With this paternity test result, Su Ruoyu's identity was confirmed and, simultaneously, Su Ruoyu's leverage lay in Su Tianqing's hands, granting him control over the entire Tianqing group. Upon seeing this result, Chen Susu exclaimed, How can I know if this is true? Susu, do not stir up trouble. This result originates from the First People's Hospital. If you doubt its authenticity, you may take the result to the hospital for verification. Hearing this from Su Tianqing, Chen Susu sighed, having nearly concluded that Su Ryu was indeed a member of the Su family. At this moment, she shot an angry glare at Lin Yun, this useless son-in-law. who had claimed he could bring Zhang Zonghan to their door. Where's he now? Lin Yun, however, remained unruffled, knowing that Su Tiancheng was well prepared for today. Had Zhang Zonghan and Zhang Xiongying appeared at the outset, they would have had little effect and would have only heightened Su Tiancheng's vigilance. It was better to wait until the negotiations were nearing conclusion before allowing Zhang Zonghan and Zhang Xiongying to make their entrance, thereby turning the tide. As for Chen Susu's attitude, Lin Yun was not overly concerned. He had invited Zhang Zonghan and Zhang Xiongying solely for Su Ruoxi's sake. Regardless of Chen Susu's stance, Su Ruoxi had no grievances against Lin Yun, and she was worth his efforts. Furthermore, the main protagonist in inheriting the legacy today was Su Ruoxi, not Chen Susu. At that moment, Qin Nong donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the paternity test result before stating, "It is indeed a good thing for my old brother Su Tianzhong to have a grandson. Ruoxi, in my opinion, you and your brother should unite and manage Tianxin Group together, ensuring its prosperity. What do you think?" Chen Susu, hearing Qin Nong's defection, was driven to tears. "You are all being unreasonable. Are you attempting to take away my daughter's shares, bullying a mother and her child? Not a chance." Su Ruoxi, witnessing her mother's tears, felt her own eyes welling up. Su Tiancheng remarked, "Susu, you and your child are not the only ones in dire straits. Are not they? Too, their lives have been much more challenging than yours. If you feel the burden of being a mother and child, should you not afford them a chance as well?" Chapter 105, The Two Titans. Chen Susu wiped her tears and asserted, "I do not care. My father left a will stating that the inheritance is for my daughter and has nothing to do with any illegitimate children." Su Tiancheng frowned. "Then tell me, why did my elder brother specify in his will that Ruoxi could only inherit after she has children? Was it not for the sake of ensuring there would be heirs? I must speak frankly. Although Ruoyu is a child born out of wedlock, it is undeniable that a grandson holds far greater value than a granddaughter. Ruoyu's future progeny shall carry the surname Su, while Ruoxi's children will bear the surname Lin. I have already arranged for them to equally divide the inheritance left by my elder brother, which is more than sufficient to provide for you both, mother and daughter." Chen Susu retorted angrily, "Should I then express my gratitude to you, dear uncle?" Su Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, "As a senior member of the Su family, it is my duty to do so. The distribution of my elder brother's estate is thus settled." Chen Susu sighed deeply, rendered speechless in the presence of Su Tiancheng, feeling utterly powerless. She then turned to Lin Yun and scolded, "Useless. Did you not claim you could summon Zhang Zonghan to support us? Where is he now?" Lin Yun responded calmly, "He should be arriving shortly." At this moment, Su Tiancheng had revealed all his cards, and it was time for Lin Yun to unveil his trump card. Just as Chen Susu was about to erupt again, a maid from the Su household entered and announced, "Sir, a Mr. Zhang Zonghan is here to see you." Su Tiancheng was taken aback. He had heard Chen Susu's words and realized that Lin Yun had indeed brought Zhang Zonghan. "Please, show Mr. Zhang in." As the wealthiest man in Jiangsheng, Zhang Zonghan commanded significant respect, and Su Tiancheng needed to treat him with utmost seriousness. Soon, two figures entered the Su villa, one clad in a black suit and the other in white, maintaining a noticeable distance between them, each embodying their distinct personas. The man in black was Zhang Xiongying, sporting a scar at the corner of his eye that gave him a fierce appearance. He wielded a golden dragon-headed cane, purely for ostentation, as he was not physically impaired. The man in white was Zhang Zonghan, exuding an air of refinement, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, yet possessing an undeniable aura of authority that stood undiminished beside Zhang Xiongying. The Su family members were rendered speechless upon witnessing the entrance of these two. How could such prominent figures, one the wealthiest man in Jiangsheng and the other the emperor of the underground, appear together? It is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Zhang Zonghan and Zhang Xiongying rarely shared the same space, making their simultaneous arrival today all the more peculiar. Su Tiancheng, previously seated, rose respectfully and said, "Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, it is indeed a rare honor to have you both here." Zhang Zonghan replied coolly, "I have come on behalf of Mr. Lin. Su, at your age, is it truly appropriate to bully a widow and her child?" Su Tiancheng's expression shifted slightly. "Mr. Zhang, your words are somewhat excessive. My elder brother treated me well. How could I possibly mistreat his descendants? Without further comment, Zhang Zonghan approached Lin Yun, casting a glance at Zhao Weiyi, and asked, "And who might you be?" "Hello, Mr. Zhang. My father is the founder of Qiangshan Group." Zhang Zonghan furrowed his brow. What does Qiangshan Group have to do with the Su family? Leave? Zha Yi, intimidated by Zhang Zonghan, dared not utter a word and obediently stood up. Zhang Zonghan took Zhao Weiyi's former seat and said, "Mr. Lin, you are a benefactor of mine. I shall not refuse any of your requests." Lin Yun replied, "You are too kind, Mr. Zhang. This is my wife, and this is my mother-in-law." Zhang Zonghan promptly rose, addressing them. "Hello, Mrs. Lin. Greetings, Aunt." At this moment, Chen Susu was also taken aback. She never imagined she would receive such deference from the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. She had previously crossed paths with Zhang Zonghan at a social gathering with her husband, but he had never acknowledged her. Only her father-in-law had the privilege of sharing a drink and exchanging a few words with him. To encounter Zhang Zonghan again, due to this seemingly inconspicuous son-in-law, was beyond her comprehension. How had this son-in-law managed to earn such respect from Zhang Zonghan? Su Ruonfei, too, felt a surge of happiness. She had always believed in Lin Yun, and his capabilities had proven her judgment correct. Chen Susu, astonished, said, "Mr. Zhang, you are too gracious." Zhang Zonghan then stated, "I have heard that today's discussion pertains to the distribution of the Tiansheng Group's inheritance. As an outsider, I cannot directly intervene. However, Mr. Lin is my benefactor, and his wife and mother-in-law are equally dear to me. Should anyone dare to bully them, they shall not find me accommodating." Upon hearing this, Chen Susu beamed with delight, casting a triumphant glance at Su Tiancheng. At this moment, Zheng Xionging added, "My intentions align with Mr. Zhang's. Anyone who dares to offend Mr. Lin shall be at odds with me, Zheng Xionging. I may not possess many skills, but eliminating a few individuals under the cover of darkness is certainly within my capabilities." Zheng Xionying's words drained the color from Su Tiancheng's face. He understood all too well that this was not mere jest, for Zheng Xionying possessed the means to follow through. With such formidable allies at Lin Yun's side, engaging in negotiations was futile. The last thing Su Tiancheng desired was to jeopardize his life for money. Just then, Lin Yun frowned and said, "Old Zheng, mind your words. Refrain from carelessly mentioning burying people." At this, Zhao Weiyi interjected, "You dare speak to Brother Ying in such a manner? You're finished." However, Zheng Xionying humbly replied, "Brother Lin, I was in the wrong. I will be more cautious in the future." He then approached Zhao Weiyi, glaring at him, and commanded, "Are you coveting your sister-in-law? Get down." Zhao Weiyi, momentarily stunned, complied with a sense of reverence for Zheng Xionying and humbly knelt on the ground, all fours positioned like a horse. Subsequently, Zheng Xionying sat upon Zhao Weiyi's back, treating him as a stool. With his golden dragon-headed cane in hand, he crossed his legs and said, "So, Zhao Weiyi, today you will serve as my stool, a lesson for your covetousness. If you make me comfortable, perhaps there will be leniency. Should you fail, I will arrange for you to be buried alive. Do you understand?" Zhao Weiyi replied humbly, I understand. Chapter 106, Ungratefulness. Chen Susu glanced at Zhao Weiyi, now serving as a stool, her words of plea unspoken. Ultimately, her fondness for Zhao Weiyi stemmed solely from his connection to Qiangshan Pharmaceuticals. However, now that her legitimate son-in-law, Lin Yun, had summoned the rulers of both the legitimate and underworld realms, his connections far surpassed those of Zhao Weiyi. Why should she concern herself with Zhao Weiyi's fate? Chen Susu then addressed Lin Yun, saying, "Lin Yun, you are truly an exceptional son-in-law. I am immensely grateful to you this time. Dear uncle, now that our allies have gathered, let us resume our previous discussion. How do you intend to distribute the inheritance left by my father?" As Chen Susu finished speaking, Zhang Zonghan slowly remarked, "I hope Mr. Su will think carefully." Zheng Xionying, wielding his cane, struck the ground forcefully and added, "Brother Lin mentioned that burying people is rather impolite. Rest assured, I will not bury anyone, perhaps just dismember a few limbs." Upon hearing this, Su Tiancheng managed a bitter smile. Despite his intricate schemes, he found himself powerless in the face of absolute strength. With a sigh, Su Tiancheng gradually stated, "With my elder brother's will in place, his estate rightfully belongs to Ruo Shi alone. Ruo Yu, as a mere illegitimate child, has no claim to the inheritance. Upon hearing this, Ruo Yu's expression soured. He had not anticipated that his plans would be thwarted before they even began. At this moment, she let out a sigh of relief. She felt that her son's actions were misguided, somewhat ungrateful, yet he was her only child, and she had indulged him excessively since childhood. Su Ruoyu's decisions were beyond her reproach. Now that Su Ryu's plan had failed, she found solace in not having to wrestle with her conscience. Chen Susu wore a satisfied smile, her gaze towards Lin Yun becoming increasingly warm. Meanwhile, Su Tianqing continued, Ruo, she is the sole heir to my elder brother's legacy. But to officially inherit the estate, she must still fulfill the conditions laid out in my brother's will. Chen Susu interjected directly, isn't it just about having a child with Lin Yun? They will surely strive for that. It shouldn't take long. Her words instantly flushed Su Ruoshi's face with embarrassment. The matter concerning the Tianqing Group's assets had reached a resolution, with Su Ruoshi emerging triumphantly. Zhang Xiong-ing and Zhang Zhonghan, having seen the situation settled, exchanged pleasantries with Lin Yun before taking their leave. Once they departed, Chen Susu exclaimed, good son-in-law, I never expected you to know so many prominent figures. I had underestimated you before. At that moment, Zhao Weiyi, who had been a makeshift mount for half an hour, felt his back ache and his legs cramp, struggling to rise. Upon hearing Chen Susu's words to Lin Yun, he felt utterly exhausted, losing his grip and falling to the ground with a thud. Lin Yun calmly replied, as long as you keep your word. Chen Susu promptly responded with a smile, I will certainly keep my word. From now on, I will only recognize you as my son-in-law. You and Ruoshi should cherish your life together, and once you have a child, I will help you take care of it. Though Chen Susu was somewhat materialistic, at her core, she merely lacked a sense of security. After all, her once blissful life had been shattered overnight with the deaths of her husband and father-in-law. Her daughter was poised to inherit a substantial fortune. Yet Su Tianqing's interference had left Chen Susu feeling insecure. Lacking personal capabilities, she had relied on her parents before marriage and on her husband thereafter. Consequently, in her quest for security, she sought a strong support system rather than striving for independence. At over 40, she had no intention of remarrying, so her only option for a reliable pillar was her future son-in-law. As it turned out, Su Ruoshi had chosen Lin Yun. Although the mother and daughter lacked a solid foundation, they at least had wealth. But Lin Yun, he possessed nothing. It was hardly surprising that Chen Susu's attitude towards him was less than favorable. Now that Lin Yun had demonstrated his worth, Chen Susu's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Lin Yun, observing the ingratiating expression on Chen Susu's face, felt a deep discomfort, finding the contrast stark compared to her previous cold demeanor. Faced with Chen Susu's sudden shift in attitude, Lin Yun felt uneasy, a chill creeping up his spine. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made an excuse to leave. After Lin Yun's departure, Chen Susu asked, daughter, does Lin Yun dislike me? Su Ruoshi replied bluntly, what do you think? Your abrupt change in demeanor would make anyone wary. What should I do? Chen Susu inquired. Su Ruoshi directly advised, if you simply try to curry favor with Lin Yun, it will only highlight your materialistic tendencies. She continued, how about this? Lin Yun's sister, Lin Lin, is staying in Jiangcheng these days. I will find an opportunity to introduce you to her. If you maintain a pleasant demeanor and bring some gifts, it should help ease the situation. All right, it's settled then. Meanwhile, in another room, Su Ryu addressed Su Tianqing. Second granduncle, what should we do now? Su Tianqing glanced at Su Ryu, saying, do not call me second granduncle. The matter of the inheritance is no longer your concern. You may leave. Su Ryu's expression shifted, but you promised me before. Su Tianqing coldly retorted, I never made any promises to you. I can assure you now that the Su family's inheritance has nothing to do with you, and I, Su Tianqing, have no ties to you. At that moment, Chao Yan stood up and said, son, let us go. Mom. Su Ruoyu was met with a sharp slap from Chao Yan. Covering her face, she exclaimed, Mom, why did you hit me? Chao Yan replied, icily, I strike you for your ingratitude. I strike you for your insatiable greed. You were about to enter university, and they had already agreed to provide us with 5,000 yuan for living expenses each month, even increasing it to 10,000. This amount would have allowed you to complete your studies comfortably and even save some money. But what of you? Your greed has led you to lose everything. Are you pleased now? Without waiting for a response, Chao Yin briskly left the Su residence. Su Ruyu felt a burning sensation on her cheek, a mix of pain and shame. After a moment's hesitation, she cast a deep glance at Su Tianqing and followed her mother out. Soon after, Su Tianqing sighed deeply. Today, both Su Ruyu and her mother were indeed failures. Yet he, Su Tianqing, was not without his own shortcomings. At that moment, Su Dingshan remarked, "Dad, I believe we have not yet lost." Su Tianqing let out a bitter laugh. "You do not understand the weight of Zhang Zonghan and Zheng Xiong-ing in Jiangcheng. Su Din San Clitif, Duff. That is not what I meant. Why should we confront Zhang Zonghan and Zheng Xiong-ing? You mean, Su Din San Smaiv. Zhang Zonghan and Zheng Xiong-ing have come because of Lin Yun, but Lin Yun may not necessarily side with the eldest branch. I have some understanding of the situation between Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi." Su Dingshan proceeded to share some information he had gleaned from Su Yuxian. Su Tianqing's expression changed. "So you mean to say their relationship is purely transactional? Up until now, Su Ruoxi and Lin Yun have not truly been intimate?" Chapter 107. Relying on others, Su Dingshan slowly replied, "Exactly. Lin Yun's extensive connections stem from his miraculous elixirs, such as the heart protection pill that saved your life previously. If he were entirely aligned with the eldest branch, he wouldn't have needed to intervene when you were in trouble. His willingness to assist you indicates that Su Yuxian holds a significant place in his heart. All we need is for you, Xian, to make an effort. We do not need Lin Yun to side with our branch. But if we can at least keep him neutral, the advantage remains with us." Su Tianqing chuckled. Who would have thought that the fate of the Su family's assets would hinge on winning over a man? Although our Yu Xian is beautiful, does she really stand a chance against Ruoxi? Indeed, Su Yuxian was stunning, with a pure aura and a tall, graceful figure. In contrast, Su Ruoxi had a different charm, exuding allure with her flawless skin and perfect curves. Despite being Su Yuxian's biological father, Su Dingshan could not help but acknowledge that his daughter paled in comparison to a beauty like Su Ruoxi. Success lies in human effort. We must strive for it, Su Dingshan asserted with determination. That afternoon, he discussed the day's events with Su Yuxian, encouraging her to put in the effort to win Lin Yun over so that the Su family's fortune could fall into their hands. That evening, Su Yuxian invited Su Ruoxi out, claiming she had something important to discuss. Su Ruoxi readily accepted the invitation, and the two cousins met at a CF. Su Yuxian gently stirred her coffee with a spoon and said, "Cousin, I heard my dad mention that you leveraged Lin Ji's help to gain an advantage over our grandfather." Su Ruoxi gazed at Su Yuxian and asked, "What exactly do you want to convey?" After taking a sip of her coffee, Su Yuxian replied, "Cousin, do you think I hold any significance in Lin Ji's eyes? That is something you must ponder." "How would I know?" Su Yuxian confidently stated, "I believe I hold some importance. If I were to plead with Lin Gu not to seek external assistance against our grandfather, surely he would grant me that favor." Su Ruoxi's expression shifted. "Are you threatening me?" Su Yuxian shook her head. "I am merely stating facts. What is it that you truly wish to express?" Su Yuxian stated directly, "Let me be straightforward then. Your marriage to Lin Gu is motivated by the inheritance, is it not?" Su Ruoxi stated directly, "It began this way. Then it shall be. I can assist you." Su Ruoxi paused in surprise. "Assist me?" Su Yuxuan affirmed, "Indeed. I can ensure you immediately inherit all of great-uncle's estate, provided you agree to divorce Lin Dage and return him to me once you obtain the wealth." Su Ruoxi's expression shifted dramatically. "That is impossible. Furthermore, you are incapable of such a feat." Su Yuxuan exuded confidence. "I will first aid you in acquiring great-uncle's inheritance. And all you need to do is keep your word and return Lin Dage to me." Su Ruoxi gazed at Su Yuxuan in astonishment, wondering if she could truly accomplish such a task. What leverage did she possess? Contemplating, Su Ruoxi replied, "I apologize, but I am one who favors handsome men over riches. I will not sell out my man for an inheritance. Moreover, do you genuinely believe I am your greatest rival? Surely not. It cannot be that little girl by Li." Su Ruoxi chuckled lightly. "A few days ago, Lin Yun visited Yangcheng. Did you know?" "I am aware," Su Yuxuan responded. "But did you know that during those days, Bai Li also visited Yangcheng? They stayed in the same hotel, in the same room." Su Yuxuan's complexion changed drastically. "What?" Su Ruoxi continued. While we sisters are embroiled in our own struggles, Bai Li has successfully infiltrated the family. She is the only woman Lin Yun has had close contact with since his divorce. If you wish for me to divorce him, do you believe Bai Li will not immediately take my place? This matter does not concern you at all. Furious, Su Yuxuan retorted, how could Bai Li do this? And you, as Lin Dage's nominal wife, should be more vigilant. What use is it to speak of this now? The urgent matter is to thwart Bai Li. We cannot allow her to act with such impunity. Very well, cousin. I shall cooperate with you to contend against that little girl. The dynamics among the three resembled a triad of power akin to the Three Kingdoms. Initially, Su Ruoxi was the most formidable as Lin Yun's nominal wife, wielding moral authority akin to using the emperor's power to command the lords. Thus, Su Yuxuan and Bai Li joined forces against her. Now, with Bai Li gaining the upper hand, both Su Ruoxi and Su Yuxuan found themselves compelled to unite. As for the matter of the Tianqing group's inheritance, Su Yuxuan chose not to mention it further. The Zhao family had already held the funeral for Zhao Weiye's grandmother. It was not until the third day after the rites that a peculiar visitor arrived, a man in his 60s, dressed in garish clothing, with a tattooed collar depicting a snake, centipede, gecko, scorpion, and toad appearing quite eerie. Xiaoyu is dead? The old man's voice was hoarse and strange. Zhao Weiye regarded him with suspicion. Who are you? Do you know my grandmother? Zhao Weiye's expression changed slightly. I do not comprehend your words. Miao Hanwen observed Zhao Weiye's unease and coolly advised. You would do well not to conceal anything, or you shall face the consequences. As Miao Hanwen spoke, Zhao Weiye suddenly felt a chill around his neck and looked down to find a snake coiled around him. The snake flicked its tongue, hissing ominously, poised to strike. Terrified, Zhao Weiye pleaded, Old man, spare me. I beg you. Tell me how your grandmother died. Zhao Weiye recounted everything he knew, and a glint of coldness appeared in the old man's eyes. It seems this Su has caused my junior sister's demise. Hearing this, Zhao Weiye summoned his courage. Old man, my grandmother wished for me to win over Su Ruoxi before she passed, so she could have a great-grandchild. Could you assist in fulfilling her last wish? Miao Hanwen cast a glance at Zhao Weiye, stating flatly, that wretched woman caused my junior sister's death. She shall receive her due punishment. But before that, take me to see my junior sister's grave. Zhao Weiye cautiously asked, Old man, could you make the snake disappear? Miao Hanwen replied indifferently, Look for yourself. What snake? When Zhao Weiye looked down, the snake had indeed vanished without a trace. Chapter 108. The Return of the Soul. Miao Hanwen arrived at Miao Yuxio's grave and coldly announced, I wish to be alone with my junior sister for a while. Zhao Weiye, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, hurriedly left the gravesite, leaving Miao Hanwen alone. As the sun began to set and the night grew dark, Miao Hanwen remarked, The time is nigh. He then produced a flask from his waist, opening it to let crimson liquid spill onto Miao Yuxio's grave. Simultaneously, he began to chant incantations as poisonous creatures like centipedes, scorpions, and snakes gathered ominously around the grave, creating a chilling atmosphere. Upon the arrival of these creatures, Miao Hanwen rubbed his palms together and pointed toward the grave. In the next moment, blue, ghostly flames flickered atop Miao Yuxio's south resting place. The assembled poisonous creatures, like moths drawn to a flame, rushed into the ghostly fire, consumed by its blaze. Amidst this, a hauntingly sorrowful wail echoed from the grave, a mournful lamentation. At this juncture, Miao Hanwen retrieved a doll inscribed with Miao Yuxio's name and birth date. He recited the incantation with increasing speed as the poisonous creatures frantically surged into the ghostly fire, the winds howling around him. Finally, the ghostly flames erupted violently, extinguishing all the poisonous beings, and Miao Hanwen's body trembled as he coughed up blood. At that moment, a long voice emerged from the doll, Senior brother. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Lin Yun set small buns and soy milk on the dining table, announcing, Come and eat. Moments latte. Su Ruoxi and Lin Lin entered the dining room. For the past 2 days, Su Ruoxi had been sleeping with Lin Lin, believing Bai Li had captured Lin Yun's heart, which left her upset, and she had ignored Lin Yun, opting to sleep alongside her sister-in-law. Lin Lin consumed several small buns before lifting a cup of soy milk, saying, Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going out for a walk. You two should communicate more. Unaware of the reasons behind Su Ruoxi and Lin Yun's separate sleeping arrangements, she sought to create opportunities for them to clarify their relationship. After Lin departed, Lin Yun scrutinized Su Ruoxi, commenting, "Your countenance appears troubled. It seems as though you're facing dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxi immediately retorted, "Dire consequences? Should I not have stabbed that wretched girl Bailey? I am serious. I truly wish to harm that girl." Lin Yun studied Su Ruoxi's expression carefully, and gradually, a vision of future events unfolded in his mind. One day, a hotel operated by Tianqing Group for many years would collapse in a catastrophic disaster. The collapse would occur at midnight, with a 60% occupancy rate. No guests or staff would escape, resulting in over 300 casualties. Such a significant event would capture the attention of society at large, and Su Ruoxi, as the vice president and major shareholder of Tianqing Group, would find herself at the center of blame. Ultimately, Su Ruoxi would be sentenced to 15 years in prison for her responsibility in the grave incident. Lin Yun displayed a bittersweet smile, pondering why Su Ruoxi seemed so unfortunate. Only recently, during the charity auction, she had narrowly avoided disaster, and now, another calamity had arisen. The ill-fated hotel was the very venue where Lin Yun and Su Ruoxi had once celebrated their wedding, well located and consistently busy. Little did they know, this establishment would face collapse. Was it due to substandard construction? As Lin Yun pondered, he remarked, "The hotel where we got married belongs to your Su family, correct?" "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Su Ruoxi replied. Lin Yun directly stated, "With your authority, could you possibly suspend the hotel's operations and hire a professional construction quality assessment company to conduct a thorough evaluation?" Su Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Are you suggesting that there might be problems with that hotel?" Lin Yun affirmed gravely, "Absolutely. The hotel is quite substantial, with a high occupancy rate. If anything were to occur, it would undoubtedly be a major incident. And as the vice president and actual stakeholder, you could find yourself facing severe consequences." The thought of spending 15 years in prison, approaching the age of 40, was unacceptable to her. Su Ruoxi furrowed her brow and said, "The hotel has been in operation for nearly a decade without any issues." However, Lin Yun insisted, "Trust me, it will be too late once something happens." Finally, Su Ruoxi conceded, "All right, I will follow your advice." Her hesitation was not due to a lack of faith in Lin Yun, but rather because Tianqing Group was not solely her domain. As a vice president, her influence was overshadowed by Su Tianqing. Abruptly halting a well-operating hotel to conduct a professional engineering quality assessment was not a trivial matter. First, the cessation of operations would inevitably lead to financial losses. Secondly, how would the hotel's guests perceive an unexpected quality assessment? Would they not think that Tianqing Group's construction quality was lacking, prompting such an evaluation? Thus, Su Ruoxi faced considerable resistance in executing this decision. Nevertheless, Lin Yun's resolute demeanor instilled confidence in her, and despite potential obstacles, she resolved to proceed. As the actual stakeholder of Tianqing Group, should any issues arise with the hotel, the responsibility would fall squarely on her shoulders, not Su Tianqing's. That afternoon, Su Ruoxi convened a meeting to propose the temporary closure of Tianqing Grand Hotel and a professional engineering quality assessment. Unsurprisingly, the senior management and other stakeholders opposed her motion, deeming it unnecessary and potentially harmful. Su Tianqing also voiced his objections, stating, "Ruoxi, everything is functioning normally at Tianqing Grand Hotel. To abruptly suspend operations will significantly impact its performance. This matter need not be raised again." Su Ruoxi's expression shifted. "What if I insist on raising it?" Su Tianqing replied sternly, "Ruoxi, as your elder and your superior in the company, I advise you not to act recklessly." Su Ruoxi responded coolly, "Second uncle, I must be obstinate this time. How about we make a wager?" "What do you wish to wager?" Su Tianqing inquired. Su Ruoxi declared, "I demand an assessment of the engineering quality of Tianqing Grand Hotel. If the evaluation reveals no issues, I will willingly relinquish the shares my grandfather left me." Su Tianqing was taken aback, then said, "Are you serious? Then I accept your wager. But I haven't finished yet. What if the assessment uncovers problems? Su Tiancheng interjected, if there are issues, we will resolve them. What else do you expect? Su Tiancheng, wise as a fox, recognized that in this wager, only Su Ruo she stood to lose, while he would gain nothing should she win. However, Su Ruo she had no choice. Without proposing this wager, she would have no opportunity to assess the hotel's engineering quality. She gazed deeply at Su Tiancheng and acquiesced. Fine, I accept your terms. Su Tiancheng then slowly stated, very well. Let us have those present bear witness to this wager between us. In this instance, although Su Ruo she had nothing to gain from the wager, the presence of numerous senior executives provided her with an audience. Should she manage to triumph over Su Tiancheng in such an inequitable wager, her influence within the group would undoubtedly increase significantly. Tiancheng Group, being a substantial entity, operated with remarkable efficiency. That very day, they began refunding guests and facilitating their departures. The following day, Tiancheng Group engaged a professional assessment company to evaluate the hotel's engineering quality. 10 registered structural engineers, 20 safety assessment engineers, and 50 testing personnel were organized to conduct a thorough evaluation of Tiancheng Grand Hotel. By 8 that evening, the assessment company delivered a comprehensive report to Tiancheng Group. The findings indicated that the hotel's safety rating was critical, necessitating immediate demolition. The assessment classification divided structures into 4 levels. Level 1, where the structural load meets usage requirements without danger. Level 2, where the load is generally adequate, but with some areas at risk that do not affect overall structure. Level 3, where some load-bearing structures fail to meet normal standards, rendering the building hazardous. And Level 4, where the load-bearing capacity does not meet requirements, classifying the entire building as a danger and requiring complete demolition. Upon reviewing the assessment results, Su Tiancheng was left dumbfounded. How could Tiancheng Grand Hotel be categorized as a dangerous structure? How did Su Ruo she have foreknowledge of this? Conversely, Su Ruo she was entirely unfazed by the assessment's outcome. Subsequently, she enjoyed a moment of triumph during the group meeting. As for Tiancheng Grand Hotel, she had already arranged for isolation and invited a professional construction company to determine whether to repair or rebuild the structure. Elated by her victory, Su Ruo she intended to invite Lin Yun out, but upon reaching the company entrance, she encountered her friend, Chen Rong. Ruoshi, it's been ages. Have you missed me? Chen Rong exclaimed, envelopino su Ruo undicesimo in a warm embrace. Su Ruoshi chuckled. I'm married now, why would I miss you? She remembered how close they had once been, akin to sisters, but Chen Rong had distanced herself since marrying 2 years prior. Su Ruo she had no intention of chasing after someone who was indifferent, leading to a significant decrease in their interactions. Therefore, it was quite unexpected for Chen Rong to approach her now, prompting Su Ruo she to feel curious. All right, explain yourself, Su Ruo theory. Chen Rong led her to a nearby tea shop, ordered a drink, and finally said, Ruo she, do you think I am pretty? Quite beautiful. Su Ruo theory. How do I compare to you? Chen Rong asked. Su Ruo she hesitated. What do you think? Chen Rong sighed. I cannot compare to your beauty. My figure pales in comparison to yours, which I find enviable. And then, Chen Rong continued, since my marriage, whenever we appear together in front of my husband, he can't help but steal glances at you. When we are together, you are the blooming flower, and I am merely the green leaf that complements your beauty. Although I know nothing can happen between you two, it is unbearable for me to see his attention focused on you, even if you are my dearest friend. I had to choose between my best friend and my husband, so I had to distance myself from you. Then why have you come back now? Su Ruo she asked. Chen Rong smiled. Isn't it because you're married now? You have found your true love, so I have nothing to worry about. Today, I am here to apologize. Su Ruo she regarded Chen Rong and said, very well, I forgive you. Su Ruo she recognized that both she and Chen Rong were women who prioritized romance over friendship. If she ever perceived a friend as a threat to her relationship with Lin Yun, she would not hesitate to distance herself to protect what she held dear. With this perspective, Su Ruo she felt less resentment toward Chen Rong. Their bond remained strong, and after such a long separation, they had much to discuss. The two sisters engaged in conversation for quite some time, until finally Chen Rong spoke up. By the way, Ruo she, this is for you. As she spoke, Chun Rong produced a small doll from her possession. The doll, no larger than a palm, depicted a little girl with coarse features, a faint smile evident on its face. However, upon glancing at it a few times, Su Ruo, she felt an inexplicable chill. She looked at the doll and said, "Rong Rong, why did you give me this? It looks rather unattractive." Chen Rong replied, "How can it be unattractive? Don't you think it resembles me? Ruo Shi. All our close friends are getting married and leading their own lives. Once we have children, we will have even fewer opportunities to spend time together. I am gifting this to you so that it can accompany you in my stead. Isn't that meaningful?" Seeing the seriousness in Chun Rong's expression, Su Ruo, she accepted the doll, saying, "All right, I will take it." Chun Rong felt a wave of happiness at this. Unbeknownst to Su Ruo Shi, the doll was a request from Zhao Weiyi, who had asked Chun Rong to present it to her. Zhao Weiyi had confessed his long-standing affection for Su Ruo Shi, yet she did not reciprocate his feelings, especially now that she was married. Thus, he had crafted this doll as a keepsake for her. However, he was uncertain whether Su Ruo she would accept the gift directly from him. So he enlisted Chen Rong's help to present it, allowing him to feel as if he were always by her side. In gratitude, Zhao Wei gifted Chen Rong a luxurious handbag worth 12,000. Chen Rong, of course, did not refuse, seeing it as a good deed. She not only secured a valuable handbag but also satisfied Zhao Wei's unrequited love, all while strengthening her friendship with Su Ruo Shi, a perfect trifecta. Miao Han would observe Zhao Weiyi and reassured him, "Rest assured, after 7 days, that woman's attitude towards you will change dramatically." Zhao Weiyi was elated, exclaiming, "That is wonderful." Miao Han won, noting Zhao Weiyi's excitement, mused that soon she would become his grandmother. How could she then possibly treat her own grandson poorly? Utilizing dark sorcery, Miao Han would ensnared the spirit of Miao Yuxiu within the doll. For the next 7 days, he would continue his rituals. After this period, Su Ruo Shi's soul would exchange places with that of Miao Yuxiu within the doll. At that point, Su Ruo Shi's body would be occupied by Miao Yuxiu's spirit, effectively making her Zhao Wei's grandmother. As for Zhao Wei's dreams of winning Su Ruo Shi's heart, they would be dashed, for by that time, Su Ruo Shi would embody Miao Yuxiu. If he still harbored such thoughts, he would indeed be courting his own grandmother. Chapter 110. The pigsty, of course, should this plot succeed. The true beneficiary would be Miao Han 1. He and Miao Yuxiu were childhood companions, yet fate had intervened, and Miao Yuxiu had been easily courted away by Zhao Wei's grandfather, leaving Miao Han 1 with a lingering regret. Decades later, even as Miao Han, when still held feelings for Miao Yuxiu, he found no attraction to an elderly woman. Ironically, Miao Yuxiu's untimely demise presented Miao Han 1 with an opportunity to resurrect her spirit through Su Ruo Shi's body. With Miao Yuxiu possessing a youthful, alluring form combined with the soul of his childhood friend, it would be the epitome of perfection for Miao Han 1, now an old man. Upon entering, Su Ruo Shi enthusiastically remarked to Lin Yun, "Darling, you are truly remarkable. The construction quality of the hotel is indeed quite poor." Lin Yun chuckled, "I told you so. Trusting my judgment is never a mistake. You have been of great help this time. Would you like a reward?" "What reward?" Su Ruo Fein inquired mysteriously. "Close your eyes." Lin Yun obediently complied, and moments later, he felt a gentle fragrance and a soft touch at his lips. Su Ruo, she rewarded him with a sweet kiss. Just then, Lin's voice interrupted, "I didn't see anything. You may continue." Su Ruo Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing that inviting her sister-in-law to bridge their relationship had its downsides, sometimes she could be quite the third wheel. As she spoke, Su Ruo she retrieved the doll from her bag and placed it on the dining table. Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the doll. "Ruo Shi, where did this doll come from?" "A friend gifted it to me." "Why?" Su Ruonfe responded. Lin Yun stepped closer, picked up the doll, and advised, "Try to limit your interactions with her. If you must see her, make sure I am present." Su Ruo she was taken aback but agreed, saying, "Okay." She did not question his reasoning, trusting that Lin Yun would never harm her, while a friend could potentially pose a risk. Furthermore, given that her friend had previously distanced herself from Su Ruo Shi for the sake of her husband, it seemed reasonable for Su Ruo Shi to do the same now. Meanwhile, Lin Yun opened the refrigerator and retrieved a piece of raw pork, placing it beside the doll. Tosu aduo ieshora. She watched as the seemingly fresh meat began to rot at an alarming rate, emitting a foul odor and even sprouting maggots, an utterly repulsive sight. Su Ruo, she's complexion paled. How could this happen? This is unclean. If raw pork can decay like this, what good could come from a living person approaching it? The doll contained a malevolent spirit, embodying misfortune, decay, and suffering, which explained the grotesque transformation of the pork. Filled with indignation, Su Ruo, she exclaimed, "But why would she want to harm me? I have done nothing to her." Ultimately, she resolved to keep her distance from such a person. I now see her true nature. I will never speak to her again. Lin Yun then declared, "I need to step out for a moment to address this matter. Please be careful." Suruon Feri. The dark arts of witchcraft were trivial compared to the teachings of the divine farmer, and Lin Yun saw through the doll's deceptive nature with ease. The doll had siphoned a trace of Su Ruo, she's life essence, using it as a guiding force to attempt a soul swap. When the time came, the spirit within the doll would occupy Su Ruo, she's body, leaving her own spirit trapped within the doll to suffer endlessly. Lin Yun could destroy the doll outright, but he had a more ingenious plan in mind. Sometimes, enduring life can be a far greater torment than death. Utilizing the power of herbs, Lin Yun seamlessly extracted the essence of Su Ruo, she from the doll, then proceeded to a pig farm located on the outskirts of town. There, he tossed the doll directly into the pigsty. If the hidden mastermind continued their spells, the doll would choose an old sow within the pen to swap bodies with. In that event, although the spirit within the doll would come to life, it would be confined to the existence of a pig. Though capable of thought and possessing human intelligence, it would be unable to speak or act. Ultimately, in a state of despair, it would be led to the slaughterhouse, ending up as mere pork on the cutting board, a most severe punishment indeed. Lin Yun departed, leaving the spirit of the elderly Miao Yushio within the doll to scream in anguish, desperately wishing to avoid becoming a pig and seeking help from her senior brother. Alas, her spirit was trapped within the doll, leaving her with limited options. At best, she could frighten the sows in the pig farm but could do nothing else. She could only passively await the day when her soul would successfully swap with that of the old sow. "Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" "No, I miss my parents a bit." Lin Lin also realized that her presence was somewhat inconvenient for her brother and sister-in-law, as they had to be considerate of her feelings even while sharing the same living space. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her future nephew or niece and decided it was best not to disturb her brother and sister-in-law any further. Lin Lin suggested, "Let us take the train. I have already booked the tickets." "Brother, you only need to take me to the train station." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo, she replied, "If you ever wish to visit, just let me and your brother know. We will always welcome you." "I understand. Thank you, sister-in-law." In the afternoon, Lin Yun and Su Ruo, she accompanied Lin Lin to the train station, while Chen Su seized the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Lin Yun. She had thoughtfully prepared 2 gifts, one for Lin Lin and one for her future mother-in-law, Shuemei. For Lin Lin, she presented a Chanel handbag worth 88,000 yuan. And for her future mother-in-law, she chose a sturdy gold bracelet weighing 300 grams, valued at 200,000 yuan. Of course, Lin Zhengyi, the future father-in-law, received no gift, as any present for him would have seemed inappropriate. After all, Chen Su was a widow. Gifting something excessively precious to her future father-in-law could raise suspicions with Shuemei, leading her to wonder if there were ulterior motives behind such a generous offering.